Aber das hat sich natürlich jetzt mit unter anderem dadurch ein bisschen verzögert.
I'm really surprised to see that. We've seen a lot of the Wellspring Mask and the Hearthflame Mask running around here at EUIC, but the Cornerstone Ogerpon also has a stave to play.
1943.
I mean, when I look at the rest of the team, I feel like I can't be surprised too much
Game
anymore when you see that Okie Dokie and a bunch of other things. But we'll talk about the little bit more typical team here, because this is also important to be touching on. And there is still a couple of really key choices here we have to go over. First off, the Urshifu Rapid Strike. A lot of times we might see a Choice Scarf, a Mystic Water, Focus Sash on this one. Maybe you see that a little bit more on the single style Urshifu.
Ist was
but
Besonderes?
this has the longevity. Make sure that you will not get one hit KO'd.
The one thing I want to dive into as well is the Incineroar, because this is very much a supportive Incineroar Pokemon. It doesn't have any really powerful offensive moves like a Flare Blitz. It's running that Fake Out.
Ja, okay, Knockoff auf Incineroar.
It's got the Will-O-Wisp to bring the burns onto the field, the Parting Shot for that redirection, as well as Knockoff to get items away. But it's very much that supportive Pokemon.
Fluttermane as well, if we're looking at a typical Pokemon with different moves. Icy Wind is already one that's kind of floated, maybe not always having it, but Taunt I think is the one I really want to be talking about. When you look at Teemu's team, there is definitely some Pokemon that you might want to be trying to set up a little bit here, or even a Moongus to kind of redirect or have some spores. Fluttermane can shut that down, and notably as well, since this isn't a prankster Fluttermane to shut things down, maybe Teemu can get one setup with the Grimmsnarl, but is not going to be denied being shut down further on. The Fluttermane will get to furthermore stop Teemu in his tracks.
Yes, and Fluttermane's been a Pokemon that's been so well utilized in this season so far, but we haven't seen it on the EUIC stage. This is the team I want to dive a little bit more into.
Gala Lavados feier ich. Hey, was ist das für ein wildes Team? Grimmsnarl, Spirit Break, Reflect, Light Screen, T-Wave. Und so ein Body Press Iron Defense. Ogerpon, Cornerstone. Ah, er spielt kein Dings. Spielt Ockerberry Moongus. Loila. Das sieht sehr funny aus. Nur Moongus wirklich Standard. Ja. Und selbst der ist mit Ockerberry und Pollenpuff. Ist ja auch schon ein bisschen wild.
And Galarian Moltres, the ability, if you can hit it down to a low enough health, the Berserk will actually just make this such a force to be reckoned with. So you do have to be careful there, especially when there is the double redirection on the team. If one of these Pokemon gets set up like that Moltres, well then the Ogerpon Cornerstone or that Amoonguss can kind of draw those hits away.
So, Michi spielt gegen Emilio Dominguez.
Quite a few teams here at EUIC, two of them actually sitting at the 8-1 record, and that's not even counting the 7-2s.
Well, we saw a Pheasant Dippity yesterday, and that kind of combination is definitely coming through. One thing I want to talk about as well is the speed control options that Teemu has. But we'll talk about it later, Sierra. We're jumping into the action.
Teemu heißt er. Tim und Teemu. Hä, wie wild. Okay, Tim ist gerade 8. und Teemu ist 13. Okay, das ist wild. Yes, Gara, also wir sind pünktlich. Was spielt mich für ein Team? Zeige ich euch gleich nach der Runde. Ich bin leider ein bisschen zu spät, weil mein Handy ist heute Morgen, mein Handy ist heute Morgen kaputt gegangen. Es geht gar nichts mehr. Es ist richtig beschissen. Ich habe ein bisschen schlechte Laune. Aber ist wie es ist. Ist halt oberunnötig. Aber halt kein Handy jetzt gerade. Timo guckt Tim und Timo. Nee, Timo mit U. Okay. Muss ein bisschen reinkommen. Ich habe wie gesagt ein bisschen schlechte Laune, es tut mir leid. Okay, wir sehen direkt, Urshifu geht rein in Terra Water. Ja, macht gegen beide echt guten Schaden. Ja, safe, Gara, safe. Aber wir sehen auch Terra von Teemu. Oha, wenn Surging Strikes jetzt in Okidogi kommt. Ich glaube, wir sehen eh noch einen Reflect. Light Screen. Light Screen.
For the special attacks potentially in the back. Is surging strikes.
Ah, da kommt der Grimmsnarl. Ich bin actually für Teemu.
Instead, into this Grimmsnarl. Doing a lot of damage. It might only be the
Warum
one
Lightscreen?
for the Grimsnarl before it goes down.
I like that play, the Urshifu, yes, allowing the light screen to go up, but you don't have to worry about the potential reflect. There was no fake out coming through from this Incineroar, so it is now in prime position to go for one of its supporting moves. But first of all, the dodging of the Gunk Shot, really nice nimble.
Oh, der Gang Shot Miss. Und der Will-O-Wisp. Ah ja, komm, Game 2, komm. Lass gut sein. Lass in Game 2 reingehen. Ja, sehe ich schon, Leute, sehe ich schon. Aber ich dachte halt so ein Knockoff oder so ist auch schon echt wack von Incineroar. Das ist over, ja, das ist komplett over. Mungus kann halt Rage powdern. Ist geil, Violet. Der kann halt Rage powdern, aber der ist halt geburnt so.
The Amoonguss is in a great spot though. There's no flare
passiert da nicht viel.
It's not going to really worry about a knockoff or a Will-O-Wisp here. And at the same time, Urshifu going for the surging strikes isn't going to do too much damage. So Amoonguss in a very prime position to go for.
Und wisst ihr, was das Schlimmste ist? Ich kann kein Pokémon Go mehr spielen jetzt für die nächsten Tage. Das ist richtig kacke. Ich war wieder richtig drin. Ich hatte richtig viel Spaß. Und jetzt kann ich nichts machen. Ja, Padding Shot und Okidogi. Protect sich.
And considering that you did already see something more passive in that Grimsnarl.
Oh.
Drain Punch into the
Incineroar. Schaden dafür, dass der geburnt ist, ne?
But if you can start chipping away at it, that is going to be what
mein Handy ist heute Morgen kaputt gegangen. Er ist runtergefallen und obwohl ich eine Schutzhülle und alles hatte, da geht gar nichts mehr. Es vibriert ab und zu noch und ab und zu blinkt es so ein bisschen auf, seht ihr es? Aber es geht nichts mehr, nichts mehr. Nee, bin ich nicht gut. Ich schreibe aber mit WhatsApp sowieso nicht mit vielen Leuten, außer mit meiner Mom. So.
And this is also just a really, really good swap because Protect on the Urshifu, you know you can't get
es ist halt überarsch, ist richtig ätzend und es ist halt so unnötiges Geld ausgeben, was ich halt eigentlich nicht habe, aber muss halt gemacht werden, ne? Führt ja kein Weg dran vorbei. Handy schon wichtig. Okay, Ogapon kommt rein, macht auch nicht so viel gegen Okidogi eigentlich, ne?
I think if you're Tim, you can completely ignore the Okidogi and just focus down onto that Amoonguss.
Ja, sollte er wahrscheinlich. Aber ich glaube, das Okidogi kann noch gefährlicher werden, als man denkt. Auch wenn er geburnt ist. Aber das zeigt ja eigentlich, wie strong das Team von Timo ist. Dass der, okay, Ogapon kommt noch. Er verliert halt sein... Oh, Huckleberry.
But this is where we see that berry come in play.
Ja.
Still so much damage done, even after the Ockerberry weakening that damage. But it won't be the
kommt
double
in den
up.
Slot.
Instead, close combat into the Ogerpon. Because it's sturdy, it will endure the hit.
Really like that play by the Urshifu. Yes, it gets its defenses and special defenses dropped for good measure, but you do manage to put that cornerstone into a precarious spot.
Wobei Spore ist okay. Er kann jetzt Rage powdern. Ne, kann er nicht. Weil Ogapon noch nicht geterrat hat.
That's the thing here, looking at this board state. When I look at Tim, even though there is a Pokemon that is asleep, you can still pressure with the Ogerpon, and the Ogerpon over the opposing end is 1 HP. The Amoonguss, it's not really that much either. Another Ivy Cudgel will follow that up. And you don't really have a damage option in the back. I feel like it's such a game of catch-up, and I don't really feel like there is any way...
Aber trotzdem, er hätte Timo nicht gemisst und dem Urshifu einen Mülltreffer reingedrückt. Das wäre, glaube ich, überbroken gewesen. Da wäre Timo, glaube ich, in einer echt guten Position. Spike Shield, okay.
Yeah, at this point you could be playing safe. Bring the Incineroar.
Boah, Spore in den Incineroar-Slot, jetzt wäre so wild, ne?
Drop down the attack over onto that Ogerpon. Also going for a spiky.
Oder Ivy Cudgel in den Incineroar-Spot. Aber Wechselung ist raus. Für Überlebenskraft sich. Sehen wir Ivy Cudgel in Incineroar. Genau, es gibt keine Steep Claws. Ah, okay, Ivy Cudgel in macht er keine Connection.
It's because it uses the little stick thing to hit instead.
Stick is making contact, so no KO there for the Ogerpon. It can breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, at this point too, you did bring the Incineroar in. You didn't, looking at Teemu, you didn't get that guard dog since your Mungus did swap out second. So the Okidogi, you don't have that +1 attack there. And the Okidogi really is not really threatening too much when you're looking on the other end of the board. Tim definitely wanting to make sure you're on stream. You want to make sure things are played out here. And then
schon ja, +1, deswegen hat er so viel gemacht mit Drain Punch gegen Incineroar, ne? Trotzban. Jetzt ist er nicht auf +1. Oh!
Something we haven't talked about, the upper hand. The speed tiers, if this both at a +3 priority, but if the opponent is readying up a priority attack, you can actually press it and get the flinch instead. So that is how this Incineroar is going to be falling victim.
Hä, sein Ogapon ist schneller als... Oh, der könnte mehr haben. Sein Ogapon, man spielt Ogapon Cornerstone nie mit so viel Speed, das ist wild. Wait a second, langsam wird es hier noch ein bisschen... spicy, oder? Ich glaube, Lightscreen ist noch draußen, ne? Ja, er muss ja, ist ja Light Clay. Vom Spiel ja Trick Room, ja. Mit Bronzong, ne? Er hat einen Speed Boost, aber Lightscreen ist noch draußen. Ja, Okidogi bekommt viel Damage von Feen-Moves. Oder Icy Wind. Icy Wind Knockoff ist es wahrscheinlich.
Amoonguss in the back, it can go for these icy winds again, or can even just go for that taunt, shut down the sport, and allow the other Pokemon to clean up.
The one thing here when you're looking at the moveset for the Flutter main, don't have that Dazzling Gleam with the Icy Wind being the only way to have something as spread.
Wenn der sein Icy Wind misst, aber er muss. Icy Wind Knock ist es. Oh, Parting Shot, ja, geht auch.
You do need to be giving something up for it.
Spike
and
Shield.
if there is a single target into the Ogre Pawn, well, it's spiking shielding. It wants to be getting past this turn unfazed.
Icy Wind lebt halt Okidogi.
Icy Wind though, hitting into the protect won't
Hittet
do
der?
anything. And into the Dragon type Okidogi, that is just going to be good for a little
Nichts.
bit of chip.
Aber jetzt ist Incineroar schneller. Oh, never mind. Das ist schon crazy. Junge, dieses Okidogi ist echt spooky. Trotz, aber Lightscreen ist halt crazy, ne? Also trotz Dings ist echt crazy, trotz Burn. Ich feier das Team.
But you might not be doing us back. If you can be preserving it past this Flutter main and not take a Moonblast, powerful one, into that slot, well then all of a sudden...
Und der pennt halt noch. Junge, wenn Timo das noch dreht, ne? Ich bin Timo-Supporter Nummer 1.
And since you can maybe go for something like this Follow Me here, make sure you can redirect it away.
Dann habe ich meinen Favoriten für heute.
After that poison, another hit with that gunk shot will take care of the Flutter main, which it would have been previously probably able to survive.
Das für ein cooles Team, der spielt.
Doesn't go for the Moonblast, another Icy Wind isn't taking out the Okidogi, and then it can, as you said, just easily clean up with the gunk shot. However, if
ja, Mixed Read. Wird sofort umgesetzt. Michi sehr sad. Weil er nicht mein Favorit ist oder hat Michi verloren? Nee, weil er nicht mein Favorit ist, weißt du, ne? Auch Michi ist natürlich mein Favorit. Aber das Team ist ja übergeil. Icy Wind, okay, ja, klar.
Just the speed drop at the tiniest of chip for the Okidogi. It will be so slow now, and this
Okidogi ist jetzt langsam als... Ja, nee. Der schläft noch sein erstes Lied, glaube ich. Mona! Gangshot hittet. Killt Flutter. Und Incineroar bringt Okidogi auch wieder auf +1 und die Option, wieder Drain Punch zu drücken. Wait a second. Wait a second.
I feel like I definitely disrespected this board state that Teemu is
at
this point. Amoonguss is going to be coming back in, and of course, past that
Amoonguss wieder ganz gut geheilt. Der kann auch, guck mal, er pollenpufft doch hier. Oh, jetzt halt eine 50-50, ob er für Upper Hand gehen soll oder nicht, ne?
And surely been dealing on through.
The thing is as well, Okidogi's HP is being dropped slowly a little bit with that burn, but Amoonguss now being on the field has
ja, geht für Knock. Er muss ihm die AB nicht weghauen, aber das ist halt eine 50-50 jetzt. Urshifu woke up. Okay. Und er hat nicht... okay. Er ist nicht für Rage Powder gegangen. Ich glaube, das war so ein... Er musste, glaube ich, dafür gehen, ne? Er musste hoffen, dass er lebt. Und jetzt kommt Knockoff. Ja. Ah, sad! Hätte er noch eine Runde länger geschlafen, der geht wahrscheinlich für Pollenpuff in den Okidogi-Slot. Der ist wahrscheinlich für Drain Punch und Pollenpuff in den Okidogi-Slot gegangen, ne? Und dann hätte er gewonnen. Ja, er hätte gewonnen. Damn! Das war sein Play. Es war sein Play. Es war sein Play. Schade. Er hätte es gewonnen. Er hätte straight up einfach gewonnen. Sad. Okay, aber egal, Timo holt es. Timo holt es. Der holt es noch. Ich bin sehr gespannt, wie Tim da adaptet, weil ich finde, Timo war irgendwie in der Oberhand. Okidogi ist wirklich crazy in dem Matchup. Wirklich crazy. Also AV mit Pollenpuff und Grimmsnarl in the back. Also das Team baut halt, glaube ich, komplett entweder um Okidogi oder Lavados, je nachdem, was er braucht, was er supporten will. Aber alle anderen supporten halt einfach entweder Okidogi oder Lavados. Das ist wirklich sehr cool. Ja, gut. Aber der Lightscreen war wichtig gegen Fluttermane. Starker Screen. Also der Lightscreen war schon wichtig für Flutter in the back. Ich sage auch, Timo schafft das. Ich will die ganze Zeit auf mein Handy gucken, das macht mich so traurig. Urshifu und Incineroar sind die besten Monster, wie ich sie, oder? Nee. Aber mit die besten. Mit die besten auf jeden Fall. Ich mein Handy. Brauchst auch dein Handy, Nebel. Ja, safe.
Yeah, so if you have something that can match up a little bit more into this Urshifu, that would be what I'd be looking for going into here. So we even talked about a couple of the different attacking Pokemon that are available. You do need to be positioning them well, but even something like the Moltres, I feel like could be doing a significant amount of damage to a couple of these different Pokemon coming
Nee, Knut, für mich gar nicht. Das ist, da hängt mein ganzer Job und so alles mit drin. Für mich ist es Ultra-Stress. Für einige vielleicht, okay, aber für mich gar nicht. Ich muss alle meine Zahlen und so weiter check ich darüber ab. Alles Mögliche, you know. Für mich ist das, da hängt da mein Job mit drin.
Good thing about that, however, is that the Berserk ability will be activated once that HP has been dwindled down, making Moltres
Mein King, was geht?
with those choice specs to deal big damage with like Fiery Wrath, for example.
Well, that's where we also have the double redirection on the team. Maybe the Cornerstone Ogerpon won't want to follow me past that, but the Mungus could. To start things off here, though, in this game number 2, Timu is going to be sticking with the Okidogi and the Grimmsnarl. Guard Dog once again going to be activated to kick things off.
Same leads for Tim as well, the Urshifu and the Incineroar here. We didn't see the fake out from the Incineroar in that first game. Instead trying to go straight away for that Will-O-Wisp, but I wonder if maybe shutting down something like the light screen could be optimal in this game too.
I wasn't necessarily the biggest fan of the light screen coming
Es ist übers
out
Handy
here.
deutlich angenehmer.
You have so much utility, but knowing that, hey, this 3-star
Ja, das
strike
natürlich
can
auch
take
gut,
care
das
of it,
natürlich auch.
you need to be so careful. When you're looking at the Fluttermane, you know that there's a Fluttermane in the back. I don't think that necessarily the IC
Okay, jetzt bin ich gespannt.
damage, but you do have to be aware of the fact that there was the
Muss wieder Okidogi willen, hundertprozentig, der ist viel zu gefährlich.
You also have to be so wary of your Okidogi because you can't let
macht
it fall down
dasselbe.
the same fate with potentially getting Will-O-Wisp. So I like the swap coming out.
Holt der Mungus rein?
Hearing your words there and getting off the field before it can take a Will-O-Wisp. Mungus would be a much better target for this. Isn't going to worry about taking a little bit of burn damage. And once again, our trainers opting for this early terrestrialization.
Alle Mons von Tim Shiny.
Trying to get more offensive pressure on the
Kann
board
sein,
straight
ja.
away, dropping that fighting type, turning into a pure water type to enable surging strikes
Also,
to deal more
Urshifu
damage.
natürlich nicht, ne, den gibt es nicht in Shiny.
Shiny.
Aber kriegt man ja schnell einen Shiny. Also er geht für Lightscreen. Und das Geile ist, also Okidogi ist halt gleich nicht mehr +1.
will hit down into it. We saw last time that it was certainly enough for the one hit, 3-hit KO, however you like to consider these surging strikes. And going on
ich glaube, je nach Roll kann er den leben.
Yeah, same old story playing out. Grimmsnarl out of here does give Timu the option to bring something like the Okidogi back in, but it will have to forfeit the guard dog boost that it did get previously. Incineroar able to go for that Will-O-Wisp, but it will actually avoid the Amoonguss.
Oh, der Will-O-Wisp ging daneben.
Hey, it's funny because it's like, maybe if I had kept it in, but no, this is 100% the safer play.
Damn.
Also, when you do get to
Aber ja.
something else in, you do
Okay, er holt jetzt schon Ogerpon rein.
Redirection here. Since it is the Citrus Berry over
Kann halt
Tim's end for this Incineroar,
hier, also er kann ja safe, wenn da jetzt wieder Ogerpon und Fluttermane in Back sind, ja, dann haut der da jetzt ein Ivy-Cutchel seines Lebens rein in den Incineroar-Slot. Also serious, das geht. Der haut da jetzt einen Ivy-Cutchel seines Lebens raus. Und der Amoonguss geht für Dings. Der Amoonguss geht halt für Rage Powder. Ja, das wird so scheppern. Das Incineroar wird hier dein.
This is the craziest Ogerpon mask of them all. We barely get to see it. It does drop sturdy though. In body aspect, that is going to be a boost to its defense going on forward. When you have the redirection, you can't afford to be dropping that though.
Incineroar wird hier dein. Und sag mir, wer hier reinkommen soll. Also, Ogerpon, guck mal, Fluttermane ist halt Dings draußen. Lightscreen, macht nix. Ja, das ist GG, das ist gewonnen. Das andere Ogerpon ist langsamer als das Ogerpon. Das ist GG. Das ist GG. Ich liebe die Rock Mask. Ja, das wird jetzt sterben. Also er muss wahrscheinlich schon Ogerpon und Spiky Shield drücken. Oder Protect mit Flutter. Und dann halt irgendwie hoffen.
Well, you already saw how much damage that did into that Ogerpon. You can just imagine the Fluttermane is going to be crumpling to that. And
Was will der machen?
Such a speedy and strong Pokemon. And we already got to see that the surging
Icy Wind. Und dann ist sein Ogerpon schneller. Das ist der Play.
Of course, you do have the potential of Protect to just try and make sure you have another turn of hitting into the Ogerpon.
Er muss den Fluttermane. Ja, nee, das ist es nicht.
You could also just get Power Whipped.
Nee, das ist es nicht. Das ist es nicht. Er wird gegen Ogerpon verlieren. Hammersamanese muss ja auch erstmal treffen. Ja, aus 95%. Also, das war's nicht, sage ich. Also, er wird jetzt für Spike geschickt gehen. Es ist trotzdem ein bisschen schwierig, weil also er geht für, ja, das macht er jetzt, wenn er für mich ja gewonnen, big. Okay, wenn, okay, er geht für Rage Powder. Aber er kriegt jetzt einen Surging. Ne, er kriegt kein. Doch, er kriegt einen er kriegt keinen Surging Strikes reingedrückt, oder? Ne, kriegt er nicht. Na, meint. Ja, Spiky Schild wäre es, glaube ich, eher gewesen. Spiky Schild wäre es hier gewesen. Das ist jetzt over, hundertprozentig.
Certainly, if you had both of the Pokemon on Tim's end being able to target into it, you could get rid of this mushroom. But only having to survive a barrage of hits from this Urshifu yet again, it'll survive through the turn.
Jetzt kommt aber Icy Wind. Wait.
Honestly, that speed
Icy Wind Surging Strikes.
You might stereotypically look at a bunch of rocks and think you're going to
wait.
Actually, it had the nimbleness to be able to outspeed the Ogerpon on Tim's side. Now that Fluttermane comes into effect, but you got to remember light screen's still up, and there's not a lot, even though it's speedy, that it can realistically do. Ogerpon is just on the wall right now.
Amoonguss did survive through the turn, but when you do have this Icy Wind, if you connect, if you can get rid of the Amoonguss on this
Okay, jetzt bin ich gespannt, wie Timo das spielt.
Surging strikes and be faster than this Ogre Pawn. You can slow down its speed and be able to take care of it and just get a 2-for-1 combo here on this turn. The Icy Wind isn't necessarily the most reliable, but if you can get that double connect, it can pay off in gold.
High risk, high reward, and that's what
Und greift nicht Ogre-Pawn. Doch hat er, aber Rage Powder sorgt dafür, dass er immer Hutzes angreifen muss. Er geht für Protect. Icy Wind. Das connected mit Ogre-Pawn. Und jetzt killt halt Surging Strikes, ne?
Trying to make sure that you can outspeed on this next turn in the Urshifu will. Surging Strikes fired off into the Cornerstone Ogre Pawn.
Okay.
So much damage.
Aber Okidogi kann das trotzdem, glaube ich, immer noch holen.
But that is a huge threat on Timu's end, eliminated.
Yeah, Urshifu is really unstoppable. Put to sleep in this game and once again able to get around the plans that Amoonguss was trying to foil for it. Now things look a little bit difficult for Timo. Is going to be forced to bring that the Okidogi in from the back here.
Muss jetzt Urshifu, glaube ich,
the Okidogi is a lot better positioned in the fact that you haven't had it burnt and you can be doing some damage. But it's still a really dangerous situation when you're looking at how little damage has been done to Tim's final 2 Pokemon. And already with that Poison Jab, not necessarily the most accurate of moves. And sure, you have some defenses, but the Surging Strikes is going to be doing a lot of damage. So, as much as, hey, this Okidogi
ja, der poisont den ja sowieso. Ich sag mit Giftkette und Mülltreffer Poison-Chance, poisont der den sowieso. Ja, er geht für den Double Protect, das dachte ich mir. Deswegen glaube ich eher, dass es Icy Wind war. Ach, ich glaube, es ist auch trotzdem over, oder? Nee. Aber Fluttermane killt ihn. Ah, schade. Selbst wenn er ihn jetzt hier poisont. Ja, okay. Ah, schade. Ah, das sah echt gut aus. Das sah echt gut aus, aber ja, ich habe ein paar Sachen übersehen. GG. Aber ich bin trotzdem Timo-Fan, der holt es noch. Es ist so schlimm, Nachti. Ist Capybara immer noch nicht on stream.
Looking at both of these trainers and Tim as well, when we're looking at their past, I feel like this is a pretty big breakout performance. Of course, Tim managing to make his way into top 32 at Toronto, but when you're looking at something like this international stage, you're playing literally on that international stage. You're now at 9-1 in the competition. This is definitely such a great showing and really proving the travel over here is worth it.
Yeah, Tim was actually undefeated yesterday right up until the final round, losing to Victor Medina, who then went through as one of only 2 undefeated players. So an incredibly consistent run yesterday. Clearly has a lot of confidence in the team and showcased it to perfection for us on the broadcast.
Definitely scary when you go up against something that's as unorthodox as Timu's team. I'm sure he's like, I didn't play anything like this yesterday, but really, when we're talking about strong Pokemon, there's a reason that the top
ich habe übrigens die Bestätigung bekommen, wir sind im April auf jeden Fall noch HelloFresh-Partner. Also, falls ihr euch was bei HelloFresh bestellen wollt.
And it matched up so well into all of Timu's team. And I have to credit Timo and this Cornerstone Ogerpon, because I think it comes out onto the field, you know, everyone kind of gives it a little bit of stick, and it comes out kind of saying, you know, who's afraid of little old me, and then it absolutely bobs you with that IV cudgel, and it's like, okay, yeah, I'm scared, I don't want to come down against this Pokemon, and seeing the Terrestrialization actually came into effect showed that it is a very valuable component on Timu's team. It's not just there to try and, you know, give a little bit of flame for the Ogerpon fans, it's actually there for a valuable reason.
It definitely is. It's just, it's hard for Pokemon like that to exist when, you know, one of the top Pokemon in the meta is that Urshifu Rapid Strike, but being able to see the amount of damage that it was doing and how well it stacked up, even into something like that Heartflame Ogerpon, was really, really incredible to see.
Yeah, I'm definitely guilty of sin as underestimating it in the past, but I
was
will not
Preisgeld für Europa?
I have to say though, I think
für was genau? VGC, TCG, Unite?
Tim has is what's going to be emerging as kind of, I suppose,
aber gut, komm,
see in the day 2 action.
Well, I definitely want to know what Tim is thinking and what he's expecting going on further in day 2. And Charlie has over on the stage for our
Für die, die es mitbekommen haben, ich habe heute ein bisschen schlechte Laune, mein Handy ist halt kaputt gegangen. Bisschen Arsch. VGC, ich weiß gar nicht genau, was die genauen Preise sind.
I'm feeling great. Started off 8-0 yesterday, and to start off day 2 with a win, it feels really good.
Yeah, keep up that momentum. So, that was Cats versus Dogs. It was the Incineroar that came out.
Mein Handy ist auf die Küchenzeile gefallen, richtig dumm. Ja, das Pixel 7. Richtig unnötig auf die Küchenzeile gefallen. Und, ja, ne? Ihr seht's, da geht nichts mehr. Es war eine Schutzfolie dran, es war eine Hülle. Hier, da ist es draufgefallen auf die Stelle. Da geht nichts mehr. Da geht absolut gar nichts mehr.
Sure, and then in game 2, it seemed like you were nearly caught between a rock and a hard place there with that Ogre-Bon Cornerstone.
Ja, es muss richtig unglücklich aufgekommen sein. Das muss richtig unnötig draufgefallen sein. Nee, ist ja keine Garantie mehr. Manjo, ich habe schon geschaut, Reparatur kostet wahrscheinlich 300 noch was Euro, aber ist halt super unnötig. Ja, ich glaube, für sowas zahlt ich auch nicht. Das war ja eigenes Verschulden. Mein Handy ist leider kaputt gegangen heute. Das ist richtig unnötig. Du wolltest doch mich die Steam zeigen. Ja, mach ich sofort. Ich will nur ganz schnell meine Dailies machen. Und das ist nur ein Match. Ich sage euch sofort. Ja, ist tatsächlich ziemlich scheiße. Wer fängt eigentlich an? Okay, mein Gegner. Ah, der spielt das Dings-Team.
Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle?
Charmander.
Growing up, it was a different answer, but in adulthood, I've matured, and I'm a Bulbasaur guy now.
Damn.
Bulbasaur guy. Okay, we've got some cheers from the crowd for that one as well. I gotta tell you,
Richard.
Bulbasaur is currently on 5 points in the winners' interviews. Charmander has 4 votes, and Squirtle only has 1.
Oh wow, I'm
we'll
surprised.
see how that shakes out. I know, so am I.
I thought I was in the minority there.
But
Hätte ich
fantastic
Rhino
news from
Sheik
you,
immer
Tim. Any
Placement.
shout-outs you want to give?
Gotta give a shout out to Dakota. We ran the same team this weekend. My first friend in the community, and he's been a great supporter all weekend. A big shout out to Fede Campo. He's my coach and helped me a lot
Stark,
in the
stark.
tournament and building the team. So many friends have reached out to me from back home. Plenty in the crowd today. It feels really good to have the support.
Thrilled to hear that. Everyone
Ja, ne? Alles wegschmeißen, geil. Feier ich mega.
And now, Sierra and Lou, back to you.
Tim crushing it at Pokemon. Also, great Pokemon taste picking Bulbasaur. As
What the fuck?
The 3 original partner Pokemon.
Was war das denn?
Bulbasaur is easily the best one.
I love how he said he kind of changed his mind.
Was war das denn?
A lot of the time with families, like Pokemon trainers from the 90s who are like, yeah, I really wanted like Charmander and trying to get their kids to they're like holding like the Bulbasaur, being like, but Daddy, I love him, I want this Pokemon.
Was war das denn?
Like, no, come on, pick the Charmander. You want to pick the Charmander, right? And it's just always really sweet to see like these generations of Pokemon trainers growing up.
Heute ist scheinbar ein richtig beschissener Tag, ich merke schon.
It's too bad for the parents that are trying to get their kid to pick the Squirtle, though.
I know, right? Nobody's picking Squirtle.
It's always the water Pokemon. It's even in the
safe, Gara, safe.
Like current day partner Pokemon with the Porquaxley, but
maybe the Squirtle squad's just got too many members already, right? Maybe.
It's true, they don't have room for any more. They only have so many pairs of sunglasses. But
they run out. And we're in London, so you don't really need your sunnies.
It only rains here. You definitely need your umbrellas. But no, it's been great stuff. And we talked a little bit, too,
Yay.
about a couple of the things that we could see here. And, I mean, we got to see a conventional team coming out from Tim.
Oh, heute ist ein richtiger Kacktag. Ich sehe das schon. Richtig beschissen.
That's the thing. Looking at
Olania.
we didn't, on Timu's side, we didn't even get to see Pokemon like the Bronzong. So although a lot of consistency is coming through in day 2, there's still a few absolute wild cards out there, and I love to see it.
One of those wild cards, too, is Iron Hands, and it is something that you can be picking up. We got the giveaways going on, and you want to make sure you can get it while you can. This is actually the Iron Hands that Marco Silva used at LAIC to be taking down Thiago in that grand finals there. And honestly, the Iron Hands put in the ultimate amount of work. There was actually really no way around it for Thiago.
Exactly, electric types have always been dominant in the meta, and Raging Bolt
has
risen to supremacy. You can see it.
Ja, das würde mich natürlich freuen, aber das bringt mir ja auch gar nichts.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful card art. You want to make sure you can get it while you can. There is a limit, so you pick it up while you can. When we're looking at things that are limited time quantity as well, we
Ich meine,
have
Luke kommt
Twitch
heute wieder,
drops.
das macht
Get
mich
them while
happy.
you're watching the channel. These ones are going to be for Pokemon Go, and they're actually really, really strong things for the game.
Exactly. Picking up a team that has already got so much prestige in Pokemon Go could be a fantastic way to get your Pokemon Go journey started.
Yeah, and those Pokemon can be really difficult to get. I mean, I've hung out with the Go-casters enough, and the talk of like, all right, well, these Pokemon is crazy. Get it while you can.
Safe, Richard, safe. Ja, aber mein Handy ist heute kaputt gegangen, Richard, deswegen. Ist ein bisschen wack heute. Und das ist eigentlich noch relativ neu.
It's always the joke too with the Go player 10-minute walk, and it's like, is it a real 10-minute walk or is Pokemon Go player 10-minute walk? Or it's actually 40 because all they do is walk. But, oh yeah. Yeah, definitely get those while you can. But we got to bring it back to our game and talk about a couple of the things that we're kind of expecting to see going on forward when we're comparing and looking at our D2 Pokemon meta. I just need I need a second to digest because Fluttermane is not on the top line.
Honestly, there's a lot of Pokemon from day one to
Das ist halt auch gar nicht so geil tatsächlich.
Yeah, no. What? This is kind of insane. Like, Fluttermane has completely run down, and then Golden Go, like, fresh out the slammer, back in action here, wanting to make sure that it's still to be considered, I think is an incredible adjustment in these day 2 stats.
Ja, es ist auf die Küchenzeile gefallen und da passiert gar nichts mehr. Das vibriert ab und zu noch und ab und zu blinkt es so ein bisschen auf. Aber ansonsten ist es Joba. Hier ist auch die Stelle, auf die Hülle, wo es gefallen ist hier.
That's the thing, a lot of these Pokemon like Fluttermane, the Ogapons, even Amoonguss have really been trying to write odes to victory throughout the season.
Ja, ist so
Now
los, mein Handy ist halt kaputt gegangen.
Department and really kind of being kicked out of those top 6 positions. If you look at the top 6, this is a viable team by itself. You've got that Firewater Grasskull with Incineroar, the Urshifu, the Rillaboom. You then have your amazing defensive typings with
ja, maybe. Aber ich muss halt in die Reparatur schicken und es kostet über 300 Euro.
And Landorus is just doing its own thing, you know, absolutely taking KOs.
I mean, it's that joke, oh, I found my insert next event name here, team, when you look at the top row here. Something to touch on as well, Amoonguss was actually absent from the day 1 standings, the day 1 top 12 usage here, and Amoonguss now at 30% of the field, essentially. A really big rise up when we're looking at more things, which this makes a sense to me. Out of all things here, when the world is all upside down, the Amoonguss 30% day 2, that makes sense.
And Urshifu single strike absolutely clutching into this top 12. I think in a very precarious
Sind nur 51,7.
What Pokemon number 13 is actually.
Champow 37,9. Goldengo 16,1. Krass, wie Ogapon abgefallen ist. Incineroar 51,7 ist crazy. Nein, Pokémon hat einen Incineroar-Emote. Safe, komme, safe. Und so funktioniert Garantie auch nicht, wenn es dir selber runterfällt und dass du es selber kaputt machst.
Hello trainers, welcome back to Charlie's Chill Zone. I'm here with a familiar face from the NA streams. It's the wonderful Rosemary Kelly.
Oh, well,
Rosemary, thank you for joining us here.
Thank you for having me. I love that name, the Chill Zone.
Ah, das Polari ist eigentlich ziemlich gut für mich.
I'm feeling really chill. It's
Despite
very
this
relaxed.
behind us here.
This is like the best boy in the whole world.
Achso, nee.
He's a good boy and he skateboards. You know that?
Okay, that's
Nee, ist schon höher als 10 cm runtergefallen. Ich hatte das da auf eine erhöhte Position in der Küche und es ist von der erhöhten Position auf die Küchenkante gefallen. Leider habe ich 110 KP, das ist schlecht. Das ist tatsächlich ziemlich schlecht.
First of all, I had a great time. I did go 4-5 yesterday, which is not the result I wanted, but it's a tough field of competition, and I'm sure everybody's seen that on stream as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We've had some absolutely cracking games. If you weren't watching yesterday, then where were you, trainers? You're going to want to go back and join in. I'm sorry to say that we didn't see any Kingdra on stream, but that's why I've got the clutcher here to represent. What's your favorite Pokemon?
Well, I don't know if anyone could guess. My favorite one, but it is Sylveon.
You know what? I was going to say that.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Ja, heute ist ein beschissener Tag. In der Nähe score. Du meinst wohl, ich bin doch für den ganzen Tag unterwegs. Ich weiß, du willst mir helfen, das ist auch super lieb, aber naja, das nervt mich schon wirklich extrem.
Yeah, okay, so Espeon goes bright green, doesn't it? And then Flareon is sort of yellowy, is that? It's not like the...
Ja, ich kann es natürlich nicht kaputt lassen.
Sometimes that's nice. It's just something subtle. Yeah, a little change.
Ich weiß. Ist auch super lieb, wie gesagt, aber es nervt mich natürlich heute noch extrem. Da kann ich morgen, übermorgen drüber nachdenken, aber heute nervt es mich einfach ultra hart. Und das hier nervt mich auch gerade ultra hart. Ich will schon wieder aufgeben, aber... Ich will auch eigentlich meine Dailies machen. Alles gut, Scrum, alles gut. Ist auch nicht fair von mir. Als ob er schon 10 Karten in seiner Lost Zone hat. What the fuck? Ich bin seit 7:30 Uhr circa wach.
Okay, I'm gonna say we've got about 22 seconds left. Okay, and join us along at home as well, trainers. Write down as many Pokemon as you can think of that begin with the letter C. See how you compare with me and Rosemary. Okay, I reckon we've got like 8 seconds left. This is the most generous 30 seconds, I'm sure.
I need
that we've ever had. Oh, 5 seconds.
Das ist einfach Abfuck.
Okay, here we go.
Es ist einfach, wirklich, was habe ich getan bitte heute? Was habe ich bitte getan?
Okay, nice.
How did I forget Charmander? I forgot really
You get an evolutionary line and you just get 3.
It's not fair that your name helps you with that one.
I mean, it's not like I'm tuned in more to the Pokemon.
Scheiße, Lania. Da war es auch notwendig. Ich hole jetzt Meister bei Klasse, mein Gegner.
Cramorant, love that. Cresselia, Cufant, Caterpie. That's a good mix of generation. Yeah. I really like that. So that's 5 there. I've gone for Camerupt. Now, this might not count, but Cornerstone Ogerpon.
Ooh.
What are we saying?
I'll give that to you.
Yeah? Okay, should we give me a half point for that?
I'll give you a half point.
Oh, half point, okay.
Yeah.
And Charmander, Charmeleon, Charizard.
See, that's the one.
Ich muss anfangen.
Those are great. Oh my gosh, we actually
okay, so I
only
think
had
maybe. Well, we don't have any repeats. Amazing.
Jetzt habe ich endlich mal eine gute Hand, wenn ich nicht anfangen würde.
Tell you what.
We did pretty
Nailing it.
Perfekt.
We did great.
Yeah, good stuff.
Why are we going against each other? We should be helping.
Yeah, you're so right, actually. Well, why don't we do that? Why don't we do this one for R? Why don't we team up? And then everyone at home, you comment your answers, see how well you do against me and Rosemary. Of course, you're going to be hearing us talking, so you have an advantage. But sure, we'll do it this way.
I won't say anything.
Let's go with R, and if we can get a 30-second timer somehow, that would be very useful. And, okay, you ready? Let's team up, go for R.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
Rattata.
Rattata, Raticate.
Rowlet.
Rowlet, nice. And Rillaboom.
Yep.
You know what? I can write. You can just brainstorm.
Sure.
So Rillaboom and Rellor.
Ooh, Rellor's a good one.
Rapska.
Rapska's great.
Yeah.
I'm horrible at this.
Yeah, thanks for helping me. Rapidash, nice.
There you go.
Rapidash, 5 seconds. One more. One more. Nice, good job. That was in the nick of time. Okay, that's very good. So we had 3 3, 6. We had 8 Pokemon there, trainers. How did you do? 30 seconds.
What's silly is like with more than 30 seconds, I'm now thinking of like, well, there's Roselia,
Yeah, exactly. No, so many, but it's all about that quick thinking. It's pretty good though. I'm proud of us. Let us know how you did in the comments. Let us know on Twitch or on YouTube, or use that hashtag Pokemon EUIC. We'd love to know. And I'll tell you what else, Rosemary. Tell you what else. That Incineroar there. If you could just pick up the Incineroar on that chair there. So
I have to.
yeah, you could use gloves if you like. But
I might.
so. Yes, last night before we wrapped up the stream, we were trying to, Luciera and I were trying to name this Incineroar. And Luciera went with Larry, but then thought, oh, well, that's a gym leader, maybe we go with something else. Lou was like Bob for Bobcat, so we called him Larry Bob. But if you want to add another name to those two, or come up with something different, then entirely up to you.
It's so funny you say that, because I immediately think of Lysander when I take a look at Incineroar.
Ah, es war aber auch dumm. Ich hätte ihn nicht sofort spielen sollen. Es war übertrieben dumm.
That makes sense. We could say that, if you like.
Or otherwise, I would go with just like adding on Larry Bob Joe.
Larry Bob Joe. I really like that. Larry Bob Joe, the Incineroar. Yeah, really rolls off the tongue. I could, Larry Bob Joe, this Incineroar sounds like he's got a little Litten child who's looking after, you know.
I think so.
Sounds very wholesome.
He's got a lot of backstory.
Yeah, yeah. We'll be brainstorming that later on. Don't you worry about that, Rosemary. So there we go, Larry Bob Joe. Let's see what Sierra and Lou think of that later on. I'll feed back to you.
Please do. I have to know.
Ulrich, was geht?
So, Rosemary, you've come over here to EU from NA. Playing out here, presumably you've played in a few NA tournaments. Talk to us about the difference between that experience.
So actually what's really funny is I did the math on this, and in the last 2 years of competing, I've actually not played a single North American event.
Oh.
No way.
Müde.
I've gone to Liverpool twice, which is this year in the year. And then I went to EUIC. I went to Curitiba to compete at that regional championship earlier on this year.
Okay.
And then the last regional that I did last year was Vancouver in Canada. So I've actually never done one in the United States. I guess Canada is North America.
Well, sure. I was going to say, for a moment there, it sounded like you only competed if it was a minimum 5-hour flight.
Maybe that's why I do so badly every time I go.
Yeah. You're just sort of trying to stay away.
I'm not even kidding though. Like going into round 7, I noticed this even at Liverpool. Like the jet lag is so real, and I don't know how people do it. There's so many players that travel all over the world to be able to play these games.
Okay, check.
Yeah,
smart.
Speaking of zones, thank you for joining us here in Charlie's Chill Zone. Make sure you're joining us for the rest of the stream, and you won't be alone.
Let us give you an experience.
The Pokemon Center, EUIC.
Wenn ich Crown halt spielen will, würde ich ihn besiegen, aber das bringt mir auch nicht wirklich viel. Ich kann mir Pepper Dings holen und seinen Mew killen. Achso, jetzt sind Preiskarten. Ja gut, perfekt. Aber ich kann einen Konterfänger mir holen. Okay. Ich weiß noch nicht, wie zufrieden ich mal bin. Frage ist, kriegt er mich gekillt? Ich glaube nicht, oder? Kommt nur drauf an, was der so in the back hat. Ich habe meine Dailies oder so fertig. Kommt das ist schon in Ordnung. B noch ein Kapsel. Okay, na meint. Gut, jetzt habe ich natürlich keine Kapsel. Ich habe keine Elektroenergie gefunden. Aber wenn er mich... Ach, der geht nicht für den Kill. Kann irgendwas bitte? Ja. Ne? Mointe, was geht? Naja, Kirks, was geht? Sehr schön. Pepper, perfekt. Stimmt richtig gut, was er sich jetzt holt.
I'm definitely on Team Saraledge there. I've got my Saraledge pin, one of the lovely exclusives at this International Championships. And I can tell you we've only had one match so far today in day 2, but it has been heat. I am so looking forward to seeing how the rest of these matches are going to turn out.
Oh, 100%.
Bitte mal schneller. Warum braucht ihr 10 Jahre? Weiß ich noch nicht, Tim. Es kommt drauf an, was er jetzt halt sich holt. Wenn er meinen Hands killen kann, dann nicht.
I'm not a big Saraledge person, but it's pretty nice.
I like the coordination. That's what I was going for.
No, yeah, the coordination is definitely on point here.
Okay.
Of course, when we're looking at day 2 of competition now, as we focus up for the tournament here, this is where things get tricky because it is very competitive to get into that top 8 cut. Of course, we do have one extra round of Swiss here on day 2. One more opportunity to try
ja,
to
ne?
spot.
Und wie viel Damage mache ich? 160? 200? Ja, in der Theorie habe ich verloren. Wenn er jetzt gleich Boss-Order hat, habe ich verloren. Ey, ich schwör, heute ist wahrscheinlich einer der beschissensten Tage, die ich je hatte beim Leben. Das ist insane. Das freut mich, Jakobs, das freut mich.
Yeah, like one of the Pokemon that we even saw yesterday, which unfortunately I think did take that round 1 loss, but we will talk about it just a smidge.
Jetzt so einen schönen Boss-Order. Mein Handy ist halt kaputt gegangen. Achso, ja, okay. Mein Handy ist halt kaputt gegangen.
Along the way with that core. So even if a Pokemon doesn't necessarily pop off on stream,
egal, mein
doesn't
Daddy ist fertig.
necessarily mean that this idea or this off-meta pick was
Ich
bad.
schwör, jedes
So even though we did see
Ding
that
war heute
loss
scheiße.
with a really unconventional team there by Temu, it doesn't mean still that he can't just go through the rest
Egal,
of the competition. That
immer
was
die
just
Dailies
his
gemacht.
second loss, so there is that opportunity we can see it pop again later.
Exactly, so much consistency from these trainers, and one of the things I love about kind of in the venue for our spectators and maybe trainers that didn't quite make it through day 1 is although we do have the stream where we can broadcast, as you said, kind of one little snapshot along the rows of player tables, they also have screens so that they can have matches there as well for families and spectators to be able to watch and maybe root on their favorite player or friend.
I heard those matches yesterday were absolutely fire.
They are insane, and it's great to be able to capture those memories. You know, some people are filming them as well, and who knows, you might see them out there on social media.
100%. I have a couple videos from
Safe, safe.
Yeah, me too. That I managed to get, and it's really cool to have more than just that one match, because of course there's so many wonderful matches that happen on TV.
Good packs, very nice.
You want to make sure you can catch them all.
Exactly, and although we do our best to bring you as much action as possible, we just physically can't do it. There's not enough hours in the day, but hopefully you are enjoying the show. We've definitely been enjoying seeing you interact with the broadcast. Hopefully you've got your giveaways as well. I mean, I still need to pick mine up. You know, you got to remind me.
Oh, wild, Skarme, wild.
Yeah, actually, honestly, same.
Let's do it. You know, you can also remind us, you know.
I lent my Joy-Cons out, so
That's
I
crazy.
Iron Hands if I wanted to yet. So, yeah, I kind of have to get those back for this, but no, it's definitely worth it. There's a fun thing about the ICs is there's so much going on between the giveaways, just the event itself and like everything out there. There's a whole activity area out there in the hall as well. Like they make it worth your while.
Yes, some of the amazing staff as well really do help with things like the Pokemon Play Lab and also with our juniors and seniors starting their epic conquest today as well. They're there on hand to make their experience as magical as possible.
Of course, for those that have been
trinken.
the competition, maybe don't get to experience quite as much as the spectators here because they're too busy winning, looking ahead of the matches that we have going on into our next round of Swiss here. And some of the more notable ones here, there are so many strong players. Telling you, this is super hard. Our next feature match, though, is going to be Sevenmont going up against Mateus or Mentel.
I got a brain freeze literally looking at these pairings, being like, who do I want to see? Who's going to come up? And any of them I would have been happy with. And I'm delighted to be able to say that we have this amazing stream match. But look at these pairings, such a caliber of Pokemon players. Trainers like Arasho Marty, Wolfglick, previous world champions.
Yeah, we got to see both of them highlighted yesterday and really got to see, I mean, we already knew that they were strong enough players to make it to this point.
Oh, Wolfi steht auch 8-2.
Got to see that showcase yet again, specifically when you're looking at that round.
Warum kein Michi? Ja, ich so, die hassen Michi.
Can always just make a pull out and being able to see the run that Arash has had so far, sitting at that 9-1 going up against Nils now is absolutely insane.
Yes, Arash's match against I believe it was Alex Gomez yesterday as well was such a clash of titans.
Warte, 8-3 ist schon draußen.
Such an established caliber of Pokemon playing. You know, Arash winning Worlds all the way back in 2013. That's over a decade of experience.
Wait, einer steht schon 8-3, einer ist schon fertig mit seinem Match.
And I'm so looking forward to seeing this. There's going to be some interesting Pokemon, I can tell you that.
That's 100%.
Warte, sobald du ein Lose... Ja, aber die sind rot markiert auf Dings. Pokédata.
But when we talk about the unconventional picks, it's nice to
Der hat einen Bye bekommen, Esteban. Dann steht er schon direkt instant 8-3, aber die sind alle rot markiert. Die 8-3er Leute. Also die Leute, die 3 Loses haben.
That's the thing, sometimes the consistency is key, but there might be one particular Pokemon who knows
Scheinbar ist doch safe raus, wenn du einen Lose hast. Aaron Zhang ist instant 7-3 gegangen. Ja, ne? Also ich glaube, eine Runde mehr, man kann damit noch weiterkommen, müsste dann auf 1% ankommen. Okay. Reimann hat seinen Invite bekommen, ja. Aaron Zhang instant 7-3 gegangen.
Looking back at Vancouver, I think it's a really
strong indication
that hey, there was two very different meta teams that were still both very strong.
Michi spielt gegen Francesco Iozia. Maurice spielt gegen Joseph Russell.
That's the thing, and these trainers, you know, currently are X and 2 records, doing really well in the competition, but they really don't want to take that X and 3, particularly at this stage where, you know, they've still got a long way of day 2 to go, and they want to make sure that they give themselves the best opportunity to make it into that exclusive top 8.
I'm just thinking about like that exclusive top 8 when you do have that cheeky Pokemon.
Oh,
then, like,
amazing.
That's something that you can always hold to your name as well. I think just making, whether it's a more conventional team, whether it's the meta team, just making top 8 at EUIC is cool enough. But if you're like, yo, I got top 8 at EUIC with Gastrodon, I think this just holds, it holds a little bit like, oh, wow.
Da ist Friedrich, das war ein...
King at OCIC Finals once upon a time.
Once upon a time.
Ich glaube, sie vor können knapp werden. Also wenn mich Top 32 kommt, ist er so gut wie durch mit dem Travel Walk. Das wäre big.
460 championship points
I
if I
didn't
wanted to
say
be a
which
world.
year. Okay, to be fair, I got you covered.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
But I'm manifesting it now. Slitherwing will one day be a world champion right next to Gastrodon. Oh, wait, Gastrodon's done it already.
Ouch.
That wasn't meant to be shady, it just came out. I'm sorry. But all I can say is, Gastrodon's already done it. It's time for Slitherwing's moment.
Alright.
Aber wir sind Slitherwing.
But there definitely is still Pokemon that could vie for the first time, like...
Oder reden die nur darüber, dass sie Slitherwing spielen würde?
Really cool to see that new life to Pokemon that have kind of been forgotten or kind of discarded to kick things off.
Was sehen wir denn für coole Teams? Diego hat Ursaluna. Hier ist wieder ein Doso ohne Tatsugiri. Ist noch ein Ursaluna. Also nicht normales Ursaluna. Oh, hier spielt jemand, was spielt Brian Collins denn? Der spielt Urshifu, Silembrim, Indidi, er spielt Farbigel.
At least if you are going to be the finalist, you don't have to worry about playing that match today. So, you know, you add a match somewhere.
Oh, ein Pelepapri-Duradon-Team ist sogar 8-2.
So, time to get some proper rest, prep, and make sure you hit the ground running.
Nee, Rick, du spielst komplett Turnier ein Team. Und mein Handy blinkt die ganze Zeit auch so. Stefan spielt auch Pipi. Oh ja, true. Monetico. Ist cool. Apropos. Alter, der spielt Brigaron?
I think it does.
Wait, what?
What we're about to see, it is Chestnut, and this is an infamous Chestnut that I heard all about on day 1. This was a Chestnut to be feared, by the way. After we've wrapped broadcast, we're out.
Jetzt bin ich gespannt, was darauf gamet.
Get some dinner. People were talking. This Chestnut was absolutely terrifying.
Glaube,
it's not just for show. It's not just there and, you know, barely contributing.
Ich bin für Brigaron, ja.
Like, this is actually putting in the work.
Yes, it is a very viable component on the team. So much utility, particularly if it gets something like that belly drum set up. It can be formidable. But let's first dive a little deeper into Stefan Mott's team. A really interesting combination of 6 Pokemon. A lot of standards there.
Okay, was haben wir?
But you've got that Clefairy
Sing
as well.
PP.
Things like the Follow Me, we saw the Sing yesterday as well. That if it's able to put Pokemon to sleep, can give you a little bit of an advantage.
Das ist normal, wenn wieder Terras Poison Landorus und nicht Terrastil. Ja. Und Metal Coat Goldengo, kein Leftovers.
So not only paired with the Eviolite is the Clefairy hard to take down, but also making it so its partner Pokemon maybe has a little bit more longevity, and that I think is going to be really, really key when you're looking at things like the Landorus and the Golden Go.
Figi Berry Incineroar.
You want to set the Landorus up with like a substitute to make sure it's not going to be
kein
taking
Metronom
any
PP, ja,
damage.
verstehe ich auch
The
nicht.
Golden Go, you would love to get a nasty plot off before you dish out some powerful Make It Rains. And when we're looking at the Tornadus, this one will have ways to also make sure the Golden Go isn't pressured by too much fire type attacks, because it does have that rain dance.
Yes, Clefairy is going to be a pivotal piece here, as well as the offensive pressure that can come through from something like the Landorus Incarnate stacked up with that Life Orb. It's going to be able to hit really hard into a lot of Pokemon on Matthias' side. Things like the Incineroar don't want to take that Earth Power, nor does Raging Bolt. Urshifu doesn't necessarily, if it wants to go into its Terra Steel,
cool.
really, really unique choice, doesn't want to take any of those Earth Powers either, whereas Rillaboom doesn't want to take Sludge Bomb. So there's a lot of good coverage.
Okay, was sehen wir? Was kann Chestnut? Es ist
Chestnut.
Belly Drum Chestnut.
And we're looking through this. We'll break down this Chestnut just a little bit, because
Crazy.
it maybe isn't something.
Okay, Safety Goggles.
You already touched on the fact that it has
Normales
that belly
Incineroar.
drum.
Champow.
And when you have it paired up
Crash
with
über
something like
Spin.
Rillaboom to set that grassy terrain,
Raging
these
Bolt,
grassy glides
vermeint.
are gonna be absolutely
Chestnut.
so difficult to get through. And Drain
Terra
Punch,
Steel
you deal so
Urshifu
much
Rapid
damage
Strike.
when
Okay,
it comes
interesting.
back. And
Und dann
Bulletproof
hat
as an ability, what that does
ein
is
Waver
it
und
actually
schon
makes it so
Rillaboom.
this Pokemon
Aber
is
das
not
Chestnut
affected
ist cool.
by, quote, ball and bomb type moves. So that actually covers a lot of really powerful
Belly
things
Glide
that
macht
are
Aua,
better
ist
now when you're looking at
richtig
things
cool,
like
ne?
Sludge Bomb, Shadow Ball, and making sure that you're not going to be taking that damage. Even something like a Pollen Puff can't even touch you. There's so many moves that you are now all of a sudden immune to. And that is going to be something to look out for, because the Sludge Bomb that the Landorus over on Pengy's end of the field does have would actually hit that super effective and deal massive amount of damage normally. Now you're immune.
That's one way to be able to deal with the formidable threat that is Landorus. The interesting thing about the Chestnut as well is it really will want to get that belly drum set up, but Matthias doesn't have the redirectional options like Stefan has with that Clefairy, for example. You do have some potential coverage with things like Fake Out on Rillaboom or Incineroar that might enable
Er hat sich wahrscheinlich so, glaube ich. Der hat sich wahrscheinlich so gedacht, shit, ich brauche noch ein 6. Pokémon. Ah, ich habe hier noch dieses Brigaron von meinen Bisaflorates. Den nehme ich mit. Chestnut, Chestnut. Das muss so gewesen sein. Rein in die Wette, Chat. Schon eine Wette, ich sehe gar nicht. Rein in die Wette.
Golden Go, I think, in a situation where, again, it doesn't worry about these Intimidates, possibly primed to go for something like this Nasty Plot, get set up early.
And you want to make sure that you're dishing out the damage, but even
bei mir steht gar nicht, wie lange die Wette geht.
potentially on the opposing end is just going to be neutralized in this case.
Hey, Scheidengehirn ist ja übercool.
If you have a setup, you're not allowing your opponent to get set up. Belly Drum as well as the Citrus Berry Recovery.
Ja, macht ja nichts gegen die Dengo. Der steht da, das reicht.
So that's something that you always have to be respecting going on in this match.
Yes, and Chestnut as well can't really touch the Golden Go at this point, so Stefan...
Aber Incineroar kann Golden Go touchen.
Can go for the fake out to the opposing Incineroar, give the Golden Go a little bit of longevity on the field,
Terra.
and a safe space to set up that nasty plot. But things are glittering and glam here at EUIC as the Chestnut...
Terra Brigaron!
Terra type here, dropping its fighting on grass type.
Make sure that you're not going to get absolutely wrecked by a Flare Blitz over on the opposing end here as well. Better taking hits like a Make It Rain.
Okay, der nimmt den Fake Out, ist okay.
That's twice now that we've gotten to see stuff on outspeeding the opposing
Nasty Plot, okay.
Nasty Plot is going to be a +2 to the special attack for this Golden Go.
The issue though is the Nasty Plot's really nice, but you're now against 2 Fire-type Pokemon, so your
Und er
damage is
geht
not...
instant für den Belly Drum.
And Chestnut got a Belly Drum up.
Yeah, maximizing
Damn.
its attack. Maximizing. Nasty Plot looks so weak in comparison to this, and bringing it down to just below half health.
Der kriegt doch von einem Shadow Ball aber auch trotzdem echt viel, oder?
Yes, exactly. It's in a formidable spot where it can go for something like the Drain Punch into the Incineroar, do a huge chunk of damage and regain any that it may have lost. The Citrus Berries helped it out a little bit. And the issue is the Golden Go, yes, the Nasty Plot is there, but
Kugelsicher.
Make It Rain, then it's going to have its stats dropped even more.
True.
Looking at the speed
Hä, Chestnut ist ja der Gewinner. Der wird jetzt gedrain-punched. Das ist Incineroar. Ja, ist over. Nee, in dem Moment hätte ich mir schon Gedanken darüber gemacht. Das ist halt over. Das Chestnut gewinnt jetzt halt. Nee, er hat nicht Shadowball gegen Chestnut gedrückt. Ich hab gesagt, Shadowball ist der einzige Move gegen Chestnut, aber ja. Ja, ist over. Ist Feierabend. Ende Gelände.
Interestingly enough, eyeing up another nasty flaw. When you know that this Chestnut is immune to that Shadow Ball because of Bulletproof, you need to be maximizing the damage any way possible. And the Ogrepon doesn't even feel necessarily too safe.
Du musst ja überlegen, ob er mit dem Teamsheet hätte ich ja Bulletproof gesehen. So, weißt du? Und dann hätte ich gedacht, okay, Shadow Ball funktioniert nicht.
And I think that this creates some nasty, really 50-50s going on.
Yeah, Matthias switching out the Incineroar here as well. Doesn't want to risk it taking an Ivy Cudgel to the face. As Rillaboom switches in, the perfect Pokémon here to negate
the defensive pressure that the Ogerpon on Stefan. Jetzt kommt der Grassy Glide in Ogerpons Gesicht.
Setting up that grassy terrain here at this point, though. Spiky Shield over on the Ogerpon to make sure it's protected past this turn. Spiky Shield as well in return. Chestnut, making sure it'll stay safe. We do have fake out pressure now for Mateus next turn, but a passive turn means that Stefan can set up even more with the Golden Go.
Okay.
Really rolling momentum with this Golden Go. It's now going to be at +4.
Chestnut ist hier gerade übel am Gewinnen, Dave. Der ist +6 gerade.
The opposing Rillaboom is running that Assault Vest, though, so these special attacks aren't going to be dealing as much damage as it would like. Stefan definitely backed into a bit of a corner here and actually retreating the Ogerpon.
At this point, you need to look at where your damage is coming from. The Golden Go. Every Pokemon is a threat with a +4 and the Pico just being eaten by that slot. Perfect.
Make it rain.
Now. Double target in.
Never mind.
One hit KO onto the Rillaboom, but of course resisted by the Chestnut.
Das war nicht nichts.
Enough to be picking it off. This Chestnut now has a chance to fire back in a chance. Drain Punch.
Aus der Drain Punch gegangen.
Not very effective.
Der ist +4. Ich dachte, der wäre noch auf +2.
I want to break down that turn because it was a fantastic turn of momentum.
Die Shadow Ball gegen wieder gedrückt.
That isn't going to take as much damage from the Drain Punch, enabling that fake out to be burned into that slot. You don't want to leave your Ogerpon that really is your only big heavy hitter into that Chestnut from being taken down.
Hat er dann einen Follow-Me-Kollegen, Matthäus?
The nasty plot was absolutely inspired. It was really what was needed to take down that Assault Vest Rillaboom, as well as dealing a significant chunk to the Chestnut. But in return, that Drain Punch, although it didn't, get a KO, it still gave it recovery, and that Make It Rain is not going to be as strong in this next turn. I think Chestnut can take another one.
Where things get tricky when you're looking at the Chestnut, though, is now there is the Clefairy that can have a Follow Me to redirect a move away. And this Golden Go has gone untouched at this point, and it's sitting at a +4 special attack.
Yeah.
For Shifu, this is a power Pokemon that is great for hitting the fields here, because you need to pick off this Clefairy before you can deal with the Golden Go.
Aber können später für Ogerpon noch wichtig sein.
As well, running that Choice Scarf, you don't have to worry about how the speed interactions are going to be. It's going to be fast. It can go for something like the Surging Strikes, just completely clean away at this Clefairy and leave the targeting down into the Golden Go.
Er wird, glaube ich,
to worry about the Ogerpon in the back for Stefan, because it is still,
das soll Shadow Ball in Urshifu drücken.
It's water absorbability, and that's a really nice way to catch that Urshifu.
Just soll mit Grassy Glide Clefairy killen, glaube ich, und dann Surging Strikes into Urshifu drücken. Oder er wechselt Ogerpon rein in Urshifu. Also gegen Urshifu.
That Ogerpon doesn't pair well into the Chestnut on the opposing end here. So you really have to be making a power play here, and that's what we're going to see the swap out.
Ja. Aber wenn da jetzt ich hätte Grassy Glide halt in den Slot wahrscheinlich gedrückt. Ah, okay.
That'll be the protect or Shifu.
Oh, geht für U-Turn, okay.
That'll be just a little bit of chip into the Golden Go. It will be a chance for a pivot coming out, but this Golden Go now has another opportunity to fire off another Make It Rain here. Since it already had one, it will be at the +3 at this point, but this still normally would be a significant amount of damage. Into the Incineroar, though, this will be a resist.
Yeah, great pivot, though, for Matthias, though, being able to throw the Intimidate down against the opposing Ogerpon and make sure a Pokemon that comes in isn't going to worry about that Make It Rain. Instead, it is going to be the Shadow Ball, however, a significant chunk of damage despite not being...
Ich wollte gerade sagen, das war ein bisschen viel Schaden.
And the critical thing here is is it stops the special attack being dropped by another Make It Rain.
100%, but as the turns go on with that grassy terrain that
Ja, die haben verschiedene Dings. Manchmal heißt Victory Mode, manchmal heißt Player 1, Player 2. Aber die können teilweise immer noch so heißen.
Special attack drop. Now all of a sudden you know that you won't get that back. This Ogrepon could normally pressure a little bit, but there is now this Incineroar. You can't just go for the double protect on this turn since there isn't the Urshifu this time around.
Die Würfel vorher,
Stefan is playing this, you know, switching the Clefairy in at the right moments and then targeting down the Incineroar. He's kind of leaving the Chestnut alone and allowing the Ogrepon to maybe deal with that a bit later on. Instead, utilizing Clefairy and Golden Go to play around it and try and KO the partner Pokemon. Urshifu joining the field. Will it get in safely? That is the question. Golden Go is still yet to move. Ogrepon preserving itself to be able to deal with that Chestnut. Does just go for the spiky shield.
Grassy Glide attempt into the Ogrepon at this point. It was the only Pokemon that was protecting though, and that's just going to be a little bit of damage to the Chestnut in return. Make It Rain fired out once again.
Ja, nee, das ist Jova, glaube ich.
Damage the Chestnut, that will be enough for the KO. The Urshifu brought down real low.
Able to
That's
find
Java.
the Chestnut that has been so cheeky and challenging throughout this set. That is a really good turn for Stefan, particularly as the Urshifu now in a very precarious spot. Ogerpon's on the field. It can always go for something like the Follow Me, draw in those attacks. In fact, actually, I stand corrected. It is not running Follow Me. This is a very offensive Ogerpon, so it can't do that redirection and draw in.
Brigaron holt es auch in der Rückrunde. Im Rematch.
It's certainly good, but we could see a potential other swap out here on this turn. And it definitely is something that, hey, maybe you can take that, but you are still staring down an Incineroar that could certainly do damage in other sort of ways with something like a powerful Flare Blitz. Clefairy, yet again, this will help slow a little bit of that damage, and yet again be soaking up that fake out. As Surging Strikes into the Golden Go, it probably would have survived with the Ogrepon as the partner, but certainly with the partner with that Friend Guard.
Yeah, Clefairy being the best buddy, boosting up the extra defenses on that Golden Go, and I think as well, you know, making sure that Clefairy is there to provide that redirectional support that Ogrepon couldn't. Not that Golden Go needs it. It gets the double KO, knocks into game 2 for Stefan.
It was really, really well done with this Golden Go. Looked like it could have been pressured, but when you play aggressive with these type of Pokemons and you get that sort of setup under your belt,
Brigaron holt es noch.
Definitely made it rain there and awarding with a game 1 win. When you look into this now, going into this game 2, there's a couple of key things coming out from Mateus here. Because this Chestnut, I mean, that was the first turn setup. You did maximize your attack and right away taking momentum with a huge Drain Punch into that Incineroar. But beyond there, it was a little bit tough. Stefan did a really, really good job at setting up and then really good pivots with this Clefairy. Mateus, I don't even know if it could be a Pokemon adjustment I'd want to see in this game too, but maybe being a little bit more aggressive or not even letting Stefan set up with the nasty plots, because ultimately that is where the damage came out from his end of the board.
Setup was key for both trainers. You know, Stefan then really had to play around that belly drum. He didn't have a utility unless you wanted to go for something like the fake out here to shut down the Chestnut, but even if you did, you could just go for it again on that second turn, particularly with the fire terrestrialization. You weren't fearing what that Golden Go and Incineroar could potentially do. This was the fantastic turn, though, being able to knock out that Rillaboom cleanly from the field, not have to worry at all about dealing with the Grassy Glides coming out from that Rillaboom. Instead, just putting Chestnut in such a precarious situation. The nasty plot is something that Mateus, I think, does have to respect a little bit more. It's not just getting it once, it's allowing Stefan to get it twice. And that is what enabled all of these big knockouts. Look at that, Chestnut's down by 2 Make It Rains.
I'd like to imagine that the zoom in is actually on the girl in the background gasping. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
You see that KO here? But no, I definitely agree. Because Golden Go, when you have the setup variety, it's Stefan's team. I mean, there is quite a few different setup options when you're even looking at that Sword Stance that's in lieu of that Follow Me on the Ogrepon. So you have to imagine if these Pokemon are built to be setting up, he's gonna go for a setup. You have ways to be negating the damage. You have the fake out. So of course he's gonna be taking advantage of a more passive turn, and you have to play a little bit more heads up when somebody is playing like that. And you have that damage capability.
Mein Darius, was geht?
It unfortunately was hitting into a Protect or anything else, but the Golden Go consistently wasn't actually protecting too often. It did once or twice, but other than that, it's all right. Well, nasty plot. Oh, I got that for free?
Yeah.
All right, let me do it again. And you have to punish that type of play.
Golden Go got actually every single KO in that game 1 with a Make It Rain. And not only is the coverage fantastic, but throwing on the Metal Code as well to boost up those Steel-type moves.
Ja, Todd Radcliffe steht schon wieder 901, ne? So crazy, wie consistent der ist. Das ist geisteskrank.
I want to see Mateus really play conservatively around with the Incineroar, using that Flare Blitz to apply a lot of pressure to Golden Go. The issue you've got to contend with, though, is the Terra type on Golden Go on Stefan's side is Fairy typing. So if it wants to go into that, the Flare flare blitzers aren't going to be dealing as much damage, and you need to make sure you still have some utility to deal with it. But let's jump into the game. Chestnut is still here to stay, this time paired up with his first partner Pokemon of choice with the Rillaboom against the Incineroar.
Okay, jetzt geht's los.
Right away, we'll get that grassy terrain. Right away and intimidate again for the Chestnut. If it wants to go for the setup, that one won't matter. For the Rillaboom, that will be
Der will jetzt doch das Chestnut diesmal Fake-outen, oder? Dieser Chestnut drückt hier Spiky Shield. Aber ich glaube, Fake-Out ist der Chestnut und Nasty Plot ist es.
So Stefan has to know going into this turn that Incineroar could potentially not get to act. Golden Go, of course, being that ghost type, won't be affected in this time. Already seen her
TCG Neolin.
Stefan with the double genies in the back.
Yes, really nice to see that adjustment, knowing as well that the Ogerpon isn't there. That could
Sein
be
der Staplemon im TCG, die ganze Bühne und so gehört nicht mehr im BGC.
The question is, do you want to go for this nasty plot? Start rolling through the rage with this Golden Go. Terrestrialization is straight out of the bat for our trainers, and it is going to be that Chestnut once again dropping its typing that would make it weak to those flare blitzers, and instead going to the defensive fire mode instead.
Yeah, even though, hey, we got to see that it
was ja, okay, sehe ich. Kriegt hier Freeze ein Belly Drum raus.
Nasty plot from the Golden Go as Incineroar will be faked out on this turn. And of course, the Golden Go doesn't feel threatened. Set up. Chestnut, though, also not too threatened. Maximizing the attack once again. This time it'll be how that is
das Monetico ist aber halt auch wieder ein Problem.
I've seen this strat before. We've got a nasty plot boost. We've got a belly drum boost. And you could see the speed advantage Mateus had there to be able to just shut down the opposing Incineroar. And that's good information going forward.
ist eigentlich ein cool designtes Pokémon, auch vom kompetitiven Nutzen her, finde ich. Oh, diesmal hat er die beiden Dings in der Bag, die beiden Gins. Für die Drain Punches.
Chestnut. I admit I haven't run that one myself. I'd be curious how much damage that can do. Sometimes we do have coverage on the.
Wie viel macht Grassy gleich gegen Goldengo auf plus 6, würde ich gerne wissen. Das macht doch bestimmt auch einiges, oder nicht? Ohne Pipi kann man doch mal einen Grassy Glide in den Goldengo-Slot ballern.
In game 1, we would have seen the Clefairy join the field here to give that extra defensive support, but instead it is going to be this Tornadus. As Chestnut does
ja, so nämlich.
50%, so Golden Go knows it cannot take another one of those. It goes for that second nasty plot. This is not what Mateus wants.
So nämlich.
Because if now that tail, like if anything comes,
das hätte ich nämlich auch gemacht.
Golden Go not taking that much damage from the Woodhammer. My concern actually is an Grassy Glide is going to get the KO, and that's a priority move. So actually the Tailwind wouldn't help at all.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what Mateus wants to see there.
Also Woodhammer war ein bisschen Overkill, aber er konnte natürlich noch nicht wissen, wie viel Damage das macht. Für potenzielles Game Freeze ist aber wichtig, dass er mit Grassy Glide dort über 50 macht. Frequent Storm ist halt insane, ne? Ja, der war zur Sicherheit, ich weiß. Ist auch schon smart.
That would still be hard pressed, and without having it this time around, this Golden Go definitely feels a little bit more of a precarious situation.
Ja, und man weiß nicht, ob das ein Roll ist. Vielleicht war es auch gerade Min-Damage, was er bekommen hat. Wissen wir ja nicht.
Even a Bleak Wind Storm is only going to be neutral into the Chestnut.
I love this pressure coming out from Mateus. The Rillaboom leaving the field, I mean, all it really had to do was set that grassy terrain to allow Chestnut to shine. As the Incineroar can rejoin, throw and intimidate down, but I don't think that's really the valuable thing here. It's more for that fake out on the next turn. Chestnut goes for the grassy glide, no protect. Stefan kind of had to call the bluff here and will lose this double nasty plot boost.
Yeah,
utilize that offensive pressure.
It's one of those things that,
oh.
Hey, I don't even, like,
Chestnut avoided the tag. Tanger. Okay, Speed Drop ist egal. Kann ich Fake out. Aber Incineroar hat eben gegen Incineroar gefake outet. Das Ding ist, er kann nicht wirklich, also er kann schon Drain Punch in Incineroar drücken, aber er kann auch Incineroar nicht in Dings rauswechseln, in Landorus. Der kriegt halt auch guten Schaden. Wäre Chestnut Fake out? Nee. Aber der kann auch jetzt hier schon wieder ein Miss, aber diesmal ein Incineroar. Aber wenn jetzt hier ein Rain Punch in den Incineroar-Slot reinkommt, dann juckt. Dann juckt. Aber natürlich ist Landorus hier noch ein bisschen spooky. Also Poison Landorus ist hier schon nicht
ungruselig. Loving how the Drain Punch can give it that regeneration as well as the grassy terrain. Now Landorus comes into play, and this is where things get a little bit dicey. You couldn't have gone for it previously before it terrored with that Sludge Bomb thanks to its bulletproof ability, but now that it is a Fire-type Pokémon, Earth Power is going to have a way to put it in check.
Also er muss hier trotzdem Terra Earth Power in Chestnut drücken. Aber die Frage ist, macht er das? Kommt er nicht vielleicht eher sogar das Spiky Shield? Er macht es trotzdem. Aber er könnte jetzt halt auch in Rillaboom rauswechseln. Trotzdem 2 gegen 4, ja.
But if you can get through the turn, that is what's going to be valuable.
I think the Poison Terra type is critical right now because if you want to go for another one of those priority grassy glides, you're going to be going into a type that is going to heavily be able to resist that. Yes, if you want to play around the speed games, something like the Tornadoes could always go for that Tailwind, but I think it might as well just go on the Bleakwind Storm end of things, try and get them connecting and chip away at these Pokemon because yes, you might get rid of the Chestnut, but there's still 3 other Pokemon you've got to deal with.
Chestnut, public enemy number 1 though, and the first one needing to be dealt with.
Ja, da kommt nämlich der Spiky Shield.
Spiky Shield, and now Bleakwind Storm. Nothing will be hitting into that spiky Pokemon this time around. It'll be the Incineroar to try and do the most.
Schon ein Crit diesmal. Und Speed Drop. Eieiei. Na gut. Aber ich glaube, er knockt. Ne, Parting Shot maybe in Landorus. Er Flare Blitz, oh, das ist aber big.
It's not going to be the most amount of damage,
Lebt
but
auf
trying
jeden
to get
Fall.
as much in as you can. So maybe a move from this Chestnut on the next turn can.
Ja, auf minus 1 hätte der auch noch gekillt, aber er geht actually für Flare Blitz.
I know it's resistant. You actually don't. Actually, it's gone. Perfect turn for it to disappear now, Stefan. So you don't have to worry about priority.
The thing is, the Rillaboom is still nice and cozy in the back. That's something Mateus could just switch in for the Incineroar.
Oh, versucht er hier Grassy Glide in Landorus? Oh, ich glaube, es ist schon smart eigentlich, Grassy Glide in Landorus. Er hat ja auch noch Fake Out in the Back.
Once again joining onto the field here. Get that Grassy Surge and the Grassy Glide enabled online once again. It's a +5
Ja.
Chestnut, so we'll have to see if it does
Ja.
much damage and not quite. Landorus holding on. Bleakwind Storm.
Und Bleakwind Storm misst wieder. Aber auf Chestnut. Hat ja nichts gegen Rillaboom. Lebt der in Earth Power? Nee, ne? Aber der ist jetzt halt in Fake-Out-Range. Er hat noch Protect, ne? Aber da kann jetzt auch ein Urshifu halt reinkommen. Naja, dann kann da doch kein Protect reinkommen. Urshifu ist aber halt auch gegen Tornadoes nicht so geil.
Aqua Jet the other. You are Choice Scarf over onto your Shifu though, so you do have to be careful with what you lock in.
Mateus really driving forward in this game too with the access to priority. You know, that Fake Out can put a Pokémon in check.
Naja, okay. Er Fake-Outete den, der lebt aber. Und er killt den, ja. Jetzt kriegen der. Jetzt kommt hier halt ein Bleakwind Storm trotzdem noch rein, Moini Mulai. Und mit Rocky Helmet ist dieses Tornadoes noch ein bisschen spooky. Die Frage ist, wie viel er hittet. Er trifft beide. Die leben beide noch. Ja, es ist okay. Auf Urshifu wäre der Speed Drop schlimmer gewesen. Ich weiß nicht, ob der Scarf ist. Die Anzeige funktioniert mal wieder nicht. Muss für Bleakwind Storm gehen wahrscheinlich. Ist ja? Okay. Ja, da ist es, okay. Aber er stirbt halt am Rocky Helmet. Und dann kommt am Ende halt nur noch ins. Ich glaube, actually, Tornadoes kann das gewinnen. Michi wieder 7-2. Schade, Michi. Okay, er wechselt Urshifu raus. Okay. Michi ist jetzt auch 3-mal drin.
Yeah, this can be a little risky actually. If Rillaboom's not able to get the KO onto this, the Tornadoes able to get the knockout on Rillaboom, that could.
Aber Incineroar lebt noch, aber Michi hat gewonnen. Michi steht 9-2. But yet again, this Tornadoes is sitting there, Rocky Helmet in hand, and still has quite a bit of health here. Shifu, not as much. You have to be pretty careful with your moves. Aber der hat halt den Rocky Helmet. Because, hey, both of these are physical attacking Pokemon. Der verliert es doch.
Yes, they'll also be taking all that Rocky Helmet damage, and I know it only is a little bit of chip, but both of Mateus's Pokemon don't have a lot of HP remaining. Yes, it's very easy now to go for something like the Fake Out into that Tornadus, and I think a Fake Out and a Surging Strikes will be enough.
Ich glaube, er muss für Surging Strikes Flare Blitz gehen. Geht echt schief für Fake Out. Hä? Hey, er hätte für Flare Blitz gehen müssen und hoffen müssen, dass er misst. Er stirbt oder nicht? Stirbt er? Ja. Der hätte für Flare Blitz gehen müssen und hoffen, dass er misst. Das war nicht sein Play. Schade, 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 schade. Aber das war's nicht. Das war's auch leider nicht.
Bleak Windstorm, not even the MVP. There's the item of choice, that Rocky Helmet, staring down these physically attacking Pokemon, KOing themselves in fear. Absolutely incredible.
Schade, schade, schade.
Definitely had a, you know, it had something to prove there, considering the Bleak Windstorm misses that it had.
Just not
needing to hit any. Tornadus, the best bench warmer in that sense, just taking KOs by not doing anything.
Stefan really looking at that Tornadus and being like, I can fix him. No, really, I can. I don't need to give it, you know, the offensive pressure with those Bleak Windstorms. The Rocky Helmet's got me covered. And what a fantastic way to close out that set, because Tornadus was in a 1 versus 3 and against 3 of our most popular Pokemon in the meta at the moment. And it took all 3 down. I'm just by existing, it just sat on the field.
Just by existing.
It literally didn't do anything. It just was like, okay, come at me. What are you going to do? Nothing.
That's tricky, because I'm thinking back to the Incineroar Fake Out into it, and you know that the Surging Strikes isn't going to be nearly enough into it, but also then it's tough, because if you don't Fake Out, well then you already know that the Urshifu isn't doing enough. You're going to be taking, even if you picked a different move, only 1 thing of chip, and then if the Bleak Windstorm connects, it's a tough spot. Maybe on the turn there's the pivot out. Maybe if you tried to go for some chip then, because you wouldn't have self-KO'd with the Rillaboom, with the Incineroar right then. There's so many different avenues, but with so many low health bars over on Matthias's end, it's really hard to try and...
Ja, muss man schon aufschreiben,
without, you know, a calculator and a dedicated
Allerdings bunter, was geht?
Yeah, I mean, the math skills there were absolutely unhinged. That was amazing. But I think as well from Stefan's side of things, like, as soon as you got rid of the Chestnut, the momentum eased up a little bit, because that belly drum was causing so much chaos, particularly with the grassy terrain on the field, all of that access to priority. And I like the way that Matthias came out and made that adjustment into game 2. It showed a really good understanding of what he needs to be able to do, shut down the nasty plots, and he did that successfully. But Stefan still had a lot of really good positioning, and I think dropping the Ogerpon, dropping the Clefairy was a fantastic adjustment on his end, but it was more the Pokemon he had in the back rather than front and center.
Well, even too, the Pokemon that he brought when you're looking at the Incineroar, because it did have the pivotal, like, 1 turn, like, swap in to get that one stage of lowered attack onto that Chestnut. And we looked at the Grassy Glide and the potential attempted to double up into that Pokemon, the Landorus, later. It wasn't doing enough damage, and it was already a resisted hit, so it was a great terrestrialization. But I'd be curious to see had it had that full attack that it was so maximized for, because Chestnut needs every little bit of that. There's a reason we don't necessarily see too many
Die Seite ist so kaputt, laut der Seite sind alle ausgeschieden.
Yeah, and the
Außer Pablo.
was very key for it as well. I think if you're Mateus there, you had to go into that Fire Terror, because otherwise the Incineroar could just have
Pablo.
so much Pokemon. Like even the Tornadus with the Bleak Windstorms, as long as it could connect, that would have absolutely bopped the Chestnut prior to the terrestrialization. But the ability was also cool. You know, blocking the Shadow Ball was very
Oh, Victor hat sein erstes Game verloren.
See, when we do have the double Fake Out pressure over on Matthias's end, if that terrestrialization was actually as necessary as it seemed going into that game too.
Movies hat leider verloren, steht auch 9-2 jetzt. Wolfie steht auch 9-2. Alex Gomes steht auch 9-2. Aurion Solar steht auch 9-2. Aaron Zhang 7-4. Na, schade, ist komplett raus. Timo gewinnt. Big.
I had a really bad start to the day. I started 8-1 yesterday, so I was feeling really good. My first round opponent, I felt like I had an extremely favorable matchup and just played like I was still half asleep. So it was really nice to be able to come on stream, which I tend to do very well on stream. So it gave me a nice little morale boost, and maybe we can fix the gameplay going forward and have a good rest of day 2.
Sure, well, the noise that was being brought by that chestnut was certainly enough to wake you up in this game, and you're able to handle that threat. So you see the chestnut on the team list. What are you thinking?
So I was pretty familiar with this archetype coming into the tournament, but like I was familiar with it because if I'm not mistaken, the team idea came from a bunch of people, a group including a couple of my friends that ran it for the closed team sheet global challenge. And the initial idea was that people don't know that Chestnut gets belly drum glide.
Okay.
So I was a little surprised to see it in the tournament because obviously it's like I had perceived it as a closed team sheet tech team, and Mateus is obviously proving that he's in day 2 with it. He's done very, very well with it, and he was actually saying that he thinks it's better in open team sheet. So I just think it's really impressive that they're making it work. Chestnut is a really interesting Pokemon because of its bulletproof ability.
Yeah.
Bulletproof combined with the fire Terra type into the format right now is a really good way to wall a lot of the things that technically feel like they should counter Chestnut. And as we saw in game number 2, the sheer damage potential, even into the resisted hits, like my Dango just kind of dropped to the double grassy glide. The wood hammer damage from the Rilla didn't even really matter that much. It just applies an immense amount of pressure, and it's really, really difficult to know how best to play around that as a team that probably like less than 10% of the field has played a single game coming into this tournament.
Right, for sure. You had to have your wits about you, and your Golden Ghost certainly did as well, going for those nasty plots. You were keeping things nice and quiet and sneaky, setting up those special attack boosts. How crucial do you think Golden Go was for you?
So this matchup was really weird. So we didn't see his Raging Bolt, but it's a Calm Mind Raging Bolt set. My team deals with Calm Mind Raging Bolt because it can't hit Clefairy, and Clefairy has a redirect. So Clefairy was a natural piece that I wanted to bring to this matchup specifically for the Raging Bolt, and Golden Go does really well with Clefairy. So my initial thought process was, I'll bring Golden Go Clefairy. I happened to be running some damage calcs for this specific team before we even got the pairings. I was just doing some general research, and I realized that even though, so Shadow Ball is blocked by Bulletproof. That's one of those really interesting pieces of information about Bulletproof that I was kind of alluding to before. But Make It Rain, even though it's resisted, will always KO Chestnut if I hit it with a +4 into a +3 Make It Rain, even if it's max special defense. So that made me feel really, really comfortable knowing that that was an endgame or a win con that I could play towards.
Right, absolutely. It's so important to know those calculations and get that game plan ready. And, you know, not one that you're expecting to come up this weekend,
no, not
but
at
here
all.
we are.
Well, that's why it's nice to play at day 2, because after yesterday, I got to kind of look through the team lists and make a mental note of the weird stuff that's going around in London today.
Right, for sure, and there's certainly a lot of it. The first game we featured on stream today also had some crazy spicy stuff going on, so you've got to keep an eye out for all of those teams. Hopefully it's giving you some ideas for your own teams at home, trainers. So, Stefan, how are you feeling heading into the rest of the tournament?
I feel better now.
Yeah.
It's really, really hard. Obviously, this has been one of the most stacked tournaments that we've seen outside of like a World Championships. There's an incredible amount of incredible players here, and having to play 6 rounds of Swiss today instead of the standard 5 rounds that we usually play at the regionals does add a little bit of extra, not pressure, but like it's one more step that you have to go through to actually make top cut. But it's just incredible to be here in day 2. I've had a pretty I've been kind of a 6-3 Andy this season a lot of the time, so it's been really nice to kind of snap that streak here at arguably the hardest tournament of the entire season.
Redet, glaube ich, mehr über das Gegnerteam als über sein eigenes Team. Der macht das schon klug.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed for you, Stefan, but what I want to know now, Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle?
So when I was a kid, I always picked Charmander.
Okay.
I guess I'll go Charmander. I'm not gonna lie, I have a lot less I don't feel a lot of emotional connection to the Gen 1 guys, so even though I did play Gen 1
Ey, die Pokémon Company ist froh, wenn da viel redet. Die überbringen ja sowieso mal sehr
I'm
viel.
going to say that we're gonna go with Torracat is the best Pokemon in any of the starter lines.
I see. A true VG competitor answer there. I've got to tell you, Bulbasaur has 5 votes, Charmander has 5 votes, Squirtle has 1. From Wolf yesterday.
Oh, can I change my answer to Squirtle?
No, you can't.
Oh, no.
No, you can't.
No, the baby.
No, I'm sorry, Stefan. The damage is done. The baby is, unfortunately. Hopefully, it will be shown some love later on today. But thank you for me, Stefan. And on that slightly somber note, any shout-outs you want to give?
I have an immense list of people who helped me prep for this event and just this team in general, which I can't go into now. But the biggest shout-out has to go to my friend Tyson Charismachek, who ran an absurd amount of sets into me, and stayed up extremely late last night to discuss several sets with me and help me warm up for today as well. So big shout outs to Tyson at home. He's probably asleep. If you're not asleep, Tyson, go to bed.
You heard it here first. Get those snoozers in. Thank you so much, Stefan. So important to communicate with your fellow trainers to improve at this game. So that's Stefan Mott. Gave it all he's got. Sierra and Lou, back to you.
I have never seen someone so devastated after a win as Stefan was in that moment when he realized that he forgot about Squirtle.
Yeah, Squirtle is a real Pokemon out there, and maybe that's why people aren't picking Squirtle in all these amazing questions Charlie was posing to our winners' interviews. Like, Squirtle squad we were saying earlier is kind of down and out, and maybe that's why. Is it unforgettable? Is it forgettable?
If you're forgetting your favorites, I don't know if they're really your favorites. I have some bad words for it, but that's okay. But honestly, I don't think the Chestnut is the favorite after that match because that definitely looked stressful. But being able to take out that win in the end, you got to feel good after that, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think definitely things were difficult at one point as well. Like, you're up against a Pokemon that you have definitely not prepped and calculated for. Like, let's be honest, nobody expected Chestnut to be here, let alone in day 2. And secondly, there's things like the abilities and the speed tiers that you may not already be privy to, and you have to then play the game 1 scouting information game again, right? Like, how is it interacting with my other Pokemon? And I think he counteracted it really well, adapted on the fly, and obviously was successful.
I'm just glad on this match that we didn't see a situation where it was a sludge bomb attempt into the bulletproof Pokemon, because I mean, I had to look up the list. I know the main ones, I know the important ones, but I don't know if I was playing through my first couple rounds of Swiss and I went up against the Chestnut. I'm sitting there, Fluttermane in hand, if I would have remembered in that moment with my Shadow Ball. So honestly, kudos on that. That is your own little small moral victory.
I would have to hope that it would say something like in-game where it says like will have no effect, but I don't think that does.
Gen 1 Pokémon, lass ich mal gucken, welche Gen 1 Pokémon noch drin sind. Dragoran. Zählt Galar-Lavados. PP.
But still, this Chestnut's such a fun pick. Of course,
Lara, Dankeschön für dein Resub. Sehr appreciated, Dankeschön.
But it definitely does look a little bit more difficult going up ahead.
Danke. Was geht? Vielen lieben Dank. Dankeschön.
I think is really inspired, and I'm really looking forward as to day 2 goes on, and I recommend it to the viewers at home. See which Pokemon are going to rise up top 8, because I honestly think we're going to be surprised by
Ansonsten
some of
gibt
the
es echt nicht so
choices.
viel Gen 1 Stuff, aber Gen 1 zackt auch mies rein.
Let's see if any trainers out there have been inspired and see what they have been posting. First off, and Ivory watching EUIC stream, waiting for their favorite Pokemon, Hisuian, Arcan.
Ach, Bunten. 3 für die Rente. Genau wie die Gen 1.
Hey, there was an Okidogi.
Okidogi's there. It could become the new favorite, but honestly, just the most adorable picture. Look at their little faces. I want to boop their little noses. It's so cute. And it looks like they are ready and watching our players to watch actually from yesterday.
Yes, they are. And they're so ready. Look how intensely they're like, I'm ready for some.
Nee, ansonsten ist kein Gen 1 von mehr drin.
Really encompassing all of us here. We always love the pet pictures. Make sure to keep sharing them with us. Next post going on. See what people are enjoying.
Yes! Oh,
this one's for you.
I might actually cry. That is such beautiful art. I love this so much. When I heard the news that Pato VGC made it to day 2 with a Pheasant Dippity, I couldn't help but
Der
watch
ist Day 2 gekommen mit 14 Pidgey und Gastrodon.
the right way, and I can do it with a broken heart and say that although Gastrodon is currently down at X3, Pheasant Dippity and Gastrodon have inspired so many people. Look at his little bug hat, Sierra.
Look at the smile on his face.
He's so cute. I love
Das
this. Thank you so
Katamari
much for
Easter Egg
not
auf
only
Google.
sending
Ich
it in,
glaube,
it's brought a massive smile
ich kenne
to me.
eigentlich fast alle Google Easter Eggs. Ich schaue mir dazu immer sehr häufig was an. Ich finde es immer sehr cool. Und sehr funny.
I love it.
Absolutely adorable. So thank you. Next post that we have a note here. Great time at the first day of Pokémon European International Championships 2024. Smile. Look, is this the
Yes, yes.
Lou. This is so cute.
Oh, das ist ein 8-3 Arctos-Team noch.
Things like that. But look at the little river. That's so picturesque, and I definitely want to get a few photos along there with my little Gastrodon plush later.
Yeah, and honestly, I'd love to see that area and just like everything that's being kind of built out here. So we'll have to go take a walk for sure later, okay?
100%. Well, we're on break next, so we will do it. We'll take your little Pokemon that we bought in the Pokemon Center.
Terrence the Sceptile.
We'll hold his hand and walk through. It'll be great.
We'll take him on a little walk. I heard that we have one more.
Ich liebe allgemein solche Easter Eggs. Finde ich sehr cool.
Just signed up for Pokemon Stadium 2 draft. Didn't expect to see something like this in Pokemon. Can't wait to actually play Pokemon 2 against people. I want to play Pokemon Stadium 2. They have this as a draft too.
Wir reden über Pokemon Stadium.
I really want to cast. I want to be here for the rest of the event. I want to also go compete.
So I've never played Pokemon Stadium. So
Stimmt, Arctos ist noch da, ja.
Okay, if I don't go, then how will I know how hype it is?
Do you really want to do that in an official competition though, where you're gonna get bombed?
Arctos, Pipi, Dragoran sind die einzigen Gen 1 Mons, die heute existieren. Aber ich glaube, alle Arctos sind schon draußen. Kann sein, ich gerade schnacke. Na, hier ist das noch 8-3, okay. Ah, hier. Für Cinepeti-Gas oder eine 7-4. Ist raus. Flavio. Alles verloren. Ah, gegen Timo verloren.
It might be a little bit of a rough time.
Is it not a team game? Can we not play on a team?
It is absolutely not a team game. Absolutely not. I don't know.
What have I signed up for? I'm ready. I'll take it. It's fine.
Ja, ich habe gesagt, Arctos 8-3. Hier von Daniel Burton.
Okay.
They'll be good. They'll be good.
We'll manifest it. Maybe if we do have a little bit of downtime, we can make that magic happen.
Yeah, and I got absolutely bodied at Pokemon Stadium a couple of events ago. Not even because I was doing bad. I was doing amazing. But Pokemon Stadium 2, there is the potential. It will be like, oh, well, you get 1 point, 2 points, or we'll take away points from the top player. Guess who is constantly the top?
Pokémon Unite ist gerade actually interesting, weil da spielt gerade Capybara. Da sind einige Leute, die oft im Chat sind. Leon, Nils, Toast, etc. pp. Hier, die hier. Die zocken gerade Top 8 Unite. Stehen leider gerade 0-1, aber haben gestern Day 2 erreicht.
Left, so already the score lead just slightly in the favor of Capybaras, but it's so early on for even that amount of points to be scored, so you can tell that they're doing quite a good job up there. Down and bottom seems like a little bit more of a stalemate.
Yeah, immer noch eine TCG-Kategorie. Scheiße. Sag doch was, Chat. Das habe ich schon gehört, OBM, ja. Was wird hier gerade gezockt? Was sollen diese Dings die ganze Zeit? Lost Song gegen... Was macht ein Wigglytuff da? Spielt der Wigglytuff in Garchomp? In Charizard? Pokémon has any special advantage? This plus 100 HP. Plays a pot of your hand during this time. Hä? Karte. Also ist okay, aber...
We're actually just going to see an instant charge, and with this, the door is open for Isaiah if he so chooses to knock this Pidgey out with a Lost Mine.
Crazy.
For Giratina V-Star is not an easy Pokemon to pivot out of the active, especially when jet energy for turn means that you cannot attack systematic energy with something like that Sableye.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe that's why Nathan is okay, you know, leaving the Pidgey a little bit more unguarded, because essentially if you force your opponent to do the Lost Mine, that already confers you an advantage in the fact that you're forcing your opponent to discard 2 more energy, it's 2 more resources that are gone from them, and then they're going to have a harder time to finish off the rest of the game. So you almost make the Pidgey too tempting a target, but the actual real threat is the Wigglytuff that's right in front of you.
So Isaiah will choose to just put this energy, and this is the advantage of playing just the basic switch. Yes, it's tempting to play those switch cards. They can heal some Pokemon off, but they don't allow you to switch your V-Star out of the active spot. So there it is. Isaiah has now pivoted into this attacking strategy with Sableye, and that Lost Mine attack, since there are more than 10 cards in the Lost Zone, will allow it to place 12 damage counters wherever Isaiah wants.
7-2-1.
Instantly going onto the
Steht
Pidgey,
Marius.
the rest going onto Rotom, sets it up with perfect math to be knocked out next turn by another Lost Mine attack.
Aber Captain Jeff steht auch schon 8-1-1 gerade. Das ist auch überbig.
There's a Sableye doing Lost Mines all over the place, and now Nathan really needs to find a double turbo energy and just like knock out the Sableye really in an ideal world. Oh, it is there in hand.
Does have the double turbo energy. We're actually going to see Lou.
Sieben Minuten Pause. Ach du Scheiße, dann können wir das Unite-Match actually gucken. Der ist ja der Wahnsinn. Was soll denn diese ganze Zeit dieses... Hat ich irgendwas auf irgendeiner Taste oder so? Nö. Capybabas, Capybabas.
Inevitable. This time it's going to be the Mew. The secure on the side of Capybabas is so good. They're going to be chasing down all the members of Capybabas. They are just running through.
Fühl ich, fühl ich. Capybabas spielt ist echt gut. Oh. Oh. Forest is going to do a ton of damage, hitting everybody, make you that much stronger, but it's not going to be enough to even keep up Nils. So there's another tier 1 down. The lead still. Grandmaster, bist du so gut, First Blood?
But their team fights are all going their way.
This combination of the Eldegoss and the Venusaur, it feels like we're in 2022 casting a game again. Like that is just such a strong combination. We even had the
Das wäre wild, Sevis, das wäre wild. Ich bin gerade mit Low Master. Hä, strong, aber.
Double team does take a whole lot of that damage. Nils is getting enraged, but they gotta find a target to pain split on if they want to earn back some HP.
Oi, diese Cross Walls sind big.
Uncontestable when trapped within that rock tomb. And again, Capybaba is forced to fight on their own territory as Cabychans is so aggressive.
Ooh, this is just looking so tough. I'm actually really surprised that the point lead isn't more significant for Capybabas with how well they've been doing. But I mean, just looking at the levels, they're super in the lead. They've won every single team fight basically. But somehow Capybabas have managed to stay not the worst behind in score. They've got 1 minute left to try and even things up. This Regieleki is going to be pretty.
Schauen wir mal kurz Aufbackbrötchen in den Ofen, Chat.
Surprised if they decide to commit to push it down with this much time left.
Huge rock tomb, 3 members trapped up against that wall. That is unbelievable. Tomato, I don't know, you were an artist when you're setting up these walls. He's going to lock down Capybabas. I don't believe the Slowbro is going to be able to make it out either. And now Cabychans have taken down 2 members. Unite moves used on this defense. Alsh can use a Psychic Soul.
Haben wir noch so einen Schoko-Kirsch-Joghurt. Den werde ich jetzt fuden. Leute, die Shooter spielen, safe. Ja, ich weiß das, Mann, ich weiß. Safe gibt's hier Leute, die Shooter spielen.
They gave too much space for just a few seconds into the Rayquaza spawn, and Capybabas just burned it down. They burned it down knowing they had the Dragonite. They've got so much good secure on their team, so Capybabas, they cannot take any extra time. As soon as a moment of weakness,
die müssen wahrscheinlich instant flippen oder so. Ah, okay, dann meint man die nicht. Können die nicht.
And already they're pretty much all gathered there.
Yeah, Fabao is going to have to play this so safe and
als ob Pause im Rayquaza-Fight. Junge, das ist ja aber jetzt Psychospielchen von den Gegnern. Da kannst du mir ja nichts erzählen. Das ist ja wirklich asozial.
Yeah, I mean, just looking back at the kind of strengths here, now, it is certainly in the favor of Cabychans, but the fact that they weren't able to fully push in that final Regieleki means the score difference is actually not the worst in the world. They're only 3 points apart in our currently paused game. The level difference is only about maybe 1-ish across the board for some of their stronger attackers, so it's not an unwinnable situation by any means. It's considerably closer going to this final moment. Both teams are here, they're both unpausing, and they're getting ready for potentially this final fight of the set.
All right, we're back in the game as yes, the final stretch has begun. All of those goals are doubled, and the points do matter in a scenario like this. Tomato is going to be trying to push away those targets, but just a Meowscarada clone at the moment. All the positioning has been going over to Cabychans right now. The entrance to the Rayquaza pit has been locked down, and the Dragonite has started to do that poke damage already. Slowbro the first to fall.
Oh nee, das sieht schlecht aus. Das ist GG, glaube ich.
Nils is trying to fight 1v4 on the other side. This Tomato is doing the same, fighting 1v3 on the top side. Nils has that pain split, is giving them a ton of HP recovery.
Du kannst in-game Pause drücken, falls irgendwas mit den Settings oder so nicht stimmt.
But now they've given even more spacing to Cabychans, who are able to start in that Rayquaza pit. Tomato finally falls though as Cabychans have a moment of hope, but Rayquaza is under half HP.
And almost every Unite on the side of Capybabas is still up. They've used the slow beam, not getting all that much effect from it. Only 2 members still up from them, and both of the Unites are now gone. This looks like they need to find some miracle here to even get in, to get close enough.
Also, aber
steal. Once again, Rayquaza is secured by Dragon Knight, and that is going to mean a huge set of goals and nobody left up on Capybara.
Sad.
Been trying to defend.
Feels like Kabi-chan's HP bars were just so frustrating.
Aber trotzdem strong. Fein, Jungs.
With Nathan having information about Temple of Sinnoh being in Isaiah's deck, does he still try and go for this setting Wigglytuff strategy up, or does he maybe pivot to a different game plan?
Guzzlord here connecting the Great Call.
Yeah, in both games, one Pokemon particularly seemed to put in so much work, right? In game 1, it was the Guzzlord.
Das macht mich traurig, wenn ich Pokémon Go sehe.
To the Cresselia and the Gligar from Obidomak, and Guzzlord just chomped his way through that line. And then in game number 2, Leo, we saw that Gligar, which was so strong there. Yeah, here we see Obidomak, and yeah, that was just kind of rough. In game number 2, we saw the lead of the Gligar into the Lickitung, and he just let it go. He was just taking shield fence for the Gligar in the back, which
Das ist
makes
übercool. Genau, eine Minute. Oh, das war von den Worlds. Schon frech, dass die von den Worlds reden. So ein Mega-Track. Also wenn wir Pokémon News bekommen, dann morgen. Fühl ich weg. Lieber Worlds 24.
Trainers, I hope you're excited. Because right now, in Charlie's chill zone, not only is it Charlie, not only is it Sierra, not only is it Lou, it is the one and only Terrence the Sceptile.
World 26, okay, Ausweiler.
For the past few days, how's Terrence doing, Sierra?
Terrence is so excited for his first ever lounge segment on official Pokemon broadcast out of the Pokemon Center, and he's been putting in work. He's excited.
He's been here supporting us all weekend. He's looking very pleased, looking very smug about his
looking very smart.
Debut.
He's sharpened up for the occasion, looking great.
The only Sceptile we'll get to see on broadcast, so Terrence really happy.
I don't know. We might see a Shed-Tail Sceptile. I don't know if there are any in day 2, but that is a strategy that we have been seeing sometimes. I think he could suit a nice little bow tie. I think maybe
we gotta find that.
Bow tie for him.
A monocle would be great.
For Championship Sunday.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, dressing up for the occasion. Now, had Rosemary here in Charlie Chill Zone.
Hey, wie kommst du darauf, Leute?
Our Incineroar friend has gone, but
I think she took him.
Okay. Yeah. Rosemary, as cheeky as the Incineroar himself, but had a suggestion.
Wo kommt das her?
Last night at the end of the stream, we came up with, well, Sierra suggested Larry. Didn't want to be going down the gym leader route, and so Lou suggested Bobcat, so we went with Larry Bob. Rosemary wanted to add to that Joe. Larry Bob Joe.
Larry Bob
Joe? How about that? Larry Bob Joe, the Incineroar.
Larry Bob Joe. It doesn't quite roll off the tongue.
I think it does.
We already have multiple Joes. We have Joe Norbert at TCG, we have Joe Brown for VG.
Yeah, well, Incineroar wanted to get involved in that as well. Larry Bob Joe. I don't know. I don't think it's
okay.
Larry Bob Joe.
Klingt interesting.
It's going to get more and more ridiculous as the weekend goes on. I'm looking forward to seeing how in-depth this name is going to be.
By the end, it's going to be like Larry Bob Joe, Quentin, George, Bob again.
Yo, we didn't even think about George.
George the Incineroar is quite cool.
Yeah?
Oh, I like that.
George.
Aber wie vertrauenswürdig ist die Quelle?
You've gone too far.
Hey, how is that too far? That Larry Bob is not... You know what? Let us know what you think. What name should we give to this Incineroar? We asked it yesterday. Use that hashtag Pokemon EUIC. Let us know in the comments, in your posts. We'd love to see it. So, day 2, EUIC, we're 2 rounds in. How are you guys feeling?
Honestly, awesome. We got to see... Like, it's always about like, okay, well, there's spice, but there's more traditional teams and, of course, a lot of really stacked players. And we've already gotten everything off of that list, and it's only been 2 rounds in. And if that's how we're kicking off the day, it's going to be a good day.
We even got things that weren't on the list, like a chest
okay, Leute.
That completely came out of nowhere. And although it didn't win, it did phenomenally well. Like, you know, it did show that it was a viable Pokemon in that team.
But
so
klingt schon interesting.
The Rocky Helmet KOs, I never would have put that on my card of like, things I want to see, but I'm so glad I got to see it.
And the rocks thrown by Cornerstone Ogopon as well. Literally, it's a lot of chaos today, and I'm loving it.
Really between a rock and a hard place in that game. It's really, really cool to see the teams that have made it into Day 2. And speaking of Day 2, let's take a look at how that is shaping up for us with our top 12.
Das ist so crazy, ne? Incineroar 51%.
And there are some real surprises here. Of course, Fluttermane down in 7th position.
Danke, Dario. Bis später. Jetzt mache ich mir doch noch Brötchen.
I don't think Incineroar breaking at 50% usage is what's surprising to me. Looking at the Incineroar and what it's accomplished through a lot of this regulation, that sounds about right. The Raging Bolt is more so what surprises me here at 47%. It has been high throughout these events, do not get me wrong, but that's sitting at 47%, well, things like this Fluttermane have fallen all the way down to 32, I think is a really, really big, significant switch when we're looking at these special attackers that we have here along this top row, kind of pushing it out.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking maybe it's time for Regidrago to come back with Fluttermane dropping off there. What do you think, Lou?
I mean, Ogopon is quite literally crying at its position here. I feel like Regidrago might be a stretch. Who knows? Maybe it's secretly snuck its way into number 13 on this roster. But for me, the most surprising thing is actually the Golden Go usage. I think when you take a look at the fact that you've got Pokemon like the Landorus Incarnate with those Earth powers, you've got the Incineroars with the Flare Blitzers, there's not a lot that Golden Go has to feel safe about necessarily with these standard Pokemon. But then when you throw something like Terrestrialization in, and your Terra Fairy can be an option.
Ich spiele gegen Nicolas Kahn. Wo ich spiele gegen Javier. Danke leider. Ausrufezeichen EUIC. Genau. Wolfi spielt gegen Christian Smiljanic.
Definitely a little bit more difficult to be building around with that uprise of that Landorus, but when it gets popped off, like when you have the team built around to really showcase it, it can do really, really well. And it's always been there, though maybe that has been the Pokemon that has been previously been lurking in that 13th, 14th spot.
Yeah, it really has, and you're so right, Lou. While my Ogopon Wellspring gently weeps there in that 10th position, but Incineroar proving it doesn't have that fake clout. It's up there in top with all of those tools it has available to it. So,
ja, Dings. Michi hat mir ein bisschen erzählt, warum Rapid Strike gerade so nice ist. Weil Rapid Strike mit Choice Scarf so... Das habe ich das Maurice.
Out in front, 10 and 1 record. Tim Edwards, who we featured on stream earlier today, and names we're familiar with, names we're less.
Also ist schon wahrscheinlich, dass wir Maurice oder Michi gleich sehen.
Here's a very interesting thing coming through here. The undefeated run is no longer viable, but he is still in full steam ahead to try and go all the way into Championship Sunday.
Stimmt, leider bestimmt. Genau, also das Coole an Urshifu Rapid Strike ist halt, dass der Choice Scarf U-Turn, First Turn im Lead halt geiler ist. Weil der halt mit U-Turn Mons reinbekommen kann, wichtige, oder halt einfach Druck ausübt. Und deswegen gewinnt er gerade wieder so an Popularität. Ich sag schon sehr wahrscheinlich, dass wir mittlerweile Maurice oder Michi sehen. Jetzt haben wir ja schon Gefühle gesehen.
Yeah, it's incredibly impressive. And of course, there are so many other trainers still in the competition who weren't on that board there. That's just the very tippity top of what we have going on here in EUIC Day 2. So, that's the competition as it's unfolding. Time for a bit of
safe, Dave.
Time for a little bit of unknown scramble. That's right. We're channeling the power of those alphabetical Pokemon in order to provide some, well, some competition between you guys. You were just saying how you love a little bit of a help.
Die müssen so viel immer überbrücken. Die müssen so viel jedes Mal überbrücken.
As I was playing a very similar list to John England we saw yesterday, it is just Psychic and Grass. There is no Water Energy, there's no threat of a Radiant Greninja.
Jo, Klippe? Was spielt Nate für ein wildes Deck? Was für Klippe und was für Knuddelluft? Was kocht der? Der steht 9-1 damit. Ich weiß, Leute.
ability to bring supporter cards back, but there have been no supporters played yet for Isaiah this game. Just the one Psychic Energy in his discard pile, and more time granted to Nathan in this spot.
Yeah, rough hand. Not able
Rotem Deck anscheinend. Nee, Rotem ist ja nur eine Supporterkarte.
Not even enough to do a spit innocently with a Cramorant. Very rough going. And meanwhile, by contrast, Nathan has all the resources ready to go. There's a double turbo. We're going to commit that now. And I think we're going to start.
Was kann der? Flip a coin. If heads, this attack does 80 more damage. Hä? If this Pokemon is in the active spot and is damaged by an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, this kind of energy from the attacking Pokemon. Hä? Hä? Jetzt schon 24 Grad hier. Boah, mir ist richtig kalt. 17 Grad. Ja, Scott, ich merk's gerade. Mir ist richtig kalt. Also in meiner Wohnung ist es allgemein immer sehr kalt.
And it's so rough, right? Because this is the tricky thing with Iono. Sometimes you need to play it just to see more resources yourself, but then you just give your opponent a complete gift when you know that their hand is not great. And especially even
ist gut im Sommer, ja.
The yaw draws off your Iono are terrible, and then even after the instant charge,
was für Klippe.
I mean, you have an Arven for next turn, which I guess is okay, but really not a great turn from Nathan here.
Yeah, that would have been an instance where
bis zum Aufwärmen. Ich esse gleich erstmal warme Aufbackbrötchen. Vielleicht ein bisschen Fenster auf. Fenster ist offen. Also im Badezimmer ist Fenster offen. Da kommt ein bisschen Luft rein. Links im Schlafzimmer dort ist Fenster offen. Ja, Dave. Ich dachte bei dir. Ja. Ja. Ich hab das Gefühl, es ist immer noch zu kalt. Nee, die schaffen auch in 16 Minuten nicht beide Games. Das wird, also, entweder gewinnt Isaiah oder es wird ein Unentschieden. Aber Unentschieden ist natürlich für Nathan trotzdem gut. 9-2-0 ist immer noch big. Beziehungsweise, war das dann 9-1-1 oder 9-2-0? Ist das zweite Unentschieden oder das dritte? Klar war das Unentschieden, ja. Wenn es 1-1 steht. Das heißt, Isaiah hat noch keinen Boost, sondern 2 Unentschieden. Ja, ich weiß gar nicht genau, wie. Scorbe weiß was. Quelle weiß nicht, Bro. Was weiß ich? Steht der zweite Score oder der dritte fürs Unentschieden? Da hast du halt nicht genug Zeit für, Leute. Ist immer noch besser als Best of One. Poltergeist potentially. I mean, there is a chance for a knockout, but would need to have a decent amount of item cards to knock out. Soll er schneller spielen, hä?
Poltergeist was all trainers, not just items. Oh no, I think of Gengar, I guess, the old one. No, I'm fairly sure. Like,
I think it is all trainer.
3 ist Thai, okay.
Bayonet EX go into play. The item block does this.
Yeah,
so yeah, it's all trainers. Wow, Isaiah's gonna get in here and
das heißt, Isaiah hat actually noch mit Bayonet EX in Lost Box Giratina. Hat er noch keinen Loose geholt.
And then from there has the option to still use Everlasting Darkness in future turns.
Yeah, and then now, of course, the Mirage makes a lot more sense. Of course, you will still get that energy discarded, and it will be the Psychic, but you got the attack cost there ready to go, and yeah, you can feel pretty confident given that Nathan's hand size, and as you mentioned, the amount of trainer that he plays, that it's going to be a knockout on his Glove.
This board looks great too. Of course, has the ability on that net to always get a supporter back, draw more cards, and there it is, Poltergeist. Let's count the item cards. Are there enough in here?
5,
there are
6,
more than
7,
enough.
8 trainers and a Luxray.
That's 480 damage. That's a little bit of damage, just enough to knock out the Cloth. It was definitely a close one.
Damn.
That is quick. That is quick indeed. And Nathan will just discard that Psychic Energy. He does get to choose. And the Grass Energy, not great to have on the Banet, but we could just see Poltergeist.
Damn. Banet ist ja überwild. Gegen Nathan's Deck.
Something like Wigglytuff would be able to knock out that big Pokemon later on. We'll just see the Jigglypuff come into the active spot, and not having Wigglytuff here, it would not be able to knock out this Banet, but if the Banet is just able to fire off attacks over and over again, you're eventually not going to be able to keep up with attacking pressure, especially once it starts to hit 200, 300 plus damage.
And it's so rough for Nathan as well, because you don't really have an easy way to play a bunch of trainers in one turn. The whole point is you want to accumulate them in your hand so that you can play the right one on any given turn, but you can't just play a bunch easily to reduce the damage from Poltergeist. So if it's like,
Hat er gerade seine Handkarten einfach hingelegt? Deswegen Ryoba? Ja, okay.
Yeah, Eri will be the supporter card for turn. Did find a Super Rod, and that's not a bad card to discard at all. Isaiah did have to get rid of that Psychic Energy thanks to the Cloth EX's ability. Now for Nathan.
Ja, sehe ich irgendwie.
Have anything else to follow this up? We're just going to see an instant charge, draw 3 cards, and maybe Isaiah is thinking, does Nathan maybe not have access to this Wigglytuff? Is it worth it for me to maybe use Everlasting Darkness to item block this Jigglypuff, or do I just continue to take prizes and push my aggression in this situation?
Well, I mean, there is a Rotom V there ready to go, right? Looking, sitting very, very pretty. So you do, as I did, in fact, just draw the Prime Catcher for turn. So you could use that and pivot into the Banette.
That is a crazy
wir sehen
turn. Isaiah wasn't.
Oliver Eskelin gegen Nils Dunlop.
The stream match of choice is going to be Oliver Eskelin versus Niels Dunlop, and yeah, that is going to
Oliver Eskelin spielt Standard-Team und Nils spielt P2 mit Ursaluna. Okay. Ich hab Bock. Ich bin für Nils. P2 mit Ursaluna, finde ich cool. Ich hol mir mein Dings. Meine Brötchen. Ja, mein Handy geht ja gar nicht.
Still in contention against Javier Nain, which is going to be another brilliant match. But like I say, you know, we have got the feature match for the stream. It is going to be Oliver Eskelin against Nils Dunlop, 2 titans of the EU region.
Yeah, exactly. And I do really like the variety when it comes to the different regional representation of all of these fine trainers, being able to reach this great stage and, you know, embarking on a journey to be able to go ahead and get that title, you know, at least try to chase for it, because we know there's so many contenders, but it's just around how well you can carry yourself as well as your team with a cool, calm mind.
Yeah, exactly. And a notable mention as well, the match with Luca against Diego as well. Both of those players having phenomenal tournaments. So really great to see that matchup in particular and what the outcome will be from that matchup going to round 13. So yeah, like you say, though, big titans clashing against each other, former regional champions and very, very accomplished players in their own rights.
Exactly that, but I guess we could go ahead and talk a bit more about the players that we are going to be featuring themselves. So Oliver, we have actually been able to feature quite a few times throughout our official broadcasts. Most recent accomplishment has been that Gdansk Regional Championship that he was able to get within the same season, but last year before New Year's. But we do know, of course, he has been able to get that second place at EUIC 2022 versus none other than Eric Rios, who ended up winning it all.
Yeah, very experienced, especially at this stage, at this setting. So going to take that experience into this tournament and obviously having a great start coming into day 2, having a flying start again. Hopefully it propels him into the rest of the day indeed, but has got Nils up in front of him to get through before progressing any further, and Nils has an array of accolades to his name. Obviously back in 2009, hitting off his career with a Richmond Regional Championship win. Top 4 at World.
Gerne rein in die Battle Chat.
Top 8 in 16 and 17. Incredible.
Oha. Metal hört Mungus. Terra Drache Goldengus, relativ oldschool eigentlich. Champa mit Eisspinner, diesmal wieder. Und Lando Teaswell.
Yeah, a lot of Pokemon here.
Okay, it's come okay.
Oliver has been using in previous teams where he's had a lot of success. So the comfortability factor is definitely here. Some odd item picks though that you're not generally seeing too often. Namely that choice band on the Landorus. You've got to be very careful around that because when it starts to launch
Terracella Eisspinner haben wir gestern auch schon gesehen. Das finde ich cool.
It's going to be able to get that Prankster Tailwind up and you're just going to be able to launch those Earthquakes off. You're not going to take any damage because of the flying type on the Tornadus, and everything on the field that is going to be hit by that Earthquake is going to take a lot of damage. Obviously the Steel Terra typing there. Then you've got that Urshifu. You rightly pointed out the Life Orb item there. That Surging Strikes damage, especially if we see it in the rain. is going to be hitting extremely hard.
Yeah, real, and I think it's a bit of a compensation for it actually opting to go for the Poison Terror, which is more of a defensive terror rather than that offensive. So being able to capitalize off of that additional damage output is really pivotal, and being able to also have that priority just goes to show that you've got the Aqua Jet available for certain matchups that you need to be able to deal a bit more damage to.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's something that players maybe don't factor in their damage calculations when they're training their own Pokemon, but taking a brief overlook of Nils' team here, we've got the Urshifu Rapid Strike, another one, this time going for that Choice Scarf item here. Favorite of mine, Porygon 2 there, but the Flying Terror type on there, which is really interesting. Eviolite as
Ghost Ursaluna. Flying Porygon 2, ja, sehe ich gegen Dings. Amoonguss mit Terra Ghost, mit Rocky Helmet. Flutter mit Substitute.
Having the Terra
Okay,
is something we don't
interesting.
normally see, but it sort of syncs up quite nicely with that Ursaluna having the Earthquake available to itself. So it may be once you do set up a Trick Room in the same turn, let's say in a turn 1 scenario, you bring in that Ursaluna, you get the Flame Orb proc, and then all of a sudden you just go and deal a ridiculous amount of damage whilst being able to be completely immune to that side Earthquake.
Hinter mir ist Urshifu, Scarf Standard.
Good advantage to have there, especially with the Ice Beam there, where you can utilize that quite effectively. If the Terastallization is being used elsewhere, that lander is really going to be susceptible to that one. In particular, you don't really want to allow the Porygon to get the Trick Room up, because I think if Nils is able to capitalize in particular with that Ursaluna in a Trick Room environment, it is going to be very difficult for Oliver to
Bin sehr gespannt.
look at the options on his team.
Bin für Ursaluna. Ich liebe Ursaluna.
You've got immunities to the normal type attacks with your Goldingo, but I mean, at the same time, you don't really want to be taking those ground type attacks, especially, you know, it feels like a battle of the Earthquakes here, doesn't it? A little bit.
A tiny bit. We know there's going to be a lot of tremors along the way, most likely, but we're going to have to see how both of these trainers do really try to prioritize their team strategies in order to go ahead and sort of face up against the flowcharts that they need to. Like we mentioned, there are a couple of things that can counter or at least be a bit of a thorn in Niels' Trick Room mode, being that Amoonguss over on Oliver's side. You know, we did see yesterday that even though, for example, it is there for the redirection, it is there for the pressure, it is also there for the Trick Room, and I think Wolf versus Sebastian in that last final round 9 really showed why it's such a great virtue to be able to have that Pokemon along your side.
Yeah, and the one thing that you would say Nils has an advantage here is the Ursaluna has the Flame Orb item, so it's not really going to be as threatened under a Trick Room environment as, say, we saw some situations play out yesterday where the Amoonguss was really pivotal in being able to disrupt that Trick Room environment. This time around, the Ursaluna is going to be on the field in that Trick Room environment and say, well, yeah, bring your Amoonguss because I'm burnt, you can't put me to sleep, and I'm just going to throw out those big spread attacks if I can.
But the real question is, will you be able to position yourself before you can get affected by a Spore? And I think that may be
Ausgabe, aber ne?
Yeah, it's a really good point you make there, but one of the things I think you need to consider is the
Ey, gutes Bild. Können ja gerne ändern in Michis Standings oder so.
And talk about burst damage, that is exactly what we see available for Oliver, bringing the Landorus Therian Choice Banded with the Golden Go versus Fluttermane and Incineroar on Niels' side. So even though there has been Intimidate
Speed boost?
Impacting this damage output on Landorus, it is Choice Banded, so it's essentially at neutral right now.
Yeah, neutral now, but still going to offer some good damage on the field. Obviously not got the speed advantage that you'd normally see through Choice-Scarf, so it's going to be taking damage first before it can get anything off. Has to be wary about that fake out from the Incineroar as well that can come in and disrupt it. Obviously, the
Flatter sieht hier sehr gefährlich aus.
Does have to be wary about a potential attack from the Incineroar if, you know, Nils suspects that the Landorus in a position where it doesn't want to take a fake out and some damage potentially.
Okay, predicted fake out in Lando.
Where it maybe wants to switch out
und Shadow Ball in Goldengo. Ich bin gespannt.
Indeed, as we do have the Terastallization already being equipped right now and utilized over on Oliver's side. It is going to be the Dragon Terror, so wanting to essentially go ahead and remove its weakness to those ghost type moves.
But it does create another weakness to fairy types. In Essential, the Shadow Ball coming out here from the Flutterman.
Oh, er geht auf Landorus.
Here and get some good damage onto the field, but this leaves the Goldingo open to do whatever it wants, and it's dropping and make it rain.
Whoa.
Not quite enough to get the Flutterman.
Not quite enough indeed. We've seen these sort of Flutter mains that do have that third move that's actually a bit more niche of a pick, maybe the Substitute or a Calm Mind, have a bit more bulk available to themselves in order to be able to survive those sort of scenarios. Whilst on the other hand, Golden Go, it doesn't have a damage boosting item on its side. It is leftovers, so if there was, for example, like a Metal Coat, it would have likely been enough to be able to dispatch of it.
Yeah, definitely, and I think the Flutterman in an awkward position here where it can go for another Shadow Ball, can pick up the knockout onto the Landorus, but it's so easy for Oliver just to switch it out here, and you can opt to go for maybe even a Moonblast into that Goldingo here, but if you miss the knockout onto it, that's where you fall a little bit array, because the Make It Rain can come out again and could do huge damage, pick up the knockout onto that Flutterman. You lose a really key part of your puzzle, and the Incineroar not really as effective anymore because of that Dragon Terra typing.
Hence why we do actually see the switch up here from Oliver's side. He wants to be able to at least capitalize and reduce any Moonblast focuses into that slot and threaten with a Spore going over into the next turn. But we do actually have that Urshifu now also being switched in.
Shadow Ball in the Mungus wäre big.
Able to better position itself.
Oh, okay.
As Moonblast, yeah,
Immerhin.
that's a terrific switch there. You see Mushroom being able to completely sponge that up.
Yeah, really smart switch there from Oliver. Getting the Landorus out of contention, not wanting to lose it too early on so freely. Getting the Amoonguss onto the field now, perfect, because you look at the Flutterman, it's only got single target attack, so it can go for the Moonblast, it can go for a Shadow Ball, which potentially threaten that Goldingo. But being able to pull those in, alongside pulling in the moves from that Urshifu that's now hit the field, frees up the Goldingo in a position where it is going to be able to throw out, maybe make it rain.
Bisher Lando auch irgendwie noch nicht so viel gemacht.
Take that big threat from the field and do some nice chip damage to the Urshifu along the way.
As we do have a redirection effort here with the Amoonguss, it will be able to pivot away that U-turn.
Reicht Shadow Ball hier nicht sogar?
So it may or may not put it within Shadow Ball range there, but the most important thing here is to also factor the fact that this Fluttermane does not have access to spread type moves, so it's only going to be single target, hence why Amoonguss's value and stocks are really high.
Aber don't get me wrong, das nächste Plot war ja viel zu greedy. Das ist doch richtig kacke jetzt, oder nicht? Ja, du Fluttermane, glaube ich, killen sollen. Chienpao wird halt einfach gefake-outet.
Without the Intimidate, directly threaten itself to lower that attack output, but the question here is, we do have the
muss eigentlich für Protect gehen.
Incineroar available. Which Pokemon do you want to try to target down and utilize in this scenario? Because the Goldingo is now susceptible to any sort of Moonblast focuses, but you don't want the Chienpao's Focus Sash to be broken.
Yeah, and it's an easy option here for Oliver just to double protect, but if you do that, could Nils maybe suspect that and reposition with something else? Maybe get the Incineroar off the field, get that Urshifu back onto the field with this.
Sucker Punch ist es nicht. Der wird Fake-Out in Chienpao.
Not to be super careless in this situation, but like you say, the fake-out pressure is a real problem
right
now, and if you get it wrong, it can put you behind in the match.
Ooh, as we actually have a switch out here.
Wait.
Neil's wanting to go for that level 2 play, thinking it's a bit too obvious for the fake out. I want to try to get some more board state advantage in my favor. Going for the protect as well. Full defensive scenario from Neil's, as it may have been susceptible.
Zum Glück hat Oliver nicht gegen mich gespielt.
Which did try to catch it off guard, and we've got the nasty plot now bringing this Goldingo up to +3 special attack, and Oliver just saying, right, I'm gonna read your obvious defensive play, and I'm gonna take it a notch higher.
Yeah, and it's exactly what.
Er muss Eisspinner Ding spielen, aber
really making it difficult for Nils now. You can see the logic in repositioning the Incineroar, keeping it for later, bringing the
Protect is strong.
A bit of a sponge up. This next turn got that Rage Powder, going to be able to pull away the Sucker Punch. It's great, but now giving the opportunity.
Weil ich glaube, da kommt Rage Powder und Moonblast in Goldingo.
In a dominant position, but going for that protect here, not wanting to take any risks.
Yeah, and at this point, we've got redirection available on Niels' side, so you want to try to at least go ahead and dispatch of it with the Chienpao. Sure, you're going to break your Focus Sash, but the most important thing is trying to get the redirection off the field, which it has done. Indeed, critical hit.
Aua. Wenn er jetzt Boomblast in Chiempao gedrückt hat. Oh. Okay, aber er hat noch... Er kann Chiempao hier fake-outen und Goldango Moonblasten.
This is a huge turn here for Oliver. Really fortunate critical hit. Not so great for Nils here, but is losing that Amoonguss. Not likely going down to the ice spinner like you quite rightly mentioned here, but the Goldinger
Oliver muss für den Double Protect gehen.
Allows the Chiempao to go for that sucker punch this next turn, but Nils still has the fake out available now. Going to be able to utilize that against either the Goldinger.
Also selbst wenn er protected, der wird so oder so gefake-outet. Oh, er will Landorus abschmeißen. Weil er keinen Protect zur Verfügung hat. Finde ich, glaube ich, kacke. Das ist, glaube ich, richtig schlecht. Ich glaube, Landorus war richtig wichtig. Aber lass doch Goldango sterben, damit du Landorus für Incineroar hast, weil Goldango ist nicht gut gegen Incineroar. Die Frage ist jetzt, ob er Second Sword in Incineroar oder Sucker Punch in Fluttermane drückt. Ja, okay, dann Protect und Chiempao killen. Er hat sogar noch Urshifunde back. Ich dachte, er hat noch 2 Pokémon. Aber das ist ja GG. Der wird ja mit Incineroar einfach Chiempao killen. Hä? Hatte der nicht Flare Blitz? Ich check auch nichts mehr. Aber es ist immer noch vollkommen fein.
Yeah, and it's really difficult in this scenario where
Terra, damn. Ich hab gedacht, Nils hätte nur noch Flutter und Dings.
You're not going to be able to pick up the Urshifu with one attack. Do you go after the Incineroar? But we are
Ja, dann war der Landorus-Sekt auch okay. Ich hab vergessen, dass er ein Urshifu wurde.
Going for that water terror type to boost the power of those water type attacks from the Urshifu.
Ja, Baujam mit dein. Und Monetigo kann es nicht gewinnen. Ja, ich fand die Nasty Plots allgemein alle richtig kacke.
I don't think he'll be able to have enough in the tank to be able to push this through. Knocked off doing very minimal damage.
Warum ist Incineroar schneller als Goldango?
The Urshifu, it does pick up the KO, but once again, you cannot outspeed this Fluttermane that can threaten the Moonblast KO.
Yeah, and that's the problem. I think now as well, the Goldango has taken a lot more damage than that initial turn where it was full health. So you've got to say the Moonblast is going to be enough. Nils doing everything right in this situation, this tough situation after that.
Weiß nicht, also wie Oliver hier Goldango gespielt hat, habe ich nicht gefühlt.
Yeah, and it's going to be coming out right now. The Moonblast
Gar nicht gefühlt.
Seal up this game 1 in favor of Nils in what was a very, very close affair of a board state interactions between both of these trainers.
Junge, der holt ja erst noch seine Cola raus. Es ist bunter.
The Fluttermane under really, really pressure situations. Bringing in the Urshifu as well at the right time. Catching that sucker punch and failing from the Chiempao. And then in the position to take full advantage of that choice star item. Getting rid of it, eliminating it, and then
ja, stimmt schon, Mutter.
Goldango is just easy when you've got the Fluttermane, especially with the Dragon Terror typing that came back to kind of bite Oliver a little bit in the end there.
Yeah, it really did, and there were some really nice high-level.
Ist ja sogar eine Pepsi. Ich weiß gar nicht, Bunter, wie findest du Pepsi? So ein Baby getrunken. Meinst du, macht's auch so. Und das dann erst so aus der Puste, wie so Babys, die so trinken. Nee, also ich habe sehr große Hände. Ich kann auch eine 2 Liter Flasche easy mit einer Hand nehmen. Aber ich habe auch überdurchschnittlich große Hände. Also ich finde Pepsi und Cola beides scheiße.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that you could really look at in that last match in particular was the fact that Oliver utilized the Amoonguss.
Ja, gleich Bäuerchen und seine Mutter kommt auf die Bühne. Ich sag allgemein crazy so vor Ort, wenn ich so ein Turnier spiele, würde ich nie auf die Idee kommen, irgendwelche Süßgetränke zu trinken. Immer Wasser. Wenn du was Süßes willst, dann gönn dir irgendwie einen Schokoriegel oder so zwischendurch. Aber ich würde da doch keine Cola trinken. Ja, sehe ich schon, Leute, aber ich habe damit nie Probleme. Aber ich habe wirklich auch große Hände. Eine Limo maximal. Ich würde nie nicht Wasser trinken. Vielleicht mal eine Apfelschorle oder so.
Not like what happened in that last match. A lot easier said than done, of course. But I think it just goes to show how well Nils managed that game in general, just based off that one kind of situation.
Yeah, I think that's well summarized. And we did have Oliver in a bit of a contentious situation. Having to potentially even consider the Tornadoes is tough in order to have that speed control advantage, because you're going up against a semi-room sort of team.
Wer konnte es kommen? Ronaldo in der Pressekonferenz machen, wo die Cola geschrieben hat, ja. Hat auch ein Wasser und Eis hier dabei. Und ein Energy, falls mir. Ja, okay, ein Energy sehe ich mal noch so zwischendurch. Aber ich kann mir nicht vorstellen, auf so einem Event irgendwas Süßes zu trinken. Wie gesagt, wenn du was Süßes essen willst, okay. Ein Schokoriegel oder so, gar kein Ding.
Yeah, and I think you need to have a way to better deal with the Flutterman, really, and be able to put a lot more pressure on that without having to put the Goldingo at risk. But we are getting straight into game 2, and we have some change-ups.
Okay. P2 und Ursuluna wahrscheinlich in the bag. Wegen bist dabei. Genau, Scoumer, genau. Same. Okay, Special Attack Boost. Da würde jetzt halt ein Ice Beam gescheppert. Und Oliver wechselt beide Pokémon einfach raus. Er revealt sein ganzes Team. Das ist crazy. Er hofft wahrscheinlich auf Ice Beam Fake Out in den Ding-Slot. Whoopi, danke für deinen Resub. Sehr appreciate, dankeschön. Ja, Fake Out in den Landorus-Slot. Kommt der Ice Beam auch in den Landorus-Slot? Ja. Okay, er hat Oliver gut gemacht. Nicht für Oliver. Oh! Ei.
I was just about to say, we've got a scenario where Niels did really want to get rid of that Landorus. You know, you felt that he wanted to in order to open up the Ursaluna in the back to not be susceptible to.
Das war echt ein guter Switch eigentlich von Oliver. P2 ehrlich so ein Macher. Ja, aber es ist richtig kacke für Cola. Klar, Leute. Kannst den nur nicht statusen mit irgendwelchen Moves. Also du kannst jetzt nicht Willow gegen den drücken, aber du kannst ihn auch mit Flare Blitz burnen.
Two Pokemon that it doesn't like facing down with super effective attacks against it has to be very careful in this scenario.
Oder hat er mit Trico gerechnet? Warum Terraflug?
Yeah, I mean,
wegen Terrablast.
Fine. I think we are seeing the Rage Powder come out from this Amoonguss in the hope that the Goldingo does thaw out this turn.
Er ignoriert halt. Ja, ist richtig kacke für Nils, Mann. Jetzt kann er das Goldingo nicht mehr Flare blitzen. Richtig ätzend. Mann, ey. So Hacks gegen Nils. So eine Scheiße. Ja, alle was gebrochen. Oh, der lebt sogar. Aus Fairplay das Goldengo. Flare blitzen. Guck mal, das ist richtig nett von Nils. Er ignoriert das Goldengo sogar. Weil der gibt ihm ja sogar die Chance aufzutauen. Das ist richtig ein nice guy, Nils. Ja, ich weiß kaum. Der will den Terrestrializen. Ja, das ist halt wahrscheinlich sein Play, ne? Ist halt sein Play. Er muss halt hoffen aufzutauen. Andere Winning Situation hat er eh nicht mehr. Oliver ist gebrochen, der denkt gar nicht mehr nach. Heißt Flimming Goldengo.
As a moon just goes for the protected, does not want to mess around with anything here.
Naja.
Unfortunately, the Goldengo is frozen yet again. Oliver not being able to capitalize off of that and go and play to his outs, even if he tries. Earthquake will be affecting this Goldengo. This is Flame Orb, Guts boosted. It's not enough to beat up the KO, but
Da kommt der Trick Room, ja.
as well as the Trick Room now being
Kann die
set up
Q
in the
und Eis... Ah, wobei...
wiggle room as it would have liked.
No, not at all. It does not really have the attacks either to really damage the
Oder
Ursaluna.
jetzt
We
ist Boar
don't see a
wahrscheinlich,
grass
ne?
type attack.
Er kann ja gar nicht
We don't
spawnen.
see poison type that might have been good in
Ja, dann die
different
Q.
situations. It's got that pollen puff, which is not really going to be doing the damage to the Ursaluna
Da
that
kommt
you
halt
need
nicht
to.
zu.
You
Will der
have the
Goldengo
option now where you
rauswechseln?
could go for
Ja,
the
muss er
spore into the
wahrscheinlich.
Porygon 2, slow that down, try and waste some of the Trick Room turns. But even doing that, you've really got to contend with this Ursaluna that's going to be easily able to throw out Earthquake after Earthquake and some of those other type attacks that it's got access to.
Yeah, and Landorus is a nice little offset to be able to reduce the damage output of this Ursaluna, but it's
Oh, wen holt er rein?
Goldengo has been frozen and sort of
Oh mein Gott, ja, Oliver ist so mad. Pepsi Diff.
As we actually have a switch up, and we've got both Moongus coming in naturally from Niels' side as well.
Yeah, then the Amoongus coming in from Niels' side, a really good call, because if the Spore comes out into that slot, gonna have the
Jetzt Fassade in
and
Amoongus.
then Niels has access to an Amoongus under a Trick Room as well.
Goldengo over.
What we see. We're going to see another
Nee,
Earthquake come in.
der will einfach Earthquake mit seinem Amoongus auch noch fressen.
Because you are able to take down the biggest threat to your Trick Room operations in the Amoongus on Oliver's side.
It's such a nice play, because at least you know you got the Regenerator to be able to bank on for a switch out afterwards and get another EQ off as well. But most importantly, right now, the Ursaluna is at -1 of its attack. However, we know Facade Guts boosted still hits hard with this same type attack bonus, so it's going to be threatening every single Pokemon on Oliver's side, and he's really back against the wall at the moment.
Der hat gar keinen Bock. Er hat keinen Bock. Er versucht sich mal, er hat keinen Bock.
Lead in that one, and the winner of this round 12.
Wow, what a roller coaster of a match between these two trainers. Extremely unfortunate with the Goldengo being frozen.
Könnt gerne die Wette auflösen, Chat.
3 or 4 turns, if I'm not mistaken. But, and you already know that with such
Coca-Cola Nils hat gewonnen.
Matchups going into this, every single turn matters, and the fact that we had one slot locked in for 3 turns.
Und Michi steht 10-2. Maurice hat leider verloren, aber Michi steht 10-2, Chat. Michi on-stream. Michi on-stream. Michi on-stream.
Not really have to worry about the Pokemon on the other slot, and the threat of the Trick Room there.
Es wird langsam endlich Zeit, dass Michi on-stream kommt.
The Goldengo out there, committing to the Terrestrialization to maybe take the Earthquake a little bit better.
Oh, heute haben die Water Starter Pins. Mehr Vermiebs und Sweeps.
But just didn't go for the Spore there. The Rage Powder was the right thing to do in that situation, to give yourself a little bit of a buffer with the freeze to thaw out, but just really not paying off at the detriment of Oliver.
Der hat gern seinen Controller kaputt gemacht. Ich mag's, wie sie ihn rangezoomt haben, als er Fuck gesagt hat. War ein guter in die Cam.
Versus a download boosted Flying Terror, but yeah, that Porygon 2, just a perfect adaptation to this Tailwind setup as well, and quite crucially, picking up the Ice Beam.
Yeah, and we'll not mention as well, I'd forget to mention the switch from the Porygon 2 into the Amoonguss as well from Nils to really alleviate the issue that was created by Oliver's Amoonguss.
Joseph Russell, aber auch wild. Der ist auch 10-2 und hat seine Gegner sind so kacke.
Really couldn't come back after his own Amoonguss had went down.
Yeah, and I think I completely understand
Der geht ja wirklich die einfache Route.
Especially after that game 1, but that's sort of the point that we're talking about earlier, the adaptation to the adaptation.
Yeah.
When do you make that decision? And that's something that we see a key skill in highly veteran trainers such as Niels, as well as Oliver, but he was able to get that call and he made it and he's like, okay,
okay, was geht hier noch so? Arian Zoller 10-2. Timo 9-3. Schade.
Exactly right. And we have Nils ready on stage with Charlie so we can get an
Wie
overview
noch?
of his
Alex Gomez 10-2.
incredible round 12.
Well, in the face of that golden go, Nils was still able to cash in, trainers. Nils, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I mean, of course, I got the freeze, but if I'm honest, I didn't go for it. It's just the game wanted me to have a much more easier match. Me and Oliver had been like team building a bit together. So I have some intricacies of like how, for example, his Amoonguss was under my.
Ein starker Call.
So I plan to sort of like do a delayed trick room. And of course, freeze helped, but I felt like I had a gist of how I could beat him.
Okay, fair enough. It didn't all come down to that freeze then. So, game 1, you were able to preserve your Flutter Mane until later on in the game. Tell us a little bit about that.
I just saw that his Amoonguss had no Sludge Bomb, and I didn't really feel like he could handle my Flutter Mane since I had sub. So I tried to sort of play the game of like containing my sub and just.
Normalerweise sollte eigentlich noch niemand grün sein. Grün bedeutet eigentlich, also Rot ist sicher raus. Also normalerweise ist es auf der Seite so. Jockey, Dankeschön für deinen Resub. Normalerweise auf der Seite so. Rot ist sicher raus, grün ist sicher Top Cut. Aber da ist irgendwie heute ganz weird. Being left on.
Game 2, of course, those assets were frozen. Cold cash coming out, and as you said, it really helped.
Just being annoying, swinging all going for the kill on Golden Go because he's going to protect it heavily. So I tried to like delete pieces that later on I could handle Golden Go.
Yeah, and that Golden Go in the end game really needed to take out alone there, being left on the field. Then heading really needed to take out alone there, being left on the field. Really needed to take out alone there, being left on the field. Really needed to take out alone there, being left on the field.
Ich spiele aktuell noch keine United-Vehikel. Erst in naher Zukunft wieder. Ich habe noch gar keinen Plan.
Sure, and that is
being left.
Reversing that cash flow so that the speed order was the other way around. And then financial crash, that Golden Go went entirely down. So
ich krieg mir ein halbes Wort und du machst ein Klick. Ihr würdet es genauso machen, Chat. Ihr würdet es bei mir noch genauso machen.
I like my headspace, and I think I'm just going to believe in my play and continue just
Brauchen wir auch gar nicht drüber reden.
Because with a format of instant rail everywhere, you sort of need
Ich muss nur schauen, meine Spülmaschine schon fertig ist. Die gleich noch ausräumen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the headspace is so important that you call out there, Nils. It's more of a mental game than it might first seem, Pokemon. Able to stay calm and collected is absolutely crucial. So, Nils, now I want to ask you, Bulbasaur, Charmander or Squirtle?
I would say Mudkip. But
yeah,
if you had to choose, I would say Charmander.
Oh my goodness, no!
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say Squirtle.
No,
so
I've
the
never
reason
been a
I
Squirtle
react
fan.
like that is because we've had, I
Hat Squirtle gesagt?
Bulbasaur, 6 for Charmander and 1 for Squirtle.
Yeah, no, it's Charmander.
Oh my god.
Ah, jawohl, Nils!
7 for Charmander, Mudkip as well. I know that Lee at the casting desk wanted me to substitute in
Großer Fan, Nils, großer Fan.
If you're watching, that one's for you. Totodile, also a cool Pokemon, but not one of those Kanto starters. Okay, well, that's another one for Charmander then. Yeah. Finally, Nils, any shout-outs you want to give?
Thank you to my mom, my brother, and as well, just everybody that supported me throughout this tournament. And I
meint mich, Chat, meint mich.
Thank you so much for those touching words there, Nils. Well,
auf keinen Fall Squirtle.
But there's so much more of the tournament into which to delve.
Thank you so much, Charlie. Great getting some insights there from Nils after such an explosive round 12. And I will just say thanks, Charlie, for a little
consistent, but it's not the 4 robs that we kind of saw in Vinny's list.
Gutes Standbild. Aber ein schöner Handshake.
Matchups, which we probably won't be seeing in this, but the players seem to be ready to kick off. As the start here will be done by Raz, starting with a campaign the active and a nest ball to kick things off.
Yeah, remember this is Swiss round 12 now. Both players still in contention to try and push themselves into that top 8 spots or even further down if it so happens. As mentioned here, Raz has opened that Comfey with that fantastic flower selecting ability. It's now just doing what we've always said, is that
Vielleicht sollte ich mal einige Tabs schließen. Ich habe 1000 Tabs offen.
Because he doesn't have the prize cam view that we have, of course.
Yeah, and the Iron Hands EX will be an interesting attacker if we ever see the Radiant Greninja come down or we see the Flutter Mane utilized. Flutter Mane, a great way to slow down Lost Box, but unfortunately in this occasion, not the start for Gabriel.
Guck mal, während ich hier anfange, Tabs zu schießen.
The Slither Wing there, which is, speaking about the Iron Hands, is a great way to attack that early on before you've built up those ancient cards in the discard pile.
Yeah, not something we've seen yesterday in Vinny's list, for example.
So viel offen.
But it just kind of helps to ramp up that damage that we kind of saw as one of the other ancient Pokemon. But we do see the very early grab.
Hier gleich alles her, Jet.
And typically we see Radiant Greninja in a lot of decks for consistency, but Lost Box has always been a deck where it can possibly attack. And so it does provide an opportunity to put lots of damage on the board. And that's something I'll be...
Ja.
Get something to eat or a refreshment to actually enjoy all of the action we have here at EUIC.
Wolf hier auch den 2. Big.
Getting involved this weekend. I will definitely be taking part in the Twitch drops today when I've got a little bit of time to try and get some of those glorious Pokemon Go mystery gifts that are available. But make sure you pick up your Iron Hands if you are a VG fan or a TCG fan. Get that Raging Bolt EX while they are still around.
It's all the fire nowadays, so I am told. But yeah, I think going into this, did you really expect to go ahead and actually see a Porygon 2 flying terrestrialization today?
Probably not flying Terra. If you'd asked me about Porygon 2, you know.
Und by the way, ein bisschen über die Teams noch drüber gucken, Chat.
Yeah, set me up beautifully. Yes, I fully expected it.
But I didn't see it in any predictions, Lee, and it wasn't in top 12 usage.
That's true. I just felt like it would be like something, a good talking point for now. So if we'd already talked
yeah,
about it, then it's useless now. We're repeating things. So saving it for this right
Da komme ich gar nicht so nach
No, I didn't expect it at all. And I think it's a really good utility coming into this tournament. It's a very
Da komme ich leider gar nicht dazu.
Like we've seen with that download ability, if you get it right,
okay, was haben wir hier?
get the special attack boost. It was so close to picking
Victor mittlerweile Dritter. Okay, ich meine, er spielt noch. Und gleich noch F1 gehen. Ja, gute One-Winning Percentage. Nils gerade Zweiter. Nach dem Win. Oh, Arash ist auch noch gut dabei. Orion Solar 10-2. Junge, Sam spielt. Was spielt er denn? Spielt Galazapdos mit Heatrim.
Born ready.
Let us find out, my friend.
Let's go for it. Let's go.
Haben wir auch noch Okidori.
Used to mistake this Pokemon for a human when
Ja, mit Drago, mit Dings.
After command to
Iron Crown.
the other Pokemon of the forest.
Junge, deren Gegner haben ja alle genauso gleiche Werte. Die Gegner haben 38%. Richtig kacke. Die sind ja alle richtig schlecht. 6-3, 6-3, 5-4, 3-4. Ja, gegen einen den Tour gespielt.
I don't know why I thought Mr. Mime was the first one that came to my mind. I mean, it's not a
Sind er nicht auch irgendwo unnormal?
Human-like. You could see
Nö. Enter ist fein. Kannst auf das Team klicken. Das ist ja übercool, wusste ich gar nicht.
I don't know, I might have lots of tree friends.
But it doesn't like bud types.
Choice Scarf Galazapdos.
Yeah, you got me. Could have a treehouse. I don't know, let's get this serious.
Okay,
I think Trevenant's a good
Okay,
Trevenant, what else could we have maybe for this?
Kann sein, nicht rüberziehen, meine Cam ist im Weg.
For some reason, Forest just calls out to either Bud or...
Could be Scyther or Sizer.
Ah, okay, es kam, okay.
Interesting. Oh, maybe it's one of the. Oh no, what humanoid? Oh, what about
Levani?
Levani. Cool.
That's a good shout.
Primarina.
Right? I guess it's
Mit Leftovers. Call Mind. Iron Bowler.
Do you think that's sort of? Because it's got a little dress at the bottom, right?
I guess, yeah.
Michi mit 44,44, ja, ist nicht so geil.
Yeah.
Ah, Michi hat sogar noch auf Entei geswitcht. Hä, warte. Michi spielt ja ein komplett anderes Team. Der hat ja nochmal komplett alles über den Haufen geworfen. Hä?
Okay, alright. You wanna lock him?
Michi hat ja komplett geswitcht nochmal sein Team vorher. Wusste ich gar nicht.
Humanoid tree. It's got like arms and limbs and stuff.
Yeah, but you're gonna see a Trevenant walking around.
Crazy.
Like, oh, do you see that bloke over
Das ist ein
there?
altes, das ist ein Utrecht-Team, ne? Das ist richtig angezeigt, ich glaube schon.
Just a tree.
Ja, aber er wollte ja eigentlich was ganz anderes spielen.
Oh wait, Sudowoodo.
Sudowoodo.
There we go. We got it. That line.
Reckon.
Yeah.
Steht auch 9-3.
Oh, okay, no, that's tough now.
Timo,
We've got 3 choices.
cooles Team.
Oh no, they're all viable. I feel like Sudowoodo and Vespa Queen are more viable.
I think Vespa Queen. I can't see a Sudowoodo commanding.
True.
It always runs away.
Runs away. Yeah.
Guck mal, ein Kremenzen ist sogar noch hier.
Okay, alright.
Arm Rouge, Psychic Seed.
Answer. Show us, please. What? What? That's just not right. Not right. That's just like.
Of course, it was a Rangaroo.
Oh, what? Because it's instruct. I get instruct.
Yeah, we yeah.
Let's see
we
the
did
cool
really
also.
bad with that one.
Oh,
Okay,
man.
that's warm-up round.
Yeah, it's humanoid, but like it's
Also ich würde gerne das hier sehen. Also Sam hätte ich auch nichts dagegen, wenn der on Stream ist.
I'm blaming you for us getting that wrong.
You didn't even give anything. Those were all.
Wäre ich auch ready für.
Like a Mr. Mime than it does a tree.
Sam on Stream mache ich auch kein Auge.
Mr. Mime?
Which we didn't even consider.
Well, you didn't.
Well, I mean,
you said it didn't like
you
bug
gave
types,
up straight away.
Which Rangaroo doesn't either.
But you gave up.
I didn't. Yeah, because it's you and I get.
What do you mean? Because it's me. Like you.
All right. We're there. Okay. Warm-up round. Let's get into it.
All right. Cool. So, when it flies, it releases shiny particles from its veil-like wings. It is said to represent the crescent moon. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Reim hat 6-3 gespielt,
Wow,
ja.
you're definitely not thinking what I'm thinking.
Reim ist irgendwie 130. oder so geworden.
Lunala. I guess, yeah, it's wings.
Crescent moon is the thing that pushed me more.
Cresselia is the other
Ist
one I would
Markus.
think, maybe.
Ah, hier rein. 166 ist das rein geworden.
Right?
Well, I know what you mean with the veil-like, because Lunala, it's not exactly veil-like, is it? Ish?
No.
But it has shiny particles. Does it?
Lunala?
No, maybe not. Well, I mean, when it opens up an ultra wormhole and stuff, probably. But
I mean, that's not in the description, so.
It's not, okay. Alright, okay,
Yeah,
so what are your
yes, yes,
choices?
yes.
I'm gonna chuck this all
Das war
in,
sein
so
Global Challenge Team.
You instruct me.
Well, I would have said from the crescent moon, Cresselia is very related to the moon in a lot of ways. It's just whether or not it's...
This one turn alone, so let's see how that...
Oh, Ancient Box.
Yeah, that one struggle we've already highlighted with that sliver wing in the active spot.
Ja, wo gehen die Leute da so ab? Safe bei Pokémon Go, oder? Scheinbar wirklich. Ja, scheinbar wirklich.
What a great comeback. All hope was lost for Alligator into Lantern, for Alligator into Guzzlord, but Scalfo says, no, I'm gonna make a comeback.
And one of the few trainers running that crunch on the Shadow for Alligator, and it paid off. You have the coverage versus the Lantern. You have the coverage versus the Cresselia. ZZ is obviously a little frustrated because he got some unlucky breaks with those defense drops, but
Der Death Row war bestimmt lucky. Kann sein, ja.
secured the victory. What an impressive performance. 2 days in a row for Scafo with that Shadow for Alligator.
Unite 644 Zuschauer, Zeit.
It's a trap. I gave him the tummy rumblies because Nemesis came through and took a big-time win with all the different tools at their disposal to shut that down.
Can't believe they trapped that well and gave him the tummy.
There we go,
Okay, all right. I'm not sure.
Okay, ist die einzigen, die gerade spielen.
Boxes featuring at the EUIC event, so I think the big question mark around that will be, is it really that important in the deck? Because Vinny wasn't playing it at all, was just relying on the Press Starter's Vitality. By having it, it could reduce your consistency early on, as it's not a card you necessarily want to see in those first turns. It's more of like a mid-game stabilizer.
Perfekt.
It looks like trying to attack with that active, setting it up at least, maybe even just getting enough energy on it to retreat. But there we go, there's the double fighting energy attached, ready to do the burning turbulence. But
Kein Stories gesehen, ne?
Pokémon doing 90 damage to itself after using that attack.
But does give Gabriel an opportunity to promote that.
Wer das Klibbe-Game gewonnen? Klibbe hat safe verloren. Das sah absolut unwinnable aus in dem Moment.
So despite sort of taking a 1-for-1 and giving advantage over to Raz, if you can get the Fluttermane into the active spot, and we do see the self knockout here, double KO on this attack.
I knocked myself out.
Just explaining, he knocks himself out.
Confirmation there from both players.
Well, they're just going to try and get this all confirmed here. And when you knock your opponent's Pokemon out and knock yourself out, there's some orders to how you promote. Explain that to those at home who might never have done it.
I mean, it's one of those things where you have to finish off the effects of the attack as well first, but because the knockout has happened, Raz typically would be the one who would have to promote first before the remaining effect on the actual attack itself is carried out, and that's why the Fluttermane comes up afterwards. But Raz was never really going to go into anything like the Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, I think both players knew exactly what was going to be promoted in this situation. But it's good for you guys at home who might be less familiar with the order of how things go. Same thing with setup when you have it showing mulligans, everything like that. These players who have made it all the way to these top tables will definitely be more than aware of the order of operations here. As Raz will now try and build up that board, but it's so hard to knock out a lot of these ancient Pokemon, as the HP on them is out of range of the lower attacking damage output of Cramorant, of Greninja. So you're going to have to do some clever workarounds, spreading damage out and finishing them off maybe with the Sableye. But it takes a lot of resources to do that.
Yeah, it's especially when Raz is currently just at the 4 in the Lost Zone. Of course, with the knockout of the Cramorant, even if it was still around, you wouldn't be able to use that fantastic Spit Innocently attack with Lost Provisions with that Fluttermane in the active spot. It's why we saw Vinny play 4 copies of it, sort of give himself a great chance against decks like these, which has to utilize a lot of abilities in the active spot, because Midnight Fluttering shuts that all down.
2 Mirage Gate in that. We'll be keeping those, getting rid of the Switch and the Manaphy. It does have the Prime Catcher in hand, we saw that.
Okay.
So we'll be able to potentially switch out the active and get that Flower Selecting to tip him over to that 7 in the Lost Zone. Such an important number for this deck to activate that Mirage Gate, which can only be utilized once there are 7 cards in the Lost Zone.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a world also where that Radiant Greninja's a target at some point for something like the Iron Hands. Amp you very much, an easier Pokemon to target down and take additional prizes. But let's see how Raz is able to navigate this, because this is the one opportunity now to start Flower
Ich wünschte, man würde irgendwo
and begin setting up, as he does hit the 7 in
ich
the
wünschte, man würde irgendwo sehen, wie viele Ancient-Karten er in seinem Ablagestapel hat.
If you're going to use the Iron Hands, now is the time. You've got rid of the Slitherwing, which is the main counter to it. The Ancient count needs to get quite high for the Roaring Moon to be able to take the knockout, and also with the Roaring Moon with no energy on it, and Gabriel setting up the Koraidon, that just puts the Iron Hands into a strong position to maybe survive a turn. And if that Iron Hand stays in play for more than 1 turn, that'll completely shift it into Raz's favor.
Yeah, would have to ask a few more questions of Gabriel, maybe having to try and get many more of those ancient Pokemon onto the field right now. Of course, does open up a bench space with the Radiant Greninja knocked out.
Wie ist es eigentlich, funktioniert Pelifans Ability, wenn Fluttermane draußen ist?
It feels like, yeah, Sierra's maybe behind this.
That's what I mean.
Let's go Slitherwing.
It's going to be rough.
I've never seen a Slitherwing with fists,
No.
but
Oh no.
I think you're onto something here.
Okay, all right, okay. Right, we'll lock in Slitherwing.
It's all on you.
No!
Oh.
No, what? No! No! No!
Of course it was Koraidon.
Of course it was Koraidon. Wait. I mean, yeah, you're right.
It does
Obviously
have wings. I mean,
it does have
yeah.
wings. It does have... but it's also got tires. like what?
I mean, yeah.
Nein, es geht nicht, Skarme.
Yeah, I guess you just don't
Da wird
expect
Fluttermane ja noch
Kinda
beliebter
not
als
wings,
Ancient
really.
Box.
It's kind of like just how that you fly around on it, I
extended.
guess. Yeah.
Like, yeah. Okay. All right. Well,
Aber
we're
die
gonna find one,
Dragapult-Karte
because
ist auch
clearly we're
sick.
doing amazingly well.
Yeah, we're not doing too well, are we? Come on, let's end strong.
Okay, all right. It was banished for its violence. It silently gazed upon the world from the distortion world.
It's Giratina.
Well, I mean, it's got to be Giratina. Unless
I mean, I feel like they're going to be
overthink it again.
I think this one's all right. I think we're safe.
Okay.
This one.
All right. It has to.
This is where it's like Cooper.
Please, no, please don't do this. Okay, all right. So, yeah, I think we've just got to auto-lock. Or do we have to, like, you know, sponge up time?
And talk about it.
And talk a bit about it.
We can lock it in, supposedly, so yeah.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I think Giratina, Distortion World is the
It's a bit of a giveaway, not gonna lie.
There's nothing else in a Distortion World, really, that's...
Lee, I feel like this is another trap.
Yeah, but we thought that with the Slitherwing, and it was...
That was a trap.
And it was
That was a trap. There were 3 candidates. Just the third one we didn't think of. Okay. All right, fine.
Giratina.
Giratina. Give it to us. Giratina.
Ich habe von der Regie gehört, noch ein bisschen Zeit rausholen, noch ein bisschen Zeit rausholen. Wir haben keinen Mon mehr.
Yeah, I mean, if, of course, you want to see more of that amazing action of us trying to fill in time, please do remember to follow the channels. Of course, we are waiting up for round 13 of Day 2 Swiss to be coming straight up to the 4. And yeah, so far, it's been amazing action. And there's so much more left because we do have that additional kicker because, of course, we had so many trainers taking part.
Yeah, of course. We've got that extra round of Swiss today, taking us into top 8 of this tournament. And remember, we will be going right up until our 2 finalists are actually decided today. And then it will be going into Championship Sunday. So lots of games ready to play, exciting. But we are going to take a quick break now. So sit tight and we will be right back.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches.
International champion.
Yeah, and we take a look at his team, a triple flyer here. Again, the options that you have with the coverage that you need.
Triple
Skarmory,
flyer.
Shadow Gligar, Altaria. Altaria doing so well against Lantern and Charge Bug.
Ja, ich weiß, was bleibt.
Doing well in those matchups, and then Skarmory doing well against a lot of the fairies like Wigglytuff from Scafo.
That team really reminds me of Doombug's team.
Jorge, Shadow Alone, Sandslash.
The difference between that Vigoroth and the Annihilate, and then this team is really built different because you have the Skeletors in one of the few steel types remaining at day number 2. You have that Shadow Alone Sandslash. It was 12.5%
also, ich kann kein Pokémon mehr spielen.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be something.
Warte, was heißt perfektes Mund hier? 0, 15, 15?
Performing, or was it the Powder Snow? Because if we look at this tournament, right, there are so many flyers. Had Emmy Weedle had Powder Snow, it would do so much better against this team.
You know, what I do like about that choice, though, is the drop in Lickitung and the rise in Cresselia.
Yeah.
And if you are going to face way more Cresselias than Lickitung, you would rather have that Shadow Claw for super effective damage, and you would rather have the Powder Snow for the Lickitung, but it's so low usage. But yes, you're already so good against that Shadow Gligar and Altaria, you should be fine. And we're about to get into the battle here. It's going to be M.E. Weedle versus Statistan, a Lantern in the Vigoroth.
Sag mir gerne auch mal, wie die App heißt, OBM.
Looking at the backline, we do have Skeletors and Skarmory, so this is going to be about switch alignment. You want Skarmory against Cresselia. You want Lantern against Skeletors. This lead matchup is going to determine, most likely, who's going to win this game.
It really will, especially if you can...
Spielen die eigentlich mit Open Team Sheets?
If you ever get shields down, say Statistan does try to hard take alignment in Protect Shield here. He actually no Protect Shields. You could then do a lot with the Skeletors in the back of Protect Shields.
Yes, energy on Skeletors is nothing to scoff at, as we will see a Body Slam come through. Emmy Weedle, are you going to be giving up the shield? No. Here we go.
And both these trainers just confident in trying to play this out. The Lantern will get to the surf first, but throws right before the Body Slam is available. This is why he was a world champion here, just trying to give less farm.
Weil Aureon Solar spielt gegen Michi. Oh, dann sehen wir die wahrscheinlich nicht on Stream, aber damn. Michi sagt jedes Mal, Aureon Solar ist sein Rivale quasi. Das ist crazy. Das ist crazy. Uff. Das wird ein schwieriges Match, ja. Vor allem, die spielen beide ihr Utrecht-Team, ne? Die spielen beide ihr Utrecht-Team. Die haben ja schon mit dem Team gegeneinander gespielt.
A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these world trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the fighting type Buzzwole faced off against a fairy type and a flying type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think. A Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was
ja, ich würde so gerne das Match sehen zwischen Michi und Orion Sola.
VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with
Maxarios, was geht?
Z-move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout.
Und Nils ist gerade sogar Erster jetzt. Victor steht sogar 10-2, er hat beide letzten Runden verloren. Er spielt jetzt gegen Alex Gomez. Das ist crazy.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and they crit from his trusty Celesteela.
Er ist so gebrochen.
Unbelievable set against Tomoyuki, and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Oh, das ist crazy, Cesario. Das ist crazy.
Charlie Merriman here with the forecast on the powerful Paradox Pokemon Raging Bolt.
Aber es ist trotzdem big, dass du so gut bist.
Dual Electric and Dragon type, boasting impressive all-round bulk and sky-high special attack. It's not the fastest, but who needs speed when you have a priority?
Michi ist noch nicht on Stream, nee, aber Michi spielt jetzt gegen Orion Sola und Orion Sola war schon on Stream, das heißt, wir bekommen die wahrscheinlich nicht on Stream, aber Michi sagt immer, er und Orion Sola sind quasi wie Erzrivalen. Dementsprechend, ja, bin ich sehr gespannt.
Thunderclap can turn the tide of a battle in your favor. With access to attacks like Thunderbolt and Draco Meteor, Raging Bolt is a force to be reckoned with. And it can raise its special attack even
Orion Sola war Day 1 on Stream, ja, aber heißt es, dass er Day 2 dann wieder on Stream kommen kann? Jetzt schon?
Alternatively, for an immediate special defense boost, you could give your Raging Bolt the Assault Vest held item.
Naja, das, was Gorm auch sagt, ne? Achso, ja genau, das Match war halt in Utrecht, mit den beiden Teams.
And the Water Terror type renders Ice much less of an issue. But if you'd rather capitalize on Raging Bolt's power, the Electric Terror type would amplify its electric moves. And the Booster Energy held item could augment the power of any special attack by activating Raging Bolt's Protosynthesis ability. Or you could run Safety Goggles to protect it from Spore and Rage Powder. There are so many great options for held items and Terror types because this Pokemon can be used so flexibly. As a result, Raging Bolt can fit on a wide range of team compositions. What's more, it counters 2 premier threats, Tornadus and Rapid Strike style Urshifu, being able to hit both with super effective damage. But how can you counter Raging Bolt? Fluttermane is a fantastic option. Being part Fairy type, it is immune to Dragon type moves and practices super effective Fairy attacks. The part Ground type Landorus, on the other hand, in either of its forms,
nein, Michi muss seinen Stream-Win holen.
Electric type moves and can hit it with super effective ground damage, including if it terastallizes into a pure electric type. With its both offensive and defensive capabilities and a lightning-fast priority move, shock your opponents and storm to victory with Raging Bolt.
Süß. Preston hat 6 freigeschafft, ja. Preston hat seinen Worlds Invite.
And of course we are back here after seeing a very cute little video of a bit of fun in the sun. We are here in London, England for, of course, the 2024 Pokémon European International Championships. And in what has been a thrilling day so far, we've got Swiss round 13 coming right up. I am Costa, and once again, I am joined by Lee Provost.
Hello, again. Welcome back after
It's been so long.
Short break. It's been ages.
Nur Present leider.
Round 13. What a game we had for round 12. It's really set up the day perfectly for us. Of course, we had games before that. We had the chess note. We haven't had time to talk about that yet, but fantastic seeing that Pokemon and how well Stefan handled that matchup because it was super tough. We were sitting backstage watching all of the action while Lou and Sierra were taking us through that match. But incredible way for Stefan to really overcome what was that huge threat in the chess note.
Oh yeah, I mean, the way that Stefan handled that with the Rocky Helmet Tornadus endgame was exceptional. But talking about exceptional, we've also got other exceptional trainers with their progress so far in day 2 being astoundingly well. Luca Ceribelli being #1 seed, 11 wins, 1 loss, and we've got 2 trainers following suit with the exact same record. And what a way to be able to just progress through the EUIC, just only losing 1 set.
Yeah, incredible run so far from all 3 of these trainers. But then we go down a little bit further. We got Victor Mendina is in that 4th spot, 10-2 record again. Horacio Marti we featured yesterday. Sam Danica featuring for
Michi's
the United
15.
States with another 10-2 record. Aurelian Sula, again another really familiar face to the EU circuit. Davide Fizio with another 10-2, and then we go down all those rest of those players with a 10-2 record. Incredible results from all of these players so far, but still a lot of work to go before we get into that top cut.
Ja, Safe-Gabe.
A lot of trainers, a lot of action.
Oh, let's go! Oh mein Gott! Oh mein Gott, ja! Let's go!
But that one is gonna
Let's go!
Michael Kelch versus Aurelian Sula.
Oha, was?
Absolutely phenomenal matchup.
Yeah, this is going to be incredible. You know, we've got a 2-times regional finalist in Aurelian.
Okay.
Run in Utrecht a few weeks ago. And then the current World Championship finalist, Michael Kelch, which is going to be just an incredible.
Damn.
2 really hot prospects in the VGC.
Ihr könnt gerne weitermachen, Animals.
In Europe, going head-to-head at this huge event here in London this weekend.
Yeah, and I think at this point, both of these trainers are absolutely used to the spotlight. You know,
Let's go, Michi, let's go. Yes, aber wir kennen das Match, Michi. Ist leider doch nicht Michi POV.
It just goes to pay virtue to how incredible they are and how much patience they put into, you know, their craft itself, team building, meta-analysis, being able to just hone your skills and familiarity with your teams themselves.
Yeah, like we mentioned, some of the accolades that these players have. Aurelian has been that 2-times finalist at Utrecht special event the last 2 years consecutively, which is an incredible feat in itself. Was the top 16 at Oceania IC previously as well, and then
Wenn Michi jetzt alle meine Punkte
Michael's run last year was finals and getting so close.
Ne, ich gehe all in auf Michi.
What an incredible run it was to be there to witness.
Der muss jetzt aber auch performen.
Yeah, and I think both of these trainers actually, we were really reviewing their
Michi holt das.
progress throughout the season last year, being able to see them just take up more strides, you know, reach those very high places.
Hey, darf Michi sein Nike-Oberteil tragen? Warum so pur, Timo? Ja, so viel schaue ich jetzt im Pokémon-Stream auch nicht.
Opting to go all the way through to World Championships, and I remember I had spoken to him about it as well. He wasn't expecting, but he was going in with a cool mind, and he's like, you know what?
Hey,
I'm just here to have fun and play Pokemon. And I'm like,
Vielleicht können die Mods gerade nicht nehmen.
Anyone could ever give you.
It's a great attitude to have. I think it takes a little bit of the pressure off as well, especially if you are having fun alongside.
Vielleicht können die Mods gerade nicht, Chat. Die sind leider nicht immer
featured on stream yesterday, so those that watched broadcast yesterday will be familiar with this team, but I'll run through it.
Das Pokémon-Chat. Ja, aber wieso ist Dings erlaubt? Nike. Wir haben das Matchup schon 1:1 gesehen. So gesehen. Da ist doch die Wette. Einen müssen die nicht.
Wellspring, Ogerpon, and that's a regular Entei. I'm loving the
Danke,
look of
Ruffy.
it, and it is such a really neat bring as well.
Yeah, it's not something that we've seen too much of in the format over this weekend. So I think a really nice pick. It offers a different side of the spectrum to what we would see. It's Paradox Form and Gouging Fire offer.
Ja, wir kennen beide Teams. Wir haben dieses Matchup schon 1:1 genauso in Utrecht gesehen.
And GL is running the choice bind item on it, so it has to be very careful if you're going.
What is this German guy talking? I'm French. Ja, ey, das sind die beiden selben Teams wie Utrecht. Vielleicht ein bisschen andere EVs oder so. Aber an und für sich hätte Michi das holen müssen in Utrecht.
We'll take a look at some of the other options here.
Yeah, Dark Terror actually being the choice here for that Urshifu, being able to capitalize off of even powerful, even more
yes, Anna, yes.
sucker punches. But that Landorus Lee actually does have taunt, which I think we did see yesterday make a comment about it. It's just so well placed in order to setups.
Marius hat 250.000 auf Aurelien gesetzt. Hä? Marius? Hater oder wie? Was ist denn hier los? Terracroc Marius hat 250.000 auf Aurelien gesetzt. Du sagst doch immer, ja, ich weiß, man kann nur gewinnen. Entweder gewinnt Michi oder man gewinnt Punkte. Aber erstens, warum hat der 250.000 Points?
Actually well processed their strategy. They did go up against Justin Tang in what was a thrilling
Scheiß den heraus.
really came down to the very smallest.
Mario ist ja so ein 31er. Ich habe auch All-in Aurelien gemacht. Envy? OWM auch rein in Aurelien, oder wie? Ach du Scheiße. Und es wettet da immer. Man kann nur gewinnen. Enttäuschend. Hab hier All-in gemacht, aber auf mich hier, ja. Na klar, keine Nieten. Kev auch rein Aurelien, Neolin, ihr seid alles so dreckig. Ihr seid so dreckig.
Of the top 4 between Aurelion and Michael, so they have definitely gone up against each other before. It'll be quite interesting to see that this is going to be
Kann man dort irgendwas mit Punkten machen?
level matchup between them both because they may be more familiar with certain.
Keine Nachricht hervorheben für 700.
Yeah, especially if you are familiar with your opponent, you have played against them before recently. I think you've got a different aspect to look at the match in a different way because you know what your opponent's trying to do, gonna try and do.
Hinter mir ist Last Item and Taunt Protect, Plattermain.
Be able to identify straight away when they exchange team sheets. Of course, before we get into that, Michael's team we need to have a look at is the Fluttermain. The, again, single strike Urshifu with that focus sash. We have the Raging Bolt, Landorus Incarnate, Wellspring Ogopon, and the Entei.
Yeah, choice banded Entei as well to boot. We've got the terrestrialization option for those
Ehrlich so, wo ist Sandy Shocks?
and explosive extreme speeds when necessary. But I do really like this core actually. You've got multiple forms of speed control, being that Icy Wind Fluttermane that we know has been quite prevalent in the meta in recent times, whilst accompanied by a second layer of further speed control, being that Electroweb Assault Vest Raging Bolt.
Very similar teams when you look at them both side by side. You've got
das ist Full Focus Michi, oder? Das ist Full Focus Michi. Marius! Dass du dich hierher traust! Dass du... Ah, okay, hier hast du immerhin für Michi gewettet. Ja, okay, sehe ich. Aber ich sag...
So what do you think will be the main sort of key players going into this matchup?
Immerhin hast du hier auf Michi gesetzt.
You know, the strategies that we've got. You mentioned that
das gleicht sich aus, weißt du?
Do we think that there's any standout Pokemon?
I think the Fluttermane.
Okay, let's go!
Lead. I think with that Icy Wind and the booster energy is going to be a big part of both players' kind of game plan.
Speed.
As we do
auf Michi.
The leads. Game 1 is afoot, everybody. We have the interactions
Speed
of the booster energy
auf Aurelien. Aber Michis hat sich zuerst... Hat Michi irgendwie so ein XXL Fluttermane? Warum ist es so groß?
And we are going to get straight into the action here. We're going to see a terrestrialization turn 1 This looks like it will be on Michiel's side,
Echt
going
nicht
for that
einwandfrei.
dog terror type Urshifu.
Einfach Flatter.
Straight up burst damage. From the looks of things, it may come down
Icy
to a
Wind,
speed
big.
fight here, potentially.
Wait.
Icy Wind coming out first from Michael.
Wicked Blow in Flatter. Er ist langsamer trotzdem noch, oder?
Still be able to reset that go
Oh.
immediately after due to the interaction of how quick both of these Pokemon are.
Warte,
The real
Ogapon ist
question
jetzt
how quick is
schneller als
the Ogapon?
Urshifu, ne?
Ogapon, will it outspeed? And it does. It goes
Ey.
for that Woodhammer into the Fluttermane.
Aber Fluttermane stirbt auf der anderen Seite auch.
None of these players are holding back here. The Urshifu is still yet to move.
Außer er killt Ogapon. Nee, er killt Fluttermane, oder? Oh. Oh, er killt Ogapon, actually. Crit.
Ogapon is out for the count, but we do have the scenario where Michael has utilized their terror, whilst Aurelion has not.
Yeah, and I think Aurelion is in that position where
Nee, es crittet immer irgendwie. Es crittet immer.
That kind of duel off there where they've still got access
Leider
to
nicht,
their
Victory,
speed
leider
control.
nicht.
Go for that icy wind again this next turn. Really disrupt what the NT is trying to do. Does have access to extreme speed, so if you are the Landorus, you have to be careful on that, but you don't need to worry about the terrestrialization there, because like you say, it has been used up.
Ich komm, Boys, alles klar.
Is a bit in an awkward position now, where the Fluttermane could potentially throw even a Moonblast into that slot.
Yeah, it's a bit tedious if you are Michelle. You need to read it, try to capitalize off of the options of having priority over on your end, and Fluttermane
Terra fehlt Dazzling. Er will nicht gesuckert werden.
in your strategy because it's still available for speed control.
Sorry.
Gumo.
Hey, hier waren wir doch schon mal, oder?
Ich wollte gerade sagen, ich war gerade duschen und komm gerade so und sehe Aurelion Zoll. Ich so, wie witzig wäre es jetzt, wenn der Gegner Michael Cage
Und wir haben dasselbe Team wie in Utrecht. Oh mein Gott, let's go, Michi, let's go. Schön. Schöne Sache. Schöne Sache. Michael, der Beste.
Michael, der Mutterficker.
Big.
Geil.
Huge.
Big. Ja, hier waren wir schon mal.
Ja, deswegen, ich habe das gesehen, ich dachte so, ich schreibe Timo gleich, Runde 5 bin ich dabei, ich sehe Michi Cage ist am Mikrofon und da wusste ich bin gleich gar nicht dabei, ich bin jetzt dabei, Junge. So.
Okay, aber es ist natürlich trotzdem, also Entei natürlich auch down, auch nicht so geil. Aber Ogapon sieht hier big aus in der Theorie.
Ja, ist schwierig halt.
Gottrom natürlich noch gruselig.
Ja, Rillaboom ist gerade Giga-Frit.
Ja. Ich meine, ich glaube, er muss hier erstmal Protect Spiky gehen.
Ich weiß nicht, ob FV killt. Ich glaube ganz knapp nicht. So,
das Problem ist, Urshifu hat -1 Speed auch noch, ne?
Oh ja, das
wegen
ist
Icy Wind. Dadurch ist Landorus schneller.
Ich glaube,
nee, dadurch ist das zweite Fluttermane von Aurelion schneller.
Wicked Blow ist maybe dann ein krasser Play.
Ja.
Okay, aber er macht ihn dann
Aurelion hat 2 Fluttermanes, ja. Der ist tatsächlich ziemlich stark.
Der ist ein fucking Maker, scheinbar.
Schafft auch nicht jeder. Okay, Rillaboom ein bisschen Damage. Ist der Fokuscode wieder ein Takt von Urshifu?
Nein. Der hat 20% Damage oder sowas gehabt oder 15.
Ja. Und Saka killt halt Landorus nicht.
Ja, vor allem ist das Problem mit Rillaboom.
Ja. Er will für Woodhammer und Protect gehen.
Maybe das Follow Me und Wicked Blow auf den Slot von Rillaboom.
Ja, kommt hier der Follow Me?
Ja.
Schön. Schöne
Der
Sache.
kann killen, der Wicked Blow.
Der kann killen.
Ich glaube schon, mit Woodhammer halt.
Ja.
Ja, komm.
Ja.
Ja, mit dem Damage, mit dem killt er auf jeden Fall. Mit dem Chip Damage. Ja, der ist weg. Michael Cage!
I killed Landorus. Wait, hä? Nein! Michael! Schlecht! Wait.
Aber
Ist glaube ich okay.
Nee.
Doch.
Ja.
Er killt mit Wicked Blow ja trotzdem gleich noch Rillaboom. Lebt dann in Earth Power und gewinnt dann mit Sucker
Aber
Punch.
du hast doch gesagt, Eis, also ich glaube, Sucker Punch killt Rillaboom halt nicht.
Nee,
Und
er
du hast
killt jetzt mit Wicked Blow.
Ja, aber du hast doch gesagt, der hat Init Drop.
Ja, aber Rillaboom schneller, ne?
Ja.
Ja, dann.
Deswegen. Maybe hat er mit dem Grassy Glide gerechnet, sodass er lebt.
Killt Landorus. Ja, glaube ich gehofft, dass er für Grassy Glide hier geht oder so, ne?
Wobei, warte mal. Jetzt kommt Woodhammer.
Den
Wenn er
lebt
den
er.
lebt,
Nicht.
ja, das dachte ich mir nämlich, weil das ist Grassy Seed. Ne? Also,
Okay. Junge, was ein Match, Alter, holy shit.
und nicht schon wieder Aurelion Zoll, Junge, ich kann
Ehrlich
das
so.
nicht. Junge, hör ja mal auf, die Deutschen die ganze Zeit auseinanderzuschrauben. Junge, schon allein Morris Utek hat die ganze Zeit mit seinen Down-Pairs, wirklich, hast du das mitbekommen?
Nee.
Der hatte die letzten beiden Matches Down-Pairs und hat beide verloren.
Achso, ja.
Ja, aber gegen Down-Pairs so. Die ganze Zeit, er nimmt alle auseinander und dann Down-Pairs und er so,
Ja.
ich glaube nicht.
Ja. Michi holt es.
Safe. Das ist Michael Cage der echteste.
Der kann nicht, der holt es hier. Aber es ist so crazy, weil...
Ja, es ist einfach eine Fortführung so von dem Mindgame.
Ja! Aber Michi sagt auch jedes Mal, Aureon und er sind ja so wie so Rivalen, so, weißt du? Das finde ich wild.
Okay.
Also es ist wirklich, wenn er sagen müsste, wer sein Rivale ist, dann ist es Aureon Solar. So wie als würde Reim würden Reim und ich gegeneinander spielen. Wer ist dein Rivale? Kusha.
Nee, Rivalen sind ja ebenbürtig. Aber Kusha hat seinen allerersten Win gegen mich mal geholt. Es war vor einem Monat oder anderthalb. Ja, er hat mich weggecrittet, der Bastard.
Ja, damn.
Mit Steinkante, die er übertrifft.
Guck mal, kennen wir doch.
Oh, der ist ja neu. Aber ich fänd's wild, wenn Michael einfach mal sagt, ja, ich geh mal Ente-Lead. Das ist schon ein Knack.
Will er hier vielleicht diesmal Flutterman rausnehmen? Ich sag für den Resub.
Junge, wie immer mit dem Sack-Punch.
Oh, follow me.
Oh, okay.
Aber das ist, wenn er wieder dasselbe macht wie eben.
Er hat nicht geterrert, er macht immer Terra-Sucker-Punch. Okay. Das ist Wicked Blow.
Dazzling Gleam.
Ja, deswegen gibt es den Sash.
Aber killt Wicked Blow,
Nein, ich glaube, das killt nicht, aber er kann halt nochmal Icy Wind gehen und ich glaube, der könnte killen und dann killt der Wicked Blow Flutterman. Ja. Ja.
Na, er geht für Spike Shield. Da kann er eh nicht.
Ja, also es ist Icy Wind, Wicked
also,
Blow.
ja, kann er.
Wobei, nee, er ist nicht schneller. Flutterman ist schneller.
Auf -1?
Ja.
Ja, klar, Urshifu ist ja auch -1.
Ja, der ist... Nee, ist der nicht. Du musst dir vorstellen, der ist halt Adamant.
Spielt Dazzling. Was, Flutterman ist auf -2. Oh nein. Achso. Warte. Echt?
Ja.
Nein.
Doch, aber es kommt drauf an, wie investiert dieses Flutterman ist.
Sehen wir jetzt.
Vielleicht weiß Michi, dass der halt nicht in der Speedrange ist. Aber warum macht Michi das? Michi weiß das doch. Du musst dir vorstellen, wir waren in der Prep und Michi wollte ja eigentlich ein anderes Team spielen, mit seinem Talk-Hole. So, und daher weiß ich, dass also -2 Flutterman mit Booster oder mit, also generell mit Photosynthese halt, immer schneller ist, weil der ist halt so, um den Dreh, sagen wir mal, der ist 200.
Ja.
Geht dann auf 300, also Fullspeed Flutterman ist natürlich 205, die gehen dann so hoch. Und dann ist -2 ja 150 und nicht normal quasi, dass es dann von 300 wieder auf 200 geht, weil das ist ja die mathematische Berechnung nicht. Das aber Michi weiß das
aber
ja.
tendenziell, ich sag so ein -2, ja, Moonblast kommt hier. So ein -2 Ding ist auch not bad eigentlich, ne?
Ja, die Sache ist, ja, es kommt jetzt drauf an.
Nein! Nein! Nein!
Second
Oh mein Gott, nein! Ey,
Fire
wir wurden getrickt! Wir wurden getrickt! Wir wurden getrickt!
Okay, Timo, du bist ein bisschen vor mir, deswegen, und du so, nein, nein, nein.
Ja.
Guckst du auf YouTube oder Twitch?
Aber wir wurden getrickt.
Ja, die Sache ist, jetzt ist halt der Grassy Glide da. Und beide können noch Terra an. Ist er Terra Fire Runner buchen? Wahrscheinlich, ne?
Ja, ist er. Aber geht Terra Poison, weil er nicht gemoonblastet werden will. Und Protected. Also Action.
Das ist ein guter Player.
Ja, glaub auch. Oder er Fake Out.
Also ich glaube, Michi muss auf Sacred Fire gehen, wahrscheinlich Terra Normal. So, da wäre halt ein Double-Up auf Grassy Glide und Earth Power halt ein Play. Oder Sludge Bomb, je nachdem, wenn er Terra.
Ich hoffe, er drückt Sacred Fire in Lander Slot. Würde er nicht machen.
Also wenn Rillaboom wirklich Terra Fire ist, dann kann ich den Play schon sehen. Weil dann geht Michi hier auf Icy Wind nämlich. Dann ist der -1 und dann brettert da richtig.
Boah, das wäre krank. Er geht Terra Normal.
Ja, muss er machen.
Wegen Earth Power. Drückt er wirklich Sacred Fire hier in den Lander-Slot?
Michi ist auch immer Pokerface. Du kannst nicht, nie sehen, was
nee, man hat's gesehen. Schau auf Michi.
Ja, okay. Gutes Pokerface, Michi.
Okay, er wird Sacred Fire in Rillaboom drücken. Was immer noch okay ist. Es ist schwierig. Stirbt er jetzt durch Grassy?
Kommt drauf an, ich kann, wenn er vor Earthpower macht, 70 maybe? Ich kann es wirklich nicht einschätzen, wie viel das wird. Ja, das ist 90, ja.
Okay, wechselt er hier Entei maybe raus. Was hat er noch in the bag?
Okay, er macht's richtig.
Sorry. Ja, so spielt es hier komplett.
Schade.
Überlegt mich hier vielleicht rauszuwechseln und sich easy.
Nee, Michi kann's. Durch den Play kann er es nicht mehr gewinnen. Durch den Play kann
Egal, was er in der Bag hat.
Egal, was er in der Bag hat. Also die einzige Möglichkeit ist das Entei mit E-Speed Critted. Das ist das Einzige, was Michi hier noch... Und selbst das gewinnt ihm das nicht. Weil er mit beiden Mons nicht genug Damage macht. So, Ogapon droppt jetzt. Aber... Ja, das ist halt die Sache.
Michi verkackt einfach Stream Games, ich sag's ja, oder? Das liegt an Aurelien. Vielleicht beides. Also er muss jetzt E-Speed auf Gordon drücken, ne? Nee.
Ja, also es ist egal, was er macht, weil er halt verliert.
Also beide gewinnen halt jetzt, ne? Er kann ja nicht beide killen.
Ja, das meine ich ja zu dir. Also ab dem Punkt, weil er den Double-Up in den Entei-Slot gemacht hat, gewinnt das. Also der Protect, der war halt stark. Aber ich weiß natürlich nicht, was für ein Terra-Typ Rillaboom hat. Wie gesagt, ich glaube Feuer.
Er ist Feuer, er ist sehr wahrscheinlich Feuer.
Ja, dann...
E-Speed kommt. Ja, selbst ein Crit hätte nicht gekillt. Müssen wir einfach sagen. Mann! Können wir darüber reden, was Skorme gesagt hat?
Maybe Moonblast Double Crit, Moonblast Crit auf Lando.
Ja.
Und Moonblast Crit auf Rilla.
Aber der stirbt doch durch 2 Grassies. Ah, nee.
Ja, okay. Ja, aber er hat ja Protect, also er kann ja Grassy Terrain theoretisch outstallen.
Der stirbt schon an der Earth Power.
Ja, klar.
Ich möchte nur noch mal darüber reden, dass Skorme gesagt hat, Michi muss da noch on Stream spielen, der muss sich noch sein Stream-Loose abholen. Skorme leider mit dem... Das hat er vor der Runde gesagt. Naja, Skorme, ne?
Aber ich frage mich wirklich, warum Michi so geworfen hat. Also, weil die Sache... Guck mal, wir waren im Call, Kusha, Michi und ich. Und die haben halt ihre EUIC-Prep gemacht mit dem Sonne-Team. Und der Gegner hatte halt, oder es war mehrfach die Situation, dass halt ein Shifu Dark da stand. Und dann meine ich so, yo, du bist auch langsamer, du bist ja -2 Fluttermane. Ja, so funktioniert Mathematik nicht, ich erkläre dir das gleich. Und dann habe ich es mir halt im Kite schon davor angeschaut und dann habe ich gesehen, okay, weil in dem Beispiel war es dann Fullspeed Fluttermane und der hat 205, glaube ich, Init und der geht ja dann auf 307. Und ich glaube, ist Urshifu 149 auf Adamant. Ich schaue mal kurz nach beim Nerdkalk. Urshifu Dark. So, ja, 149 ist der Mann. Ich kenne auch die Kikes. Und der ist dann auf 149. Also nehmen wir auch das Beispiel, weil wir haben ja gesehen, das Fluttermane von Michi hat, glaube ich, immer das Fluttermane von Aurelion Soul outspeedet. Also ist der wahrscheinlich nicht Fullspeed. Geben wir mal das Beispiel 200 Init Fluttermane an. Durch Booster geht er auf 300. Und dann durch zweimal Icy Wind wird ja sein Init halbiert. Und das heißt, das Fluttermane ist auf 150 Init. Das heißt, es outspeedet immer Adamant Urshifu.
Ja.
Und das.
Oh, ich höre Belix nicht mehr. Warte, hört ihr Belix noch? Nee. Aber ich sehe Belix Leuchtergrün, das ist Me-Problem, aber ich höre den Stream noch.
Hallo?
Oh ne, jetzt höre ich dich wieder.
Okay, Discord. Ja, auf jeden Fall, der kommt dann auf 150 Init, Urshifu 149 und Michi weiß das ja immer und maybe hat Michi wieder Follow Me predicted.
Ja.
Dass halt kein Sucker Punch kam, aber ich frage mich, warum der Protect nicht kam, weil dann lebt ja, also Ugapon droppt glaube ich immer aus, er geht Terra Feuer, Fluttermane droppt auf -2. Und ja, das ist schade.
Das ist sehr, sehr schade.
Ja,
Nee, ich höre Belix schon zu. Ich versuche schon zu folgen.
Wie Follow Me.
Wie Follow Me. Ich muss jetzt 2 Wins holen und dann auf Pon Percentage hoffen, ja. Und die sieht bisher eigentlich echt nicht so gut aus.
Nee. Die Sache ist, eben wurden noch alle 9 Dreier als ausgeschieden angezeigt. Das ist jetzt zumindest nicht mehr so der Fall.
Naja, aber das spinnt schon den ganzen Tag.
Ja, ja. So, die Sache ist, Aurelion Soll soll einfach jetzt alles gewinnen.
Der muss jetzt alles gewinnen, ja.
Das ist halt gut für Michi und die anderen Typen, die Michi exekutiert hat, die müssen halt auch alle gewinnen. Aber schon wieder Aurelion Soll, das ist nicht gut.
So I won the first 2 as well, but I got quite lucky in the first two times. So yeah, but I think this one was a bit more clean.
Wie war so das erste Match?
Welches erste Match?
Ja, so das habe ich ja nicht ganz mitbekommen. Da bin ich
Ach so, ja, da hat eigentlich Michi echt gut gespielt. Aber am Ende, was war nochmal am Ende? Warum hat er es am Ende nochmal nicht geholt?
Weil Rillaboom ein Maker war.
Ja. Achso, ja, weil er da nicht Wicked-Blow in Rillaboom gedrückt hat.
Ja, genau, das war der.
Das ist auch ein bisschen weird.
Ja, muss man schauen, wie viel Landris Urshifu macht. Also schon huge. Ja, okay, scheiß drauf. Okay, scheiß drauf, Digga.
Aber das ist so crazy, dass. Also ist, als ob. Das wirkt so als. Aber Michi hatte 2-1 in Utrecht verloren, ne?
Ne, 2-0.
Auch 2-0?
Ich glaube, ja.
Kann nicht sein, dass das Team von Aurelion und Aurelion selber wirklich komplett Nemesis für Dings sind.
Also das Team an sich nicht, aber das Team ist schon schwierig. Aber Aurelion Sula hat es halt immer gut gemacht. Also in dem einen Match hat Michi verloren wegen dem Icy Witness. Aber sonst war Aurelion Sula immer einfach einen Ticken besser. Beziehungsweise Michi in dem jetzt ein bisschen schlechter.
Junge, Aurelion Sula muss ich auch denken, Junge, warum ist der World Zweiter geworden? Er sieht so, mein nächster Gegner ist Michael Kelch. Na gut, das ist ja ein Free-Win.
Michael, the Free-Win. Digga. Ja, das ist ein bisschen Disrespect, der Kopf.
Ach man. Michael the best Free-Win. Oh, achso, ja, stimmt. Aurelion ist Base, ja, Charmander gewählt. Sagst du, wen würdest du wählen? Charmander, Squirtle, Bulbasaur?
Bisasam.
Ah, ja.
Ich glaube, du machst Auge auf Bunter, wenn ihr wieder sammelt, ne?
Ne, ich mach Auge auf Bunter, wenn er Shiggy nimmt.
Ach so, ja, Shiggy ist der Wackste.
Ja, Shiggy ist der Wackste, ja.
Ja, Shiggy ist... Also Shiggy ist auch cool, also die sind alle halt cool,
ja,
aber
ja.
Shiggy ist schon der Wackste.
Ja, aber Shillock ist ein Wacky.
Oh, Shillock sieht aus wie ein Hurensohn, ja. Wirklich. Also, ey, niemanden hat die Pubertät von den Jungs so sehr schlecht getan wie Shillock, Digga, also...
For real.
Shillock hat dick Akne bekommen, also wirklich.
Pubertät hat nicht so gut gehittet.
Nee, wirklich nicht. Als Turtok sieht er besser aus, aber
ja.
auch Turtok ist der Wackste von den dreien.
Ja. 100%.
Shillock ist so ein Geiler, hat man nie so einen Trash gehört. Also Shillock hat das Glück, dass es so Hurensöhne gibt wie Jungglut und Emo-Frosch und
Flagleon, ja.
Ja, genau der und Igastanisch und Arboritos.
Oh, Arboritos, ja. Fuente-Ente.
Fuententententente.
Shillock größer Glutexo. Dein Glutexo ist der coolste von allen. Also ich weiß, das ist wahrscheinlich ein Hottake meinerseits, aber ich sage, Glutexo ist von allen 9 in Gen 1 der beste.
Glutexo und Bisaknuss finde ich schon even, also sind schon ähnlich gut. Ja, aber Shillock ist halt massiv Arsch.
Ja. Beste Zweitentwicklung? Kikalo.
Kikalo ist schon sehr, sehr cool, ich muss mal schauen.
Kikalo, Rotena auch, aber da bin ich natürlich sass, aber ich mein's nicht sass, aber...
Die Sache ist, ich finde es schade, also mein allererstes Starter-Pokémon überhaupt war ja Ichidropi und es ist halt schade, dass danach Morabel kommt.
Morabel
ist gar nicht so cool.
Ich sag, der war früher cooler, aber mittlerweile auch sein 3D-Sprite ist halt wirklich einfach wirklich gruselig.
Das stimmt, ich muss mal... Also,
wer ist er hier, Alter?
Pampyrus, cool, ich finde Chakran richtig scheiße.
Ja, Chakran finde ich auch kacke.
Kokel ist nicht so cool, Ephosep muss nichts, Voltronin auch nicht. Am Fisseln... Ich finde, Kollegen sind immer ein bisschen schwierig.
Ich finde eigentlich echt viele Mittelstufen cool. Okay, pass auf, gehen wir mal kurz durch. Jetzt machen wir erstmal hier, die Caster müssen die müssen ja sowieso 20 Minuten überbrücken, dann machen wir das auch. Also, fangen wir an. Gen 1, du darfst anfangen. Glutexo?
Was ist so das Ranking? Oder einfach nur sagen, geil?
Ja, entweder cool, wack oder okay, nicht so geil.
Okay, cool.
Glutexo, cool. Ich finde Glutexo sehr cool.
Okay.
Dann, eigentlich hätten wir mit Bisaknosp anfangen müssen. Bisaknosp?
Schon auch. Ich sag Glutexo und Bisaknosp sind beide sehr cool.
Ja, Bisaknosp finde ich...
Weil ich finde die beiden even, also ich finde die schon sehr nah beieinander und ich finde Bisaknosp sehr cool, das heißt, ich muss Glutexo auch sehr cool sagen.
Okay. Also ich finde Bisaknosp cool, aber Glutexo finde ich halt sehr cool, aber Bisaknosp finde ich trotzdem cool. Ja, und Shillock ist ein übelster Loser.
Ist voll der Hurensohn.
Geisteskranker Loser.
Also wirklich ein Putzlappen vom Dienst.
Ja, so. Dann Gen 2 Lorblatt finde ich cool.
Finde ich cool, ja.
Mag ich auch durch den Anime.
Ja, Endivie-Reihe sowieso overhated.
Ja, 100%ig. Meganier ist natürlich leider... Das Ding ist, ich sag immer wieder, bei den Gen 2 Startern, Endivie tut es nicht gut, dass Feurigel und Kanimani so cool sind, weißt du? Die sind halt zu cool und Endivie ist halt not bad so, aber steht halt dadurch noch krasser im Schatten, weil die anderen beiden so krass sind.
Ja, vor allem ist auch so die Sache, als Kinder war sowieso immer Feuer, Wasser ultra cool und Pflanze so ein bisschen weiß ich nicht.
Ja.
Und vor allem ist Endivie auch so ein Low-Bob beim Durchzocken, weißt du, was hat der ganz viele Nicht-Damage-Move-Attacken und wenn du halt so ein Kind bist, du so, hä, was ist denn Giftpuder? Was ist denn Lichtschild?
Ja, das macht kein Damage.
Du musst Tackle auf Megani in der Top 4 spielen.
Und dann hast du halt auch noch, also klar, Glumanda ist natürlich auch gegen die ersten 2 Orden nicht so geil, aber Endivie ist gegen keinen geil. Der ist gegen Flugkacke, gegen Käferkacke, gegen Normal okay, gegen Geist auch nicht so gut, gegen Kampf normal, gegen Stahlkacke, gegen Eiskacke, gegen Drachekacke. Es gibt nichts, in dem Meganier gut ist.
Vor allem, der ist ja auch gegen Geist über Kacke, weil das ja Nebulak, Apollo und Gengar sind.
Ja, genau.
Also ich lese dir jetzt mal die Attacken vor, die dieser Hurensohn lernt.
In Gen 2?
In Gen 2. Also das ist jetzt Meganier, ist das?
Ja.
Spoiler, Rasierblatt. Reflektor, Tackle, hatten wir schon, also das ist hier Giftpuder, Synthese, Bodyslam, Lichtschild, Bodyguard, Solarstrahl.
Ja, das ist ziemlich scheiße.
Das ist schon ein Arschloch. Und deswegen ist er halt so ein Buchenkopf.
Kann halt Blättertanz durch Event.
Ja, freut mich.
Ne?
Glückwunsch.
Hat er irgendwelche coolen TMs, Gigasauer kriegst du, glaube ich, erst in Dings. Guck mal, er kann der hat Schwertanz in Kristall bekommen, weil die sich gedacht haben, Junge, der ist so kacke, wir müssen ihm Schwertanz geben.
Ja, für seine Pflanzenattackenkapper.
Ja, ich meine, er kann immerhin Erdbeben, Eisenschweif und so.
Ja, da musst du wirklich Megane SD mit Eisenschweif, Erdbeben, Bodyslam oder sowas
zicken. Genau. Damit der irgendwie funktioniert. Aber ist halt leider schade so. Dann, Iglava finde ich cool.
Cool, ja.
Und Tyrokroc finde ich ultra cool.
Tyrokroc finde ich auch cool. Also finde ich nicht sehr cool, finde ich aber cool.
Ich feiere Tyrokroc sehr. So. Gerade so sein Hard Gold so Silver Sprite, finde ich, sieht übersick aus. Ja, aber ich sag allgemein, Impegator und Tyrokroc in Hard Gold Silver sahen insane aus, weil die haben da dieses richtig leuchtende Blau bekommen, weißt du? Hier, das hier, das ist so crazy. Also das scheint natürlich, aber auch hier, man sieht es ja hier, das hier ist viel dunkler als das von Hard Gold Silver. Da hat er noch Eiszahn in Hard Gold Silver und so bekommen. Also, das ist schon echt big.
Das stimmt schon.
Okay.
Ich sehe auch, gerade auch bei Wiki auf der Seite auch die Pokémon-Karten von früher, die kenne ich alle, das ist so Gen 3 Pokémon-Karten, Highlight.
Safe. Dann Gen 3, Reptane.
Sehr cool.
Du hast Mystery Dungeon gespielt, ne?
Ja, natürlich.
Ich nicht. Aber ich feiere Reptane auch übelst.
Ja.
Der hat mit mein Lieblings-Shiny von allen. Ich finde Shiny Reptane übersick.
Sehr cool, ja, das stimmt. Das sind gute Farben.
Ja. Ich mag dieses Türkis-Rote, das ist irgendwie eine geile Kombi.
Ja, das Rote kommt auch gefährlich, also das war schon eine sehr, sehr gute Entscheidung.
Ich finde es bei Gewaltro nicht mehr so cool wie bei Reptane.
Ja, Gewaltro sieht wirklich nicht, also Gewaltro
ist auch allgemein nicht so cool wie Reptane. Gewaltro. Mega Gewaltro dann wieder. Mega Gewaltro ist sick.
Gewaltro finde ich auch cool, aber...
Ja, aber nicht
Gewaltro,
so... Ja. Reptane cooler.
Ja, auf jeden Fall.
Ja. Dann Jungblut.
Wirklich, also Liam hat Agenda betrieben. Wirklich, früher fand ich Jungblut eigentlich ganz cool, aber seitdem Liam über Jungblut geredet hat, Blanas, Jungblut und Pike, ja, alles Schwanzköpfe. Leider nicht möglich.
Ja, sehe ich. Also ich glaube, ich finde Jungblut gar nicht so wack, weil ich den früher einfach... Guck mal, wenn du so Pokémon im Competitive gespielt hast, hast du sowieso manchmal so eine größere Verbindung zu denen. Und ich habe Jungblut damals im NU, oder Piu war das, glaube ich, mit Focus Blast und Dings, habe ich übergefeiert.
Ja, Speed Boost Life Orb war schon sehr, sehr
Genau. Also das war ein cooles Mon, was ich gerne im Competitive gespielt habe. Ja, und Morabel, früher cool, 3D-Sprite leider echt cool. Schon sehr hässlich.
Ja, Morabel sieht aus wie ein Dummkopf.
Ja, also
das
der...
hat er eigentlich nicht verdient, der Arme.
Ja, genau. Ich sag so, sein Gen 3 Sprite und so war actually halt noch dick. Ich glaube sogar sein Hard Ghost, so Silver Sprite, war glaube ich auch not bad.
Auch im Anime war auch ganz cool.
Das wird niemals richtig Morabel.
M-O-O-R-A-B-B-E-L.
Okay, da ist doch richtig.
Macher.
Ja, Schwarz und Weiß ist der noch cool. Hard Ghost Silver Diamond Pearl ist der cool. Hier in Gen 3 finde ich die cool. Und dann ab X und Y, dann ist der halt er hier. Wer ist er? Wer ist er hier? Und es wird ja dann auch nie besser. Schild sieht auch richtig kacke aus.
Ja,
Capo auch.
Schlimmer.
Also, ja, den fühle ich nicht so. Gen 4 haben wir dann Chalkerain.
Arsch, also wirklich Arsch.
Bin ich bei dir. Panpyro.
Cool.
Sehr cool, ja, fand ich auch. Und Pliprin.
Okay.
Ja, ich würde okay bis wack sagen. Also, schon eher so, juckt mich nicht.
Ja, kann ich nachvollziehen. Also mich juckt auch nicht, ich finde den okay. Also ich finde den jetzt nicht so, wo ich mir denke, Alter, wer ist er eigentlich?
Ja, genau. Aber Plitfer und Empoleon finde ich cool.
Ja. Plitfer ist sehr viel cooler als Plitfer.
Ja, 100%. Dann Efoserb.
Cool. Ja, aber cool zu okay, aber
ja,
schon,
genau.
schon eher cool als okay.
Ja, sehe ich. Also der hat nichts Negatives, aber es ist auch mehr so ein, juckt mich jetzt nicht so, weißt du?
Ja.
Ja. Dann haben wir Verkokel.
Früher cool, heute, ja, ne? Hat auch nicht so gut getan, zu 3D zu switchen.
Ja, das stimmt. Ich glaube, ich fand den schon immer eher wacker.
Ja, also ich fand früher alle nicht so geil.
Ja.
Und habe halt Flying als Starter genommen, weil ich mit 12 oder wann das war, immer Feuer-Pokémon genommen habe.
Ja.
Aber ja, deswegen fand ich den eigentlich ganz cool und dann irgendwann habe ich gemerkt, der ist eigentlich gar nicht so cool. Und dann, das ist okay.
Also ich habe, Gen 5 war für mich die erste Gen, als ich den Wasserstarter genommen habe. Da bin ich das erste Mal auf Ottero geswitcht.
Mhm.
Und ich sage auch, Swotronen, Actually sehr cooler.
Ja, das stimmt.
Swotronen cool. Ich sage Swotronen cooler als normales Admurai, aber Hisui Admurai finde ich wieder cool.
Ja, also Swotronin ist schon wirklich cool. Also ein Kollege von mir, der hat schon damals, als wir noch so Kinder waren, hat der schon damals nur Swotronin gespielt und nicht Admurai, weil er gesagt hat, Admurai ist ein Hurensohn.
Ich meine, Gen 5 kam der Evolite dazu, also...
Das stimmt.
Kann man machen.
Aber das wussten wir natürlich damals noch nicht.
Ja. Dann Igastanisch.
Ich weiß, du feierst den.
Ja.
Aber ich habe wirklich selten eine Ausgeburt der Hölle gesehen.
Ich glaube, das erste Mal, dass wir uns nicht einig sind, ne?
Ja. Also wirklich Igastanisch. Ich habe ja auch gesehen bei deiner Tierlist und da hast du ja auch, machst ja auch, guck mal, dein Chat, der versucht ja immer dich zu triggern, aber du versuchst ja auch bei manchen Sachen immer zurückzuhopsen.
Natürlich.
Und da ist es wirklich so, also Chat, der Igastanisch sagt, ist ein Loser, der ist ja wirklich selbst ein Ultra-Loser. Aber Igastanisch ist schon die größte Arschtüte, die es gibt.
Nein.
Ja, ich wollte gerade korrigieren. Er hat Glück, dass irgendwann Bounce revealed wurde, aber sonst, also, nee.
Das sieht so cool aus. Das sieht aus wie so ein Footballspieler.
Das sieht aus wie so ein Footballspieler in einer Midlife-Crisis, der wirklich jede Packung Chips gefressen hat, aber keinen Sport mehr macht.
Ja, der sieht so cool aus. Der ist halt eine Kastanie. Hast du mitbekommen, dass halt Brigaron on Stream war? Mit Bellydrum?
Ja, mit Bellydrum, Junge.
Ja.
Das ist ja cool.
Der sieht so cool aus. Den kann man nicht haten. Guck mal, er hier. Wer ist er? Weißt du, er sieht so ein bisschen aus wie so ein Kind in so einem Halloween-Kostüm.
Guck mal, so sieht Igastanisch für jeden anderen aus. Und jetzt geh nochmal zurück.
Und so sieht Igastanisch für mich aus.
So aus diesem... Ja, genau, aus diesem Manga-Teil. Ja. Igastanisch für Timo.
Junge, er ist so cool. Ich feiere ihn so sehr. Was daran cool? Ich weiß nicht, ich finde, der ist halt wirklich, der ist halt eine Kastanie. Ich finde den funny. Das ist legit Morabel. Nein, Morabel sieht dumm aus. Igastanisch hat nicht diesen ultra dummen Blick. Igastanisch sieht dann wirklich aus wie so ein kleiner, dicker Junge im Halloween-Kostüm, der sich irgendwie so als Godzilla verkleidet hat, aber so DIY-Kostüm hat.
Ich glaube, du hast einfach Flashback an dein letztes Halloween-Night im warst oder sowas und noch gefragt hast, Dinosaurus und das 8-jährige Kind von der Treppe getreten ist, damit du noch die letzten Snickers von der Frau Müller bekommst oder sowas.
Das ist doch nicht cool, aber ich finde das witzig. Ja, man muss halt schauen, wo man bleibt, ne?
Ja, das stimmt wohl.
Das stimmt wohl. Rutena?
Cool. Ich weiß, du findest es sehr cool. Und
ich finde es sehr cool.
Sehr unsass findest du das sehr cool.
Wirklich unsass.
Das ist ja cool. Also ich mag Rutena auch.
Ihr wisst, Chat, ich stehe auf Mamis, okay? Rutena sieht aus, als wäre sie 12. Da bin ich halt raus. Ich bin nicht Michael the Best, der auf Peliospa geiert.
Hallo, es sind jetzt hier Themen aufgekommen, die ich nicht äußern möchte.
Rutena finde ich wirklich einfach cool. Ja, also legit. Auch durch Pocken. Es ist einfach so. Ich fand Rutena durch Pocken. Ich sag aber auch wirklich. Durch Pocken.
Okay, Windpocken.
Ich sag, bei den Gen 6 Startern, jetzt kommen wir nämlich zu Amphizzle, ich finde alle 3 Mittelstarter, und bei Amphizzle ist wahrscheinlich ein Hot Take, aber ich finde alle 3 Mittelstarter cooler als die Endform. Ja.
Warte, ich schau mir mal Amphizzle an.
Aber weißt du, warum das bei mir woher das mit Amphizzle kommt?
Ja.
Weil ich Amphizzle immer, wenn ich,
Das ist ein Low-Tier-Pick.
Ja, genau, der ist geil in meinem Kopf. Ich habe den, glaube ich, noch nie gepickt, aber in meinem Kopf habe ich den in jedem Draft, den ich je gespielt habe, gepickt. Wirklich. Weil ich gedacht habe, der ist ein so cooler Low-Tier-Pick.
Also der ist schon echt sehr cool. Also am Physik gehe ich auf sehr cool.
Ja, 100%.
Die Sache ist, ich hatte Pynx und dann Rutena und ich weiß gar nicht, waren die letzten Stufen bekannt? Ich glaube nämlich nicht, oder?
Ich sage dir ganz ehrlich, bei Gen 6 habe ich ja überlegt aufzuhören und ich wusste nichts, als ich das Spiel gespielt habe. Gar nichts.
Ja, weil ich weiß, dass ich Pynx und Rutena ultra cool fand damals.
Ja.
Und deswegen Pynx als Starter genommen habe. Aber Phenexis, also ich finde Phenexis ist auch ein bisschen overhated und hat das Problem, dass Rutena cooler, also deutlich cooler ist als Phenexis. Aber Phenexis schon nicht ultra geil. Also
Ja, genau.
Kann man machen. Aber Rutena schon deutlich stärker.
Safe. Igasanisch finde ich cooler als Brigaron. Und am Fizzle finde ich cooler als Grand.
Also ich finde, Brigaron ist auch ein Arschloch. Aber der ist cooler als Igastanisch. Und Fajutsu finde ich cooler als Abfizzle.
Ja, respekt dich. Ich sag das auch eher, geht in der Hot-Take-Richtung. Weil Gran ist halt übelst beliebt, so, weißt du.
Ja, safe. Also Gran ist so das einzige von diesen Normie-Hurensohn-Pokémon. Also Normie-Hurensohn-Pokémon sind Lucario, Nachtara, Glurak, Fajutsu, Pikachu. So, das sind Normie-Hurensohn-Pokémon und von diesen Normie-Hurensohn-Pokémon ist Fajutsu so den einzigen, den ich wirklich cool finde.
Okay, ja, check ich. Wie cool der aussieht. Gut, dann machen wir weiter mit Arboretos.
Ja. Ich möchte, okay, warte. Mein guter Freund Jose Mourinho sagte eins, I prefer not to speak because when I speak I'm in big trouble. Und ich möchte wirklich nichts zu diesen Kollegen sagen. Genau, Michis Reaktion gerade ist genau meine zu Arboretos und das muss auch alles wirklich gar nicht
sein. Welches Pokémon findest du ist das hässlichste Pokémon, das existiert?
Boah, das kann ich dir ja aus dem Stegreif nicht sagen, aber Arboretos und Ligastanisch sind auf jeden Fall Top 5.
Arboretos bin ich bei dir, ja.
Also Arboretos ist schon, also ich habe ja jetzt schon sehr viele vollgeschissene Windeln gesehen und alle Male würde ich immer diese vollgeschissene Windel nehmen. Wirklich, die wirklich ekelhaft stinkt und gefüllt ist, immer über Arboretos nehmen.
Ja,
also schon allein, wie der mich anguckt, also das...
Der ist einfach diese Locke und alles, nee.
Also
der ist
wirklich,
einfach Quatsch.
Und das Ding ist, in den Spielen sieht er noch beschissen
Ja.
Kennst du die Mori-Artworks, also...
Ja.
Nee, nein. Nein.
Das ist ja Quatsch.
Er ist ein Bot.
Ja, Mitsunda.
Cool.
Ja, finde ich auch. Straight up einfach cool. Marikek.
Ist ein Keck. Ist ein Loser. Finde ich nicht cool.
Auch wenn ich Primarene liebe und Dropper auch sehr gerne mag, finde ich, ist Marikek leider der Wagster aus der Reihe.
Das stimmt. Stimme ich 100% zu.
Muss ich einfach sagen. Also er ist nicht wack so an und für sich, aber ich finde die anderen halt so viel cooler.
Nee, also ich finde, das Ding ist, also Bouts fand ich auch maßlos overhyped, aber ich gönne jedem seinen Hack. So Bouts ist cool.
Ja.
Silvaro ist cool und Arboretos ist halt gut. Reden wir nicht drüber.
Ja.
Aber ich finde, Marikek ist schon auf Arboretos Level, aber schon deutlich besser, aber schon in die Richtung scheiße finde ich den. Also in-game vor allem auch. Also da, wo der sich jetzt im Anime freut oder sowas, das sieht der... Muss nicht, aber ich finde Primarina so viel cooler als Silvaro.
Ja, Primarina ist krank. Ja, safe.
Deswegen hat Marikek diesen Sprung zu Primarina, wo ich mir denke, Marikek ist so ein Hurensohn und der Sprung von Arboretos zu Silvaro ist halt nicht so riesig, wo ich mir denke, weißt du, dass Marikek schon auf Arboretos-Level ist, so, obwohl Marikek viel besser ist als Arboretos.
Ja.
So, deswegen, aber das ist so mein Feeling, das ist so
Verstehe ich. Guck mal, die Konzeptzeichen von Marikek. Hier sieht sie da süß aus.
Ja. Also ich glaube, das größte Problem von Marikek war so Usum und Ultrasonne, also Sonne, Mond und so, weil da war der Sprite und alles fand ich nicht so cool.
Ja.
Aber so gezeichnet oder im Anime oder so, es sieht schon deutlich besser aus als früher, finde ich.
Ja. Sehe ich. 100%. Das sehe ich. Dann kommen wir zu Chimsticks.
Ist cool.
Finde ich sehr cool, actually. Finde ich bei far am besten aus der Reihe.
Okay, ja, kann ich respektieren, aber also ich finde ihn cool.
Ja, ich feiere Chimsix sehr. Dann Kikalo.
Sehr cool.
Ist mein Favorite mittlere Stufe Starter.
Ja, also ich hatte den ja auch im Useless Pokémon Plateau, also sehr, sehr cool.
Hast du den Journeys Anime gesehen?
Nee, immer nur mal kurz.
Okay.
Was geht.
Also da hat Kikalo, ist halt so, du musst wissen, also ich will jetzt nicht zu krass spoilern, aber so...
Ja, kann schon sagen, alles gut.
Ja, okay. Um so ein bisschen zu erklären, Hoplo ist ja das Pokémon von Go.
Ja.
Und der tut so alles dafür, dass Go und dass er der Partner von Go wird. Und der liebt Go über alles. Und Kikalo ist dann so richtig, der ist so in dieser I don't give a shit Pubertätsphase. Und Go kriegt irgendwie nicht so richtig den Anschluss an Kikalo. Und Kikalo wirkt wie ein Arschloch, aber ist eigentlich übertrieben nett, einfach nur zu anderen Pokémon die ganze Zeit, weißt du? Und der ist das ist wirklich so dieses perfekte Pubertäts, man will gerade irgendwie nicht so mit den Eltern reden und so. Und dann, wenn er Libero ist, dann ist er wieder so mit Go ein Herz und eine Seele, so, weißt du?
Ja, das ist schon sehr cool. Das ist so eine
coole Story.
Das ist ja auch häufiger auch schon passiert, so im Pokémon-Anime, aber das ist schon sehr, sehr geil.
Ich mag sowas sehr, 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 sehr gerne.
Ja.
Alles klar, Skorbe. Bis später. Ja, und dann halt Fleckleon ist halt...
Arsches.
Der ist halt nix, ne? Der ist halt einfach...
Also lass es, Fleckbon, lass es.
Also der ist jetzt nicht super kacke, aber da ist halt einfach nix. Ich finde die Proportion weird, ich finde die Farben weird, ich finde die Idee weird. Er ist nicht hässlich, aber einfach so, ist nix. Sieht aus, als hätte jemand im Geometrieunterricht ein paar Formen aufgezeichnet und plötzlich kam der bei rum.
Ja, ich sehe schon. Nee, der ist wirklich nicht...
Da stimmt ja vorne und hinten nichts.
Geiles.
No. Schon hässlich, ja. Naja. Dann kommen wir zu Philiospa. Ich kann Philiospa nicht mehr so sehen wie vorher.
Ich kenne jemanden, der würde es auf 1 packen. Ich persönlich würde es jetzt nicht machen, aber ich finde Philiospa schon cool.
Ich fand ihn dann am Anfang cool.
Ja, verständlich. Kann ich nachvollziehen.
Dann
geht mir ähnlich.
Ich weiß, also woher kommt diese Aussage von mich? Ich verstehe es nicht.
Ja, ich verstehe vieles nicht, was Michi manchmal sagt, aber das ist so eine Sache, da würde ich schon sagen, das ist Peak Unverständnis.
Das ist wirklich dieses People who know Meme und People who don't know, weißt du?
Ja.
Das ist da wirklich, das passt da 1:1 auf Philiospa.
Ja, das ist ein sehr, sehr guter Vergleich, stimme ich dir zu.
Dann kommen wir zu Le Croco.
Ist okay.
Heißt der Le Croco? Le Croque?
Le Coq.
Le
Coco auf Englisch oder sowas, glaube ich.
Warte, ich kann einfach Fue Coco suchen und dann einfach eins weiter. Lo Croco.
Ah ne, Fue Coco war...
Ja, der Kleine.
Lo Croco Crocolore.
Okay. Wie finden wir den?
Okay, ich finde, der sieht auch dumm aus.
Ja,
also, sein Gesicht sieht echt dumm aus.
Ja, genau. Ich finde auch, der sieht irgendwie ein bisschen goofy aus. Weil ich finde, Krokel ist halt süß. So süß-dumm. Lokroko ist einfach dumm. Und Skelokok ist cool.
Ja,
genau. Das ist es. Ja, und Fuente ist halt auch wieder nichts.
Der ist dumm. Also hast du recht, aber schon eine geile Aussage. Ja, das ist einfach scheiße.
Also ich finde es crazy bei Quacks, wie jede Entwicklung mehr reingeschissen hat. Nach Quacks kommt Fuente, der ist schon nicht so geil, aber nicht so kacke wie bei Londa. Es wurde wirklich stetig schlimmer.
Du findest bei Londa auch übertrieben wegen den Schwimmfüßen.
Ja, also wirklich, ich scheiße auf die Tanzbewegung, ich scheiße auf alles andere. Sein Moveset und sein Typing finde ich eigentlich übertrieben cool mit Hochmut und Bogentanz und allem. Aber seine Füße, Junge. Bei Londa ist so gay, das ist okay. Bei Londa darf gerne Gay-Icon sein und ich gönne ihm das. Aber die Füße, was sind diese Füße? Und man muss auch wieder sagen, was mich bei Londa immer so ein bisschen stört, das ist aber, glaube ich, immer so ein bisschen Me-Problem, dass manchmal sehe ich Pokémon und dann habe ich Ideen für die Entwicklung oder sehe irgendwelche Fanarts, das war damals so, bei Londerboy, also die letzte Entwicklung von Quacks, wurde ja immer als so ein krasser Pirat dargestellt in Fanarts.
Ja, häufig. Ja, das stimmt,
und das enttäuscht dann einfach, weil du hypst dich dann darauf. Ja, aber das kann ein Pirat sein. Und dann ist es so ein Tanzvogel mit Schrittfüßen.
Ja, wenn du dachtest, das ist Monkey D. Ruffy, aber es ist Monkey D. Kachi. Da ist so der Arme.
Deswegen, also, ja. Aber dann haben wir das mal erklärt. Aber wir haben einen ähnlichen Taste, was Mittelentwicklungsstarter angeht.
Ja, also bei uns ist ja, ich sag so, der Großteil immer bei allen Sachen. So 90% Match und 100% komplett anders. Also es gibt nicht so dieses, okay, wir sind da ein bisschen daneben so. Also es ist wirklich so, ja doch, man kann sich unterhalten und okay, bist du bereit, exekutiert zu werden? Ich bin bereit für den Krieg.
Ja. Wusstest du, dass heute einer meiner schlimmsten Tage in meinem Leben sind?
Warum?
Mein Handy ist heute kaputt gegangen, einfach so. Also nicht einfach so, es ist von einer erhöhten Dings auf meine Küchenzeile gefallen. Und obwohl ich Hülle und Schutzfolie hatte, ist es komplett im Arsch.
Scheiße.
Es geht nichts mehr, ich muss es reparieren lassen, kostet wahrscheinlich 300 €.
Ach du Scheiße.
Das ist
bei
so
mir,
wack.
Ich war irgendwann mal in Stuttgart bei Toni und dann ist einfach mein Bildschirm schwarz geworden und nie wieder angegangen. Und dann muss ich mir in Stuttgart ein neues Handy kaufen.
Ja, das ist das Schlimmste. Ich bin gerade wieder im Pokémon Go-Hype drin. Ich habe es übelst gefühlt, habe jetzt eine Route bei mir hier gefunden, obwohl ich im Oberdorf finde.
Ja, ich hab's schon gehört und 18 Leute schicken dir Geschenke aus deinem Dorf.
Ja, genau. Und jetzt, ne, also ich kann's dir mal im Stream zeigen. Das ist mein Handy jetzt.
Ja.
Da geht gar nichts mehr. Da kommt ab und zu nur noch so ein Flackern und es vibriert noch, aber ansonsten ist es...
Ich kenne das Flackern ist das Schlimmste.
Ansonsten ist es over. So.
Scheiße.
Oh, Rhino Shield Placement. Rhino Shield, please. Aber die machen mir mein Handy jetzt leider auch nicht mehr ganz.
Hey, Rhino Shield, bitte komm.
Deswegen, ja. Wie viele Runden haben wir jetzt eigentlich noch heute?
2, Runde 14 und 15. Also, und dann kommt Top Cut und ich glaube, es kommt dann Top 8, Top 4 und Finales morgen.
Okay. Also noch 4 Runden.
Ja.
14,
also
15. Oder ist nicht heute eine Runde mehr? Oder ist die 15 Runden eine Runde mehr?
Ja, weil gestern 9 Runden Swiss und heute 6 Runden Swiss. Also die 15. ist eine Runde mehr.
Okay.
Deswegen. Aber Michael Kelch hat eigentlich ein ganz gutes Standing jetzt. Mit 17. Das heißt, wenn Aurelien Sula einfach weiter alle exekutiert.
Wir haben auch schon die... Oh, Wolfie spielt gegen Alex Gomez. Das wäre wahrscheinlich ein gutes Stream-Match, was wir jetzt sehen werden.
Ja, ich glaube, das wird auch Stream-Match sein.
Das klingt interesting.
Ja, Alter, Rorin Reimackers, Digga, der zerbombt aber auch gerade alles. Der ist 4-0 jetzt gegangen.
Michi spielt gegen Juan Salerno. Wer ist das? Kennt man den? Also...
Kenne ich nicht, ne?
Klang jetzt ein bisschen arschig, aber... Wisst schon, wie ich meine?
Kennt man den Versager?
Kennt man den? Das ist ein Opfer. Jürgen Victor Bedien aber auch sad. Von einem 10-0 auf 10-3 tut schon weh.
Aber Arash und Marty auch von 9-0 Day One, genau wie Victor Medina jetzt auf 10-3. So, das ist...
Maurice jetzt auch 9-4 leider.
Ja, der ist komplett im Loch, der Arme.
Die zeichnet sie so rum. Ja, man muss aber sagen, da zeichne ich ja sogar besser, Razor Droid.
Razor zockt. Razor Drawt.
Ja, die überbrücken immer sehr krass. Weil das Ding ist, guck mal, du hast doch schon mal on-stream gespielt, ne?
Ja.
Okay, on-stream ist ja immer so ein gestellter Account, ne? Musst du da deine Pokémon erstmal rüber tauschen?
Nee, also das ist eigentlich nicht so. Also das ist ja Victory Road mit Player 2.
Ja.
Das war bei mir aber nicht so. Dass da
so.
bei mir, glaube ich, Victory Road stand.
Du durftest deine eigene Switch dort.
Ja, genau. Also die haben zwar trotzdem alles eingestellt, die haben halt Spitznamen ausgemacht. Habe ich bis heute noch so eingestellt, weil ich es nie geändert habe. So, die haben Spitznamen aus und genau, dann musst du Musik einstellen. Also ich habe immer Musik an, aber
gestern haben ein paar die Musik ausgemacht. Das war übelst nervig.
Ja, das ist halt die Sache. Mein Gegner hat auch so gesagt, yo, ich möchte Musik ausmachen. So,
Crazy.
Ich dachte mir so, hä? Also ich höre halt zum Beispiel nie was. Also ich habe keine Kopfhörer oder sowas.
Ja.
So, ich höre da nie was, aber dass man so bewusst sagt, man hat Kopfhörer auf, aber man möchte keine Musik hören, das ist schon wild, sage ich.
Ja. Junge, das ist Ogapon, aber Lu macht ja genauso schlecht wie ich.
Das stimmt wohl.
Das stimmt wohl. Voll gut, hallo?
Das passiert, wenn man mit einem Deutschen verheiratet ist. Man verlernt die Gabe zu zeichnen.
Lernt alles.
Scheiße.
Wahrscheinlich Cornerstone, ja.
Sie weiß es. Der Blick sagt alles.
Ja.
Die andere ist die Freundin von Joseph Ugarte.
Wer ist Joseph Ugarte?
Das ist so US-Top-Player.
Okay.
So, boah, wie hieß das Regional? Auf jeden Fall, der hat zweimal ein Regional in den USA gewonnen, aber am gleichen Ort. Und im dritten war der in Top 4 und hat da verloren, glaube ich. Oder Top 8. Ja, Top 8 hat er verloren. Und ich habe so gehofft, dass er gewinnt, weil das ist schon eine coole Story, wenn du dreimal Regional gewinnst und dreimal das mal in der gleichen Stadt ist.
Ja.
Ich glaube Portland war das. Kommt in meinen Kopf. Der spielt immer King Gambit. Der hat sehr häufig immer sein gleiches Team gespielt. Aber jetzt hatte der getweetet.
Nee, vorhin.
Farigiraf.
Nee, ist Furien.
Das ist Raging Bolto.
Nee, ist Komplosio, aber als Giraffe.
Das ist Paradox Komplosio.
Ja.
Wenn du die falsche Ultraforte gegangen bist, kommt der raus. Coco Wei. Scheiße.
Was für Pipi? Ja, das Sing-Pipi.
Jo, das ist ein gutes Tag-Team.
Ja, Mann. Jo,
Ja,
Pipi allgemein echt gut performt, ne? On Stream.
Ja. Das ist halt schade. Also
du bist doch auch Pipi-Believer, oder?
Ja, ich bin immer pro Pipi. Also
Ja.
Pipi ist ein sehr, sehr starkes Mon. Also, du musst dir halt vorstellen, Pipis Ability ist halt so overpowered, dass nur Arsch-Pokémon diese Ability haben.
Vivillon ist ja übergut.
Ja, du musst dir ja vorstellen, Rexy wurde Vivillon gespielt mit Tinglu. So, weil du konntest dann Earthquake drücken und Vivillon hat alles mit Sleep Powder in Rente geschickt.
Kann man Vivillon tendenziell nicht einfach, also ich meine, Papunga hat ja sogar einfach auch noch irgendwann vor kurzem ein Regional gewonnen, also schon ein bisschen her, aber könnte man Vivillon nicht einfach in der Theorie noch weiter zocken?
Man kann alles immer weiter zocken, so ist es nicht, aber ich würde nicht empfehlen, Vivillon zu spielen.
Okay.
Ich würde auch nicht empfehlen, Tinglu zu spielen, weil der ist ein Hurensohn.
Ja, natürlich.
Ich mag den nicht.
Ich muss mal gucken, wo es überhaupt alle Vivillon-Formen gibt, wo ich mir am besten welche hole. Aber ich habe jetzt gesehen, ich habe noch eine Postkarte jetzt aus Italien und Frankreich noch angenommen.
Mhm. Oh, big ist, dass alle Gegner von Michi
gewonnen haben jetzt Runde, ja.
Ich glaube, außer Francesco.
Die müssen gerade Zeit überbrücken. Aber ich würde empfehlen, Belex zu spielen. Der ist sehr stark. Wie ist auf der PC?
Ich gehe wahrscheinlich 14. Also nächste Woche zu Scorme.
Ah, okay.
Wahrscheinlich.
Ja. Und dann, wie viele Punkte fehlen noch für dein Worlds Invite?
9.
Oh.
Ja, ich habe ja gegambelt, dass ich mit der Global Challenge die 30 Punkte eintüte, weil
und
ich
du
war
hast
bei
20 bekommen?
Ich habe 30 bekommen, ich brauche
Achso, okay. Ah, okay.
Ich war bei 1700, ich habe 22 Siege, 6 Niederlagen und ich wollte dann aber nicht weiterspielen. So dieses eine Game wollte ich nicht spielen, so, weil ich wusste, wenn ich verliere, also ich wäre wahrscheinlich ähnlich in 30 gewesen, aber ich hatte halt so das Gefühl, du brauchst jetzt ein paar weniger Punkte, weil letzte Global Challenge hast du mit 1705 40 Punkte bekommen und ich dafür 1702, weil viele Top-Player sind schon qualifiziert und Japan und Korea und alle, die ja nicht in unsere Punkte Ausbeute reinfallen, so die müssen das ja knallen wegen ihren Nationals da. Es kommen jetzt ganz, ganz viele, aber leider hat es dann knapp nicht gereicht.
Ja, schade.
Ja, aber dann müssen wir es halt so machen. Oh, da muss ich kommen. Ja, auf jeden Fall. Komm nach Paderborn, um Scorme zu unterstützen.
Mhm.
Schon wichtig.
Und nimmst du noch ein Event mit vor Worlds?
Stockholm.
Stockholm, gehst du safe?
Ja, ist
Big.
alles gebucht. Da ist Dennis dabei, meines Wissens nach. Kusha, Michi, Rahim und ich.
Okay. Bologna nimmst du nicht mit?
Nein, Bologna nehme ich nicht mit.
Weil da kann man kein Geld gewinnen.
Richtig. So sieht der Hase aus. Als ob ich da hingehe, irgendwie Flug bezahlen, um nichts zu bekommen, weil qualifiziert werde ich da eh schon sein. Also.
Ja, ich meine, Sachpreise trotzdem big, aber ich glaube, wenn du die Chance hast, Cash zu gewinnen, ist schon geiler.
Bologna cooles Essen, das stimmt. Aber Bologna an sich schon sehr, sehr cool, aber die Italiener, die müssen mir Geld geben und keine Pasta.
Aber du warst ja auch wahrscheinlich noch nie in Stockholm, oder? Also in Schweden allgemein.
Nein, ich war noch nie in Schweden.
Ich glaube, dann ist allgemein cool, dann nimmt man sowas nochmal gerne extra mit.
Ja. Sowieso, dann kann man immer sagen, jo, ich war schon in diesem Land und in dem.
Ja,
und
das fühle ich auch. Und dann kannst du mir Pokémon Go Geschenke aus Schweden schicken.
Richtig. Aber ich kann dir auch so immer Pokémon Go Geschenke aus Belgien schicken, also.
Oh, stimmt! Übel broken.
Ja.
Übel broken.
Übel Berechnung. Aber Schweden ist nochmal eine ganz andere Zone, also da gibt es die seltenen Dinge auch.
Junge,
Aber es gibt
Dario
auch-
hat von der Pokémon Company einfach dort vor Ort einen Stream bereitgestellt bekommen.
Wie?
Ja, der hat hier eine Location, wo er streamen darf und interviewt dort so ein bisschen die Leute.
Oh, okay. das
Übertrieben
ist krass.
krank.
Ich habe gerade deinen Stream gesehen, deswegen ich so, wow, okay, das Glückwunsch sagen wir da. Na, das ist schon wild.
Deswegen, ich war schon irritiert, weil angegeben wurde, dass man bei Zero of Time Drops bekommen kann. Und ich dachte so, hä? Wie, der ist doch dort. Wie, der wird doch... Das rechts war Zero, ja.
Okay, und warum kann sie auf einmal Mitsunda
Ja, ich wollte gerade sagen, warum sieht Mitsunda auf einmal so clean aus?
Und ist das Papunga?
Crazy.
Ja, und meine Freundin hat mich gestern so gefragt, weil sie hatte für Pokémon Go, wollte sie so Drops holen aus dem Stream und hat dann empfohlene Kanäle gesehen und sie so, hä, wer ist Fanmade Tim? Und ich so, Tim halt, was soll ich dir jetzt sagen, ne? Also,
Der ist Fan, was soll ich sagen?
Warum hat er so viele Zuschauer? Ich so, ja, weil er halt ein Hustler ist.
Ja, das sagt man.
Weil er ein Hustlemann ist.
Das sagt man. So, warte mal. Oh, ich sehe gerade. Ich glaube, wir haben in Belgien dasselbe, Vivian.
Ja, wobei mit Niedersachsen ist bei dir.
Nee, ist schon dasselbe. Wir haben das Orangene. Gelb, Orangene. Oder hast du das Rote? Also das Pinke, Rosane.
Ich glaube, das. Warte, ich
Also
muss
Bayern
mal
hat das Marin.
Warte, ich muss kurz mal mein Pokémon Go öffnen.
Weil ich kann dir die Dings, ich kann dir auch einfach die Karte hier schicken.
Braucht die Namen.
Hier. Kannst im Browser öffnen, dann kannst du ranzoomen.
Ja, hier, Kontinental. Kontinental.
Ja, okay, das habe ich auch, ja.
Okay.
Ja.
Aber
Aber.
du kannst dir, es gibt so Online-Seiten, da kannst du mit allen Leuten aus
Ja,
der
ja,
Welt
ich weiß. Ich muss ja halt auch noch Shiny hunten für den Living Dex später.
Shiny Hunten.
Aber weißt du, was das Beste an allem ist?
Was ist das, was dann an?
Wenn ihr dann in Hawaii seid, auf Hawaii, dann könnt ihr mir Kurelei mitbringen.
Ich töte dich. Ach, Mann. Ja, gerne doch.
Ja, das fühlt man doch.
Hey, Kugelei, hast du Bock? Ja, sag mal.
Aber sei ehrlich, dich freut's doch auch ein bisschen, da Kurelei. Also ich meine, wenn es schon Hawaii-Only-Pokémon gibt,
Ja, normal.
nimmt man
Normal,
schon, ist schon big.
Da reiß ich jeden die Blumenkette ab. Sag ich dir
Naja.
ehrlich, was ist. Ja, damit sage ich.
Das fühlt man. Ach du Scheiße. Junge, Sira hat auf Twitter gepostet, aktueller Stand, Koffer geht zu. Haben aber noch einen Pokémon Center Termin heute und sein Koffer sieht nicht zu aus.
Junge Sira, Digga, geht's dir gut?
Also siehst du das Weilord-Bild?
Ja, das ist Weilord so. Junge, Koffer geht zu, ich glaube nicht.
Was für zu? Er macht da so Band drum, sagt, okay, ist zu.
Junge, das braucht einen extra Koffer.
For real. Deswegen, aber Dario hat mir schon gesagt, was die Strats sind.
Was sind die Strats?
Okay, die Strats sind, also zum Beispiel nach Japan ist, hat er ein Koffer genommen,
Ja.
der leer war. Beziehungsweise nicht wirklich leer. Also pass auf. Er hat einen sehr großen Koffer genommen.
Mhm.
Und in diesem großen Koffer war ein kleinerer Koffer mit den Sachen, die er mit hat.
Oh, ja.
Dadurch hat er bei der Hinreise musste er nur einen Koffer angeben und bei der Rückreise dann 2.
Ja, das ist schon stark.
Das ist schon smart, ne?
Das ist schon ein guter Play, kann man nicht haten.
Und dann hast du halt einen großen Koffer, Klamotten in Japan kaufen und da lassen. Ich glaube, das ist nicht so gut für die Umwelt. Ich habe, glaube ich, einen Schlaganfall. Warum schreibe ich das zweimal? Achso, wegen Gureshat. Das ist wirklich geschickt, ne? Das ist wirklich smart.
Ja, das ist wirklich.
Also ich sage, wenn man nach Japan mal fährt, dann ist das, glaube ich, schon ein Play.
Ja.
Ja.
Auf jeden Fall.
Auf jeden Fall. Meinst du, wir bekommen morgen...
in Japan bleiben, ja?
Meinst du, wir bekommen morgen Hawaii Worlds Datum?
Ja, müssen die. Also müssen die dann. Also die haben ja das so lange zurückgehalten wegen, ich glaube, wegen den ganzen Bränden, also wegen den ganzen Naturkatastrophen, die sich da ereignen.
Ist es jetzt besser?
Ich glaube nicht. Aber die haben langsam keine Zeit mehr.
Ich meine, for real, jetzt mal wirklich kurz realistisch gesehen, ist es möglich, dass sie den Standort noch wechseln, weil die haben noch nicht ein einziges Mal über Hawaii gesprochen in dem Stream, glaube ich.
Ja, also es ist realistisch. Also deswegen haben die es ja so lange zurückgehalten, weil ich glaube, die möchten unbedingt diesen Standortwechsel vermeiden.
Ja, genau. Aber die haben noch nicht einmal über Hawaii gesprochen im Stream und das wäre doch eigentlich so, dass man mal darüber redet.
Ja, klar.
So. Monchborg, was geht? Reim ist leider 6-3 gegangen. Er ist nicht Day 2 gekommen, aber hat 80 Punkte bekommen. Und hat jetzt sein Worlds Invite. Resha, danke für deinen Resub. Er hat jetzt seinen Worlds Invite.
Nicht. Schade, ich hatte Hoffnung in Flobert gesetzt.
Ja. Junge, es ist so schade, wie viele von denen auch. Guck mal, du musst überlegen. Ein Benny steht 5-2. Ein Kusha und ein Dennis stehen 3-0, so, weißt du, das ist so crazy, das tut mir so leid.
Flobert auch 2-0 gestartet und sowas. Benny ist auf 4-1 hochgegrindet. Vielleicht sogar 5.
Also 5-2 war er, der nochmal getweetet.
Ja, er hat gegen Kollegen von mir gespielt, gegen Brian Handy aus Irland, der hat ihn dann ins Loch gestoßen.
Okay.
Da waren die bei 5-2 auf jeden Fall. Brian hat dann Win-and-In verloren.
Ja.
Also ich bin mit dem connected seit Stuttgart, weil ich habe ihn Win-and-In ins Loch gestoßen in Stuttgart.
Stark.
Auch Steiner Nikolaisen, auch Kollege. Mal schauen, ob er seinen 4. Kampf gewonnen hat.
Aber ich sag halt wirklich, also es ist nicht unwahrscheinlich, dass die morgen einen anderen Ort für Worlds ankündigen.
Also ich finde es auch nicht unwahrscheinlich. Also Hawaii geht bald unter. Also das kann schon sehr gut sein.
Und die Frage ist, was wäre dann der andere Ort? Aber die müssten halt morgen ein Datum nennen, weil es sind halt nur noch 4 Monate hin.
Ja.
Und die Leute müssen ja buchen.
Eben. Und es wird alles so skrupellos teuer.
Es ist jetzt ja schon viel zu teuer. Da hat gerade jemand in der Kamera gedappt. Und nein. Junge, Frankfurt wird's, ich sag's dir.
Nee.
Ich sag, okay, Spanien geht nicht. Ich sag immer noch, Paris ist gut möglich.
Ich glaube, wenn, bleiben die auf dem Kontinent. Also, dass es dann halt Nordamerika wird.
Ja.
New York oder sowas, Washington.
Sehe ich. Schön auf den Malediven. Am Strand. So. Zu Duisburg relocaten.
Junge,
Domjis Wohnung, Junge.
Wirklich, Domji so, Duisburg.
Junge, wirklich, Domji würde halt einfach, der würde nackt durch die Welt laufen. Oder ich weiß nicht, der würde irgendwas anzünden oder so, wenn plötzlich auf einmal Worlds in Duisburg wären.
Wirklich, also ich hab's geschafft. Ich hab Duisburg auf die Karte gebracht.
Ehrlich so.
Niemand wusste, dass Duisburg existiert, beziehungsweise niemand wollte wissen, dass Duisburg existiert.
Außer Tribute von Panem.
Ach, Mann.
Mensch, im größten Drecksloch in NRW.
Ich kann nicht widersprechen und ich kenne Wuppertal.
Ja, nee, das sehe ich schon.
Aber dann kommen Loyola und Donjo und sagen, das ist einfach nur overhated. Alle fahren an der Agenda gegen Duisburg. Sie wollen Duisburg unten halten. Und ich sag so, weiß ich nicht, ob das so ein Ding ist, liebe Freunde.
So. Also wenn US oder EU wäre schon geil. Wie gut, dass ich mich schon für mich die Spectator-Ticket gemeldet habe.
Schlecht. Ja, aber ich denke, es wird ein US-Bereich sein.
Das kann sein, ja.
Und ich hoffe, der Timo Call, dass es dann Europa ist, nächstes Jahr Madrid oder Paris oder sowas.
Ja, Paris wäre geil nächstes Jahr. Wirklich.
Ich will einfach Europa, dann sind die Reisekosten human.
Ja. So. Wäre schon sick. Okay, Victor haben wir on Stream.
Victor Medina.
Die haben actually wirklich nicht Wolfie gegen Alex Gomez. Crazy. Hätte ich nicht gedacht.
Ja, das ist halt jetzt safe win it in bei denen halt. Bei Wolfie Glick und Alex Gomez halt nicht. Aber ich hätte schon lieber Wolf und Alex gesehen. Okay,
ja.
ich muss jetzt eine Sache, ich weiß, ich habe das, glaube ich, vielleicht in Utrecht mal erzählt. Aber ich weiß nicht, ob ich es hier bei dir schon mal erzählt habe. Victor Medina, ne?
Ja.
Der ist 9-0 gegangen.
Ja.
Und stand ja zwischenzeitlich 10-1. Und ich habe in Polen gegen einen Italiener gespielt. Und der ist dann auch Top-Cut gegangen. Also der ist, wir standen beide 3-0, als ich gegen den gespielt habe. Und der ist Top 8 gegangen in Polen. Und ich habe den in Dortmund wieder gesehen und wir haben uns unterhalten. Und ich glaube, da hatte Victor auch gerade das Stream-Match. Oder er stand auch wieder 6-0 oder sowas. Der ist auf jeden Fall wieder dumm gegangen. Und dann kommt er, Victor, he's not so a good player. Victor have a lot of luck. In Italy, we say you have a A button, you have a B button, and the X button. And Victor has a X button for luck. And he pushes the fucking X button every time. He only winning with luck. Victor is not a good player. He can only win with luck and pushing the fucking X button. Und ich so, okay, man. Okay.
Danke
er ist komplett dumm gegangen. Und ich so, Victor Medina 8-1 und jetzt in EUIC. Victor Medina 9-0. Ja, der ist voll der
stand der,
Arsch.
glaube ich, oder?
Ja, stimmt.
10-0 stand der, ja, aber durch Luck.
Wirklich, er stand so 10-0 und ich so, ja, Mann, gut. So ein schlechter Spieler, aber auch einfach. Also, ich wünsche, ich wäre so schlecht wie Victor Medina.
Das fühlt man.
Und scheinbar hat er nicht nur Luck, sondern er bringt auch Pech. Er hat gestern Runde 7 gegen Joshua Lorsi gespielt und die haben 6-0, standen ja beide. Und Joshua Lorsi ist von 6-0 into 6-3.
Oha.
Und Joshua Lorsi ist so Wolf-Truppe, so erweitert.
Ja, das ist crazy.
Der X-Button war es einfach wirklich.
Das ist ja 28 Grad. Wie warm ist es bei dir? Bei mir ist es gerade 21, aber ich fühle es immer noch recht kühl irgendwie.
Nee, Mella hatte gezeigt, gestern war hier 16 Grad und in Deutschland 26 Grad und sie hat gesagt, warum? Und ich so,
ja. Ich weiß doch auch nicht. Frag dich doch mal, warum wir hier sind.
Ja, eben. Also, ich weiß es nicht.
Kommt Mella da eigentlich auch tendenziell mit nach Hawaii?
Nee. Also,
okay. Ja.
Also, klar, wenn jetzt irgendeiner kommt und sagt, ich habe 10.000 Euro locker, ich bezahle euch die Flüge, kein Thema, nehmen wir.
Ja.
Aber so, allein für mich wird es ja 4.000 bis 5.000 Euro kosten.
Ja.
Und das wird schon geisteskrank. Also,
safe.
morgen, ich habe ja Lou beauftragt, für mich zu arbeiten.
Ich weiß.
Und wenn ich das, besonders Lou ist der einzige Mensch, warte, vielleicht habe ich... Okay, du bist der einzige Mensch jemals in meinem Leben, den ich gesagt habe, gib mir mal dein PayPal, dann bezahle ich das und mir nicht mehr geantwortet hat. Aber gut, nehme ich. Nee, aber wenn du mir das Profilbild gemacht hast, dann macht Andi so Karten für mich und dann biete ich Coaching an für VGC und Draft Ligen.
Das ist cool.
Ja, damit ich mehr Geld verdienen kann, damit ich nach Hawaii fliegen kann und dann werde ich Top 4 Hawaii, verliere im Halbfinale gegen Michael Kelch.
Top 4?
Ja.
Im Halbfinale?
Ja, weil dann werde ich reich und mehr möchte ich nicht. Ich möchte keinen Erfolg haben, ich möchte nur Reichtum. Michi braucht den Pokal, der ist für sein Ego, für seine Legacy. Aber ich brauch nur Geld.
Ja, das sagt man. Finde ich gut.
Ich kann mein Kind nicht mit Erfolg ernähren, nur mit Geld.
Finde ich gut.
Deswegen Top 4 Worlds ist das Ziel.
Ja. Das fühle ich. Das fühle ich.
Elias hat auf deinen Snap geantwortet.
Let's go. Handy, oder? Ja.
Thema Schimmern, auch? Stimmt ja. Moment.
Okay, warte, was haben wir hier? Terrafire Rillaboom Standard ist hinter mir. Carmine Raging Bolt, Standard Landorus, Chempao ohne Spinner, Incineroar Standard. Ja, ist halt ein Standard-Team, ne? Also.
Timo, wie nennt man dieses Team?
Es ist dieses Japanese
Ja, Timo! VGC, Erfahrungsmeister.
Na klar!
Also das ist Japanese Balance in seiner Reinform. Also
okay.
komplett japanesische Ausgleicherierung.
Ja. Aber das ist halt auch wirklich einfach ein Standardteam.
Ja, also...
Chat hat mich eben gefragt, so, yo, warum ist gerade Rapid Strike wieder so viel besser als Single Strike, obwohl vor kurzem ja Single Strike über Rapid Strike war. Und Michi hat mir halt letztens erzählt, dass Rapid Strike aktuell so beliebt ist, weil man einfach super gerne mit dem leadet, weil der im Lead einfach sehr viel Druck ausübt. Und du kannst halt raus U-turn und direkt einen anderen Thread, der eventuell sogar das andere Mod nebendran supportet, reinbringen. Ne? Sowas wie Rillaboom kannst du plötzlich reinbekommen. Oder einen Incineroar mit Intimidate. Oder halt eben PP wurde ja auch gestern ein paar Mal reingeholt. So.
Ja, nee, die Sache ist einfach, was man sich halt vorstellen muss. Es ist natürlich immer ein gewisser Pool an Pokémon. Ne? Es gibt so 20 Mons oder sowas, die sind ja Meta und Meta-relevant und es gibt ja Leute, die beschweren sich immer, dass die gleichen Pokémon gespielt werden. Das stimmt ja zu einem gewissen Grad.
Ja.
So, weil sonst wäre es ja keine Meta. Die Meta wird gespielt, weil sie gut ist. Dann gibt es natürlich immer sowas wie Pipi kommt mal rein in ein Team oder Brigaron. So. Okay, Brigaron ist schon ziemlich speziell, aber dann gibt's
Ursaluna, normal.
Richtig, wollte ich gerade sagen. Ursaluna, Porygon, Cresselia, so die können dann immer mal gefahren werden, die sind dann erweiterte Meta und alles. Aber die Meta passt sich der Meta an. Das heißt, wenn jeder früher Tornados und Rapid Strike gespielt hat, dann spielen die Leute irgendwann was gegen die. Dann wurde wieder schlechter. Dann hat sich angepasst, dass die ganze Zeit Ogapon, Wellspring und Fluttermane gespielt werden. Dann wurde es wieder mehr. Und dann wurde wieder Rapid Strike ein bisschen mehr. Und man hat gesehen, okay, Single Strike schlachtet ja einfach alles auf Beats. Und dann haben sich die Leute wieder auf Single Strike angepasst. So, es variiert einfach, weil du musst ja in deinem Teambuilding, du kannst kein Team bauen, das gegen alles gewinnt oder ein Auto-Win hat. Du musst gewisse Matchups eingehen, wo du sagst, ich als Spieler bin so gut, oder ich habe natürlich ein schlechtes Matchup oder es gibt bessere Matchups, aber ich als Spieler kann das spielerisch mit meinem Gameplan und meinen Plays einfach gewinnen. Und so funktioniert das einfach. Deswegen ist jetzt halt auch wieder einfach eine Meta-Anpassung, dass viele Urshifu Rapid Strike spielen.
Ist er für Core Mind und Fake Out in Lando gegangen?
Ja, habe jetzt nicht drauf geachtet.
Nee, okay, er macht Fake Out in Dings. Okay. Oh, Slushbomb. Wild. Weil ich weiß nämlich nicht, was ich von dem... Also ich glaube, ich hätte lieber... Nee, ich check schon. Es wäre halt Fake Out in Raging Bolt und Slushbomb in den Rillaboom-Slot kam halt, aber...
Ich glaube, er wollte Pudding Shot verhindern, dass der rauskommt. Oder selbst nicht gefake out.
Naja, er kriegt halt nichts davon, wenn er Lando fake outet und dann Raging Bolt fake outet, dann bringt es nichts. So hat er wenigstens halt jetzt einen Carmine draußen, ne?
Richtig, er muss halt auf +1 gehen, weil Lando kann ja jetzt auch einfach Terra Poison gehen und Slushbomb drucken. So, dann ist es ja der gleiche Effekt wie Earth Power. Aber sollte schon mal Speed Death.
Ich meine, so lurt er halt tendenziell die Terra raus, was auch not bad ist.
Ja.
Aber... Okay, Incineroar kommt rein.
Winston.
Okay. Und sehen wir Terra? Nein, Protect. Aber ist er auf Call Mike gegangen?
Ich glaube ja.
Oh, big.
Das ist
Das
natürlich
wäre jetzt hier ein
dann...
Parting-Shot in den
Ja,
Slot kommen.
das ist egal, weil es
Ja, genau,
geht
er will
um
die Spin-F-Boost.
Ja,
Ja, genau, da kommt der Panic-Shot. Das ist actually gut für Victor.
Ja, vor allem, er hat halt Fake-Out auf Instant. Das heißt, Lando kann
Lando
wieder
kann wieder
nicht
Fake,
angreifen.
genau.
Ne, das ist schon stark, das ist schon stark.
Bringt Raging Bolt hier gerade echt gut rein.
Es kommt darauf an, ob Javier halt also er muss sein Raging Bolt loaden. Und dann ist das hier...
Okay, jetzt kann er Incineroar Fake-outen, ne?
Ja, oder halt vor allem Raging Bolt, damit er kein Fake-Out kein Callbite rausbekommt, kein weiteres.
Das hat auch plus 2 Speed. Geht er hier für Fake-Out in Incineroar und Terra Sludge Bomb auf Raging Bolt? Maybe?
Ja, das wird trotzdem noch gut Damage machen.
Safe. Nee, es ist einfach eine Nullrunde.
Einfach eine sogenannte Fake-Out-Runde, beziehungsweise es ist eine Win-Runde für Victor, weil er Chip Damage auf Lando hat.
Ich find's gut, wie Gortrom rausgegangen ist, um Incineroar reinzubringen, und bei ihm ist Incineroar rausgegangen, um Gortrom reinzubringen.
Ja, das ist japanische
Ausgleichung. Ja. Wild. Aber Raging Bolt steht trotzdem immer noch in einer besseren Position als Landers.
Ja, klar. Also
Dafür ist Rillaboom halt aber auch schon Half-Life, ne?
Ja. Ich frage mich, ob das jetzt nicht vielleicht ein bisschen zu passiv von Victor ist.
Hier einen Protect zu loaden, ja, sehe ich.
Ja,
Aber er will vielleicht so ein
Protect
bisschen...
plus ein Switch, aber...
Er will vielleicht die Terra erstmal so... Ne?
Ja klar, nee, er will halt ein Fake-Out weiterhin haben, aber ich kann mir halt vorstellen, dass eine U-Turn auf den Rillaboom-Slot kommt.
Ja, das ist ja sehr schlecht für Victor.
Er könnte halt den Double-Up machen. Ja, er macht den Double-Up. Genau, das habe ich mir halt gedacht, dass es in die Richtung geht, weil er möchte halt mit Rillaboom raus und instant den Damage machen.
Ja.
Das meinte ich mit zu passiv. Ich habe mir sowas schon vorgestellt. Weil
das hätte er mit D-Pulse Lando killen können.
Er wollte ja erst nochmal auf Comment gehen, dann wäre er plus 2, plus 3 wieder. Instant bringt halt vor allem auch weiter die Gefahr, aber wenn dieses Raging Bolt halt sich dumm setupt, Javier muss halt auch dieses Raging Bolt in the back haben und Javier weiß. Also die Sache ist, was Javier jetzt macht, oder was er machen kann. Dieses Raging Bolt ist jetzt kaum noch aufzuhalten. Also was ist der Play von Javier? Er bringt irgendwann sein Raging Bolt rein und call-mindet einfach.
Ja.
So, weil er geht Terra Fairy, D-Pulse hat keine Wirkung, Thunderclap kann nur dann funktionieren, wenn D-Pulse oder Thunderclap. So, und
ich habe die ganze Zeit Screenshots gesehen von Leuten, von Raging Bolts gegen Raging Bolts, die beide auf plus 6 waren.
Ja.
Oh nein!
Das ist halt jetzt der einzige Weg für Javier hier noch zu gewinnen. Also meiner Meinung nach. Also dieses Rillaboom kann er mit Woodhammer immer noch massivst Damage anrichten.
Ja.
Aber da kann er halt auch mit Instant drumherum spielen. Deswegen muss Javier, also versucht Javier erstmal die Monster neben Raging Bolt zu killen. Weil er Raging Bolt hat jetzt schon mehr AP verbraucht als das Raging Bolt von Javier. Und deswegen gewinnt er halt ins Stallfight.
Ja. Oder den Chimpap schiebt. Okay, ich sehe. Okay, er holt Lando zurück und reinkommt. Boah, aber hier einen Raging Bolt reinholen.
Oh, er hat Raging Bolt nicht er hat verloren. Also, ich weiß jetzt nicht, wie er das holen kann, also klar.
Weil warum will er hier einen Raging Bolt und einen potenziellen Icicle Crash reinholen, weißt du?
Ja, nee, wobei er hat nicht... Doch. Nee. Doch, nee. Ja. Also die Sache ist, jetzt ist halt Fake-Out und Trefferschwall. Er kann Urshifu nicht rausnehmen. Das heißt, er nimmt... Doch, Javier nimmt Raging Bolt raus.
Mit Fake-Out Surging in Raging.
Ja, Fake-Out Surging und...
Terrawater.
Ja.
Aber hätte er damit Champo jetzt nicht angreifen
also der droppt nicht an Terra Fairy Trefferschwall Fake-Out, sondern er ist in dem Bereich, dass, wenn er von Rilla in Instant geht, das halt einfach nochmal machen kann.
Ja. Aber
So,
hätte er
weil-
dann jetzt mit Champao nicht Druck ausüben müssen?
Macht er aber ja nicht. Also die Sache ist,
Also Victor spielt viel zu passiv.
Ja,
Jetzt auch hier wieder.
aber die Sache ist, er hätte halt zweimal Sucker Punch einsetzen müssen, ist aber auf -1 Attack und deswegen killt es, glaube ich, nicht zweimal Sucker Punch, vielleicht schon. Und wenn er Rillaboom killt, kommt Instant rein und kann...
Oh.
Okay.
Oh. Der killt aber.
Ja.
Aber jetzt kann er den ja klappen, den Urshifu.
Ja.
Und wir haben keinen Grassy Glide mehr. Und er kann eigentlich Safe Sacred Sword in den Rillaboom. Er kann ja klappen in den Urshifu-Slot und Sacred Sword in den Rillaboom-Slot immer drücken, oder nicht?
Ja. Das kann er machen. Ist maybe sogar jetzt ein Predict von Victor Dragon Pulse auf den Slot, weil ich glaube, Lando kommt auf den Urshifu-Slot. Ja, oder umgekehrt. Ja.
Okay. Und er geht für
Er geht
Sacred
auf
Sword
den
für Incineroar, ne?
Ja.
Oder halt
Also
den Kill.
Und die Sache ist, ja, es kommt drauf an, ich
Wer
kann mir
kommt
vorstellen, dass, ich glaube, Instant kommt auf den Slot, weil Lando, er versucht Sacred, nee, okay, dann hat er es richtig gemacht.
Okay,
Dann
sehr
hat er es
stark.
richtig-
Sehr stark.
Das war mein erster Gedanke auch, aber ich weiß natürlich, was er macht und mein erster Gedanke ist, er kann das predikten und halt umgekehrt machen, weil das so, das Sacred auf den Slot kommt halt am wahrscheinlichsten ist.
Victor fühlt es gerade komplett.
Ja, das war auch mega Play. Also das war super strong.
Okay, ja. Champao kann immer Lando killen. Oh, aber... Oh, ja. Echt? Boah, weiß ich nicht. Weiß ich nicht.
Ich finde es nicht schlecht. Also ich finde es, er muss seinen Sash halt behalten.
Ja.
Und Lando ist kein Threat gerade. Und jetzt...
mit Terra... Ja, okay, Terra hat den nicht.
Er hat schon Terra Water auf Urshifu.
Stimmt, er hat schon Terra Water. Oh ja, nein, mein.
Ja, aber... Oh, doch, der ist schon noch ein guter Threat.
Der macht schon gut Schaden, ne?
Ja, hat er auch gut gemacht, Herr Javier, weil jetzt sind wir im folgenden Szenario, nämlich jetzt kann er Fake-outen und Protect ist nicht mehr auf der Seite von Champao.
Außer Double Protect.
Also gut gemacht. Also das sind hier gerade beides, also die sind nicht umsonst EUIC 10-3, aber das sind hier gerade Top-Plays, wo man nicht sagen kann, das ist richtig gespielt. Also klar, beide haben auch schon Fehler gemacht, aber das ist vollkommen normal. Das ist halt...
Er geht für den Double Protect, ne?
Er muss das machen.
Sonst hat er verloren.
Er kann... Du musst aber natürlich auch denken, der Gegner kann es anders machen, aber Fake Out und Earth Power auf den Champao-Slot ist schon sehr, sehr schwierig.
Er drückt Zacker. Ich meine, Raging Ball kann immer noch gewinnen, oder?
Ja.
Der kann ja Urshifu klappen. Immer.
Nee, Raging Ball hat jetzt gewonnen.
In der Theorie hat Raging Ball gewonnen.
Nein, nicht in der Theorie, in der Praxis hat er
gewonnen. Okay, der klappt ja immer Urshifu und...
Ja, und der droppt immer.
Und Instant gewinnt nicht.
Richtig.
Also war es okay, dass er hier mit Champao... Also ich sag, er hätte trotzdem Protect drücken können mit Champao. Michi hat verloren. Ah, sad. Das sind hier, ne?
Ja. Man muss halt noch auf Top 16 hoffen. Das war sein Ziel. Aber damit sieht es sehr, sehr schwierig aus, Top 16 zu gehen.
Nee, 10-4 ist, glaube ich, raus. Ne? Schade.
Jena gegen Tino,
ja, Michi 10-4. Also sehen Michi nicht mehr. Ne, Michi ist raus. Also der zockt noch sein letztes Game. Weil der braucht nämlich eigentlich noch, der muss, glaube ich, Top 16 für Travel Awards, oder was war das?
Ja, also er wollte Top 16 gehen, damit er Safe seinen Travel Award bekommt, aber das sieht jetzt, er war jetzt 17. verliert jetzt nochmal. Ja, wird schwierig.
Er hat Dragon Pulse gedrückt wegen dem Aquajet.
Oh, das ist halt auch ein Top-Player-Play.
Und ist nicht für Thunderclap gegangen. Das ist, und dadurch gewinnt er jetzt.
Stimmt, ja, den Play habe ich
Den hast du gar nicht bedacht, ne? Das war noch eine 50-50 am Ende.
Ja.
Dann ist er für den Reserve. Das war am
Nee,
Ende
aber
noch
die Sache ist, wie lange das Grassy Terrain hält. Weil Aquajet hat um die 40 gemacht. So 42. Wenn das. Okay, ja, aber Grassy Terrain gewinnt ihm das jetzt. Aquajet hat 40, glaube ich, gemacht. Aber 50?
Gewinnt, also reicht Crit hier?
Ja.
Ja.
Jetzt 12% wieder, wie viel sind es?
Warte, aber er kann doch immer protecten eigentlich, oder nicht? Mit Raging.
Nein, Shifu hat eine Fähigkeit.
Ah, ja, stimmt, ja.
Okay, also der letzte Aquajet hat 48 gemacht und ich glaube der davor irgendwie 42. Also mit einem Crit oder vielleicht mit einer Ghost Strength Match.
Was?
Oh, da war die Max Roll.
Hätte er mal Protect gedrückt.
Ja, Timo, das wäre der Play gewesen. Ja, wild, der Aquajet war wirklich ein guter Play.
Crazy. Einfach gerollt.
Gerollt, aber wirklich. Warte,
Boah, aber es ist eine krasse Runde von den beiden.
Ja, wirklich, also das waren wirklich.
Oh,
Da sieht man, Pokémon ist gar nicht so linear, wie man sich denkt.
Ja, obwohl die beide dasselbe Team halt spielen, ne?
Ja. So. Ich finde es sehr gut, dass in dem Standard-Set kein Japanese Balance Raging Bolt gibt. Das ist super.
Karin, Dankeschön für den Raid. Hallo Leute. Was geht, was geht, was geht? Ich hoffe, ihr hattet einen wunderschönen Stream. Wir schauen gerade die Pokémon Europameisterschaft im VGC. Switchen ab und zu mal ein bisschen rum. Was habt ihr Schönes gemacht? Wie war euer Stream? Was geht ab? Wir switchen auch mal zwischendurch zwischen TCG und so, aber ja, wir haben eben noch Michi gut, wir haben eben Michi noch ein bisschen supportet, aber
der ist
leider raus gerade eben. Shiny Hand, as always, war die erfolgreich.
Ich will noch mal, wie viel HP? 223 hat, glaube ich, das Raging Bolt. Ich glaube, 223 hatte das an HP.
In der Praxis gewinnt auch Raging Bolt. Aquajet. Sag doch, der gewinnt nur die Theorie.
Ja. Nee, aber das...
Okay, was habt ihr gehuntet?
Hier stimmt irgendwas nicht. Der Damage funktioniert nicht so.
Gar nicht im VGC drin. Warum steht mich hier heute noch, aber Presence seit gestern schon durch? Es kommen, also heute ist Day 2. Heute spielen nur die Besten von gestern. Das heißt, alle Leute, die mindestens 7-2 gegangen sind. Du musst 7-2 gehen, damit du Day 2 weiterspielen darfst. Du darfst von 9 Matches nur 2 verlieren, was eigentlich immer noch so crazy ist, ne?
Ja, klar, aber so ist es eben.
So ist es eben. Geht schon los, da läuft immer noch die Dingsmusik.
Ja. Der Raging Bull hat sogar 229. Warte mal, wie hatten dieses Urshifu hier diesen Damage gemacht? Der ist laut Kite nicht möglich.
Es läuft immer noch diese Dingsmusik.
Aquajet, so, guck mal, das ist ja Scarf, Shifu.
Ja.
Also, Scarf, Shifu macht Terra Water mit Adamant, 252 Attack, macht er auf 229 HP Raging Bolt ohne Death Investment, macht er... Ah, okay, ich weiß, wo das Problem war.
Wo war das Problem?
War nicht geterrat. Fairy.
Ah, es steht aber Terra Water, ne? Ja.
Nee, das Raging Bolt war Terra Fairy und hier im Kalk war es noch Electric Dragon, deswegen war es ja.
Au, okay.
Okay, Aquajet.
Ah, okay, klar, okay.
Okay, der hat hier noch HP Death Investment. Ich wüsste gern, wie viel Death Investment der hat, weil das ist schon einiges.
Sturzbach
Urshifu, der Maker.
So, wir haben Surging Strikes in Raging Bolt gesehen. Und was noch? Ich habe jetzt gar nicht hingeschaut. So
wahrscheinlich Fake Out auf Lando.
Und Fake, ja, aber was hat Raging Bolt gedrückt?
Comment.
Ja. Er protected gegen ein Urshifu hier potenziell. Ja, wegen Surging, ja. Sicher.
Oha, warte, Javier, was für Eier sind das da gerade auf meinem
Tisch,
Digga. Er drückt Surging Strikes auf frech, er hätte ihn einfach mit Woodhammer rausknallen können oder gliden können. Oder Sturm blitzen können. Ach, das ist... Digga.
Der hat es gelesen. Aber Earth Power kommt auch in den Slot. Dann verstehe ich den Play nicht mehr.
Ja, also er hat halt Terra Fairy gecovert.
Ja, okay, sehe ich.
Aber das hätte man wirklich massiv bestrafen können.
Ja, Michael verloren jetzt. Javier hat gewonnen, weil er eine sehr wilde Roll bekommen hat am Ende.
This Urshifu still wouldn't appreciate a Thunderclap, and you do have a very speedy Pokemon that will outspeed into that Landorus to fire off.
Jetzt ist auch das Urshifu am Start. Und jetzt kann er halt nochmal Free Call minden und auf den anderen Slot Surging striken. Schon gut.
Okay, Surging in Lando, Thunderclap in...
Also er überlegt gerade, wenn der Terra Poison geht.
Thunderclap auch in Lando, ja.
Okay.
Aber er wechselt raus, okay.
Er geht wahrscheinlich in sein eigenes Thriller-Boom.
Damit sieht es echt gut aus für Javier hier. Und der haut hier wieder einen Surging in links rein, ne? Der heilt sich aber halt auch ganz gut wieder mit.
Klar, Leftovers Grassy ist, dafür spielt man es.
Ja.
Wirklich, die Sache ist...
Oh ne, geht auf Urshi.
Also, Victor hat schon so viel Progress machen können. Javi spielt schon ein bisschen
Mad Lad. Ja.
Also ich weiß,
aber vielleicht ist es der Play, weißt du, so, ey, wir spielen dasselbe Team, ich spiele einfach, okay, was ist mein Play? Okay, ich mache genau das andere, weißt du?
Ja, ich sehe es schon. Vor allem das Ding ist, Javier kann es sich erlauben, er hat das erste Game gewonnen. Also
ja,
Victor
genau.
Victor muss gewinnen, sonst ist er raus. Javier hat noch, falls er verlieren sollte, ein drittes Game in the bag.
Safe. Guten Hunger, Karin, und danke nochmal und viel Spaß und Dankeschön.
Danke für den Raid. Ich wollte gerade sagen, danke für den Sub.
Danke für den Sub.
Danke für den Sub, Karin.
Jetzt kriegt der Dragon Pulse in Urshifu. Und Javier kann jetzt einfach wieder sagen, nö, ich tue jetzt wieder Surging Strikes.
Drückt kein Fake on the Boom auf den Raging Bolt Slot.
Und dann drückt er wieder Surging Strikes da rein. Vielleicht. Ne, er wechselt wirklich raus. Oh. Aber kommt ein Fake-Out in den Raging Bolt?
Ich bin mir ziemlich sicher. Er könnte auch Woodhammer auf Briller Boom.
Er könnte auch U-Turn, sage ich. Grassy Glide?
Ja, ne?
Stand halt nur Urshifu eben, ne? Aber Dragon Pulse Damage hier schmeckt. Boah.
Das ist wirklich...
Einfach X drücken. Victor soll einfach X drücken. Dann hat er das.
Stimmt. Victor, every time you're winning because of luck. Die Italiener sind solche Schwitzer, das ist unfassbar.
Ja, aber Spanier auch, ne?
Ja, klar. Aber
also die beiden.
Ja, tatsächlich muss man sagen, dass Spanier unsympathischer sind als Italiener. Ich hätte nicht gedacht, dass das so ist, aber von meinen Erfahrungen her sind schon die Italiener meistens sympathischer.
Okay.
Es gibt Pascal Palermo, den Kuschan Dennis ja als Gegner hatten, der ist ganz anderes Kaliber, aber jede Nation hat so seine Unsympathen.
Ja. Haben wir ja auch.
Einer hat geschrieben, dass Wolfie Glick verloren hat, also er hat geschrieben, Alex won.
Hat Wolfie verloren?
Scheint so. Also ich schreibe halt einer in den Chat.
Warte, schau mal.
Also bei Pokémon.
Ja, Alex hat gewonnen gegen Wolfie. Das heißt, Wolfie wahrscheinlich gleich nächste Runde on Stream, könnte ich mir vorstellen.
Ja, dann mal wieder.
Mal wieder, so wie gestern. Junge, ich hätte Sebi so gegönnt.
Junge, was mich am meisten gefickt hat, war, dass da die Kommentatoren ihn Seppi genannt haben. Wirklich
Seppi.
Sabbi.
Ja.
Ich konnte es nicht. Ey, hätte Seppi einfach Turn 1 einfach Beat Up in Terrakion gedrückt, hätte das gewonnen.
Ja, ne, hab ich auch gesagt.
Und einfach, also er hätte 2 Sachen, hätte er Flutterman in der Back statt der Giraffe, hätte er auch gewonnen.
Ja.
Aber macht Sinn.
Okay, Rabiat, Terra, Ghost in Dragon Pulse. Und hier kommt ein U-Turn. Ich glaube, Rabiat wieder nicht gefake-outet.
Ja. Es ist... Ich sag nicht, dass es over ist, weil das letzte Mal, als es passiert ist, ist so ein Ding.
War es nicht over? Ja.
Aber ich glaube, es ist over.
Okay.
Are more than enough to be able to swing the momentum. So whether you lose Pokemon or not, you still can have a lot of advantage. The Urshifu is able to join the field now here. It can apply pressure with that speedy choice scarf that it has got. And the Landorus, perfect options here for Earth Power.
This is where we can see a potential weird face-off.
Wir stehen jetzt alles 12-2. Und Nils 13-1. Nils ist safe. Top-Cut mit seinem Ursaluna-Team.
Alter, ich hab nur im Vorbeigehen so das Match gegen Oliver gesehen.
Das war echt big.
Ja, besonders das zweite Game, also...
Da hat er echt gut... Das war der Cola-Diff. Der hat vorher einen Schluck Cola getrunken, on-stream.
Cola?
Und ich habe gesagt, Junge, wer trinkt denn Cola on... Also wer trinkt denn überhaupt Cola auf so Events, weißt du? So mal so ein Schokoriegel, wenn du was Süßes brauchst für so Zucker, okay. Aber der hat sich da einfach hingesetzt und hat dann mit seinen 2 Händen seine 2 Liter Cola-Flasche in die Hand genommen und getrunken wie so ein Baby.
Macher einfach.
Ich sag's dir, die Zeit wird kommen. Weißt du, wenn Babys trinken, Junge, dann haben die danach immer Schnappatmung.
Das stimmt, ich kenne das. Die sind aber auch ein bisschen dumm, muss man sagen.
Ja.
Also,
Irgendwas sind die auch so klein, sind die dumm.
Die snacken sich so ihre Milch und dann kriegen die da ihre... Aber die machen so weiter, dann ihren Saugreflex und dann nehmen die Luft auf und deswegen kriegen die Schluck auf. Das ist schon
Scheiße.
Also das ist schon nicht der Play, sage ich.
Das ist nicht der Play, da muss man auch was gegen machen.
Besser spielen, sage ich.
Einmal besser spielen.
Und wieder kein Fake-Out, wer hätte das denn erwartet?
Oh, es geht nicht. Gut, Hammer.
Aber Instinct kann ja auch attacken, oder nicht?
Aber geht ja auch, Landung? Den Parting-Shot.
Der genannte Parting-Schuss und mit Fake-Out kann er... Also kann das Rillaboom reinhauen und Fake-Out auf Lander drücken und Dragon Pulse auf Rillaboom.
Oh, Roberto ist auch noch drin mit seinem Pelipper. Einzige Pelipper ist noch. Junge, Brian Collins ist noch drin. Er spielt Silembrim und Farbigel.
Herr Wichser. Oh nein. Bri. Und
Miguel spielt auch gerade noch. Der steht noch 11-2. Der spielt Primarina. Und Kaspar Kallio spielt Juju Silembrim.
Junge, Joren Reinmarkers, Digga, wo kommt denn der her? Der ist 1-2 gestartet und steht jetzt 12-2.
Wer?
Jorgen Reinmarkers.
Ah, hier,
aus der Niederlande.
Und er hat gegen Flo gespielt. Ah, ne, gegen Flo. Ja,
der hat gegen das Gurok Flo.
Ja. Ich wurde gebettet. Aber Nils auch krank, ne? Der ist 1-1 gestartet. Steht jetzt 13-1.
Alle rund gemacht.
Guck mal, Luca hat nur gegen Nils und gegen Maurice verloren. Der hat auch gegen Javier gewonnen. Gegen Victor, Diego, Aureon Sola. Oh ja, der übelst ausgeholt, Aureon Sola. Michi ist leider raus, ey, ist 10-4. Okay.
Und das beschissene ist Eduardo Cunha ist noch im Rennen. Ach man, Eduardo Cunha muss jetzt nächstes Game verlieren. Weil der darf nicht Top 16 gehen, weil dann kriegt er mehr Punkte als Michi.
Ja. Aureon Sola hat auch nur gegen Nils, also hat auch gegen Nils verloren. Gegen Nils und gegen Luca. Gegen die ersten beiden hat Aureon Sola verloren. Hat trotzdem nicht mehr die beste Resistance.
hey, you have to be playing to
die
your out
Cappuccino.
respect, but now you have to look at where you can be adjusting into this game 3.
Max
I think to
Wasserman.
start things out, the Urshifu was constantly firing off these surging strikes,
Brian Collins.
but you weren't necessarily getting the most amount of damage. It is chip damage that could be
Crazy, wie gut Italien und Spanien ist.
I feel like
Krass.
Javier didn't actually really get punished for
stimmt.
that Urshifu being out. And I would be very hesitant to
Wobei
do
ich es
that
wild
in a
finde,
game-3
dass
situation where
so
one
viele
wrong
Finnen
Thundercap
actually
situation
echt strong waren, ne?
Ja, 3 Stück sind.
Also 2 sind jetzt halt 10-4.
Top
Aber das ist trotzdem crazy.
Oh, alle bei Escudin auch in einem massiven Bruch von 10-1 into 10-4. Das tut weh.
Ja, wenn Victor das hier verliert, auch von 10-0 into 10-4, ne?
Ja, ja. Okay, Vicky, zeig mal. Boah, aber dass Javier auch einfach so sagt, nee, ich load mein Raging Bolt nicht, ist auch schon wild.
Ja, ne? Er spielt so wild. Freigeist.
Er sagt, ich mach das, was ich will.
Ja. Javier hat gegen Aureon Solar und gegen Luca verloren und gegen Davide Fazio.
Victor now in a position where you can go for that terrestrialization again, maybe that Terra Fairy onto the Raging Bolt, but instead it's going to be the Incineroar revealing its ghost typing. No fake out chance into that Pokemon now.
You don't know if you don't need to know if you're faster or not. If you can just go into
Instant Terra Ghost.
Ja, wir den Parting-Shot auf Lando bekommen.
This time around, make sure that it won't get faked
Boah,
out this time. Or
das
just
ist sicher Call-Mind gewesen.
Aber
kluger.
Boah, wenn der Knock-Off hier in Incineroar gekommen.
Bro hat einfach Switch ausgemacht. Er hat
Ja,
gesagt, war schön mit euch, aber ich wollte auch eigentlich gar nicht weiterspielen. So.
Wie viel Punkte hat Michi? Will man ihn bei den Worlds sehen? Die rein? Ja, Michi ist Zweiter geworden letztes Jahr bei den Worlds. Da bist du automatisch für die nächsten Jahr Worlds qualifiziert.
Michi hat schon die Double Quali.
Ja, der hat ja nicht schon die Triple Quali, hat er nicht schon über 800 Punkte?
Ja, mit die USC hat er über 800. Aber
wobei die Triple Quali eher ein Regional Win wäre, ne?
Das ist die Sache, er wollte Region noch gewinnen.
Naja. Ich meine, Stockholm und Bologna sind noch open.
If you're thinking that the Landorus was going to be targeting off with an Earth Power. So it was kind of, we'll have to see how that can go later on. Swap out.
Jetzt kann er hier sich safe einen Call-Mind gönnen. Aber wir werden wahrscheinlich auch einen Parting-Shot von... Oh.
Ja, er wollte Fake und Dodgen, damit der Parting shotten kann, ich sehe.
Aber er kann doch gar nicht mehr Fake outen. Ach doch, er hat Rillaboom reingeholt. Ja, ne, meinte
ja.
Alles gut. Ich dachte, da würde noch Incineroar stehen.
Anything you can do, I can do better. Unfortunately, that better is sitting here with this Ghost Terra hat on my head.
Ja, ein Parting-Shot auf Raging Bolt war relativ obvious. Das Ding ist halt, er hat jetzt halt auch kein Terra Fairy mehr. Jetzt kommt einfach Landorus wieder rein. Und dann ist er zwar +1, aber dann hat er da kein Fake-Out und kein Terra-Fee.
Protect. Oh, er geht auf Call-Mind.
Ja, aber ich sehe es. Ich sehe es actually.
Ich auch. So,
weil der Protect halt ist so obvious hier von Victor gerade.
Richtig. Er kann halt den Pass.
Ich sehe eher einen Sludgebomb auf Rillaboom hier gerade.
Ja. Der Fake-Out, okay.
Okay, kommt Sludgebomb in.
Ja,
sehr stark von Victor. Stark.
Weitere Gedankengut-Pokémon-Attacke.
Das war ein guter Gedanke.
Ich habe noch nie so sehr den Willen gehabt, einen Menschen zu exekutieren. Aber ich wusste gar nicht, dass wir bei Razor gegen Shiro sind. Die Steine des Tarnens. Die Welle des Donners.
Die Welle des Donners. Lösch mal Stream aus. Ich wünschte.
Lösch finde ich gut.
Lösch.
Also dich aus.
Ja. Killt die Puls auf SS +1, ne?
SS +1 hat ihn nicht gekillt.
Hat eben
90
gemacht, ne?
Ja, von 100 auf 10, glaube ich.
Okay. Die Frage ist jetzt halt, ja, er will noch...
Er rechnet mit U-Turn auf.
U-Turn auf.
Das ist so massiv.
Boah.
Aber Raging Bolt ist halt schneller wieder hoch, als man denkt.
Ja.
Okay, der Double Up.
Woodhammer. Okay, aber ich sag, da war der trotzdem der Intimidate Big.
Ja.
Javier denkt auch sehr, sehr verdutzt.
Aber wieso? Wer ist Victor Medina? Hat er jetzt gerade den X-Knopf gedrückt oder was war das?
Was war das jetzt? Das verstehe ich jetzt nicht.
Na, hör mal, Kollege.
Wie kann der denn 1-1 stehen? Er hat noch nicht eine Hex bekommen. Das geht gar nicht.
Hass es.
Fake out the Lando. Boah, aber... Also sehe ich, aber muss er Lando nicht sogar rausnehmen?
Er muss halt auch Fake out.
Ja, aber muss er mit Raging Bolt nicht Lando rausnehmen?
Nee, muss er nicht, weil... Also ich denke, er rechnet halt eh mit Protect und mit... oder Switch Out.
Ja. Ja, okay. Aber der wird jetzt maybe noch einen Woodhammer fressen. Ne? Das wird langsam ein bisschen...
Ja, also die Sache ist, was ich gesehen habe, weil ich mir vorstellen kann, dass der Woodhammer auf Instant geht, wäre halt maybe so ein Switch in Rillaboom.
Oh.
Weil dann hätte er auch Fake-Out nochmal wieder am Start gehabt und alles.
Ja, aber jetzt muss er mit Raging Bolt wahrscheinlich protecten.
Er muss taggen, ja. Meiner Meinung nach schon. Und im Idealfall switcht der Rillaboom raus und killt mit der Earth Power Instant.
Ja.
Weil dann hat er wieder die Fake-Out-Pressure, hat zum Beispiel Instant da am Start.
Glaubst du, Victor überlegt, nicht zu taggen? Nee, er muss, ne?
Also ich würde Sludge Bomb drücken, weil das ist zwar resisted, aber killt.
Schwächer?
Das ist halt live auf Sludge Bomb.
Aber nicht Stab.
Ja, aber Earth Power hat eben so auf Ghost 120 gemacht. Ich glaube schon, dass dann Sludge Bomb 40 macht.
Also Scrum sagt, glaube ich, hat trotz des Lost in Travel Award sicher.
Okay, er gibt Earth Power, okay. Und U-Turn auf dem Rillaboom Slot wäre aber auch trotzdem genauso stark. Okay.
Dann gut für Victor.
Sehr gut sogar. Aber Gracie ist jetzt weg. Gracie Terrain.
Ja. Der wird jetzt halt wieder protecten.
Also er wird Fake Out of Lando drücken und maybe Call Mind.
Call Mind oder Deep Pulse in Gortraum, aber ich sehe beides. Ich sehe auch hier ein Dings, ein Call Mind.
Also Deep Pulse killt halt nicht.
Killt halt nicht, genau.
Macht er. Warte, Gracie ist noch open. Ist es gerade... ist es eben weggegangen und jetzt durch Rilla... Ich dachte...
Das weiß ich nicht.
Ja, dann wahrscheinlich, weil eben waren 2 Runden noch. Also vorletzte eine. Ich weiß nicht mehr.
Ja, okay, nee, Neon sagt gerade, Grass kann wieder reingucken.
Ja, okay.
Er macht, glaube ich, trotzdem Progress dadurch hier. Also ich sage, wir sehen wahrscheinlich Deep Pulse und maybe U-Turn. Aber dann ist Raging Bolt halt auch langsam wieder so big und Incineroar ist noch in the bag. Ja, er geht für U-Turn, ja, genau.
Jetzt kommt halt Instant rein und kann dann nur Fake-outen.
Ja, genau, richtig.
Potenziell hat er GM-Power noch in der Bag?
Er hat GM-Power noch in der Bag, ja. Er kann auch in GM-Power gehen. Aber ich glaube, will er nicht, wenn da noch Incineroar in der Bag ist. Oder hier vielleicht sogar Urshifu. Ja, okay. Das ist halt noch ein Full-Life Raging Bolt, ne? Full-Life Incineroar.
Ja, ich glaube immer, der Play ist es jetzt hier, Call mal, also nicht immer der Play, also GM-Power kann trotzdem kommen, aber ich denke, er geht Instant, Fake Out Lando und nochmal Call Mind auf Raging Bolt.
Er muss in den Incineroar gehen, er kann nicht riskieren, mit GM-Power gedings zu werden.
Er kann aber Instant gehen und Instant dann, ja. Ich sehe den Play,
Weil er geht in GM-Power und will dann protecten.
Ja, mit beiden wahrscheinlich.
Okay. Weil er, okay, sehe ich actually, weil GM-Power bringt ihm, guck mal.
Okay, er geht Deep Pulse.
Aber ist ja okay, das ist ja in Ordnung. Oh, er geht actually auch für Icicle.
Das finde ich sehr, sehr mutig, aber er readet jetzt, dass kein Fake-Out kommen wird. Maybe der Switch out auf Rillaboom. Weil... Okay, es kommt aber der Fake-Out.
Das ist jetzt gar nicht so gut für Victor. Das ist gar nicht so gut für Victor.
Ist okay.
Ja, ist okay, hundertprozentig, aber auch nicht geil.
Ja, das stimmt. Also ich frage mich halt, also
wie viel hätte Double Protect gekostet? Ich glaube nicht so viel.
Also was wäre denn halt passiert? So, also im ganz schlimmsten Fall wäre halt Incin reingekommen, auf den Incin Shot Driller reingekommen und der könnte nochmal fake-outen. So. Aber weil Lando kann ja nicht subben, maybe halt ein Double, also dass dann Lando und Incin rausgehen in Rilla und Urshifu und dann mit Urshifu das Champ threatened, aber ich weiß nicht. Javier muss halt dafür sorgen, dass er sein Rillaboom nicht nochmal Grassy Terrain aufsetzt. Aber Rilla braucht natürlich auch für Grassy Glide sein
Grassy Terrain, ja.
And the Incineroar on Javier's side doesn't have a way to protect. You know, it has Flare Blitz, Knockoff, can't really go for Fake Out here.
Deswegen überlegt ihr doch, Javier, was ist der Play? Okay.
Okay. Ich sage, Urshifu finde ich hier schon big vom Javier. Javier. Thunderclap, das killt auch.
Ich glaube, Thunderclap Switch auf Incin, weil ich kann mir vorstellen, dass Knockoff mit Pause Ability killen kann.
Wait, denkst du ja gerade Rage Bolt?
Nein, Champ Power in Incin überlegt er. Weil der Knockoff von Incineroar kann halt mit der Ability von Champ, glaube ich, Raging World killen. Und so ist die Ability vom Feld und das Incin geht auf -1. Weil Sucker Punch sollte Incin immer leben. Er kann halt Parting Shot den Sucker predikten.
Geht Aquajet Knock?
Ich glaube jetzt nicht mehr. Und es kommt auch der Aquajet.
Es kommt nämlich der Aquajet. Und das ist nämlich, glaube ich, ziemlich broken.
Und das war ein Crit, genau. Und das war sehr, sehr wichtig, dass der Crit jetzt kommt.
Aber ich sag allgemein, dass er hier Aquajet gedrückt hat, war echt ein bisschen Mad Lad.
Ja.
Aber echt big.
Ja, das war super strong und damit gewinnt er.
Ich glaube auch, in der Theorie.
Und das, ja.
Ey, der gewinnt nicht mehr.
Ja, weil die Sache ist, da sind wir jetzt wieder beim Punkt. Was hätte es ihm eben gekostet, eben mit beiden Mons zu protecten? Weil dann hätte Bolt halt nicht den Earth Power Chip Damage sofort gefressen.
Ja.
Also, er muss was switchen.
Oh! Ja,
er muss
wegen Sash, ne?
Ja. Also Sash ist gerade nicht da, aber
Surging
Surging Strikes. Ja, Aquajet ist
Achso,
halt,
ja, weil der Aquajet gelockt ist, ja.
Richtig.
Muss er für den
Flinch
gehen? Oh. Wait a second.
Er hätte... Oh, ja.
Wait a second. Aber er hat keinen Takeout mehr gegen Urshifu.
Nee, vor allem ist halt das Problem, er hat keinen Move, mit dem er Urshifu treffen kann. Er hat Sacred Sword, ist der stärkste Move. Ja. Er muss ein bisschen auf...
und sein Sash ist auch ich weiß, egal, geht auf Surging Strikes, aber...
Ja, nee, Surging Strikes killt halt nicht.
Will-O-Wisp. Boah.
Ja, macht's gut. Zack, Parting Shot.
Ja.
Surging Strikes.
Ja,
Also ist nicht gut gelesen, haben wir gerade, war sehr, sehr starker Play.
Boah, Victor von dem 10-0 in 10-4 tut sehr weh.
Ja.
Leider
Das
kein
passiert,
X
wollte ich gerade sagen, das passiert, wenn er kein X mehr drückt.
Ja, ich glaube, er hat das gemacht, was Rahim bei der Global Challenge gemacht hat. Ich habe mit Rahim ja auch über seinen Global Challenge Dings geredet und ich habe auch zu Rahim gesagt, Rahim, du hast viel zu häufig darüber nachgedacht, dass du jetzt den geilen Play loaden willst und nicht darüber nachdenkst, was eigentlich passiert, wenn es nicht funktioniert.
Ja.
Und du einfach was Safes spielen kannst und du verlierst viel zu viel, wenn dieser geile Play nicht funktioniert. Und das ist Victor auch gerade passiert.
Ja.
Victor hatte einen richtig coolen Play im Kopf, aber wenn der nicht funktioniert, verliert er zu viel.
Es war vieles unnötig auf jeden Fall, da stimme ich dir zu.
Ja.
Das hätte man besser handhaben können.
X-Button kaputt.
Ach Mann, aber ich würde jetzt mich verabschieden.
Yes, ey, hat mich aber sehr gefreut, hat sehr viel Spaß gemacht.
Ja,
Sag
gerne.
ganz viele
Vielleicht
liebe
morgen
Grüße. Von
habe
du auch
ich
ganz viele Grüße.
auch zurück und morgen können wir vielleicht Finale dann schauen oder sowas.
Ja.
Aber dann kommen ja Juniors, Seniors und Masters Finale.
Genau. Also ich bin morgen von 13 bis 15 Uhr weg, aber danach, wenn es nicht genau in dem Zeitraum ist, dann sehr gerne.
Ja, notfalls können wir es auch einfach per YouTube nachholen oder sowas.
Können wir machen, ja, sehr gerne.
Okay, alles klar.
Alles
Dann
klärchen. Hau rein. Tschüss. Das war sehr sweet.
Javier locked into that Aquajet just meant that that extra damage didn't come through on Victor's side. If it had been something like a Dragon Pulse, it could have been a different game, could have been able to get that KO, and even then right at the end, fantastic play by Javier, not opting to go for that attacking move. You can see the
Ja, schade für Victor, wirklich sehr, sehr schade. Muss man schon sagen. Hätte mich actually sehr gefreut, wenn Victor das hier holt. Hätte mich sehr, 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 sehr gefreut, wenn er das geholt hätte. Man.
But in that game 3, they aligned on the one thing. The Incineroar we cannot get baked out. But I do think that it was Javier that was being able to come off on the better end of that trade, since Victor, it was a parting shot into a Landorus that was able to swap out, whereas Raging Bolt likes to be sitting around on the field. So things like that parting shot, that sticks. And I love seeing the reaction.
Ich muss schauen, was ich jetzt gleich heute Mittag esse. Ich könnte was bestellen und Lu damit überraschen. Aber Lu hat, glaube ich, schon gegessen. Michi ist leider raus, Panda. Ich kann auch gar nichts bestellen. Mein Handy ist ja kaputt. Ah, es schmerzt so sehr. Es schmerzt so sehr. Ich kann mir schon auf dem PC bestellen. Ja, mein Handy ist heute kaputt gegangen. Ich habe noch nie am PC bestellt. Kommt demnächst. Ja, wer bestellt denn? Ich will sowieso nicht über. Ich würde wenn bei meinem Dings, bei meinem Laden bestellen. Ja, mein Handy ist heute von einer erhöhten Position auf die Küchenzeile draufgestürzt und sieht jetzt so aus. Ab und zu macht es was, ab und zu aber auch nicht. Ja, passiert nichts. Manchmal flackert es so ein bisschen. Ah ja, da. Ist kurz geflackert. Ja, da flackert's. Das ist alles, was ich gerade kann. Und ja, hier, ich hatte sogar Hülle und Schutzfolie. Auf den Spot hier ist es gefallen. War ein Google Pixel 7. Aber ja, ist halt arschteuer, es zu reparieren lassen. Ne? Ist halt leider arschteuer, das nervt mich sehr. Kein Festnetz. Wer hat denn Festnetz? Also niemand, der noch zu Hause wohnt, hat noch. Der nicht mehr zu Hause wohnt, hat Festnetz. Kannst mir ja nichts erzählen. Kein Wasserschaden. Imagine Festnetz, also ehrlich so. Wir haben noch Festnetz. Wohnst du noch zu Hause, Neolit? Aber wohnst du noch zu Hause? Ja, aber selbst wenn nicht, würde ich Festnetz behalten. Das macht ja niemand. Das sagst du nur, weil du noch zu Hause wohnst. Wer braucht denn noch Festnetz? Ja, ist ehrlich so. Du willst dir kein Telefon kaufen, ja. Ja, aber niemand hat ein Telefon. Ja, ja, ja. Ja, ja, genau. Das, was Anna sagt, ja. Ja, Javier sieht cool aus.
Important thing, and Victor put up such a valiant fight against you, but you were the one who came out on top. Now, how are you feeling at this point in the competition?
Me siento demasiado feliz, demasiado orgulloso, porque al menos yo solo, lo principal era buscar el día 2, pero con la tremenda run que me estoy pegando, estoy totalmente pagado con todo.
Yeah, he's really happy about his run on day 2. He just wanted really to get to day 2, and he's really getting lucky and winning it, and he's happy.
Ich würde auch keinen nervigen Leuten meine Telefonnummer geben.
Wonderful to see. I have another question for you. Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle?
Squirtle.
Yeah, Squirtle. Okay, we've got a vote there. Squirtle only has 2 points so far, so pleased to hear that. Finally, any shout-outs you want to give, Javier?
Agradecer al menos a mis amigos, a Luciano, Humus, que siempre está ahí para ayudarme, a los chicos acá también,
ja, aber meinem Chef würde ich ja immer meine Handynummer geben.
Camilo Liberona, Nicolás,
ja, same, OBM, same.
Al menos me motivaron mucho para este torneo.
Yeah, really lots of friends who help him with tournaments.
Oh nein, ja, lösch.
Clearly a long list of names.
Ja, ehrlich, okay.
Well done, Javier. Congratulations. Good luck for the rest of the day. Well, that was a match that featured brains over brawn. But what's going to happen when Swiss round 15 is drawn?
Warte mal, Maya.
Well, we don't always get to have a Swiss round 15 at our tournaments, but of course, the biggest and the bestest tournament.
Okay, Chat, ich war heute Morgen echt ein bisschen gebrochen. Mittlerweile geht es ja ein bisschen besser. Ich muss jetzt nochmal eine Runde TCG spielen. Das war ja super Quatsch heute Morgen, was da passiert ist, aber das kann ich jetzt nicht auf mir sitzen lassen. Ich bin jetzt konzentrierter. Mir geht's ein bisschen besser. Immer noch nicht gut, aber besser. Es wäre so ein typischer Tag heute. Also abgesehen davon, dass ich die Europameisterschaft wirklich mit euch zusammen gucken will und es sehr enjoye. Aber wenn Sabaton nicht wäre, ich habe nur Scheiße gezogen, Maya. Es war wirklich sehr schlimm. Nein, okay, ich würde ja noch viel mehr brechen, wenn ich gegen einen von euch heute jetzt die ganze Zeit bricken würde. Fliege ich lieber auf der Ladder. Auf jeden Fall. Ah genau, wäre heute nicht Sabaton, ich hätte safe nicht gestreamt, sage ich ganz ehrlich. Manchmal muss man da durch, ne?
We're so close. We're so close, folks. But one more round. And at this point too,
nicht
it'll be really
ideal, aber okay.
The resistance that you have. The record isn't quite good enough. We see heartbreak sometimes with that 9th, 10th slot into that top 8. But really, really showing the importance that on day 2, you have to be performing at your peak throughout the entire day.
That's the thing. Sometimes you can perform really well and get the
will ich gar nicht drüber nachdenken, Panda. Ich weiß, was das letzte Mal passiert ist.
And sometimes that's just the roll of the dice on who will be in 8th place and who will be in 9th. But even though the fierce competition is out there, we have some competition over here as well.
I was going to go the other way and be like, these are so tense, we need to play a game to,
you know, so passiv-aggressiv.
Us versus the Pokedex.
That's true, that's true. Who's that Pokedex entry? We got a little bit more as we're waiting for the players to get ready for their next match. First one.
Oh, so ein Flexer, der so alles in höchster Rarität hat.
At over 5,400 degrees Fahrenheit. Celsius, please. We're near you. Casually swims through the sea of lava.
Ich spiele schon wieder Pokédex-Quiz.
Is it the Camerupt?
A Camerupt? Okay. Does Camerupt swim?
Well, I was thinking more of like the Mega Camerupt because it kind of looks like a little ship.
It could be like Macargo or like Baby Macargo.
Oh, yeah, Slugma. Slugma.
Baby Macargo. Was für beide Staffelhölzer. Okay, Pepper's fine. Dann ist okay.
Should we just go with Slugma? Who else could it be?
Slugma nuts.
Who else melts rock and sand? Okay, Slugma. It is called Slugma, right? I think it's called. I hope it's called that. I know I like my slug Pokemon, but I'm not an expert on all of them. Can we please just get the reveal. What Pokemon is this? You're breaking Sierra and I. It's the fish.
Welcher Fisch?
Oh God, it swims.
Ach, Juju. Oh.
It's got
Ja, gibt's
fins.
It makes sense that it's swimming.
Okay, so
Das war echt eine sehr gute Hand. Kann man hier machen.
melted rock and sand. I have now,
Kann man machen.
I have now learned something new today.
Und wir haben Professor Research auf der Hand. Das ist schon echt big.
And we're okay, we're 0 for 1. Just kick things off.
Okay.
Kann schon machen.
Focus up.
Okay, okay, we take those.
When it gets excited, it then sparks from the gaps between its feathers. All right, so lightning bird at some point. These unburnable feathers are used as fireproof material. Okay, we got like starting off with lightning, and then it's like talking about unburnable.
But what's the bird? The electric bird that has the wind thing, the wind turbine. The kilowatt troll. Just because it does that, and then the no. I was thinking of the Galarian birds for a second there. Meant sparks in the gaps between its feathers. The unburnable feathers are used as a fire.
So like it doesn't technically say that is an electric type, but I would feel
Kannst
weird
du
if it's
erkennen,
not if it's venting sparks. But like the unburnable feathers, like that's kind of throw me off.
Yeah, there's so many electric birds.
Ich spiele kein Irony.
There's more than one. And then the fireproof material.
I don't know, like I feel like
feathers are used as a fire. What? Zapdos doesn't really strike me as having feathers. I mean, it does. It's a bird, but
I mean, yeah, I don't feel like they're unburnable feathers.
Nee, der spielt alles in Highest Rarity.
Electric Bird.
Wobei es nicht Highest Rarity ist, ja nicht immer Altart, sie hat eher Full Art, aber
it's not a bird. I was thinking a Mulga, it flies.
ich spiele auch kein Iron Boulder, nee.
I mean, technically, like, it doesn't necessarily say that it has to fly. It just says feathers, so you kind of assume it's a bird.
So it could be like a penguin.
Also ist eh nicht schlimm, aber perfekt.
It's not an electric penguin, no. That's not there yet.
I don't know. I mean, does one take Kilowattrel, the other take Zapdos?
I'm wondering if it's Galarian Zapdos.
Germi, danke für dein Raid. Sehr, sehr, sehr appreciated. Dankeschön. Vielen Dank. Hello. Ich erwarte einen nicen Stream. Was geht?
I think it's Moltres.
I know, they said that we're mad overthinking it, and that fire
This is what we do. You've given us questions, we're gonna overthink them.
Ich hoffe, der Stream war nice.
What Pokemon names have fire in them?
Wir schauen gerade die... Dankeschön. Wir schauen gerade die Europameisterschaft.
Fire Moth? No. I don't know. I'm like, Fire Moth, Fire...
Aber es ist gerade Pause.
Firefly.
Ich könnte Rotom killen, aber ich glaube, das ist es hier gerade nicht.
Oh, I don't know.
Alright, we're gonna send it. We're so
Mir hat halt ein...
Nee,
noch mehr gefühlt.
that's a really good call.
Ich meine, ich habe nur eine Preiskarte genommen, ne? Der killt mich gar nicht. Der macht nur 210 in der Theorie. Ich will noch nicht drüber nachdenken, Jesse. Tendenziell macht er nur 210, außer... Okay, ist ein Machtgürtel. Machtgürtel macht, dass er 30 mehr macht, ne? Also Wahlgürtel. Oh nein! Aber er killt mich doch eigentlich nicht. Oh, Iono.
It's pretty strong, right? Yeah.
No, I really like that. So yeah, I'm okay to lock that.
Yeah. Alright, the big fish, wishy-washy.
Oh, surrendered! Er ist so schlecht. Er hat keinen Wahlgürtel gezogen. Michi ist raus. Wir sind wieder back, Chat. Wir sind wieder back. Michi ist leider raus. Wir sind doch wieder back, Chat. Mamacita. Danke für den Follow. Noch 4 Minuten, okay. Sieht aus wie ein TikTok-Edit. Also jetzt Counter-Strike 2 Spiele. Ich habe noch nie Counter-Strike gespielt. Stimmt, ich habe CSGO ein bisschen gespielt. Und CS 1.6 habe ich eigentlich viel gespielt. Nein, Iron.
and it makes full use of this with its signature move, Blood Moon. A normal type attack so powerful that it cannot be used twice in a row. With access
Bekommt man 5 Punkte.
another normal type move that deals damage.
Hab gerade 25 Punkte bekommen bei einem Win.
No wonder trainers often opt for the normal terror type on their Blood Moon Ursaluna and a held item like a life orb or a weakness policy, all of which boost the power of these attacks even further. Now you might think, well, I could just switch in a ghost type.
Kann ich das jetzt nicht wegmachen? Das ist jetzt die ganze Zeit da.
But you would be sorely mistaken. Blood Moon Ursaluna's signature ability is Mind's Eye, which allows it to hit ghost-type Pokemon with normal and even fighting-type moves, additionally preventing any drops to its accuracy and ignoring its opponent's evasion boosts. So how on earth can you counter Blood Moon Ursaluna? First of all, like the original Ursaluna, Blood Moon Ursaluna is very slow, so opposing trainers using this Pokemon will often try to set up Trick Room to reverse the speed order for a few turns. Deny your opponent's Trick Room, and you might just be able to knock out Blood Moon Ursaluna before it can do all that much. Dusclops is a common Trick Room setter, which can
Weiß ich nicht, ob Dusclops ein Common Trick Room User ist.
with its Brick Break move, but Dusclops is weak to Ghost and Dark type attacks. So, one great counter would be Single Strike style Urshifu, not only because of its Dark type Wicked Blow move into the Trick Room setting Dusclops, but also because its fighting type close combat is super effective against Blood Moon Ursaluna itself too, and it can break through Protect. Flutter Mane is another good answer, pressuring Dusclops with a super effective.
Weiß man noch nicht, nee. Ich habe bekommen Wolfie Win It In on Stream.
Ursaluna itself on its much more vulnerable specially defensive side. In fact, Single Strike style Urshifu
War das jetzt letzte Runde, Chat?
also make great teammates for Blood Moon Ursaluna along with Dusclops. Shifu has physical attacks to
For Dings.
own special attacks, and Flutter Mane offers flexibility.
Ja, wer will's, glaube.
Mode of battling that can operate outside of Trick Room. No
Brian Collins will ich auch noch fühlen.
safe from the huge normal type damage Blood Moon Ursaluna threatens, not even ghost types. Mind you, keep an eye out for this Blood Moon Beast, trainers, for it has the power to eclipse opposing teams.
Eine Swiss Round ist noch, ja.
Hi Pokemon trainers, David Partington here, shining a spotlight onto some of the best items being used right now in the Scarlet and Violet era of competitive Pokemon. This time,
Naja, weiß ich jetzt nicht.
this item prevents any other Pokemon from affecting the holder's ability in any way. For instance, their ability can't be
Weiß ich nicht, ob das die beste Ability ist.
nor by neutralizing gas. Therefore, the
Ja, das
ability
beste
shows
Item
an
ist.
ideal item for a Pokemon that heavily relies on its ability to do its job on the team. One effective use of it is on Landorus Therian form. If paired with a weak
Ja, Score.
teammate that has set neutralizing gas on the field, its Intimidate ability can still function. But on top of that, it means Landorus can now drop the attack stat of opposing Pokemon who would normally block
Will's King
Intimidate,
Gambit ja gar
such as
nicht
King Gambit
dingsen.
with Defiant or Dragonite with Inner Focus. So trainers, keep the valuable ability of your Pokemon insured. Arm up with the Ability Shield.
Brick.
You know, I used to think that my boy Slugma only breaks his favorite toys, but today he broke Sierra Dawn. I am not down a caster, however, she has recovered. I'm back on the desk as well after cooling down, and we are ready for the very last Swiss round of the European International Championships.
Down but never out. We still have one more
Sieht so
round
krass
of
aus, die
Swiss
Halle,
here
ne?
for our competitors. Could not miss it for the absolute world. The competition has been incredible so far.
Wolfie auf der
And no matter what you do, you
14.
can't
Top
get her
8 kommt Dings, ne?
I wouldn't want to for a second unless we get our Pokemon Stadium game in the
Ah,
later
stimmt,
on.
oh
But
ja,
let's
stimmt,
focus down on how the Swiss rankings are
Natürlich
shaping
recht.
up.
Aber was, wenn er auch Ability Sheet gespielt hat? OBM, was dann? Was dann? Da wird er nicht intimidated.
Only losing one match so far this tournament, and a
Sind
lot
alle
of
da,
those
Lyron, aber
teams
mittlerweile leider alle
are
raus.
very confident going ahead to try and get into that top 8.
And a lot of names that we got to see, whether it was today or yesterday. And even if you maybe missed them, well, you definitely certainly know them from the
long list of accomplishments that they have. Wolfglick, Arashimati, we have Alex Gomez going in at that 11-2, and then breakout star this season, Aurelian Sula at that 11-3. So the 11-3s is everything into this match. It might be a little out of your control with that resistance. You got to do what you got, and so everything's on the line here for our final stream match of Swiss. Davide going up against Edo.
Oh, Davide gegen Eduardo.
Phenomenal matches. Eduardo Cunha, a previous international champion,
spielt echt gegen Arasha.
but also a previous world
Okay,
champion.
Davide gegen Eduardo.
And I'm so looking forward to seeing this European showdown. Some other incredible notable matches. Speaking of world champions, Arashimati versus Wolfglick,
Davide spielt Doso.
the 2016 world champion. That's going to be a good one to watch as well.
We've just got a casual 3 world champions on here.
Eduardo
no big
spielt
deal. Naturally find their way into the final round of. Could find themselves making their way into top cut, you know, pretty good.
I think they might be good players, Sierra. I'm not sure. I think they're pretty good, right?
Also ist ohne Tatsugiri, aber
We've already found out. We know that they're good, but we have to head over to the stage and start talking a little bit more about this match.
Yes, diving a little bit deeper into Eduardo versus Davide.
Keiner leider mehr Bau.
Trainers have opted for some very interesting Pokemon choices. A lot of very familiar faces on Eduardo's side, but I really love to see
Doso, Tinglu, gar kein Bock. Es ist wieder das Sand-to-Beyond-Ding. Warte, ist es dasselbe Team oder war Davide schon gestern? Genau, mich spielt noch, aber kann nicht mehr zur Macht kommen. Gegen Aureon Solar hat er verloren und dann hat er danach leider sein Match verloren, deswegen er keine Chance mehr hatte.
And when you have it with the Ting Lu to be lowering the damage, it's fantastic. And we didn't even get to talk about the gouging fire howl to be able to boost up the attack of itself and a partner Pokemon, which can be huge when you have stuff like a TM Howl and most notably a Dragonite on your side.
Aber Scale Shot low dice.
Synergy really focusing on those physical attackers is very prevalent in Davide's team, particularly as well with Chiampao there with the Sword of Ruin ability dropping the defenses. So Pokemon like the Dragonite, the Dondozo, the gouging fire have the capability to deal extra damage, as well as the fact that Dragonite and Chiampao is such a classic combination. The inner focus ability on that Dragonite also stops it from taking any pesky intimidates from the opposing side. Pokemon like the Incineroar, for example, as well as not having to worry about flinching against the fake outs on Rillaboom or Incineroar.
Hofft er Mist.
This Dragonite might not be the most common, but it is something we got to see yesterday as well. Loaded dice with the scale shot. So a way to be able to have a multi-attack move, make sure you can't be hitting it for hopefully its full potential on that one. Be moving on as well as the addition to the speed. So being able to kind of manipulate the speed tiers with that single
Aber gestern die Person, die Loaded Dice Scale Shot gespielt hat, hatte Multiscale, oder? Wen sehen wir dann jetzt? Ich bin gegen ihn eigentlich. Gibt's noch coole Leute drin? Hier, warte. Du kannst hier mal gucken, Bo. Da siehst du alle Leute, die noch gelb sind, sind noch drin. Und da sind ein paar coole Teams dabei. Das ist ein Timer, der andere Scale Shot. Ich kenne auch keinen Schwanz. Ja, aber ich sage, kannst dir die Teams angucken. Schau mal zum Beispiel hier der 18. Brian Collins, der finde ich hat ein funny Team. Den finde ich cool. Ich mag Joseph, der ist einer drunter, der ist 19. Der hat ein cooles Team. Nils, der ist schon durch, der war sehr cool. Ich kenne auch keinen Schwanz, ja. Ich schaue nur, welche Teams cool sind. Weißt du?
One ends here looking at this composition. This has been something that is very standard on what is good nowadays. The Golden Go, the most unusual part.
Yes, and the Golden Go is a little bit more classic to what we've seen in terms of the nasty plots that have been able to be set up and having defensive support with that Terra Fairy and Protect as well. On Eduardo's team, you do have some very familiar faces. You've got that Choice Scarf Urshifu running the very
Wolfie.
And I would be worried about the capability of what those Surging Strikes can do. The Gouging Fire is not going to appreciate them.
Wolfie spielt gerade auch um seinen
Winning. Does want to go for that Terra Fairy, isn't going to appreciate them. And as we've seen as well, Ting Lu doesn't want to take unnecessary damage. It's the Pokemon that wants to stay on the field and be bold.
Also für Wolfie routen auch immer nice. Wolfie als Europa-Champion würde ich auch fühlen.
And one of the issues that we see with Team Lu is it's definitely good at making sure that it can't get damaged too much here. Of course, with that Vessel of Ruin to be lowering the special attack of the opposing Pokemon. But this Team Lu as well has the Rocky Helmet, so any offensive types going into it will be doing some damage into it. So it is something there that, okay, well, you can't hit me too hard on this end of things, and if you try and hit me here, well, you're going to get punished for it. So it's how you position that. But the one issue is with the Team Lu is that there is still the double ups in the way around it. Once it's gone, that sometimes your whole plan just falls apart.
And I want to touch a little bit more on Eduardo's Rillaboom here because it has dropped the U-turn in favor of the high horsepower. And we mentioned this earlier, but it does allow Rillaboom a little bit more coverage against Pokemon that take that super effective damage. Pokemon like the Golden Go, Pokemon like the Gouging Fire. So that Rillaboom, if it maybe wants to go for that terrestrialization to the fire type, not only will then be defensively prepared against these types of Pokemon, but will also be able to retaliate. Taking a look at some of the leads here, there's a lot of options that Davide could go for, and one of the classic combinations we've seen come out before is something like the Dragonite and the Chien-Pao straight out the bat to apply a lot of offensive pressure. But you also have the capability to go for something like the Dondozo or the Tinglu and start setting up instead.
And you don't have to just stick with the classic with the Chien-Pao and the Dragonite. You can go for the Gouging Fire and Dragonite as well. So it's which way that you want to be having your Dragonite, whether you want to be boosting that attack or whether you want to have the Sword of Ruin to lower the defense over on the opposing end. And that's just the aggressive end of things. If you think that, hey, I can't really stand up to the offensive capabilities coming out from Edu and you want to slow down the match, you can definitely go that way. And if you can start getting something like the Golden Go set up, it definitely could be difficult. Though, Davide, it isn't even a setup one. We're going choice specs right out the gate. Edu has the setup on his
ja, schon kein Bock mehr.
Two very bulky Pokemon coming out for Davide here. Gonna have to
Haben wir letztens drüber gesprochen, Richard? Weil, hab's wieder vergessen. Irgendwas umgeht den Dings.
And that Golden Go is one of those Pokemon that if you're not committing into something like the choice specs or the metal coat, it is something that you
Status Moves, genau. Status Moves gehen da durch.
Staring down the Tinglu over on the opposing end. So this
genau.
doesn't feel so good. Since Edu does have the Nasty Plot variety that can be setting up, you can go ahead and go for that. But you also have to be careful about just the Tinglu on the other end, whether with its Ruination or a Sandtomb to keep you trapped in. But you won't have to worry about it this turn with the Fake Out.
Yeah, Tinglu kept in check here as Golden Go.
Nasty Plot kann easy drücken, weil Jorn, da kann ich mir Jorn
doesn't
gönnen.
have to worry about anything this Dondozo is running. It's not running Earthquake, for example. Instead, opting for something like Yorn, and that can't affect.
Aber drückt Instant Wave Crash in den Golden Slot. Das ist crazy. Aber es geht noch mit.
Not, you know, too underwhelming.
With leftovers in the back.
Definitely the driving seat is all about Golden Go going into this next turn.
With the amount of damage that we've gotten to see Dondozos do in the past when it has the Commander Boost with the Tatagaris, that is definitely underwhelming. But of course, when you have just the Dondozo and no boost, well, then you definitely have to be giving that up. Of course, you want to make sure that you are pressuring the Golden Go and you're not allowing it to set it for free, but it still kind of feels like it was relatively for free in that turn. And you have to be so careful of that going on forward.
Yes, the Incineroar now in a position where it definitely doesn't want to take something like a Wave Crash from this Dondozo, so wouldn't be surprised to see Eduardo maybe try to go for something like a Parting Shot and just try and negate some of the pressure that the Dondozo can be dealing with those potential Wave Crashes.
Stark von Eduardo, stark.
Goes for a second Nasty Plot, so it now has to have the target on its back.
Ja, glaube ich, eher mit einem Protect gerechnet.
Into the Dondozo, just going to try and pivot out the field so that you have that Fake Out pressure and Intimidate for later, as well as providing the opportunity to bring something in from the back that's going to be able to support this Golden Go.
Aber irgendwas kriegt jetzt halt Dings rein.
And now having something that can help support you like this
Yawn.
Rillaboom is great. This Rillaboom does actually put a lot of pressure over onto Vide's end. And the +4 now Golden Go is just on top of that. Ruination will connect though into the Rillaboom and bringing it down to half health. Always brings it down half. And it is also going to be Yawn. Rillaboom is a Pokemon that likes to be swapping in and out. So that is okay, but it does mean that you can't have the Fake Out this turn.
Yes, exactly. And the Ruination being a really nice way to just start chipping away very early on in a game at the opposing Pokemon, allowing some sweepers in the back in order to try and close it up.
Wir sind auch gegen Davide. Der spielt so ultra defensive A-Scheiße mit Sand to Bjorn, das ist richtig kacke. Aber es sieht ja gut aus für Eduardo. Sein Goldango ist big. Lass mich gar nicht vom POV baiten. Das ist so cap. Ich war mehr gegen die Leute in der POV als für. Hab seine Plays nicht gehypt. Ach so, ja, ich habe gesagt, es ist ein starker Play. War ja kein Hype. Das war doch nicht gehypt. Hallo. Ihr wisst, wie ich bin, wenn ich was hype.
Rillaboom swapping out means that you won't get yawned and you won't fall asleep.
Hey, Gator.
Intimidate coming in will drop the attack from the Tinglu. Of course, oblivious from the Dondozo. You have to drop this out the old-fashioned way with those parting shots. Protect this time from the Golden Go. You do have the Franco pressure for next turn, and you make sure that nothing's going to happen to Goldie Boy this time.
And this is what I mean. Eduardo is really doubling down onto this Golden Go and protecting it.
Big von Eduardo.
To not only, have that fake-out pressure, but the potential parting shots again as well to ensure that Golden Go is going to be preserved on the field.
This Golden Go with all this recovery, it already just looks so good at even just preserving itself at this point, almost back to full. And at any point, Edu can just step on the gas pedal and start dealing out some powerful attacks. Even with the Vessel of Ruin, you do have that +4, and if you're not necessarily too worried, you can even just go for another one this time around. You do have to be worried that the more you're setting up, if you can get punished down the line, and there is 2 very powerful Pokemon in the back for Davide.
Damage needs to start rolling out soon though, because at the end of the day, Davide has literally not lost a point of HP at this point because of, leftovers recovery on Dondozo and that grassy terrain really coming into the forefront. Change of pace, however, as the gouging fire has joined the field.
Ich hoffe, der wird jetzt geshadowballt und getötet.
Boost up any of those physical Pokemon that maybe Davide wants to switch in on the side if switching into a more offensive presence.
Fake out into the Tinglu means all you're gonna really get done is that fake out, and I guess the rock
geht auf +6
as third nasty plot. This is a +6 Golden Go
Crazy.
at this moment, and you can start dishing out powerful Make It Rain, or even just go for something like the Shadow Ball when you're staring down something like the
Problem ist halt,
There's a lot of options for this Golden Go, and
okay, muss glaube ich Protect und Parting Shot into Kai-Flamme machen.
Because +4 is nothing to take a stick at, even if it wants to go for something like the Make It Rain. Yes, it's going to take that drop, and the thing is, you need to go for the nasty plus boost in the face of this Tinglu. The Vessel of Ruin really lowering the offensive pressure of that special attack, so Golden Go in a prime position. However, the Gouging Fire coming in, it has access to that Heat Crash, so you need to make sure that you're protecting the Golden Go from that.
And with the Golden Go being that Terry Farah as opposed to something like the Dragon that would have been resisting that hit, it can still be a decent little chunk of damage there. Tinglu swapping out at this point in the match, it was not doing much, but it does mean that Vessel of Ruin is gone, so any special attacks coming out from this Golden Go are going to be at its full capacity, and that is something to be absolutely terrified of.
Very true, and particularly terrestrialization on the field. The Golden Go is going to drop its Steel and Ghost typing and go full out Fairy mode instead. This does give it a little bit of coverage from this Heat Crash that is coming right down into the front. And
Trotzdem weh, aber ja. Da kommt ein Dazzling Gleam.
Golden Go actually opting for the Dazzling Gleam as the Dragonite has switched into the field.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Dazzling Gleam, double KO here on this turn, and of course
aber
boost as well. It's not just a defensive
das halt ich glaube, das Jover Victor den. Ich glaube auch.
I've never seen a Golden Go built like this. I almost forgot the Golden Go could even get Dazzling Gleam at this point. It's been such a hot minute since I've seen it come through.
Nee, der hat Inner Focus.
Amazing turn for Eduardo, really having built up this Golden Go with those nasty flots, with the protects, and then able to go for this Dazzling Gleam. Not only get the KO on the Gouging Fire, but dropping that Dragonite before it's even able to show what it can do.
And with the double KO, Davide down to his final 2 Pokemon, and the lead that just was not working out has to hit the field once again. Vessel and Ruin to weaken the special attack, but at this point, I don't really think that there's too much stopping this goal.
Ja, das.
Locking in, we're going to game 2.
Yeah, let's just kind of wrap that one up, move on
gut.
and see what can happen in game 2. And I have to say, the way Davide came out very slow and steady at the beginning of this match, I actually quite like the way you had the Dondozo potentially able to go for these wave crashes, and it was dealing decent damage. The issue was the Golden Go straight out of the blocks. There wasn't a lot that Davide could really do to counter it. So coming into game 2, I want to see a more offensive and aggressive stance against that Golden Go.
The one thing about the Golden Go for Edu's end is it directly counteracts one of those modes that Davide has, specifically this Yon Dondozo. With Good as Gold blocking that, is a
ich glaube, der muss halt Sand to Wave crashen, eigentlich instant in Monetigo.
perfect counter from the gate. So if that's something you want to be trying to go for, you need to get past the Golden Go first. You do have offensive options on your team, and something like the Gouging Fire and Dragonite could be putting out a lot of pressure. Don't let him get set up in the first place. Since we do have the coverage of Ironhead on the Dragonite, you can force Edu's hand at, hey, if you Terra, I will Ironhead into your Terry Fairy Golden Go here. That one's a little tongue twister. And if you don't, Heat Crash will take you out.
You know what I almost would quite like to see is a Golden Go showdown. So basically the Golden Go on a Davide side, it's
Ich dachte gerade, sie würden Golden Shower sagen. Was für Golden Go Showdown. Sorry.
It's a very board position heavy opportunity, but it does have the potential to find a way to
Erklär, was das ist. Das ist halt, wenn Gold aus der Dusche rauskommt. Oh, der ist ihm in Zeitlupe.
Bringing it in slow-mo, that just makes it hurt even more. The +6 Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam from Golden Go.
Nee, Richard, woran denkst du denn, hä?
Hey, it'll do all of that difference. That is something to be absolutely feared.
It's also a lovely way to not drop your special attack because, you know, in an alternate universe, if that hadn't been able to get the KO, at least you've still got all of the boosts ready up to be
Normalster VIP. Normalster Razor VIP. Oh! Golden Go Showdown, oh nein!
And the Incineroar on Eduardo's side, so we could potentially see my dream come to life with the Golden Go chicken, the opposing one.
There's the
Stop!
That's going to have that Vessel of Ruin, so Golden Goes, they will be suppressed a little bit this time around, but you do have a way to be pressuring. And notably as well, Shadow Ball was emitted from
My dream come alive.
But from Davide,
oh nein.
Shadow Ball, you do have a way to be pressuring right away, especially since you don't need a turn
crazy.
You have something right now. It is going to be that
Junge, Eduardo so.
From Edu, but trick into the Incineroar instead, trying to catch it off guard. There is no pick out there. You will get a Citrus Berry, a knockoff.
Crazy.
And that's a lot of damage.
Eduardo hat ihn wieder komplett an den Eiern.
And you've kind of given up your choice specs for free here. The Incineroar is going to have to take a little bit of damage and will be locked into that knockoff though.
And the thing is here is you're hoping that going on to this turn that you can maybe catch it into a fake out and then trap it with the Sand Tomb. You would have an Incineroar that is
Politico ist schon wieder gone.
Going on into this. The Golden Go now from Edu though has a +2 special attack and this Incineroar.
War da hat Golden Go jetzt nicht die Citrus Berry? Warum hat er sich nicht getriggert?
You just did to the Golden Go at this point. And Terrestrialization not safe because you're already such low health and this Golden Go can just absolutely bop you with something like a make it.
Ach, genockt.
So you need to pivot out and find a new change now.
You need a plan B if you're Davide right now. The Golden Go on Eduardo's side is once again in prime position. It's got that nasty.
Geht jetzt einfach Terrafee, Dazzling. Gewonnen.
The Incineroar is locked down, yeah, sure, but it really is the Golden Go you need to target. So bringing in the Gouging Fire is really nice in the sense you can apply that Heat Crash pleasure, but you still have to worry about the potential damage.
Macht wirklich? Nein, oder? Nee, geht Terra.
Actually not.
Yeah?
Geht doch nicht. Ja, natürlich geht es nicht, aber es wäre trotzdem insane. Aber geht Terra Ghost?
And Edu bringing that out. Make it rain. Not too much damage. It does have the +2, but Tinglu, that ability, putting in that work. And now one stage of lowered special attack. Knockoff, just good for a little bit of chip.
Ja, das war ganz gut von Davide. Aber feiern wir nicht. Ein Hater.
And so even if it does terrestrialize, it'll be iffy on whether it can survive through the next turn from a Heat Crash.
I actually really like this play by Davide, bringing in the Gouging Fire. You know there's no terrestrialization available on the Golden Go. That Heat Crash is going to be able to come through and do a lot of damage. And
Hier ist so witzig, weil die Musik, die ausgewählt wurde, ist so westliche Zone 3 oder so. So wie die Hype-Musik. Was so die hypeste Musik, die wir vorstellen können, ist, ich glaube, so westliche Zone 3.
And the Golden Go is what you need to be taking out. You do have a powerful option in the back and the potential swap in of here. If you are eyeing up something like the Howl instead, maybe trying to take advantage of a potential, you know, passive turn coming out from Edu, that is it. This point now, with the Ghost Terra, that Incineroar and swap, and now Rillaboom coming in.
Yeah, Rillaboom bringing that recovery to the field as well with the grassy terrain, and once again the fake action, which we've been seeing all weekend long. Tinglu retreating for Davide, so both trainers opting to switch up their ball position to gain some momentum. And I like the switch coming in. The Dragonite feeling a lot more comfortable now that the Golden Go has been neutralized, particularly when Eduardo goes for the Protect.
Oh, you see that smile on Davide's face. That Protect means that you get this Howl for free. +1 to not just your attack, but your partner's attack. And Dragonite needs that to really be putting on that pressure.
Dragonite kann nicht
This one instead with the loaded
fake-outed werden. Gouging schon, der wird wahrscheinlich fake-outen. Und dann wird er sich jetzt hier einen Scale-Shot oder so in Wartroms Gesicht.
Neither Rillaboom or the Golden Go want to take any of these heat crashes, and Rillaboom can only fake out one of the opposing Pokemon. In fact, it can only fake out the Gouging Fire. Dragonite is running in a focus. You are not able to slow that Dragon down.
And that is where you can really start to ramp it up here in this game number 2. And this Dragonite was such a fun moveset, can put out the most pressure. Terra Steel as well, not the one you get to see too much. Instead, you maybe see a Terra Normal, but instead here, you have it as defensive type, and you also have it for Ironhead to be doing more damage. But it could be a different move here. I mean, we do get to see that it's a loaded dice. Fake out first, we get to see how that plays out. Great call from Davide.
I mean, it is literally an Ironhead with an axe on top, but the scale shot is what is going to come through. Do a little bit of damage. 1,
Kriegt er 5?
2. We're going to see the third one into the Rillaboom. How many more? Because this could be able to get the full knockout. Is there going to be a 5th?
Ah, damn.
It's not a guarantee. You have to hold your breath a little bit at the end, but if you can get it, it feels so sweet. Pokemon hit 5 times, and Rillaboom can't survive. Defense is going to be dropped, but you do get that speed, and the Dragonite will be able to put more and more pressure. And with the Dazzling Gleam coming out, this is where we get to see that defensive Terastallization put in the work, doing barely nothing.
Aber könnte Incineroar mit Incineroar jetzt Gouging fake-outen? Aber da wird er wahrscheinlich Goldengo reinswitchen.
Taking a look at the Golden Go now, it's kind of in a difficult spot. You really ultimately want to get another Nasty Plot up in order to start dealing some big damage in return. But at the same time, you can't really touch the opposing Dragonite, and the heat crashes are something you're going to be very vulnerable to. I think it's a nice option here for Eduardo to bring in the potential fake out, just to slow down this Gouging Fire a little.
Aber Fake Out ist
wichtig. I'm not even worried about the Gouging Fire at this point, though. It's all eyes on this Dragonite. And you do have Pokemon in the back that if you are a little bit worried, you can switch it up. Then Terastallization has been spent on Edu's end, so you don't have to play a 50-50 game with this Golden Go. Something you do have to be watching out for is now that you have that Steel Terra, if the Incineroar decides to be foregoing something like the Fake Out, you could go for a Flare Blitz instead, and that is going to be doing a lot more damage, especially with that drop defense over on the Dragonite. This time around, all about stopping that Gouging Fire.
Exactly. It is now Dragonite's turn to go for that scale shot and see if it can do the repeat and get another knockout. 2 down, 3 connecting in. If it is able to get to that 5th one, it's going to be a guarantee KO. It doesn't even need to. The 4th one cleans.
Das war wilde Roll.
Really seeing the impact of the first.
Aber ich glaube, Eduardo wollte sogar, dass er stirbt.
Jetzt
kommt hier ein Dazzling Gleam. Das sollte Gouging Fire killen, I guess.
Another defense drop, but it's starting to really pick up the speed.
Rain
just barely ate Hickle.
That's so underwhelming from the Golden Go when we saw the power potential it has in that Game 1. In Game 2, Davide has done a fantastic job of pivoting around it and making sure the Pokemon are coming in safer. Looking at the ball position here, Eduardo still has the 4th and final Pokemon yet to be revealed, but all 4 healthy Pokemon are there on Davide's side.
And I love that we've really just ramped up the speed here in Game 2 on Davide's end. Because the Dondozo didn't offer much, and this Dragonite has been incredible. Now Raging Bolt, that 4th and final Pokemon for Edu, and it's something that definitely does not appreciate staring down the Dragonite either.
Yes, it's definitely a sigh of relief knowing that the Golden Go has been completely locked down here. The Raging Bolt, though, it does have a few utility if we take a closer look. Something like a Dragon Pulse could get a little bit of damage down onto the opposing Gouging.
Link's Awakening.
And Thunderclap, I'll be honest, it's going to be so overwhelming at this point. You just have no way to get through this Dragonite.
And the Dragonite, you can have all the defense drops in the world, but when you're staring down these 2 special attackers, it feels so.
Ja, Terra Ghost fand ich ja auch irgendwie nicht so geil.
Further going to be reducing the amount of damage coming out. Raging Bolt with the Protect, no damage coming out from that Paradox Pest, and now it's just the Scale Sod. It did target into the Protect, so it will stay safe this time around.
Yes, Golden Go has a chance here to be able to get some damage on the board, and the way that it does this is by getting the Nasty Plot up. The fact that it had the Make It Rain dropped its special attack previously, and with Vessel of Ruin on the field, it's going to need every little bit of help it can get in order to start applying that damage. The issue you've got, as we've said before, is now this Steel-type Dragonite makes it so hard to get through. There's just so much bulk and brawn on it.
Yeah, you're not really hitting it for much here if you're the Golden Go.
Yeah.
The Make It Rain, the Dazzling Gleam, so cool, but this Dragon Knight with a perfect Terastallization. And now since Raging Bolt did protect on the last turn, feels relatively safe to go for it. They attempted the double protection.
Ja, er ist für den Double Pro Attack gegangen, jetzt nicht mehr.
1 in 3 in the scale shots. I mean, already the solo hits.
Monetigo kann es nicht alleine gewinnen.
3, not quite enough actually. It will take the 4th.
Yeah, it wasn't enough for the 3, but Dragon Knight's got it covered. It's feeling confident with that loaded dice to be able to get the rolls that it literally needs to get the knockout. It's taken 3 KOs now in this set. The last Pokemon in its sights, though, is going to be that Golden Go.
And the Golden Go, I mean, the Make It Rain coming out from this point.
Das geht halt nicht.
I mean, it is a Golden Go. It will do a good little chunk of damage, but not nearly enough to be getting through this. Ruination now will bring it down half.
Sagst du, PR wäre bessere Abkürzung gewesen? Oder Pro?
Because, I mean, when you take a look at it, there's not a huge amount Dragonite can generally do type-wise. You know, Extreme Speed can't do anything. It's a Ghost, Iron Head, and Scale Shot. Not going to do too much. So having the Ruination does help it out. But looking towards what I think is going to be an inevitable
ist halt erste Silbe, zweite Silbe, ne?
To keep this Golden Go really, really protected going forward. Because in this game, Davide did such a good job of completely neutralizing the threat.
I wouldn't even say protecting the Golden Go, but making sure that Davide is suppressed going on into this next game.
Pro Exit glaube ich nicht.
This Golden Go, it couldn't necessarily get totally set up. It did get a couple of nasty plots, but the biggest issue here, Flinch coming out as well to really just add a little salt into that wound. The biggest issue here is Davide was able to set up a really good job bringing this Gouging Fire in, and a great swap from the Dragonite to take advantage of the Howl. And after that, there was no pressure really from Edo's end to really pressure on into that.
Definitely getting the boost has been critical throughout this set, whether it was on the Golden Go in game 1 or that Howl boost up by Davide. And the one thing I really want to credit from this game too is the way Davide really positioned his Pokemon, making sure that the Dragonite came in safely and enabling the Gouging Fire to also join and go for that Howl at the opportune moment, really giving him a lot more grit in this match. Going into a game 3, this is their tournament, EUIC run on the line here. They're trying to battle it out for the chance to be able to get into that top 8. Having a look at some of the leads here, we saw both of them bring the Golden Go front and center in game 2, but I would be very surprised to see that happen again. Davide applied a lot of pressure with this trick, with the choice specs, and it did stop Eduardo from maybe trying to lock into something like the fake out to be caught by that.
Looking at something that could check a little bit better coming out from Edo's end, right away my eyes are going towards that Urshifu. You have the choice Scarf to have that speed over on your end.
Also ja, mir geht's okay. Heute nicht so gut, mein Handy ist leider heute kaputt gegangen. Thank you.
You didn't really have a way to hit it super effectively, and the Dragonite was something you needed to deal with. Now, if there is the Terastallization from it forced out in game 3, and you have something like that Urshifu in the back, there's a lot of pressure, and the Urshifu matches up quite well into the other options that were brought as well.
The one thing I liked as well was the foresight of getting rid of the Incineroar early doors, shutting it down, making sure that it can't come in and use Fake Out later on as well. Just meant sure that when you go for this Terra Steel on the Dragonite, the fact that you get rid of this Incineroar, kind of negate the switch ability that it has, that then the Dragonite can really breathe easier throughout the rest of the set, and you can start targeting down these partner Pokemon. The Raging Bolt, I did like the fact that it was here, but it was definitely too little too late for Eduardo to bring it in, where it effectively could do nothing in the face of the Dragonite.
I think the only part that people liked about the Raging Bolt being there is for Raging Bolt haters.
Mein Handy ist.
It was very just influential in the match. It wasn't necessarily set up for success at that point either.
Von einer erhöhten Stelle auf die Kante von der Küchenzeile gefallen und es geht nicht mehr an. Also geht gar nichts mehr. Es flackert nur noch, wenn ich es anmachen will. Es vibriert noch, aber es flackert die ganze Zeit nur noch das Display. Das ist leider Ober und die Reparatur kostet irgendwie 300 €. 300 noch was Euro. Das ist leider super, super Arsch, aber ich hatte sogar eine Schutzhülle und wir brauchen ein Handy. Achso, wir brauchen ein Ausrüstung, ein Handy. Wer braucht ein Handy? Pers Puerto Rico.
I kind of want to question the Ghost Terastallization as we go into Game 3, whether we're going to see it or not. It's the Incineroar and the Golden Go against the Golden Go and the Ting-Lu again, so these players really sticking to what
Wolfie gegen Arsch gewonnen. Big.
The adjustment is made. Yeah. Going on the first turn, reminder last time, this is where we saw
wir hoffen, dass es reicht.
Really cool tech from the Golden Go. Go into that Incineroar, trying to maybe lock it into a fake out instead something else. If you want to try and ramp up and go on the offense this time around, the Golden Go was something that Edu did leave kind of.
Wolfie ist jetzt gerade 9. ne?
Could protect it this time, but that is something you have to
Aber es sind noch ein paar 12-2.
I think the Incineroar got shut down though by the trick and then, you know, being
Jo, wenn
trapped
Wolfie
in
als
with Santum
Neunter
as well,
rausbabbelt,
there wasn't really a lot they wanted to do to
ei.
stop pivoting Pokemon in and out to protect that Golden Go. Whether or not he's going to allow the Incineroar to fall for the same trap,
Also noch einige
we will
12-2er.
have to see. Tinglu could go for that Santum, but it could also go for the Ruination, start just lowering the HP bars of these Pokemon. The seconds are ticking down, however. Davina's got to lock those moves in fast.
Gotta make a decision, gotta make it now. Protect from the Golden Go. It was unguarded last time around.
Und Michi hat verloren übrigens die letzten 3 Runden. Michi ist 33. gerade. Oh, es hat geklingelt. Los, da!
Powerful KO to start things off, going awry. Parting shot from the Incineroar into the Tinglu. A chance now to pivot into something in the back.
Yes, and you can see the Golden Go is locked into the Shadow Ball as well, so you know exactly who it was trying to target down, and there is no terrestrialization used early doors by Eduardo, so that's good information for him in how maybe to protect this Golden Go better. Rillaboom joins the field as well. The Fake Out now is in position to go down into that opposing Tinglu, but you've got to find a way to work around this Golden Go. The Shadow Balls are still going to be able to connect and do a lot of damage as the Sand locks in that Rillaboom.
Yeah, the Rillaboom being tracked at this point is just going to be a little bit of chip damage, of course, offset by the grassy terrain. I'm looking specifically at the Golden Goes here too, because if you are expecting a Shadow Ball, you can go ahead and go for the Terrestrialization over on Edu's end. If you do expect maybe, hey, this Golden Go might try and swap, you can go for something else. It is choice specs on Davide's end, so no swap here says he does have to go for that Shadow Ball yet again.
Yes, it's guaranteed the Shadow Ball is going to be coming through, so there's a Terrestrialization into the Fairy type for the Golden Go on Eduardo's side. You could potentially have switched it out, maybe brought something in like the Incineroar that isn't going to worry about taking one of those Shadow Balls, but instead you could utilize the good opportunity you've been given to go for this nasty plot.
And if it wasn't a choice specs on the other end, there could have been the read and this could have been punished, but instead you have to be taking this hit. Nasty plot to get the +2 to your special attack, and that is a good little chunk of damage, but that's about it. Woodhammer into the Tinglu, super effective, bringing it down way low. You will get a little chip in return.
All of the chip is coming Rillaboom's way at the moment, but it's certainly having its say as well. The Sand coming down against that Golden Go, so it is going to be trapped in. You're going to have that little bit of damage coming through, but thankfully Rillaboom has brought the grassy terrain to the field so that recovery can be optimized as well.
And at this point here with Pokemon trapped, I'm looking at the fact that even with these speed tiers that we have seen Edu's Golden go first on a multitude of times. If I've missed one, my bad. But I remember all these nasty blood firing off first. A little bit of chip firing off. If you do get the chance to go on attack, you could be good. And with no Shadow Ball possibility on Edu's end, the Golden Go, I
Was habe ich verpasst, Chat?
to make it rain and a Dazzling Gleam either way.
I mean,
Auf plus wie viel ist Golden Go?
Pokemon on the field now. We can't switch them out. With the Rillaboom, it is running the Assault Vest, so it cannot protect, and it can then have to take damage from the Shadow Ball, although with the Assault Vest, that will help it out a little bit. Choice specs, however, I wouldn't be surprised to see it try and
Nee, aber sag mal, auf plus wie viel ist der?
just try and get it off the field before it can utilize that nasty plot. Wise defensive play by Eduardo here. It's just whether Davide has locked into it.
Yeah, keep that one Pokemon safe as Shadow Ball. Putting the respect on Golden Go's name and putting respect on Edu.
So auf jeden Fall schon
you're always firing
Therapie.
off something in that slot. High horsepower.
Oh my god.
You don't see that one too often. The chances aren't quite the biggest, but body press not quite enough to pick up the KO.
High Horsepower Miss auf Golden Go.
Why a lot of players have opted to maybe drop that high
Das
horsepower
könnte
from
GG
their
sein.
team, because even though the percentage is high, it's just generally speaking not always the most reliable in the moment that you need it in. It also means that Rillaboom now having to take that body press is in a very dangerous spot. Another body press that can come through, and I think be enough to get the KO. I mean, easily with the sand damage there, easily get the KO, and then the Golden Go on Eduardo's side, not free from having to take the Shadow Ball.
Der geht aber mal
Based on
bestochen.
the speeds, there's no Shadow Ball on Eduardo's
Dabei hat
side.
doch gar
Even
keinen
though
Mega
it
Drain
will have that
eingesetzt.
chance to go first, it cannot do super effective damage to the opposing Golden Go.
Yeah, you're basically looking at what damage is done kind of into the Tinglu. So Golden Go kind of a little bit of a sitting duck there.
Yeah.
There could be the potential of the double up from both into the Golden Go on the opposing end onto Davide's end to try and do as much damage as you can. But it still looks a little bit grim, at least on this turn. Everything in Davide's control.
Yes, and Davide now has a couple of options. You can see the Pokemon that he's got in the back, that kind of powerhouse combination of the Gouging Fire and the Dragonite, and making the adjustment here, bringing the Tinglu out. I think it's kind of done its job, using that Sand Tomb to trap the Pokemon in, and now you have the utility to bring in the Gouging Fire, use this boosted energy to get that speed up on the field and apply pressure going forward.
Especially, too, when we're looking at something like the Make It Rain, this takes the hit
Macht halt echt nicht so viel.
well. Special attack drop
Das war
on
auf
the
plus
opposing
2.
end. Don't think that one will matter in the end with Shadow Ball firing off right afterwards. We saw how much damage it did before, and critical hit will We're going for overkill here, huh?
Yeah, choice specs coming in like
Okay.
taking down.
Und Eduardo hat keine Terra mehr.
And this is now a great position
Da
where
will schon.
Rillaboom, yes, it's able
Highest
to
Power
connect the high
hittet,
horsepower, does
immerhin.
manage to get the KO though, but it
Ja, er
will
ist trotzdem nicht
fall
happy.
to the sand damage it's going to take from the sand tomb.
This point with the gouging fire coming in, and you lost your golden go. This is something that
sogar
Eden
kein
really
Cent
did
mehr.
pressure going on
Den Booster
for.
gar nicht mehr
Real
da.
tough. And Dragonite in the back here for Davide. You can start setting this up. And Incineroar will hit the field over on Edu's end.
And you know, it looks like Rillaboom's actually been freed from that. You know, it hasn't had to take that sand damage there. It is now free to
Safe,
start
Dave,
switching out,
100%. Die machen das auch sehr
can
gut.
breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief, but it's a little bit difficult to do that in the face of these Pokemon. That Howl can come through. That's why Incineroar joining for Eduardo is nice to have that fake out to stop Dragonite from starting to steamroll at this point.
And you do have a priority move. You're worried about that speed, but at the same time, you're not really threatening either of these Pokemon here. And if you are going to be outsped by the potential of something like that gouging fire, a swap
Okay,
surely more
sich
just
Rillaboom aufheben.
and a chance to see what Pokemon
Fake out auf.
yet again will be that Raging Bolt. Have to
Warte,
see
was
if
hat
you can
Davide
be better
gedrückt?
poised this time around.
Nein, Davide hat doch nicht Scale Shot in den Slot gedrückt, oder?
Was in that game too, so it has the utility to start dealing some damage, applying a little bit of pressure with something like a Thunderclap. That classic Howl
Kein Fokus,
from the gouging fire,
kein Fake out.
attack of both it and its partner Dragonite, and Dragonite in a prime position to use that scale shot and try.
Oh my God, was? Wait a second.
Too often, and that is the loaded dice that are gone.
Holy shit, was?
And skill shot's gonna be less effective going on forward.
Ach du Scheiße.
All over the place. And that skill shot put in the ultimate work in that
Ach
game
du
one there.
Kacke.
That is a devastating turn coming out from Davide.
That's crazy.
Certainty for Davide now to click that button. You're not necessarily going to be guaranteed all of those KOs, so you might want to go for something a little bit more reliable.
Ja,
Try and
erst
push through with something like the extreme speed. Utilize the fact that you've got that Howl boost already to get damage on the board and allow the gouging fire to clean up.
That's
You
crazy.
do have attacking capabilities with this gouging fire, and both of these Pokemon got the attack boost. And the breaking swipe is a sure hit onto both of
Also,
these. And the Raging
willst
Bolt
gerade gewinnen?
with
Hoffe Davide. Warum hoffst du Davide? Der spielt Tinglu Doso mit Santo Bjorn. Das fühlt ja niemand. Ich glaube, Davide gewinnt gerade, ja.
Yeah, it's guaranteed to get the 2. So thankfully for Davide was able to get the knockout. Didn't have to worry
Achso,
about
damit
those
Eduardo
dice
nicht
rolls.
mich
Yes,
überholt.
it is.
Ah,
But
okay,
the
okay,
speed
okay.
will be all the rage.
Wir sind doch für Davide, Chat.
Incineroar goes for another knockoff. It already knocked off the loaded dice, so that's going to be dealing less damage.
And Dragonite, you did what you needed to do. The double up from both of these Pokemon just barely taking care of that. And
Achso,
Eden
okay.
down to
Das ist
2
doch wieder für
The
Eduardo.
Rillaboom that was just on a sliver of health here. It's definitely going to be tricky. And with this, sure, you can swap out into a different move, so the Rillaboom might not even get the opportunity. And with the fact that you can't fake out into the Dragonite, you can't stop what's about to happen.
Eduardo is absolutely pinned down. The Rillaboom cannot protect. The Dragonite can easily go for the extreme speed, clean it from the field, and then it is all the remaining 3 Pokemon on Davide's side against this Incineroar. And there is so much utility that they have. Look how healthy that Gouging Fire is. There's not a lot that Incineroar can even do to it, whereas Gouging Fire can retaliate with the breaking swipes, even a Heat Crash in that side.
Gouging Fire with so much health. Looking Preserve it. Double Protect to over onto this
Double
turn.
Protect.
Scoto what Edu's doing. You see him shaking his head. At this point, you need any bit of momentum in your favor.
Aber haben wir denn den
Trying to
Fake out?
deal a bit of chip into this
Chip
Dragonite
damage.
on a Rye. Follow-up knockoff from Incineroar. The
Double
double up
Protect,
into that.
das ist echt
And
scheiße.
now, no priority from that fake out. And it's going to be a resisted Grassy Glad if you even try and go for that.
And I really like this double protect though,
Das ist
because
wirklich
even though
scheiße.
you can KO the Rillaboom, it stops your Gouging Fire from taking the fake out, then taking the knockoff from the Incineroar, and also enables it to get
Und
a
es
little
wird halt
grassy
wahrscheinlich wichtiger
terrain
Chip Damage gewesen
recovery, and
sein.
you can just
Nee,
click
das
that
gewinnt
extreme
er
speed
nicht mehr,
on this
das
next
ist
turn without
over.
even having to worry about
Das
what
hat
might happen
Eduardo
to Gouging
verloren.
Fire.
One Pokemon closer to taking this match and potentially finding your way to top 8 here at EUIC. Breaking Swipe is will
Ja,
be
das ist
single
Tinglu.
target
Zu
into
viel.
the Incineroar. It'd be a
Incineroar
slow,
gewinnt nicht
surely,
alleine
but the
gegen
Incineroar's not gonna be
Tinglu.
doing much in return. And Davide
D-Knight, ja, es geht nicht mal. Selbst der Fake-Out-Damage hätte nicht gereicht, glaube ich.
He's just got to keep going through the motions here, targeting down against this Incineroar. It does have that
Der
little bit of
cancelt jetzt hier das
recovery
Battle.
with the terrain, but it really is just a matter of time, particularly if the Gouging Fire wants to help out with a little Howl here. Even if the Dragonite goes down after going for some damage here, the Howl will still benefit that Gouging Fire for the
Nein,
next
macht er
turn.
nicht.
You just need to make sure this Incineroar is not doing much, and you do what you can. Extreme Speed priority will act first. It will activate the Incineroar's Citrus Berry and burn that for this turn. Breaking Swipe. This is -3 now attack for the Incineroar. and it's not doing much. Back against the wall, knockoff will be enough
Ja,
for the
sie ist Kammer.
Dragonite, but still has so much more to go
Ja, ja, aber safe richtig sein. Der Miss war wahrscheinlich kacke. Auch wenn der Scale-Shot Miss hat, Scale-Shot-Miss hat er nicht wirklich gemeldet. Okay, Tim Edwards ist auf jeden Fall safe. Top 8. Und Wolfie ist runtergedroppt auf den 11. Platz.
Yeah, and we see the moves clicked. We see how fast he's going through with this. And this lone Incineroar, the lone cat over on Edu's end. First off, it's the breaking swipe.
Ja, Davide hat halt übelst die gute Dings. Win Percentage. Der wird safe Top 8 sein. Genau, ab Top 8 ist quasi so Single Elimination Turnier. Viertelfinale, Halbfinale, Finale. Michi 37, das ist over, ja, glaube auch. Nee, ist kein Swiss mehr. Ist kein Swiss mehr. Okay, Chat. Ich bin sofort da. Ich lasse euch das kurz laufen. Ich will erstmal jetzt du richtig Hallo sagen, okay? Deswegen, bis gleich. Bin sofort wieder da. Dann schauen wir gleich Top 8. Das wird sehr cool. Bis gleich, Chat.
The cheering in the crowd, and it was such a well-fought match. Being able to see that adjustments then too, with how Edu commanded that first game, you had to have been so stressed. This is your winning in the final round of Swiss, and that is how the first game goes. Talk about stress. We talk about how stressful these tournaments are all day long. I feel like that is the pinnacle of it. But before Top Cut, of course.
But it's how you pick yourself up from, you know, such a devastating game one and coming out with a different game plan. And you could see the way Davide completely shook it up, brought that golden go, and it just had so many utility options that Eduardo at the end of this like long day, and it's not even over yet for those still advancing into top 8, had to make those decisions about what the golden go was going to go for. And you saw Eduardo really testing through a variety of Terra types throughout that set as well, you know, really trying to put all the eggs in one of those baskets. But unfortunately, the way Davide was able to have so many options to counter that, despite what Eduardo was able to do, was masterful.
I think one of the issues too, which is also the thing that we are praising, so it really just shows that the team building really goes both ways, is when the golden go, especially trapped in, you couldn't go for something like the Shadow Ball because that was omitted from this golden go and Edu's team building. The Dazzling Gleam was fantastic coverage. We could see in that first game how that would have been utilized throughout the tournament and how devastating that can be. But of course, then when you're looking at a situation where you're trapped on the field, golden go on the opposing end of you, something that you could outspeed and realistically normally take down, you can't touch it. Like, that hurts.
And look at the camaraderie here between the Italian players, rooting for Davide here as he plays out the match on stream. There's the moment. They know he's got the knockout, and that could have been one of many in this match, possibly even the scale shots going down.
I'm wondering if it was too after that we saw the scales, the loaded dice when knocked off.
Yeah.
And you had to go for the breaking swipe to just deal enough damage and then see where you could go with that scale shot. It is a guaranteed 2-hit, so he did get the 2-hit there and got the KO with that because of the breaking swipe. But it actually was really, really close, and you weren't guaranteed the third. So if you had missed the KO there, I couldn't even imagine how stressful that would have been. But I think we can go and talk to Davide himself about how stressful that was and join him and Charlie on the stage.
Yes, Europe. Well, we're at the business end of the competition now, trainers. How amazing was that match, everybody? Absolutely incredible, that's right. And what better way to show her at the business end than with that thrilling game that we just witnessed. Davide, congratulations to you. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, to be honest. That's not an easy matchup, and Eduardo is probably one of the best players in the world. Yeah, so I'm pretty happy about this.
Certainly is the 2022 World Champion, but you were able to come out on top. So that first game, that went to Eduardo. That was all about the shine. That was all about Golden Go getting to +6 in the special attack, going for those big dazzling gleams. That seemed to just overwhelm you in that game.
Yeah, I think in game 1 I felt the Dazzling Gleam +6 as well as my Pokemon, so that felt very bad. And yeah, I made some adjustment in game 2, and I think Goldengo was the key in this matchup, as Eduardo understood in game 1. I brought my Goldengo in game 2, both game 2 and game 3. I thought the trick was a very cool move to do, because it's basically gave me the chance to stop Incineroar for 2 more turns, and also forcing him to the Terra, which is very important.
Yeah.
And I think that's basically the key of this best of 3. He played really well in game 1 and gave me no chance to come back. He did many nasty plots, and I wasn't allowed to punish them. So he was very strong in that specific spot. In game 2, I had and in game 3, I had Golden Go pressure. So it made me something like easier to do. So
yeah, very strong indeed. And even though you felt those dazzling gleams yourself, you didn't let yourself be blinded by that light. You stayed focused. And in game 2, Scale Shot from Dragonite, I think that picked up at least 3 knockouts in that game. It was absolutely huge. Tell us a little bit about Scale Shot.
Yeah, I think Scale Shot is probably one of the strongest move of this team, at least. The bad side is obviously it does have only 90% of accuracy, and it could have cost me the game 3, as you saw. But I think that's a good trade. If you do that about 3-4 times for a game, you can probably win every single game, because as you saw, it was something like 75% on the Rillaboom, and I think it's fitting very well considering my Gujin Fire that has the access to Owl, so it's able to boost that Dragonite, and I think that's the key move of my team. Yeah, probably the most important move with Sand Tomb, obviously.
Yes.
These 2 moves are very strong, and if they are able to connect, you will probably be in a good spot, as you saw that basically pick 3 kills in game 2. That's very important.
That's certainly true, yes. Your Gouging Fire was playing the Golden Go at its own game with all those stat boosts, but that time on the physical side. And then in game 3, we had that Gold Rush on the field. Golden Go versus Golden Go. You were able to come out on top there, Sand Tomb trapping things in as well. What for you was the most important turn in game 3?
Game 3, I think the spot where I switch out the Tinglu.
Yes.
Removing the vessel from the play, which allowed me to do Shadowball kill.
Yeah.
I think that's not an obvious play. Eduardo saw the damage. I did about 40%, 45 maybe, and he was trapped with the Sand Tomb, and considering he lost the Terra type with the Fairy, so he wasn't Ghost as well. And that play, I think, changed the game. So the Shadow Ball kill, and then I drastically reduced his damage output. So that was something to do about that, but I think it was pretty much the most important play, because allowed me as well to bring the Gojo and do a gear up with my own damage. So
this is
I think that's the key.
In-depth analysis you need in order to secure these wins. Removing the Vessel of Ruinability means that those special attacks will be doing that much more damage. Well, we've reached the end of our Swiss rounds, Davide. You will have to see what's going to happen from here on out, but how are you feeling about your performance so far?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy, because I missed this game so much for about 2-3 years, but I'm still here, and I'm pretty happy to be able to compete at least with some of the most valuable players in the world, like Eduardo and many others that are here today. So I'm feeling great right now, so I think that's enough.
Oh, you're here all right, Davide. You are making your mark here at EUIC. Now, tell me, are you choosing Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle?
They will kill me, but I'm gonna say Charmander.
Charmander, okay. Okay, Charmander is the most popular choice so far this weekend, so you're joining them in that regard. Thank you so much, Davide. Finally, any shout-outs you want to give?
I have to say thanks to my friends like Kevin, Samvi, Dave, and obviously every single people who helped me, and my friend group named Il Server. So they were a crucial part during this preparation. So that's very important for me.
So many people going into Davide's success here in Swiss Round 15. Okay, we'll let you chill out, Davide. Thank you for joining me on stage. We've reached the end of our Swiss rounds, but that means we'll shortly be getting into Top Cut.
This is one of my favorite parts of the competition, the anticipation building, as all of our amazing trainers wait to find out if they made it into the top 8 or not.
That's my least favorite part. That is the most stressful moments, because it's out of your hands at that moment.
Yeah, but I'm not the player, so it's fun for me.
No, it's, oh my goodness. Seeing the heartbreak and like, because when there's the good, there's the bad, right? And when you've done everything that you can to get to this point, to the competition, and you know you're just waiting there for that sheet to go up to see if you are in that top 8 or if you're at that dreaded 9th or 10th position, and seeing the harp, someone has to be that spot.
Yeah, and the dynamic changes here, right? Because it's no longer Swiss rounds. You don't kind of get that lifeline of, you know, being able to lose one set. It's literally a knockout stage of the competition. The only way to get into top 4 is to win your top 8, so on and so forth. And then who knows? One of these 8 trainers will be our grand champion.
And it's been a long day too, and it's not over yet. So when you have your most stressful matches ahead of you, and you have already just played some very nerve-wracking Pokemon, I mean, it's intense, it's ramping up. Of course, we will have our championship Sunday, so they can be well rested before the grand finals, but wow, this competition's been fantastic so far.
Yeah, and Championship Sunday doesn't just bring you the finals of the Masters Division, it will also have junior and seniors who are still battling it out in their Swiss rounds as well to find out who will be in their Championship Sunday. So much Pokemon action.
100%. And of course, reminder for our Championship Sunday, it's not just the Masters finals that you get to watch, but the juniors and seniors as well. And considering that there is, I mean, seniors that to this day, whether it's recently or more in the past, these are players that are up and coming in the game that are building their story and their legacy now. Even Aurelian Sula throughout this competition, very recently a senior. And we've seen over on the NA side, world champions in the senior division. We've got Toller Webb, James Evans, just getting very recent regional titles in the last couple months.
And I love seeing that consistency, right? Because it is a very big leap to go from one division into the next. The meta can be a little bit different, and particularly from seniors to masters with the sheer quantity of players, it can be incredibly overwhelming as well. It's a longer day, more endurance, and you have to put a lot more, I suppose, synergy into it a little bit in terms of how you do your day. You don't just have 5 or 6 rounds, that 9 rounds, the day 2 experience. It's very, very intense, and to see these trainers be able to adapt so well and thrive in that environment is honestly such a credit to them.
Yeah, so that's the lifeline of the game, so it's definitely going to be such a great time over on our Championship Sunday, but of course, we'll be able to end it off with the Pokemon VGC over on it. I like how we're already talking about finals, like we don't still have like a really exciting top cut ahead of us.
Well, that's the thing, the top cut kind of is the final building stones, almost like the steps up to victory, you know, trying to find that final boss at the end. Who is it going to be that stands between you and being an international champion? And considering we only have 3 of these internationals in the 2024 season, only 3 trainers at the most, because who knows, someone could get the double, are going to be able to claim that title.
I mean, over on the NA side of things, we haven't had somebody hit that double yet this season in terms of our regionals. If someone can hit the double, which would only be Marco Silva and whoever wins this event, hit the double. I mean, Marco Silva is definitely a skilled player. I'm sure whoever wins this event will be a skilled player. I mean, I would assume so if they've won, you know, the largest Pokemon competition ever.
Yeah.
They could get the double, but that is a feat.
Yeah, Ashton Cox has done it as well, back-to-back LAIC, but that's only 2 players, and it's kind of funny how both of them have been LAIC champions. Maybe that's the common thread. That's the one that opens up that door to being able to get that double.
Hey, well, I mean, if it is Marco Silva, then he'd be claiming his third international title.
That would be incredible. And I know that, you know, he also comes from a family of Pokemon trainers. He's got some siblings as well who do really well in the lower division. So who knows? It could be a whole silver affair.
I mean, when you have an older sibling as skilled that's able to teach you the game, no wonder. I'd be a little worried if otherwise at that point.
Yes, but of course, within the European region, there are so many incredible players. And as well, from all around the globe, we have had players really turn up and show the high caliber of Pokemon trainer they are. I think when we get to dive into our top 8, not only is it about the players, though, it's also about the Pokemon. Like, I want to see if any of these more spicy rogue off-meta picks have been able to establish themselves into the top 8, because I've been genuinely really surprised throughout day 2 how much variety we are still seeing. It's not dropping off, it's still doing well.
It's a marriage of both, right? Because you can have the best team in the world, but someone who maybe, you know, not quite prepared for this tournament running it, and that team's, it's not going to be a winning team. You can also have the best player in the world. That title is still up for debate, but you can have the best player in the world with a not so great team, and they're also going to be falling a little flat. There's also just so many other elements to the tournament. I mean, we've already showed the stakes with the fact that, hey, the resistance could be determining this top 8. Also, the matchup throughout the day. There's so many other factors as well that really go into the tournament.
Yes, and sometimes it can really come down to those split-second decisions. The turn zeros have been really critical as well about whether you're going to be playing the strategy that you want to do and forcing your opponent to adapt, or whether you maybe have to utilize your Pokemon to stop your opponent from getting that momentum. Things like we've seen with the Golden Go going for the nasty plot. Sometimes you might have a strategy you want to do yourself, like the Howl next to the Dragonite, but you cannot do that until you put the Golden Go in check.
Yeah, and there's so much to these games. And with Pokemon as well, there's always a variety of different viable options, which I think sometimes gets overstated because you see a player go down one route and it's like, okay, well, this is where he's thinking. And there's like, once you go down that route, well, there's other little roads, right? It's like a path through the forest.
Yeah.
And there's not enough moments in the day to talk about how convoluted and how complicated a game of Pokemon VGC can be. Some of it's easy. I mean, some of it's Tailwind, Terra, Water, Surging Strikes, but that isn't every match.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can sometimes have a really nice game plan, but it works well in maybe like a best-of-1 format, something that we would see maybe at a local event if they run best-of-1, or something like the Global Challenge. But when you're in this best-of-3 situation, particularly against such established international players, they can adapt. They can see not only the way that your team works, but your play style as well. And I've talked about this a lot before, where sometimes trainers are able to play the player almost better than they're able to play the game. And if you're well versed with Pokemon, but you can identify the way that your trainer is going to play, are they going to go for the protect? Are they going to make those switches and call them perfectly? That's how you can win these games. And that is if you're the trainer who's getting read like a book, your confidence can be absolutely shattered, and that's where you can just completely throw away a set.
That's why it's fun and good that we actually have the best of 3, because then you have that chance to adapt. Like multiple times throughout today's broadcast, we've gotten to see big adjustments coming out yesterday as well. And it doesn't always come down to those adjustments, sometimes it does come down to the individual plays, but there is, again, just so much that goes into it.
Yeah, so much intensity for these trainers, and whoever is in that top 8, and we will be able to bring it to you as soon as possible, don't you worry. It's gonna be an uphill battle for them, but they've got to dig deep, and at the end of the day, they've made it to the top 8. Nobody can take that away from them. My heart will always go out to the players in maybe 9th and 10th space that just weren't quite able to make it in, but it will still be such a credit to them that they got this far.
100%. And of course, as we're figuring who our top 8 are and getting them ready for the competition ahead, time to chill out, and I believe it was Charlie's chill zone with some games.
No, I totally agree, Kingdra. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there, trainers. Hello there. Welcome back to Charlie's Chill Zone. So chill that Kingdra and I are just having a nice little conversation here. And Lee, you've got your Gallade there, and Costa going with your Bidoof. How are you feeling about your Bidoof, Costa?
It's clearly the best out of the 3. Gabby would quote the same.
Of course, Gabby would quote the same. We all know that. It's certainly a very fluffy one. Are you enjoying your company with your Gallade there, Lee?
Oh, loving it.
Yeah?
Yeah, Gallade's best.
Oh, I cut myself. You get it?
Behave yourself.
Sharpness, very nice. Very good. Very good. Now, Lee, I actually wanted to ask. Lee knows what's coming. Lee and I were having this conversation before. I wanted to ask you both, if you were a Pokemon, what do you think you would be? And Lee, I know that your answer is Gallade.
It is Gallade, yeah.
Yeah, do you want to tell us why?
I feel like it's not really the context of this answer. Well, I'll just leave out the context. We'll just go with my answer. The reason why, I always remember playing Scarlet and Violet and having Gallade as my little partner Pokemon around the region. It's a good Pokemon to do shiny hunting with because he gets false swipe.
Oh yeah.
So really good Pokemon. But when he's just out and left to kind of roam around, he's got a very funny run.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Very much like this. So when I got asked what Pokemon would you be, it wasn't so much to think, oh, what cool typing could I be or anything like that. I was more like thinking of, oh, Gallade runs really like dorky. So I was like, I'd be a Gallade.
Do you think you're a dorky runner? A dorky runner?
I don't think so, but I don't know.
So where is the Gallade thing going from?
It always makes me laugh when I'm playing the game.
Right.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
But this is if you're a Pokemon, what do you think?
And it's very kind of humanoid looking, isn't it? As well.
Yeah, but that's like any of us could be Gallade based on the fact that it's humanoid.
That's not a good criteria, is it? For sure.
Okay, Lee.
Jeremy, I think we'll just leave you to gather your thoughts there. I think let's give you have a little chill moment here in Charlie's Chill Zone. Costa, what about you? What do you think you would be if you were a Pokemon?
What do I think I would be, or what would I like to be?
Let's do what you think you would be first.
Oh, probably a Snorlax, mate, if I'm honest.
Really?
I enjoy my sleeps, to be
You enjoy your sleeps,
fair.
but you're not a lazy person. You're very hardworking.
Well, that's why I always have music on to keep me going. You know, the flute, not making me fall asleep and whatnot.
The flute.
Yeah.
Specifically the flute.
Yeah, specifically the soundtrack used from Gen 1, 100%.
Oh, I see. Oh, the poker flute, right. I thought you just preferred flute music to chill to. I see. Yeah, poker flute. Yeah. Get it from Mr. Fuji.
Yeah, exactly.
Clear the way to
Which
down to Fuji
I
City.
so happen to also be a Mr. Fuji candidate. Maybe.
Oh, right.
Maybe in 20 years' time, who knows?
Yeah.
That could be a thing.
Yeah, no, I can see it. I can totally see it. I can totally see it. We've got to give Lee a bit of a congratulations here as well, because this is Lee's first appearance on the couch.
It is.
This weekend. We finally let you in, Lee. I don't know what you did to deserve not being here.
I thought I was.
I hope you're thinking about what you've done.
I have been thinking hard about what I did.
You were relegated, mate.
I thought it was like, no, don't bring him up here. You can't have him on the couch. Keep him away. Here we
As
are.
a last resort, here you are.
Here we are, though.
Well, it's good to have you here. Now, I just want to talk briefly about these standings we have for the Kanto starters. Right, okay. I think we've got now 7 Charmander, 5 Bulbasaur, and 2 Squirtle. It's something like that. Charmander's definitely out front, and Squirtle's definitely in the bottom. How are we feeling about that? I'm surprised that Squirtle hasn't got more love.
Yeah, I am as well, actually. Squirtle squad.
Yeah.
You know.
How do you feel, Costa?
A bit sad.
Yeah.
You know, like, maybe count this as a third. You could try.
If you win a match on stream,
okay,
then it would count.
What if I hop onto stage and I've got the Squirtle over here with
You've got to win the match.
I've got to win the match?
To win, yeah.
That's a really hard task for you.
Did anyone? I know, right?
Oh, Chat.
You say that. I have been waiting for a
Wie
task
sieht's
match
denn hier jetzt
opportunity,
aktuell
which
gerade
so far we
aus?
haven't got yet.
It's a shame. I know that,
Okay,
yes,
ja,
Wolfie
Wolfie ist
big
nicht
fan
Top
of
8.
the
Okay,
Slither
Nils
wing.
ist
That
Top
might
8
be open
und
to
Orion und die müssen instant gegeneinander.
See what's going to be featured there.
Der hat wieder gegen Michi gewonnen on Stream. Und Michi ist nicht Top 8 gekommen. Die haben gegeneinander gespielt. Und
Hi alle!
aber Nils und Orion Sola sind meine zwei Pferde im Rennen.
Okay.
Aber das ist jetzt schlecht, weil die müssen jetzt gegeneinander. Das fühle ich gar nicht.
Vielleicht machen sie unentschieden und gehen dann Hand in Hand weiter, aber
Ich meine,
das funktioniert.
also einer von denen kommt halt safe weiter, was ja gut
Drawing
ist.
skills.
So.
That's right. Time for a little bit of Smiggle
Bei Timo,
sketching.
die geht's nicht so
here
gut.
in
Ah, sie
Charlie's
schon.
Chill Zone. Time
Sie weiß
for
natürlich auch
fiction
schon Bescheid.
review. Do you want to be drawing
Ja.
first? Or Costa, do you want to draw?
I think you should take the honors
No, I think
because
Costa's good.
I didn't even know I was coming for Pictionary. I was just told go to the
Even
analyst
better.
lounge. So I think you should
Er hat mir heute so einen
warm
Jumpscare
welcome us
eingejagt, weil
into
er
the
mir heute
process.
geschrieben hat.
I'm
Ja, wie
deciding.
sieht's eigentlich aus mit dem Bein
Oh,
und
this
Zwiebeln?
is.
Machst du das irgendwie fest? Und ich war so,
Either way, I'm going to be
Aber
very
dann hat er
popular
nur
with
vergessen,
one
dass es
of these.
fertig ist.
Also.
Er hat gesagt, er hat es voll übersehen und voll im Film geschoben. Ich hatte wirklich so unendlich Angst, dass ich irgendwas voll verpasst hätte.
Nein, wegen meinem Handy-Chat geht's mir halt echt nicht gut.
Ja, mein Handy ist kaputt gegangen und so. Es hat halt wirklich unendlich
Right,
erst.
so
Ja.
just a note, my handwriting
Ja,
is
ja,
horrible.
ja.
That's fine, because you're drawing.
My drawing
Das ist halt
is
so
even
unnötig.
worse. So,
Aber wir kriegen
yes,
das. Jetzt haben wir
in a bit of
mindestens
a
ein Handy
predicament here,
generell.
but I'm gonna clearly do the best.
Googles Handy, ja, safe,
Would
natürlich,
you like to tell
aber...
me what to draw, or do
War
I
das so ein
just
Vergleich,
choose
weil
on
der
choose?
im Raum stand?
Ja.
Jo Leute, was findet ihr wichtiger?
Die beiden
Cool. Right, let's see how this is gonna go.
If you draw on the other side so that we can all see.
That could be a strategy that I may have to employ too.
Weg damit?
And
Die spielt man aktuell, ja. Aber nicht,
yeah, I don't know
also
what you're
spielt
talking about. I was
rein.
already here, so like,
Einmal, aber
okay, so.
war trotzdem cool, weil...
I'm saying draw on the other side. so
Okay,
we can
Chat, wir
all-
kommen gleich, bis gleich. Die brauchen wahrscheinlich noch ein bisschen, ne?
On this side.
You mean like this, right? Okay, so I was just trying to follow what you were saying, Charlie. So, right.
You were being pedantic, that's what you're saying.
Jamie would be proud. So, right, what do we
Negative
have
points for
here?
you, young man.
Thank you. All right. I'm trying to think. Oh, actually, I got a good one.
Okay.
Well, it's not good. Or it is a good Pokemon, but my drawing's not going to be good. So, gonna do like that. Here. As you can see,
It's too early to tell.
The drawing has started.
Yeah.
Yes. So, now how well it's going to come out is going to be another question.
Is this going to be Staryu?
Do I have to wait to tell you, or do I have to like? You can just answer.
Keep going.
Okay. All right. Cool. Just double checking. So, is it the goal that you should try to guess correct, and it's in my favor?
Costa, I don't know why you're making this so complicated.
Listen, I just want to know: am I against Lee in this?
No, so we're just seeing if we can guess what you're doing, Costa. I don't think we're as competitive as you are.
What are you talking about?
We're just here to have some fun, Costa. I don't know why you're here.
All right, so...
Staryu.
Wait for it. It's not over yet. Thank you very much, Lee. Right. I'm trying to think of, like, the facial specifics.
It doesn't have a face.
Yeah.
I didn't say what it is, Lee.
I mean, if it's not a Staryu, yeah.
You do not have the upper hand here, my friend. So
what this has become is let's all draw Staryu. Are we enjoying drawing our Staryu?
Wait.
Trainers.
This is where I'm going to throw you off.
Oh, yeah?
You're not going to expect this. All right, so... Give me put a little smile.
You see, too tiny.
Okay. And a bit...
You're inventing a Pokemon costume.
Of moustache there. No, I'm not inventing one, believe it or not.
Bit of a moustache, okay.
Yeah. So what further details can I add is the real question here.
Well, if you're drawing a Pokemon, then just add the details of the Pokemon.
I think it began as a Staryu, and now he's trying to make it
trying
into
to throw
something
it
else.
Yeah.
Okay, what does this audio... What
it's
is
a
this
ditto,
audio?
as a Staryu.
Costa gave you the glare of, you're right.
No, I gave the glare of, oh, that's a good guess. But no, not the correct answer. So, there we go.
Yeah.
Imagine the audio of...
Wind.
Nice.
Is that wind or the sea?
And here, there is...
Can you keep doing these?
Costa, I'm going to time you out, okay? I'm going to give you 15 seconds to finish this.
Oh, 15.
Right.
Okay, cool. I got this.
14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. I love this surround sound we've got going, Costa. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go. Perfect.
What is that?
Right. Let me explain.
Yeah,
oh, wait, no. You guys have to guess first, and then I'll explain.
So I think you're right. I think it was Staryu, but then you're
Then
trying to draw it up,
ditto,
and now you're just
Staryu.
drawing like a scene around it. It looks like a King's Rock at the top.
So do you guys need to get it correct, which is in my benefit, or incorrect? Because I could go either way right now.
That means that you changed your answer.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so I'll guess it's Staryu then.
Okay. All right. Staryu?
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Charlie on this.
Incorrect.
Of course.
Okay.
Surprise.
Okay. So, if you notice the detail that I have explicitly drew here, you'll see that it very much looks like a Staryu.
Yeah.
Clearly not a Star Me because it doesn't have additional legs to it, right? However, it's got a little mustache here, which doesn't look like a mustache on the actual Pokemon, but I had to draw something to be a bit of an indication towards it. It is a katana. So, wait. You haven't heard the justification yet. So, this is a complete fake out, right? Because we have the wind over here. We have what looks like a sun, but it isn't. It's a wormhole, ultra wormhole. And we've got a Lunala that has gone and opened up the ultra wormhole. And you've got the little frisks. That shows that it's not a Staryu. It's clearly a katana.
What do you mean frisks?
Yeah, little frisky. It's like a little cat. It's got like additional facial features.
Oh, whiskers.
Yeah,
okay.
whiskers. Sorry, that's it. Exactly,
Right.
whiskers. And it's got a little happy face because it's about to get a beast boost. So there you go.
Katana. Oh, I see. No, okay, right. I'm fully.
You got it.
I thought that katana. Right. So not whiskers, but yeah, it does have those.
Thank you. Like little
horizontal
blades.
things.
Yeah, horizontal
sure.
blades.
Okay.
Exactly.
So just a katana dancing in the wind by the ultra wormhole opened by Lunala.
What was the
So definitely
what was the sound
not.
effect for?
Sorry, what was the what?
What was the sound effect for?
For the wind, because it's paper light.
Oh.
Right, I see.
Get it?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, not yeah. So what you're saying is that's a katana in the wind with an ultra wormhole, not a Staryu in the sea in the sun.
Exactly.
The king's
right.
That is exactly what I'm saying.
Either, sir, you've played us masterfully, or you're a very quick thinker. So either way, I think we count that as a win for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
good
not
job.
competitive at all.
Yeah. Good job. I am weeping like a weeping bell right now. So thank you so much for providing us with that. Lee, you going to top
pleasure.
that or?
I mean,
once again for everybody to be aware of.
Just a katana dancing in the wind like it always does.
There you go, Lee.
I don't think my mind's wired like that.
I'll take that compliment, even though it's a backhanded one.
Let me get rid of this. This beautiful scenery. Sorry, Costa.
This Van Gogh.
At least we got it recorded. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, live forever.
All right, come on.
Right.
How are you going to top that up?
There is no topping that.
No, it's true.
How do we...
So if you...
Oh,
yeah,
it has got...
that foxed me earlier as well. The miracles of modern technology.
Right,
I did not know.
So we're drawn like
yeah, very
this.
nice, very nice. Yeah, sounds good.
So I've got to think of a Pokemon. I'm sorry, I'm like, this is the worst place to come in after that.
Yeah.
Well, you should have gone
went
first.
first, yeah. Okay. Right. All right. Let's try and draw something. This is probably going to be quite easy for you guys to get, I think. We'll try and do this.
Sort of looks like the Gen 1 Ghost sprite. Oh, until that point. Mimikyu.
Is that a puppet or a Slugma or a Mimikyu?
I'm going to say Mimikyu, yeah.
Yeah.
Here's a Mimikyu.
What? Oh, you gave that away too soon.
Well, no, it's fair enough. I think that is...
that's how the game's meant to go, you know.
Yeah. I mean, Costa, we just let you have your one-man show, but...
yeah.
You told me to go first, Charlie.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Should I have another go?
I would like it to be noted that I did say Mimikyu before Costa did.
Yeah, Charlie gets a point there,
all right.
for sure. Sorry,
Thank you
you're
very
very
much.
slow there.
Thank you very much. Okay, yes, Lee, you do get another go.
Excellent. All right. Let's think of something. Right. Think of something a little bit more difficult.
What do you reckon Lee is going to... What direction do you think Lee's going to
Well, he's going for basic shapes. So
Yeah.
the next one's going to be like a Voltorb or something.
Well, I was going to say, if he's anything like you, he'll start by drawing a Voltorb, but then he's going to become a football, and then he's going to say, well, no, what's the football player Cinderace?
Oh, yeah.
So,
that would be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would have been.
That would be.
Right.
Can't do it now, though, can you?
No.
I can't do it now. Okay. You watching?
Can we get a zoom in on this? Because like we need to see this.
Oh,
back
yeah,
there.
that's all right. Yeah, let's do it from there.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
He's
okay.
going there. Okay.
No, I'm not going there.
It's going to be like a Hisuian Voltorb. Oh, no.
Oh,
Sentret.
Rowlet.
Sentret.
Is it not Rowlet?
Yeah, it is Rowlet. Those.
Maybe it's not, or is it Darumaka? Or is
That's a good
it... Marill.
Jigglypuff.
Well,
That was a very good drawing. That was a very good drawing.
That was good.
Really good.
That was really good.
Really nice.
Are we actually going to consider giving it back to Costa?
Please don't.
I can take it. I can give it again.
Come on then.
All
Sorry,
right.
I didn't know you were actually
Yeah.
taking part
All
in
right,
this.
I thought I
just
may as
sitting here
well. I
hugging
thought
it.
before it descends into complete carnage, I may as well step in and try and salvage
I
the
agree.
situation. Right. Okay. What I'm going to draw here. Okay.
Sorry, Charlie.
Trying to remember how this Pokemon looks. Right.
Rotom.
Elekid. Oh, definitely not an Elekid anymore. Rapidash. Whoa.
Oh, Milotic.
Milotic. Damn it. No.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah, I was too slow. You were very quick.
Only
with
by a
that.
split second, though.
You were very
You
quick.
did fantastically well.
Yeah.
Milotic.
Very good drawing
everyone.
as well.
That was
I
great.
call this unfinished by Charlie Merriman. That's Milotic there. Just going to sign that.
Perfection.
There you go. Yeah.
So good.
Very nice. Yeah, that was fast. That was fast. Shall I give it one more whirl? Then we better give Costa his second go.
Oh, are you sure about that?
I mean, no. But
I've got terrain stuff as well. I
in
can
the interest
add.
of equity.
Different weathers.
Okay. Where's this going to go? See, there are obvious ones I could go for, but I'm not going to... I don't want to do that, really, do I? Okay.
Hariyama. Lugia.
Walrein.
That's Lugia.
Celio?
That's such a Lugia.
Oh,
That's
it is
such a
Lugia, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
It's good.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm going to keep drawing and make it something else.
Oh, yeah.
I have to guess what that is.
Such a good idea.
Okay,
Yeah,
God,
yeah,
where
okay.
do I go from here?
Good luck.
Okay.
I've got a great one. Fluttermane.
Oh, yeah.
That could be the one.
It could be. That could be. That could be really good. Now I can't do it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Wingull. Pelipper. Oh, Pidgeot. Pidgeot.
I'm going to keep going. It's going to become something else.
Okay. Grovyle. I wanted to catch you off guard.
Can you imagine?
Articuno?
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
Very nice.
Solid,
Okay.
solid.
Yeah.
Really
so we've
good.
essentially worked out that every bird Pokemon
has wings. That's what we've worked out there. Any Pokemon that can fly, shockingly, does have wings.
Apparently.
Right, Lee, are we braced?
Come on then.
Go on then, Costa.
No, not a gem. Right.
That's what everyone at home is thinking as well, Costa.
Good. I'm in full agreement.
Come on, Kingdra. Get involved.
Okay, so...
They're both judging you, Costa. Got an audience of 4 now.
Oh, no, that's not cool. Bidoof's judging me as well.
Bidoof is unaware.
Aha, indeed. Right, so, what to draw?
Don't worry, you just have to think of what to start with, and then...
I'm trying to look at the plushies.
Right, well...
But I know that I can't draw any of them.
Probably shouldn't have told us that, should you?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I knew that I wasn't going to be able to. But, okay, right, so, let's think realistically. What can I actually draw that doesn't take 50,000 years?
One of my favorite things about you, Costa, is that you just vocalize your entire thought process, whatever it is.
Isn't that what...
And you literally drew a Staryu.
Okay, all right. Shapes. Okay, cool. Shape.
Snoring.
Does it have to be the actual Pokemon?
Well, I mean, that's
What sort of a question is that?
No, right.
If you give an answer and it's right, is it that answer?
Okay, fine. Yes, Snorant, just for the sake of saying that. I was thinking Deoxys, as you're in, like...
Yeah, that's
right. There we go.
Yeah.
That is cheeky.
There we go. Right?
Cheeky.
You done it, though.
Is it Birth Island Deoxys
Yes.
in Fire Red, Leaf Green? Very nice.
Yeah.
Okay, but now you've got to make it something else. Keep going.
Okay. Wait, what can I make it? Oh no, I can't. I was gonna make it a Garchomp with a fin, but clearly I can't make it fit.
See.
You could try.
I could try. Okay, yeah, that's it. There you go. That was so good. That was such a great.
There's going to be more triangle Pokemon that we can go with.
Yeah.
Is there?
The top of Glaze.
Or Pokemon that have triangles on. That could be one of Vivion's eyes. If it has a massive face, we can just see like a quarter of the Vivion face. I don't know. No, it's got triangle eyes. What have you done?
I don't know.
It's like a red blood cell.
oh, Soleosis. Or
it could be Solosis.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Great guess. Thank you so much.
What's the triangle? Account for the triangle.
The triangle. Oh, actually, I've got a really good one. So, if you ignore the triangle and you look at this little Pokemon here with its little cheeky eyes and the big eyebrows and the little face and electrical static charges that are emanating from its body.
Rotom?
No. Ignore the triangle.
Yes, and I'll say no.
I am ignoring the triangle.
Yeah, it's a really good way of adapting the triangle.
I am, yes.
Ignore the triangle.
So what is this?
Voltorb. Is it? I mean...
Correct. Yes, there we go. Amazing.
That is a man's face.
It is, yeah. With frizzy hair.
Voltorb doesn't have a nose or a mouth.
No.
Or a perm.
Oh, no. So I put brows because it was the Hisuian Voltorb. Because it has, like, the brows. Now, the smile was because it's just very happy.
Okay.
All
right.
And he's my friend. So...
Yeah.
It works out. Yeah, that's me.
Okay, Costa,
Perfect.
very
Thank
good.
So from a masterpiece to a disaster.
I mean, congratulations, I guess, Costa.
That's me.
I mean, you really play with the conventions of the game. Well, trainers, you'll be relieved to hear that the top 8 has been seeded. We're just waiting for confirmation, and then we'll be able to get into our top 8 bracket. But Before we do, I want to introduce you both to a game that I've been playing with some other people on the couch today, the Unknown Scramble. Costa, if you take the board...
Not handwriting now.
Yeah, well, Lee, you can do the handwriting if you like. If you can scrub that out, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to give you a letter of the alphabet.
Yes.
You're going to list as many Pokemon as you can that begin with that letter. You've got 30 seconds.
Okay, cool.
You're going to work as a team, you both,
cool.
okay? And you're playing against the people at home.
Oh, okay.
We'll also have 30 seconds to list as many Pokemon as you can think of. Now, the way it works normally is that if there are any duplicates, they don't count. They've got to be as niche Pokemon as you possibly can, but obviously we'll just have to go with what you're going to say at home, what you're going to post in the chat, or let us know with that hashtag Pokemon EUIC. Okay, so the letter we'll go for will be F.
F.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. 30 seconds.
Yeah.
29, 28, 27,
I'm trying to think for some reason.
26, 25,
Foxtrot, that's not
24,
that's a dance.
23,
No.
22, 21, and we'll have our bracket
here
coming
is
up
Charlie
very
counting.
shortly after this. Trainers just throwing off Lee with my counting. Stay tuned for our top 8 bracket as Lee and Costa do their own bracket.
Oh my God,
List of Pokemon beginning with F.
Isn't it oh.
Make sure you're playing along at home as well, trainers, of Pokemon beginning with F. Okay, add 5, 4, 3, 2,
Froggy,
1, and done.
Okay.
All right then.
Affection.
Have we done? Have we done? Let's show the camera. Okay, Frigoroth, Pheasantipity, Frigimax, Froakie. Very nice. It's a good selection there.
Quite a hard letter.
It's quite a hard letter, yeah. That's 4. How did you do at home? Let us know on the chat. I feel like there should be more than 4, shouldn't there? I mean, it's a valiant effort. Frostmoth.
Frostmoth?
Yeah, but no one counts Frostmoth, really.
Right, I'm off. What an injustice to my top Pokemon pick of the weekend. Frostmoth, something to do with flame.
You see how hard it is now, don't you?
Yeah, well, anyway, Frostmoth, that's my 2 cents. Well done. Well done, guys. Did you get more than 4? Let us know.
I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, lovely to have a little bit of chill time with you guys, but it's time to refocus. We're here at EUIC. It's time to see who has made it into top 8. There they are. So, casting our eye down that bracket, we've got Nils Dunlop, Aurelian Sula, Jorge Raimakers, Diego Gutierrez, Tim Edwards, Davide Cataruccio, Luca Ceribelli, and Alex Gomez. Lee, how is this looking to you?
This is incredible. There's a real mix of different nationalities in here. It's great to see all of these players have done exceedingly well in this field to get to this stage of the tournament, and that, you know, at this stage you want to do everything in your power to make it to the finals, to Championship Sunday, to give yourself the best shot of coming away as EUIC champion. We've got one former international champion amongst the mix, and Alex Gomez, so very, very well familiar with this sort of scene before. We're going to be able to take that experience into this tournament, to this bracket, and we'll see. He's going to be one of the players that you're going to have to go through if you are wanting to progress, but some great matches for us to feature going into the latter stages of today.
Cannot wait to get into these games, and such a diverse array of regions that we're featuring here as well, Costa.
Yeah, indeed, and I think being able to have the very best of all these different regions is sort of the point of an international. You're able to go ahead and send out one of your best representatives in order to go ahead and bring glory not only to themselves, but also to their community. So it is really lovely to be able to see this. And amongst a couple of these trainers, Niels and Aurelian, I think we've spoken about them before. They have been players to really look out for going into this. But then again, you've got veteran-like players such as Alex Gomez, our current standing North American international champion from last season, who's just striving for yet another IC to add to his belt.
So exciting to see some of the names we're less familiar with on that list there as well. But you know what the announcement of top 8 means? It's time for you guys to hot-foot it over to that caster desk. So trainers, EUIC is going at an alarming rate, and already we're into our top 8.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. If It's time to flash back to the 2014 World Championships to relive arguably the most iconic moment in competitive Pokemon history, Sejun's Pachirisu. It may be true that the Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on this story's true protagonist, Sejun Park. From South Korea, Sejun was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Sejun's 4th consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
Certainly one of the game's legendary players. I think that most people in the community around the video game would probably agree that Sejun is the best player who's never won a World Championship.
But if Sejun wanted to take home the title this time, he would need to utilize his creativity. Many people think Sejun's team was built around Pachirisu, but it was actually a team revolving around another uncommon Pokemon, Mega Gyarados. 2014 was a new era for VGC with Pokemon X and Y, and the first 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution. Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of physical attackers in VGC, Sejun viewed Gyarados and its Intimidate ability as a great counter that other trainers wouldn't expect. Then once Gyarados Mega evolved, it became surprisingly bulky, and after a Dragon Dance or two, it would become unstoppable. Sejun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to its Gale Wings ability, or Gothitelle to endure almost any hit, or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage. Each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Sejun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Sejun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Sejun lost in top 8. But there were 2 major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were these 2 Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Sejun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away from his Jellicent and Tornadus. And Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks from key targets. How could Sejun combine both Electric Immunity and Follow Me with only 1 slot left on his team? The answer was Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Sejun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had 1 weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves, so it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from Mega Gyarados. Nuzzle was a new electric move that dealt a little bit of damage, but would always inflict the target with paralysis.
Sejun showing off what Pachirisu exactly can do. Nuzzle, I've never seen that move actually been used in competitive play, and now it comes out at the World Championships.
And Super Fang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Sejun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Sejun had locked in his 6th Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take Washington, D.C. and the Pokemon world by storm. In the finals, Sejun would face off against Jody Azzarelli. The VGC newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be the home country hero and give the US a 4th title in VGC's top division, but the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out.
In Game 1, Sejun's skills as a trainer were tested.
Ice Punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage onto Talonflame. And the freeze! The Ice Punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air.
An Ice Punch freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally, freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blades to thaw immediately, but Sejun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Sejun to get back into this game, he had 1 chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
Nee, das ist so heiß. Fast so heiß.
Das Pachirisu Weltmeister geworden.
Oh, ich erinnere mich. Also, weil du erzählt hast.
Ja. Dankeschön. Das ist Sejun Park.
With luck back on Sejun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give
Ich glaube, ich würde
Sejun
sagen,
victory in Game
Sejun
1.
Park ist der beste Pokémon-Spieler aller Zeiten. Denn, denn er hat es zur Weltmeisterschaft geschafft, im Pokémon, schon mehrmals, im TCG, schon mehrmals, in Pokémon Unite, in Pokémon Tekken. Hat er es in Pokémon Go auch schon geschafft? War in Pokémon Go auch schon bei den Worlds? Ich glaube nicht. Ich glaube, das Einzige, wo er noch nicht bei den Weltmeisterschaften sich qualifiziert hat.
Sehr viel Respekt.
Ja.
Und weißt du, wer es auch geschafft hat?
Er hat es geschafft, ja.
Ich freue mich so sehr für ihn, wirklich. Ich mache mich so happy.
Hey.
Super effective damage on Salamence and the Earthquake. Is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down. Turn 1 for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time.
Ja, die nutzen wieder die World Tracks. Besser ist es.
On a field with some of the most powerful
Ja, so
Pokémon
crazy.
in VGC, Pachirisu
Das ist halt
would
sein Team.
shine brighter than them all.
Und dann halt Pachirisu gleich.
Salamence dropping a Draco and Pachirisu shrugging it off will go down as one of the most iconic moments in VGC
Ja,
history.
davon gibt es so ein richtig cooles Fanart von diesem einen Moment.
Pachirisu is not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of
Er ist so glücklich, das ist wichtig.
Ja, das ist Pachirisu Plüsch. Dann geht man zu mir voll leid, er ist dann mit der USA-Flagge und allem, weißt du. Und dann wird er von Pachirisu besiegt.
Ja, aber ich bin ehrlich, das ist doch cool.
Aber stell dir vor, du wirst bei der Weltmeisterschaft Zweiter und jeder, der sich daran noch erinnert, ist einfach nur, weil du der Typ bist, der gegen Pachirisu verloren hat.
Aber das ich fand das ziemlich iconic. Ich meine, man kann richtig gute Memes so machen, dass man dann so Angst vor Pachirisu hat und so. Ich glaube, das kann man richtig cool im Marketing benutzen.
No.
And Sejun proved that success is a team effort. Sejun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the greatest Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag PlayPokemon.
Ja, macht das Sinn, OWM. Ich meine, würde ich auch machen. Ich glaube, das ist auch die einzige Art, da richtig mit umzugehen. Und eigentlich ist es schon echt witzig.
Also, pass auf. Wir sind der Nils, weil der hat Polygon 2 und Ursaluna, das finde ich cool.
Ja, die haben beide diese doofe Wrestling-Katze, okay.
Incineroar war gestern das meistgespielte Pokémon und hatte heute an Day 2 eine Percentage Usage von über 50%. Also, der ist halt
the standings right here, the brackets themselves. We did have a bit of a review over at Charlie's Chill Zone just prior. Here is what we're looking at and working with these amazing trainers.
Some incredible games we've got in store for us. Tournament, of course, we've mentioned before when we were up with Charlie there, the first one on the list, that Nils Dunlop versus Aurelian Sula, and just an incredible game. Both these players have been on immense form this entire tournament.
Yeah.
Going up against each other, probably not
hinter
what
der
either
Cam,
would like to see
Nils,
going into this
der
top eight, but there
Schwede.
aren't any easy games
Genau,
in this top
auf jeden
eight.
Fall.
So, if you're wanting to
Das ist
win
sehr
this
witzig,
championship,
weil
if you want to
Aurelion
be
Sola und Michi,
champion
die haben ja
again
gegeneinander
again
gespielt.
tomorrow when you are crowned,
Hier.
you've got to be able
Und
to
die
beat
haben
the
ja,
best
die haben
to
beide
be
genau
best.
ihr selbes Team aus Utrecht gehabt. Das war genau dasselbe wieder. Und Aurelion Sola hat damit 2-0 gewonnen. Ja. Und Alex Gomez ist ein sehr guter Spanier. Den also ich kenne echt nicht so viele Leute, aber den kenne ich auch. Davide Cauterucci habe ich, glaube ich, schon mal gelesen.
Ich fand halt Aurelion Sola bei den sehr gerne.
Ja.
Dann heißt der Aurelion Sola.
Ah, ist halt der
der
coolste
ist
Name,
halt
du wirst
einfach
keinen cooleren
League-Champion
Namen mehr
so.
haben.
Deswegen mag ich den eigentlich wirklich sehr, sehr, sehr
Ich
gerne.
auch. Deswegen, ich route auf den Diego, den kann ich
Außerdem wäre es
nicht.
cool, wenn er gewinnt, weil Michi dann sagen kann, ich hab ja nur verloren, weil ich Champion war.
Das halt am traurigsten, wer mir am meisten leid tut, ist... hier erstmal Michi, der hat halt hier dann 3 verloren. Na, genau, jetzt war er dann auch over. Und wer mir nicht leid tut, ist...
Great to be able to see an advanced level of play, and I did get confirmation just now that we actually had Luca being the victor of that
Victor
final
Medina
round versus
hatte ein cleanes 10-0 und hat dann 4 Matches hintereinander verloren. Genau, auf jeden Fall Nils finde ich cool wegen seinem Team. Ich mag das Team sehr gerne. Aureon Sola ist Aureon Sola. Auf keinen Fall sind wir für den. Weil der spielt nämlich Dondoso Tinglu und ich hasse alle Leute, die Dondoso Tinglu spielen. Ja, aber egal. Der spielt Dondoso Tinglu, raus. Ich finde den noch cool, weil der spielt Roaring Moon, das mag ich. Der spielt Okidogi, ist auch cool. Ja, aber ich mag Okidogi mittlerweile, weil der halt, der ist cool zu spielen. Der spielt Hisuiaka ist ein bisschen... ist nicht so dieses Standard, weißt du? Gerade Michi geschrieben, dass er nicht Top 32 gekommen ist, ist actually bad. Wenn Aureon EUIC gewinnt, überholt der Michi. Und es gibt 2 andere Personen, die knapp hinter ihm sind. Und man kann morgen wohl noch MMS spielen. Und wenn einer von denen einen gewinnt, überholen die Michi auch. Also ist doch noch mal spannend jetzt dadurch.
Viel Glück an Michi.
Wolfi hat es nicht gepackt. Nee, Wolfi ist schlussendlich 13. geworden. Aber ist so schade, weil, du musst überlegen, die sind alle 12 freigegangen.
Ja.
Aber nur die 4 hier, 12 Dreier, sind Top 8 gekommen, weil deren Gegner halt besser waren, gegen die gespielt haben. Aber das ist so schade, ich mag das gar nicht.
Das ist halt mit Lack verbunden, ne?
Ja, ist schlecht.
This
Dann
code
Philippa hier zum Beispiel.
available until April 8th.
Die Philippa Boys.
With 11:59 close to midnight
Ja,
UTC.
aber wie gesagt, Nils
So
finde ich cooles Team.
right now as you can.
Also Nils finde ich cool, ich finde Georgian und Diegos Team cool.
Nils kommt aus Ikea, also
ja, ist cool, ja. Und Aureon Sola mag ich halt auch.
Ja.
Weil auch
Das ist ein Stück
haben wir schon abgeholt.
It is limited to the first 100,000 players that do redeem this and will be open until the 15th of April 2024. So make sure you grab this in your TCG accounts while it is running.
And finally, we do have the drops available from Pokémon Go.
Habe ich mir auch abgeholt.
Whilst
Problem
you
ist,
do watch the broadcast, you can of course keep earning these really lovely little bits of candies as well as additions to research in order for yourself to better place yourself going into the Pokémon Go competition, or if you want just casually playing. It's such a great opportunity to be able to just go ahead and swipe up all of these free little extravagant giveaways.
And I've been saying I wanted to pick some of these up from Pokemon Go, and I managed to.
Oh, did you? Did you finally? Oh, that's great.
Some of them anyway, but
okay.
Very grateful.
That's still great.
Müssen die einen Starter-Pin nehmen oder sind das deren actual
die haben immer,
wow, that puts me in
also gestern hatten die Ziebs und Vermiebspins an. Die haben immer mal so was.
Also einfach Werbung wahrscheinlich.
Ja, also ich weiß nicht, ob die sich immer zwischen irgendwas entscheiden dürfen. Und die Pokémon Company, ob die irgendwas vorgibt. Oder ob sie sagen, ja, wir wollen von sich aus von vornherein sagen, wir haben eigene Pins und wir bringen die einfach mit. Weil die Damen zum Beispiel, auch 2 weibliche Kommentatoren, die haben keine Pins.
Die Gender Equality sehe ich so.
Nee, vielleicht passt einfach nicht zu den Outfits, die sie tragen, weißt du.
Und hi Kay!
YouTube Remake confirmed.
Also, stimmt.
Und Kanto.
We are at top 8, but this is where things start getting really fiery.
Yeah, and I can't believe we're at this stage of the tournament already. You know, we've got our last 8 players, you know, starting the day off yeyesterday. 900.
Weil du hatten mir nämlich sehr süße Geschenke mitgebracht.
Started out the tournament and we are down to our last.
Mitgebracht. Ich war so weg.
Welcher?
This is just absolutely phenomenal. Huge congratulations to all of our top 8 players, to all of our players this weekend who have battled out over the weekend and give us some absolutely amazing
Was habt ihr euch bestellt? Homies.
We're not quite there yet. We've still got a little bit
Und
to go and a lot of
Börek, aber die haben wir
exciting
schon
matches to come.
gegessen.
One thing that I want to ask you, Costa, if you're going into
Und
this
eine
top 8 and you were
Falafeltasche.
Alex going into this match,
Nom
you
nom.
just come off the back of
facing Luca, and you've had the
keine Mayo.
the joy
Doch.
of getting into
Ich
that
bin noch ein bisschen, gerade sehr viel. Ich bin sehr viel Zug gefahren und ich bin noch ein bisschen abwesend. Ich habe auch nicht so viel geschlafen. Aus irgendeinem Grund vertraue ich meinem Wecker nicht mehr, weil ich durch dich jetzt gewohnt bin, ohne Wecker zu schlafen. Ich wache manchmal in der Nacht dreimal auf, um zu gucken, ob ich wirklich einen Wecker gestellt habe. Das ist richtig gruselig und ich war heute wieder 3 bis 4 Mal wach in der Nacht und hatte Angst. Aber hat alles geklappt.
Wir überbrücken immer so geisteskrank viel Zeit.
Yeah. It would be just trying to identify the weaknesses of my previous strategy. Take into consideration, obviously, that Luca will be well aware of everything going on as well and what worked for themselves, and try to maybe just navigate the waters a bit tediously to the point where
Aber die machen das schon gut.
Luca's
Also die
most
machen
probably going to feel very confident with what they brought since it worked last time. But it's just more so that Luca's still going to be aware that you feel like you've got your back against the wall, so may try to go for the adaptation to the adaptation.
Dann kann man nicht mehr verschlafen.
Yeah.
Weiß ich nicht.
To play against the adjustment from what Alex is probably like
Also
to
aktuell habe ich einen echt guten
counteract
Schlafrhythmus eigentlich.
the original strategy that worked so
Ich bin
well.
um 37 heute aufgewacht.
Maybe start to identify
So gut,
early on in
also
this
ich
game
bin heute
too.
auch
I
um
go
7 Uhr
back to
aufgewacht,
that
aber einfach nur
game
wegen
with
Zug.
Aurelian.
Aber normalerweise wacht man dann auch nicht immer um 10 Uhr auf.
Where they
9
blitzed
oder 10, nicht
3
19.
times before we found out of Aurelian, and you know we saw how fast-paced that was because both players kind of knew the matchup right inside out. Probably won't be to that extent this next one because of the stakes that are on the line here going into it. You don't want to overcompensate at any stage. You've got to be very careful, got to be very sure and very committed with everything that you do going in to this next match because, like we say, this is the knockout stage. Everything's on the line. These players need to be meticulous with their play from here until they make it to the finals.
Ja, aber das war jetzt auch was anderes.
Actual team archetypes themselves, you know, is it more of a stally affair? Is it high octane offensive speed control dominance, where the one turn that sort of can decide an entire game is up on stakes? So it will sort of go into the details of it. You know, there have been Ting Lus and Dondozos that we've been able to experience over the weekend. We saw Eduardo having to go up against that Santu prior with Davide, and Davide been able to do a great job about it. But yeah, it's just one of those things that you really need to be able to hone in.
Yeah, and coming in to day 2, you can
Punkten,
see how
Geld,
things have changed up from day 1.
Materialsachen ist halt Europameisterschaft, das sind halt echt krasse Preise so.
Day 2 of the tournament. The big one obviously is Incineroar, still the top cat of the Fiji.
It has been because yeah, sure, maybe you know you want to take the last KO with 2 prizes with Ampy very much again. But if you can just take a 1 energy off of another generator, then you can attach one from hand, and then you know I think you should be able to put enough damage onto the board to just take the last 2 prizes by KOing a Roaring Moon EX with arm press.
Math could definitely work out, and there it is. Amp you very much. Roaring Moon goes down, Dunsparce comes up, and now if you're Andres, you're down 3 prize cards. The board is looking great for Yuho. All these Iron Crowns in play, boosting the damage. And if you knock out one of them with the baby Roaring Moon like you did the previous game in Game 1, all that Yuho has to do is just bench 1 more of those Iron Crowns and use 1 final Amp you very much to amp his way in the top cut.
Ancient-Box gespielt wird.
Yuho, I'm sure he can like taste it. He's thinking, I am this close to doing back-to-back top cuts at international championships. He is going to make sure that he does everything he can to cement this. He is not going to get complacent at this point. 2 prizes left to go, but he's going to pay extra close attention to what Andres is doing here. And Andres, in the meantime, is thinking, hold on, I am this close to making it. I do not want to give up now. I'm going to play my heart out, and I'm going to make sure that I can do everything I can to try and make a comeback here.
Der ist so insane, wirklich. Der gewinnt so consistent krass viel, das ist wirklich crazy.
Gotta dig into your bag of tricks. You gotta think about what can I do. This is up against the wall. The doors are closing in. There's no way to disrupt this hand. You just played that professor's research, played 1 card from the hand, and just held on to everything else. This is what Pokemon is so interesting. This is why Pokemon is the game it is. You gotta play to every single outcome, play to every single option. Chris has gotta really just.
Schon weiter? Wir gehen immer noch drüber.
Okay. Cool.
Ask, how much did your team prepare for the Latin American teams?
決勝戦まで進んでおめでとうございます。今、2回目
Ich habe eine Frage. Das soll nicht disrespectful sein.
Abomasnow has its place.
Was
a lot of
ist
trainers
das
aren't
Skill an
typically
Pokémon Go?
running it.
Das ist halt sau schwer zu erklären, aber Pokémon Go ist actually sehr crazy.
Okay, weil ich sehe immer nur Leute, die tippen. Und das ist wirklich nicht disrespectful gemeint. Vielleicht ist da irgendwas hinter, was ich nicht checke und ich
Du hast nur 2 Schutzschilde, die du pro Kampf nutzen kannst.
Aha.
Du musst, okay, ganz am Anfang ist es ein 6 gegen 6. Du musst bei den 6 Pokémon, die der Gegner hat, daran schon entscheiden, welche 3 Pokémon du mit in den Kampf bringst. Dann hast du nur 2 Schutzschilde insgesamt gegen Ladeattacken. Du musst allgemein im Bild erstmal schon im Teambuilding sehr viel machen, zwischen Sofortattacken, Ladeattacken etc.
Usage in this tournament, the Skarmory, Mandibus, so a
Darum,
triple flyer option, all with different
du kannst zum
coverages and
Beispiel
utility for your team.
deine Sofortattacke kann so eine Attacke sein, mit der du schnell deine Attacken auflädst. Und du hast immer 2 Ladeattacken. Meistens so, dass eine sehr stark ist und die andere weniger stark. Und jetzt musst du auch, dann sind Mindgames like, geht jetzt für die starke Ladeattacke, nutze ich jetzt hier mein erstes Schutzschild. Hier, du siehst jetzt. Pass auf. Also die tippen jetzt und unten finden sich halt die Ladeattacken. So, manche stacken natürlich auch ein bisschen. Dann kannst du rausswitchen, aber danach hast du einen Cooldown und kannst nicht mehr rausswitchen. Er geht jetzt für den Move. Er muss jetzt überlegen, okay, geht er jetzt vielleicht sogar für den stärksten Move? Soll ich das Protecten? Ist es smart hier für Protect zu gehen? Ich mache keinen Protect. Dann kämpft er weiter. Jetzt hat er sich dazu entschieden. Jetzt fragt er sich wieder. Protect hier. Oh, Stone-Credential ist Deutscher. Haben sich protected. Jetzt geht's weiter. Er kriegt noch einen Move raus. Er hat aber auf Scorpler jetzt geswitcht.
Eine komplexe Version von diesem Spiel.
Ja, quasi.
Okay.
Quasi. So kann man sagen.
Was würdest du sagen, ist das einfachste und das schwerste kompetitive Pokémon-Spiel zu lernen?
Am einfachsten ist Pokémon Go, würde ich glaube ich meinen, weil in Pokémon Go, also ich finde Pokémon Go ist schon crazy, weil du im Match selber musst du musst halt sehr schnell denken können. Du musst dich sehr häufig so schnell entscheiden, etwas zu drücken, weißt du?
Ja.
Du musst kurz das Team angucken. Ja, Standard aus. Für Free Electric Type AV, Ranger Bolt Wild. Ich glaube, das zockt man so normalerweise, das ist schon normal.
Which has got access to Stomp and Tantrum, has got access to the
Leider
power,
kein
more
Energiefokus.
powerful moves than we're normally used to seeing, and then that huge, big Fire-type attack, Ivy Cudgel.
Das ist wirklich Flex, Leute. Auf jeden Fall genau. Danach würde ich am ehesten sagen Unite, weil es ist ein 5 gegen 5 Spiel, da kannst du auch mal scheiße sein und kannst trotzdem gewinnen. Vielleicht will ich sogar allgemein Unite sagen.
Ich muss auch sagen, also ich war, als ich Unite gespielt habe, war ich unter keinen Umständen irgendwie guter. Aber ich fand schon, dass wenn man League-Erfahrung hat, Unite jetzt einfachste der Welt ist. Ich habe jetzt nicht gut performt, aber gib mir eine Woche, ich werde richtig strong.
Terrafire, Urshifu und Terrafire Chienpao wild.
The Urshifu Rapid Strike with that Fire Terror Typing, the Raging Bolt there.
That's halt,
Protect with that Calm Mind
Japanese
plays
balance.
very nicely with the Rillaboom, the Incineroar, the pivoting Fake Out support, then the Chienpao and
genau, auf jeden Fall.
And I think Golden Go, it sort of fluctuates between
Danach
the
würde ich
different
sagen,
Terra types that it has available based around the
VGC
team
und dann
that you
TCG.
have built. So having the fairy typing here
Ich würde
allows
sagen,
it to be
TCG
able
ist
to
von
at
allen
least
Games wahrscheinlich das
resist
komplizierteste.
the dark type Urshifu. However, the
Weil ich würde halt
Chienpao
sagen,
Lee has
VGC
clear
ist doch
and
einfach
Ja, vielleicht so
and
auch.
it has
weil es einfach am
fire Terra
meisten
type, something you do
Infos
not
sind, die du
commonly see
auswendig
at
lernen
all.
musst, du nicht
Bei
selbst
TCG
erklären.
auch.
Das
Ist auch
glaube ich,
insane.
aber irgendwie, ich habe das Gefühl, dass es bei VGC trotzdem nochmal komplizierter wird. Du hast halt bei TCG irgendwann trotzdem dasselbe Prinzip an Karten, was es halt 30.000 mal verschiedene Varianten gibt.
Ja.
Aber du hast trotzdem bestimmte Techniken und Meter. Und irgendwie bei VGC gibt es dann noch so viele kleine Items und da kannst du nur eine einzige Zahl verändern und plötzlich ändert das die gesamte Taktik. Und das stresst mich. Weil ich habe jetzt von vielen Sachen immer so ein bisschen was mitgelernt und mitgesehen. Und ich würde sagen, VGC ist das, was für mich noch das größte Rätsel
of course, a previous world champion to his own accord for the EU region in what was a very tough matchup. But then again, of course, Alex being able to go through and have further bouts against top
Alex hat gestern schon ein Spiel gespielt und hat verloren. Wegen dem Sing-DB. Und Sing hat eine 55 Genauigkeit und der hat die immer in allen richtigen Momenten gehittet.
Dropped another 2 games after this set, which is incredible to think of the amount of games that have been played. But we did get to feature a little bit of Alex during yesterday's broadcast. We got a bit of insight into his team, how he wants to play, how he's going to utilize some of the tools that he's got access to. So we'll be able to have a further deeper dive here in this match. In particular, it's going to be interesting to see how Luca sets up against Alex, coming off that victory that he's just had in that round 15.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be very important going into the actual dynamics of the matchup itself. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to feature it. We don't have as much information as we would have liked, but we just do know that these trainers, they're going to be playing at a lower level of mind games than either anyone tuning in for it will be able to be aware of, because there's so much that could have gone into the game itself. You've got different calculations, you've got identifying speed benchmarks, but we're gonna have to see what will happen first. Ahead of everything, game 1 of our first top 8, and we have Luca leading with the Fluttermane and Ogerpon Halflame versus Alex's Raging Bolt and the Rillaboom.
Yeah, it's a really evenly matched up lead here from both trainers. You've got the Fluttermane, it is going to get that speed boost here. It's going to put a lot of pressure on to that Raging Bolt.
Press ist nicht der Tool bekommen, aber Press hat seinen Words und weit bekommen. Er ist extra gegangen.
Rillaboom going to have access to the fake out, of course, this turn, going to be able to use that and prevent the Ogerpon from doing anything this turn. So maybe it gives Luca the opportunity to switch that out and bring something else in to alleviate the pressure there, keep that Ogerpon for later on. But then if you do that, you've got to be careful with your Fluttermane. It might be a reason why we're seeing Luca just switch it out, keep it in the back for later on.
Yeah, having that offensive pressure straight off the bat from Alex's side is so crucial.
Das kannst du so nicht sagen, Niolin, weil 15, 15, 15 gar nicht Meta ist.
Now on the field, whilst we actually also
Pokémon Go is crazy.
switch out of the photosynthesis boosted Pokemon, now bringing in the Incineroar, so Raging Bolt and the Fluttermane, they are completely out of their item usage as we've got the Ivy Cultural Focus into the Rillaboom, deals so much damage, not quite enough to pick up the KO, and it actually does try to target down what was previously the Fluttermane to get that instantaneous KO.
Weniger. Und wenn ich mal jemanden kenne, dann heißt es schon was.
Here in this first turn, the Ivy Cultural into that Rillaboom, but nice switch there from Alex, alleviating the damage with the Intimidate from the Incineroar. And again, nice play from Luca, suspecting the Woodhammer into that Fluttermane slot, bringing the Amoonguss in to sponge that up nicely. Bit of really even here. Alex has the fake out into the Ogerpon here, so it gives the Rillaboom a little bit of room.
Du musst auf jeden Fall was in die EC können, natürlich,
Be very careful this turn.
Yeah, you really do, because you do know at least that there's an initial threat.
Aber mit 6 PCs und 6 MSS mittlerweile ist es so crazy.
So there's a couple of mind games going into this, no doubt. However, Alex does have fake out pressure immediately available, but Luca was at least able to try to hold and safeguard that Fluttermane for the mid towards end game, as it's actually now being switched in for the Ogerpon, so doing a very similar strategy there as well.
Lots of switching from both sides of the field here. The Fluttermane coming in to hopefully catch a fake out onto that side of the field, and the Raging Bolt returning as well. Will-O-Wisp coming out, and it is into.
Wow, it's into the Raging
Bolt. Oh mein Gott, Alex macht das so gut, das ist so crazy. Der macht das jedes Mal so gut. Er hat sein eigenes Furienblitz verbrannt, damit es nicht eingeschläfert werden kann von Huzasa. Der macht das so crazy, das hat er gestern schon die ganze Zeit gemacht. Er hat auch die ganze Zeit seine eigenen Pokémon angegriffen, das ist so insane. Das ist so crazy, der macht das so insane.
Now the Incineroar has to spend a few turns asleep. The Raging Bolt in a position where it's not in a great spot against this Fluttermane that will be able to threaten. Now both of these Pokemon have lost their booster energies. More importantly, for the Raging Bolt, because it's not going to be as hitting as hard without that special attack boost, whereas the Fluttermane only had the speed boost. It's going to naturally outspeed both of these things on Alex's side of the field anyway, so I could fire up an Icy Wind or just take advantage of this situation right now and start launching off something like a Moonblast.
And the Raging Bolt does have the potential of getting Carmine set up, maybe in future turns. However, I think Alex is identifying that Rage Bolt is going to be such a key player for himself. He just needs to make sure that he gets rid of this Flutter Mane and stops allowing this Moongus to get away with any sort of spores, as the Moonblast will be dispatching of the Rillaboom. So all of a sudden, Alex does lose a very pivotal Pokemon to his core 3 of Fire, Water, Grass. Sludge Bomb targets down the Urshifu. No spore reads from Luca. It will be able to deal respectable damage. Most importantly, does not pick up a poison. However, we know that the Urshifu is Mystic Water. It does not have choice stuff. It will not be able to instantly outspeed this Flutter Mane. So Alex is in a bit of a spot. He needs to support that Urshifu.
Yeah, it does have the Terastallization here, which will alleviate that threat from the Moonblast on the Flutter Mane. But again, by doing that, you're committing your Terastallization, and you're also susceptible to
habe ich gesehen.
You haven't got any real way to deal with the Amoonguss. The Incineroar really shuts down your one outlet to be able to deal with the little mushroom, and it's very difficult for Alex in this spot with just the Raging Bolt, the Incineroar and the Urshifu left.
Yeah, because you don't have that instant pressure with the Rage Bolt, and since Moongus is available for redirection, you can't exactly go for a Thunderclap in a very safe manner. However, switch out from the Flutter Mane.
Yeah, and we are going to see the Flutter Mane retreat for later on in this game, and match for match, the Urshifu on Luca's side going to come out, be a contender to go up against what looks like might be the Terastallization on Alex's Urshifu here, turning into that Terrifier type. Perfect switch from Luca, because next turn, those Surging Strikes on Luca's side of the field are going to really threaten both the Urshifu now that is it Fire type and the Incineroar that is fast asleep.
Oh, yeah, and actually focusing with the Surging Strikes here is such a nice switch. Luca seems like he's actually one step ahead at the current moment, being able to have that really good insight to the board state itself. However, Incineroar, of course, will be taking its turn of sleep. And Moongus is so free to pick up a spore and will be now putting Urshifu to sleep, resulting to the point where Alex already has passive actions from his place.
Warum ist jetzt Terrifier wie Flutter, ne?
Take advantage of.
Yeah, now the Amoonguss free to just go for the Sludge Bomb into either target here. The Raging Bolt, if it does decide to switch in at this point, won't appreciate taking one of those, and now
er holt Urshifu raus. Luca spielt es so
your
gut.
own Urshifu if you're Luca, because you've got 2 fire types in front of you. Even again, if the Raging Bolt comes in like we're seeing here, it's not going to appreciate a water terrestrialized.
Okay, Andy, wir haben noch nicht 22 Uhr. Wir sind Kinder am Ende.
But we do get confirmation, like you mentioned, Lee, there, the terastallization. So Luca opting to go for the full offensive pressure right now.
Yeah, we are going to see that terastallization. Where's the Surging Strikes going? Is it heading into that
Wie willst du noch eine Commission?
2 hit, well, 3 hits will probably be needed here, I would imagine.
Yeah, I would imagine indeed, as if we did get confirmation, just barely being the case, even though it is going to be able to have the water terastallization. But most importantly, right now, the Amoonguss. Does it go for another spore, or does it try to go on the offensive with Sludge Bomb? It actually opts to go on the offensive. We know that the Rage Bolt, it's burnt, it can't fall susceptible to a poison status. However,
meist war es echt so, nach dem Börek und nach dem Pommes war eigentlich
Ja, ich würde noch
over on Lucas' side. Lucas just been able to essentially show a masterclass in this game.
Yeah, and it's going to be very difficult here. You can't, like you say, lock into that Thunderclap because you've got Rage Powder from the Amoonguss there. The Urshifu coming back in from Alex is asleep. It is rendered useless at the moment. Very susceptible to the Urshifu as well. A Surging Strike into that slot will be enough to pick it up. And the only real option you can see for Alex here is probably going down the Calm Mind route and hoping that you're able to get a couple of those maybe set up, or one of those set up, and then dispatch of the Amoonguss. But then the whole time you've got to worry about that Urshifu that has Terastallized.
Als weg warst, ich hab allen Moin gesagt und alle haben mir Moin
Ich habe wirklich
zurückgesagt.
3 Leuten, die mir entgegenkamen, Moin gesagt, und alle haben, die meisten haben nicht mehr mit mir geredet danach.
I don't think so. It feels very tough for Alex in this one moment, but we've seen stranger things happen, Costa.
We most definitely have, Lee, as we do get the forfeit from Alex in that game 1.
Eis hat er aufgegeben, ne?
Picking that up and being one step closer over to a spot in the semi-finals. And what a way to be able to kick things off. Alex, like we mentioned, had lost the previous set before top 8, so there are a lot of additional factors that he must be taking into consideration, and maybe he
Bayern nach
have a
0-2
real
Rückstand.
in being able to break down that Amoonguss
Oh mein Gott, ich kann kein Kickbase spielen. Ich muss meine Daily 100.000 abholen.
Weißt du, so einen Account laden? Ich kann es auch auf mein Handy laden.
Ich muss gucken, ob man sich vielleicht im Internet anmelden kann.
The utility of the Flutterman next to the Amoonguss was really good. Switching it out that first turn, you think, oh, you've wasted your booster energy, but get it back in.
Ich muss hier das auf dein Handy holen. Ich muss Kickbase spielen.
Just dispatch of the Rillaboom that could have been part of that pivoting core with the Incineron from there. Once the terrestrialization was on the Urshifu, the Surgeon striking upon Alex's team, making it very, very difficult to deal with.
It's a bit tough for Alex because you would surely
Heidenheim. Actually, aber ich bin sehr impressed von Heidenheim. Allgemein. Sind aufgestiegen und normalerweise haben es Aufsteiger, also Darmstadt ist zum Beispiel aufgestiegen, die haben es immer richtig schlecht. Heidenheim auch aufgestiegen und die sind einfach 10. Das ist crazy.
Does have room to be able to be brought into the set in order to have something immediately available to dispatch of the Amoonguss, or at least force it into a water terrestrialization to open up your Rillaboom to be able to dispatch of it, if you know what I mean.
2 Tore, wichtig. Ja, ich weiß, Leipzig, Jet. Oh, warte, hab ich dürfen? Ich glaube, ich hab dürfen.
As heavily by the spores as the rest of the team, of course, having the immunity there. The only problem is the heavy fire types that the Luca has access to. You can see in that game one he brought the half flame Ogopon. That's a
Welche
not
Wette
great
ist da eigentlich
Pokemon
noch
to look
aktiv?
down on if you are a Goldingo, and forces almost terrestrialization. Same can be said with the Incineroar as well. That is gonna, you know, threaten with those knockoffs. Hasn't got access to the Flare Blitz on Luca's side of the field, but can potentially do some really good work against terrestrialize, but I do feel like that could be an option alongside what you're saying with the Chen Pao that does have that clear amulet item, not going to be affected by Intimidate, and does have that Icicle Crash, which could pick up a knockout.
However, we've got game 2 available, everybody. We've got Alex's lead of that Rillaboom Incineroar versus Luca's Incineroar and the Amoonguss. So double fire, double grass, and a lot of fake out availability.
Yeah, and I think if you are Luca in this game, you've got to protect the Amoonguss. We saw how
Jeder
pivotal
Pokémon-Fan ein Furry. Das ist, glaube ich, eine wilde Aussage.
Ich glaube, Pokémon zu mögen und selber Persona und sowas zu haben, ist ein bisschen was anderes als jemand, der auch teilweise in diese Community gegrabbelt ist.
If you are Luca and try and not take unnecessary flare bets, it is threatening even from a -1 Incineroar.
Yeah, Alex wanted to go for the very safe fake out and not allow this Amoonguss to be able to go for any sort of cheeky spore plays in combination with that U-turn. So nice pivot here. Alex wanting to try to get a bit ahead of the game right now, maybe bring in a Pokemon that's well positioned. If this is a Chien-Pao with a clear amulet in the back and Luca tries to go for a parting shot, it could be a nice way to actually block that.
There's the Raging Ball that hits the field on, getting that booster energy activated. Will take its special attack up 1 stage, making it hit a lot harder than it would have done before. But keeping that in check is Luca's Incineroar.
Wir haben noch Falafeltaschen,
The drop on that special attack, taking it back down to neutral here. And the Incineroar retreating, so it's got that Intimidate ability for later. Allowing Luca to bring another Pokemon in the Raging Ball, matching Alex step for step.
Ich glaube, hier hat erzählt, dass irgendjemand wir kennen seinen Hund. Genau. Wenn ich in Mannheim arbeite, bei der Chef da, ein Dackel. Der Dackel heißt Bitte.
Komm bitte.
Bitte, mach Sitz. Und das ist sehr süß, weil er so ganz viele Fotos, das ist so ein Dackel, der hat so ganz kleine Beinchen, das ist so ein Wurst. Und der hat auch immer so eine Krawatte und so einen Dackel drauf. Ich lieb das.
Okay, ich konnte mich noch gar nicht aus Match. Ich muss nicht mehr aus Match.
Side of the field, and we're gonna have to see what option he goes for. He goes for the calm mindset up here. Really nice placing.
So würde ich das nicht definieren, Nerole. Sonst sagst du, dass alle Fandoms mit anthropomorphischen Wesen sofort alles Furry sind. Das stimmt einfach nicht. Die Furry-Community sind mehr als Leute, die Wesen, Bestien und potenziell anthropomorphische Tiere feiern. Das wäre, als würdest du jetzt sagen, jede Person, die schwarz trägt, wäre Goth. Aber ich denke, jeder kann das ja eh definieren. Wenn du das so definierst, dann ist es auch okay. Mach das, wie du es für dich kompierst, aber schreib einfach für anderen nicht vor, was sie sind. Vor allem Communities sind so ein festes Ding, da irgendwie random Leute reinzuschieben.
Poison as well, which in turn is actually something probably Alex doesn't mind too much because it gives the immunity to that spore.
Yeah, it's much to the detriment of your own secondary effect.
Poison ist echt kacke für Alex. Aber er kann halt auch wieder nicht gesiegt werden, aber
especially when you have fake out available on your end. So all of
ich
a
glaube, ich
sudden
habe
we
da
see
ein Wörtchen mitzureden, Envy.
in this strategy as long as he allows room for this Raging Bolt to be able to get more setup.
Glücklich vergeben, aber ich danke dir. Ich schätze das sehr.
Ich frage ja
Also,
also,
jetzt so
dann.
verkauft. Das ist so ein Ding.
Was bietest du? Ja.
Going for another one. Now it is a +2 of its special defense as well. It's going to be able to resist any moves coming out from this.
Das Ding ist halt, das ist halt so kacke, dass er halt nicht mehr gut Korn biten kann. Der passt da irgendwie nicht so rein.
And now this Raging Bolt on Alex's side of the field becomes a lot more threatening. You've got to notice as well that Luca's Raging Bolt has access to the Assault Vest, so it doesn't have access to Protect here. It will be susceptible to those Dragon Pulses that Alex's Raging Bolt has access to, and maybe a combination of that and then a Wood Hammer from Alex's side of the field could be the best option here, because then if you do see the Trustalization, you cover it with the Wood Hammer.
Ich sehe das irgendwie, glaube ich, noch nicht so, aber ich muss auch ganz ehrlich sagen, es spielen so viele Leute dieses Japanese Balance und ich finde es so langweilig zum Zuschauen, wenn zwei Japanese Balance-Teams gegeneinander spielen mit Rillaboom und Instant Raw.
Was genau bedeutet Japanese Balance?
Das ist halt so, hat sich in den japanischen herauskristallisiert, das haben die dort alle angefangen zu spielen und dann kam es halt in den Westen, war es das reicht nicht für dann kam es in den westlichen Bereich und das ist halt, Balance ist halt, also es gibt halt 3 verschiedene Formen von Pokémon. Es gibt einmal Offense, es gibt Balance und es gibt Defensive oder Stall. Balance ist halt sehr balanciert, geht offensiv, geht defensiv, aber die sind also meistens so richtig so bulky-offensive Pokémon sind da drin und die wollen lange leben, die wollen sich viel heilen und so. Das ist so, wenn die dann halt 2 gegeneinander antreten, das ist eigentlich, ich glaube, eigentlich richtig cool, weil da so geisteskrank viele Mindgames sind. Ich habe eben mit Belex auch einen Match davon geguckt. Das war schon interessant. Aber wenn halt ab dem Zeitpunkt hier mittlerweile alle plötzlich nur dieses Japanese Balance spielen, dann wird es echt nervig.
Ja, das verstehe ich. Das ist bestimmt interessant und lustig mal anzusehen, aber das ist so wie wenn irgendwie...
Ich will es nicht in jedem Match. Ja, ich will es nicht in jedem Match sehen. Loser Balance außerhalb von Ligen spielt. Ich finde Balance, nee, ich finde alles aus, was nicht Offense ist, auch wack.
Good prediction there, good read from Luca.
Das sieht nicht gut aus für Alex.
He can get rid of the Pokemon that Alex seemed to be building his strategy around, both in Game 1 as well as Game 2.
Yeah, and you can see the real detriment of those poison ticks there, really putting it in range for the Thunderclap to pick up the knockout there. The 3 turns of poison just making it in that position where the Thunderclap just enough to pick up the knockout and showing what good utility the Raging Bolt has from Luca's side. Still got the Trustalization available to him, but Alex losing one of the big pieces of his strategy.
Yeah, and even though there has been a trade-off for essentially the Raging Bolt over on Alex's side versus the Amoonguss over on Luca's side, it's not necessarily in anyone's pure advantage. It's all going to have to come down to the final Pokemon that both of these trainers have available in the bench. We know that Luca previously brought Fluttermane. That could still be a viable Pokemon to be able to bring it in order to threaten an Urshifu in Alex as well.
Aber mainly auch wegen Dings, wegen Smash.
Der sieht aus, als würde mich im Gymcamp holen.
Ja.
Und das mag ich nicht. Und der sieht aus wie so eine Fake-Up-Touch von WWE. Und WWE ist wundervoll.
Ja.
With how you're supporting the Urshifu. It is susceptible to those thunderclaps, and that is the big issue.
Mehr Armor füllen. Ich sage Armor auch ein Sleeper.
With the Incineroar and the Rillaboom not sticking around on the field, though.
Wahrscheinlich Koronospa, Schattenreiter wird, also Rattenreiter, wird wahrscheinlich das Beste. Regulation G wurde angekündigt. Ein Restricted Legendary Pokémon, zum Beispiel Kyogre, Groudon. Wahrscheinlich wird Koronospa, Rattenreiter, also das Schattenpferd-Pokémon. Aber die sind beide sehr strong, aber das Schattenpferd-Pokémon wird wahrscheinlich, Stand jetzt gerade das Beste. Ich finde es so verrückt, dass Terrapagos, ist Terrapagos ein Restricted Chat? Oder kommt der einfach nur rein? Yes, Restricted, das finde ich so dumm. Weil der ist ein Legendary genauso wie Ogapon oder Urshifu. Ganz normal. Und ist aber trotzdem Restricted.
Die haben halt echt, es tut mir so ein bisschen leid für den, weil die haben den wirklich hart gekillt. So, ich freue mich, dass wir sie bekannt Ogapon ist. Ogapon ist wundervoll. Aber, ja eben, ich finde die auch so süß, die Schildkröte. Es tut mir so leid, weil ich mir vorstelle, wie so der Artist, der so Ogapon designt hat, so am Driven ist, und der andere Artist so, Mono.
Really does threaten that Rillaboom as well. There is the option here for Luca to terrestrialize it, but you can see probably not the most ideal thing in front of that Urshifu here, taking away that part grass typing. At the moment, it's probably preferable to keep that, and the Fake Out being active, coming out into that slot, stopping it from moving this turn.
Is Alex going to be able to bring this back? We're going to have to find out. Surging Strikes looking, especially with that Mystic Water, more than enough. Second hit and a third hit guaranteed does pick up the KO, but this Raging Bolt has been ignored yet again, and Alex is starting to run out of fumes in his tank.
Huge
Thunderbolt coming out from the Raging Bolt.
Oh, er lebt actually. Boah, wenn da jetzt ein Haare kommen, ne?
If you're going to go for my Ogapon, that's fine. I'm going to get some utility out of this Raging Bolt. It has been left alone in a huge Thunderbolt. This Urshifu now in Thunderclap range.
Nichts, was gerade drin ist, wird
Alex in a
restricted.
really awkward spot.
Let's
Having
go,
to
Richard,
protect the Urshifu or switch it out this next turn.
And the real situation that I'm identifying for Alex here is, are you able to always have Fake Out available right by your Urshifu and get those rotations going in order to sort of suppress this Raging Bolt on being able to pick up the KO? So it feels very difficult, but if there's going to be a trainer that's capable of doing it, it is going to be Alex.
Yeah, it just feels like a very hard task at the moment, especially when you've got the Urshifu solo health. Now you're going to have to try and position the Incineroar on your side of the field in.
Oh, Fake Out in Urshifu, aber dann kein Thunderclap.
Fake Out into that slot to prevent it from moving, and you're going to see a U-turn come out from this Rillaboom into the Incineroar, so Alex can pull that Incineroar of his own onto the field and now have that Fake Out support for this next turn to potentially prevent the Thunderclap from picking up the knockout.
Yeah, exactly that. And Incineroar is so healthy, full health right now. It will be able to have that Fake Out available the subsequent turn. Thunderbolt, it does target the Incineroar, but it does very minimal
bei
damage.
Luca leben nur noch Incineroar und Raging Bolt. Ja,
this is the situation at least that Alex is one step closer towards his strategy. He fakes out the Raging Bolt. He does pick up a KO on the Incineroar with the Surging Strike, and then afterwards does allow another rotation of the Fake Out, switches the Urshifu out for the Rillaboom, and gets another pivot.
Wechselt nicht raus.
It's late in the game, but Luca waiting for the precise time to launch this terrestrialization
nicht raus.
onto the Incineroar, going for that Ghost Terror type to avoid and take away that Water type weakness from the Urshifu here, and avoid a potential Fake Out into this slot. Fake Out into the Raging Bolt.
Into the Raging Bolt. This Ghost Terror type is likely going to pay so much dividends here, as the Incineroar is definitely going to be surviving only barely from the looks of things. 37 hit points available, but Luca having that foresight and being able to preserve it to the most crucial point where he's able to go ahead and pick up a burn onto the Urshifu, and Urshifu being realistically Alex's solution to getting rid of this Raging Bolt.
It's a huge play here from Luca, getting the survival from the Surging Strikes, and then the key critical Will-O-Wisp into that slot, picking up the burn, which is not only going to render the Urshifu less powerful, but going to chip away at it every single turn, especially when that grassy terrain is no longer on the field. It's not going to be able to stick around for as long as Alex would like it to.
Yeah, it just seems like Luca had such a good strategy going into this. There's no protect, no switch out. Thunderclap is of course enough to get rid of the Urshifu, finally leaving Alex down to his final two Pokémon, Incineroar
Japanese Bulk. Okay, aber er hat... Oh Gott, das wird jetzt interesting. Bei diesen Japanese Balance Teams ist es meistens so, dass da irgendwann 2 Raging Bowls stehen, die beide auf plus 6 Spezialangriff und plus 6 Spezialverteidigung sind. Und dann schauen die sich an und drücken einfach nur einen Knopf, der keinen Schaden macht. Aber es sind nur die beiden, weil alles andere haben die schon getötet, weil die ja broken sind. So. Und dann crittet irgendwer. Irgendwann.
Perfect timing because that grassy terrain just ended, so you're going to have another 5 turns of it after this grassy surge sets up. You've got the fake out now, you know that the Raging Bolt is Assault Fest, you can go for it pretty freely into that, and then try and start and whittle it down with the Incineroar and then the Rillaboom. I think one option you could do if you are Alex is fake out maybe Will-O-Wisp into that slot. Then you've got that additional chip every turn. Then work in your parting shots after that. Weaken the Raging Bolt. So it isn't
Parting Shot in der Theorie, ja. Ja, sehe ich.
Can't hit super effective
Ich
really
denke mit seinem
into the
Spezialangriff.
Rillaboom. But if you can weaken it with those parting shots, it's a huge play.
Yeah, that's also damage mitigation is so key.
Die hat alle die ganze Zeit jetzt Recovery von dem Grassy Terrain durch.
The game is trying to pick up KOs onto your opponent's Pokemon. So if you start nullifying the damage output,
ja, beide sind immer Terra-Terry.
to be able to incorporate.
Yeah, and the U-turn coming out here from the Rillaboom doing tiny bit of damage there, but the Thunderbolt coming out from the Raging Bolt, and you can see the usefulness of those parting shots, followed up by a Will-O-Wisp now,
Ich glaube, Eis gewinnt das.
each and every turn, that Raging Bolt with that burn status condition.
Ich glaube, Eis gewinnt das.
He's bringing this back. I don't know how he's doing it, but I think he's honestly being able to find a way around this Rage Bolt, even though it's going to be a bit of a sluggish back and forth between both the Incin and the Rilla pairing versus the Raging. It seems like he's still going to be able to outpace and outlast the resource that Luca has available.
Yeah, you can see the utility of the parting shot from earlier on onto the Raging Ball. I think the error that Luca made in this match was never really switching the Raging Ball out at any point and resetting those drops. So now it is not as effective, going for a last-ditch attempt with the Draco Meteor here, reducing its special attack even further. So the next turn, it's going to be hitting for way less damage, especially after another parting shot here, leaving the Rillaboom in a great position.
Aber beim Essen das Video von Wolfen mit Koko gesehen und das ist ihm echt gefüllt. Womit hast du es denn gefüllt, Kay?
The big hope here is if you are Luca, you're fishing for a Draco Meteor critical hit, because then it will ignore all of those stat drops and maybe pick up, well, it definitely will pick up the Incineroar here, but then that's one Pokemon down. You're still gonna worry about the Rillaboom.
Okay, 1-1. Mit Liebe. Du hast Koko-Team mit Liebe gefüllt. Ich judge nicht, ne? No King-Shaming. Und wenn du auf Kokosliste stehst, ja, wenn du auf Kokosliste stehst, dann gönn dir. Koko mit Liebe gefüllt. Das ist immer gut.
It's a bit funny and unexpected, if I'm honest, but it's really worked out to force a game 3.
Yeah, just showing the fortitude here, completely from Alex, saying I'm not giving up. I'm going to do everything to stay in this match. It's really difficult after that game 1. But Alex having a pretty rough start to that game 2 as well, not having the best of starts. Obviously with the Raging Ball getting poisoned there, the tick down, the Thunder Slap picking it up, you felt that big powerhouse for Alex is gone. How is he going to deal with this opposing Raging Bolt?
As we
do, immer diese Shots von Leuten, wenn die verzweifelt sind. Die zoomen immer auf Leute, wenn die verzweifelt sind. Das ist
aber auch machen, ich liebe das.
Ja, so gemein.
Magst du auch über die Leute im Hintergrund so oder auf diese Slow-Mos.
Naja, da guck. Aber auch diese Einspieler zwischendurch, das machen die ganze Zeit, dass diese Leute so Einspieler von denen haben, aus dem Publikum, aber nur so auf so 0,7 Millisekunden, mehr darf nicht, mehr geht nicht.
Stell dir vor, jetzt kommt so ein Einspieler und der wird einfach echt.
Was würdest du da tun? Hast du schon mal gesagt. Ich glaube auch.
Great turn from Luca as well, going for that Ghost Thrust slice to avoid any potential fake out coming into that slot, and a really crucial Will-O-Wisp off the back of that, but smartly Alex not taking the risks, shutting down that Raging Bolt was the most important
thing. Hast du bei dir zu Hause irgendwie so ein 5-Sterne-Restaurant oder wie?
Das stimmt.
Hast du bei dir alles?
So I am curious to see how we're going to be going into this game 3. Are they going to be the same leads? Are they going to be the adaptations? We're going to find out right now as Alex has led with the Rillaboom and the Incineroar versus Luca's change up of the Fluttermane.
Okay, sehe ich.
Das ist ziemlich
Double fake out on the field for Alex here with that Rillaboom and the Incineroar. Obviously only going to be effective into that Ogapon slot, so a pretty easy switch here if Luca does feel like the fake out will be coming in there.
Gestern gesehen, das war so cool mit Energiefokus.
Go for a spiky shield, get some additional damage onto whatever targets into that slot,
Ja, mit Energiefokus, das war sehr cool. Bei Energiefokus sorgt dafür, dass du mehr crittest. Und Rankenkeule hat ja eine erhöhte Crit-Chance. Und ich weiß nicht, crittet man da immer oder ist dann 2:3 Chance? Ich weiß nicht genau. Oh, big wave, big.
Yeah, and I think given how Game 2's pace went, both of these trainers, it feels like at this current moment, want to go a bit on the offensive, at least from Luca's side, bringing that Flutter main straight off just gives a bit of a hint on him wanting to try to wrap things up and at least
Energiefokus Rankenkeule, wie hoch ist da die Crit-Chance?
Of a Pokémon over on Alex's side.
Wir haben Instant, Terrafeuer, Ogapon. Aber da wird ja so oder so ein Fakeout in den Slot reinkommen von einem. Also von einem von beiden.
Undo the intimidate, but the fake out coming into that slot, preventing it from attacking.
Oh mein Gott. Geht der für Woodhammer in den Ding-Slot? In den Riddle, er ist richtig abgefuckt. Ich glaube, er setzt Woodhammer ein. Der geht für U-Turn. Oh. Ah, wäre für Woodhammer gegangen, der ist so big gewesen. Der hat den Flutterman halt wahrscheinlich getötet. Der war einfach tot. 90%. Ja, wahrscheinlich 2 Drittel, ne? Das wäre so crazy gewesen. Luca hat safe damit gerechnet, als er...
Ja, das war richtig was aus der Arme.
Make Alex's job a little bit easier deciding what to bring in from the back because of that commit to the Terrestrialization. The Urshifu's in the back can come in. You've still got to be very careful with your Urshifu though, of course, because do bring it in.
Ja, jetzt sind die Matches zu lange dauern und das nochmal mehr Mindgames, weißt du. Ja, jetzt die Rolle, jetzt reicht's hier. Wir haben da genug drüber getalkt. Kannst du den Leuten einfach so einen Stempel aufdrücken.
Ja, außerdem, meine abschließenden Worte ist seine Community und Leute sind Teil einer Community, wenn sie persönlich entscheiden, Teil der Community zu sein.
Yeah, and that's a big
so,
thing. I think if you do terrestrialize as well with that Urshifu, you become susceptible to the Stomp attack.
Nicht jeder, der Meerschweinchen hat und mag. Ne? Nicht jeder, der irgendeine Kreatur nice findet. So, wenn man aktiv in Communities drin ist, nur weil ich Game of Thrones mag, aber nicht mich in der Game of Thrones Community beteilige, bin ich nicht sofort Game of Thrones Community Mitglied, auch wenn ich das liebe.
Wer würde sagen, ey, ich finde Kung Fu Panda cool, ich fand den gestiefelten Kater cool oder Shrek und dann bist du ein Furry dadurch. Das ist genau dasselbe.
So getting out of there.
Yeah, getting out of there.
Also nimmt das halt die Community so ein bisschen ihre Macht weg, wenn du einfach sagst, es ist jeder ein Teil davon, weil es gibt ja Communities, wo sehr viel Arbeit und sehr viel Mühe drin steckt, die sehr viel tun und das ist irgendwie, nimmt das denen noch so ein bisschen ihre Lorbeeren, sag ich jetzt mal. Und hey, natürlich ist es auch ein Hobby, aber auch da, das Hobby ist ja mehr als einfach nur anthropomorphische Tiere mögen oder Kreaturen mögen, da gehört ja so viel mehr zu und so viel mehr Lore und so viel mehr Wissen, was man eigentlich exportieren sollte. Aber lass uns das Thema jetzt noch wechseln, weil das geht gerade.
Stark von Alex, stark. Unterschiedlich tut das, unterschiedlich. Meistens offensiv.
Is out of this game 3. You do not have the mechanic to be able to switch out of your weaknesses. This is such a pivotal turn, as you can see in Luca's expression there. Given the fact that Luca was aware they could have gone for the read, they were just a bit cautious from perhaps that turn 1, where Alex seemed to be a bit more of a safe play style that he was able to exhibit, but he just completely turned that offensive pressure immediately in the subsequent one.
Yeah, and now the Urshifu on Luca's side of the field, entering the fray, going to be super effective because of the water typing against that fire terror typing. Alex has to be very careful with his Urshifu going into this next turn, especially with that unseen fist ability, can't even protect it in front of that.
Diesmal ein Restore von Dark Cherry, Ruffy.
Going to be able to get big damage off with either Grassy Glide,
aber war April,
either the Woodhammer as well, so something that Luca does need to keep in mind. And the Flutterman not in a position to do the damage to that Assault Vest Rillaboom here.
Oh, there it is, the fake out rather than any sort of Grassy Glides. Moonblast trying to target this pesky little Rillaboom that seems to be doing so much for Alex's team. But the close combat, you do not have an Intimidate drop. It deals so much damage, but most crucially,
aber Grassy Glide killt halt ihn jetzt.
Is threatened by that Grassy Glide KO. Focus Ash is broken, of course, and Luca is going to
Alex spielt es hier sehr gut gerade.
Yeah, because the Urshifu here now is 100% in Grassy Glide range.
Ja, muss
do you switch out the Urshifu, preserve it for later on when you know there's a fire type out on the field now for Alex.
Also entweder muss er Detect oder Amogus. Das ist sehr risky. Also er will halt einfach nur Damage maybe rausbekommen, aber es killt ja Urshifu nicht. Wobei mit Flutter zusammen schon. Aber er wechselt raus, oh mein Gott. Big Incineroar, das ist so strong.
The Incineroar in Intimidate, of course, will be able to come out, but most crucially, we've got yet again the fake out pressure available on this subsequent turn. Aquajet targeting down that Incineroar. Thanks to the Intimidate, is not going to be dealing as much damage. Just being able to bring it straight in.
Und er geht für Woodhammer sogar. Er geht für den Flutterwinkel. Ja, er hat schon Dings weggelegt. Er hat schon die Kopfhörer weggelegt. Das ist over. Big, Alex, big. Er kann es nicht mehr verhindern.
Damn. Er ist so personal.
Ja, du musst überlegen, du bist Top 8 gekommen. Du bist ein Match davor, eine Medaille zu gewinnen.
Ja, natürlich ist es richtig ass, aber ich will gar nicht wissen, was er gerade alles fühlt.
Und er ist sogar 13, er ist sogar 13-2 gegangen. Und Alex ist sogar 12-3 gegangen. Er hat nur 2 Matches. Guck mal, er steht schon auf. Er ist so pissed. Das ist noch nie passiert. Also jetzt das ganze Wochenende. Er ist so pissed.
Incredible scenes here in London for the European International Championship. You can see the joy here from
Das ist die spanische Gruppe, die sind alle so vernetzt. Das ist crazy.
And making his way into the top 4 of this tournament.
Perfekt.
Perfekt,
danke.
Ich kann dir genau sagen, wie Luca gehackt hat.
Nee, die haben sich ja umarmt auch noch. Er hat so gemacht einfach.
Oh
ja, verloren.
Einfach besser Spiel. Entschuldigung, Andy.
Completely bring it back in game 3.
Just incredible. It looks so bleak for Alex after that game 1.
Zeigen die jetzt alle oder zeigen die immer nur eins jeder Runde, Chat? Wisst ihr das?
Giving up, and I think it's so good to see Alex being able to turn the table and really just clinch at any opportunity he had in that game 2, relying on what it came down to, the Incineroar and that Rillaboom to get him through those final stages of game 2, tying it up and then going into game 3. Not worrying about what happened in game 1 and game 2, and taking some big risks, big chances, clutching them, getting them right, taking himself into this top 4.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna go for the big plays, you need to be able to do them here and now. This final critical game 3 just goes to show that Alex, obviously we know he's a previous IC champion, going to further promote his virtue in being able to identify it. Luca did have the opportunity to go for the read, but that Woodhammer one-hit KO into the Flutter main pretty much sealed up this affair and was able to completely catapult Alex straight through to the semis.
That was the turn. The Woodhammer into the Flutter main. We were just saying how safe it was in that position because all the emphasis at that point was on the Urshifu. It seemed like the obvious play. Alex taking a step further than that, identifying, okay, there's an opportunity here for me to go after the Flutter main. The Woodhammer is going to pick up the knockout. If I get this, locks the game out pretty much in my favor. So incredible play from Alex.
Ja, das hat der Zinnepiti und Gaston gespielt. Aber hat on-stream richtig reingeschissen. Also, der stand da und ich dachte so, wie ist der so gut? Also das war nix. Das war legit nix. Aber er ist trotzdem Day 2 gekommen.
I'm feeling amazing. Look at this, it's unbelievable. Thank you so much to all of them for cheering for me. Yeah, I'm really happy.
Ja, auch schon mal ein richtig. Ach, der hat nicht damals auch schon mal die Europameisterschaft gewonnen oder war das ein großes Regional? Irgendwas Großes hat Alex schon gewonnen.
Nee, okay. Leute so neutral wirken oder machen den Mund auf und die strahlen so viel Sympathie aus, das ist ja so ein unendlicher Süßi. Holy shit.
Ja. Ich habe Alex hat damals mich hier herausgefordert, wenn er es schafft er hat ihm 6 Pokémon gegeben, wenn er es schafft mit den Pokémon Regional zu gewinnen, gibt er ihm 5.000 €.
Okay.
Aber jetzt mich hat es nicht versucht.
Wäre witzig gewesen.
Aber das war doch echt Arsch-Pokémon. Also die waren okay, man hätte damit schon was machen können.
In the end I came down with the game plan of Incineroar plus Rillaboom. I think that was I could play some mind games with him, which in the end, for example, in game 3, when he downed my Incineroar and I ended up switching, I think that was clutch in the series. So yeah, I'm really proud of taking this and let's see what happens next.
Yeah, you played it so well, and I want to call out the side Will-O-Wisp.
Der nicht heute Morgen noch ein Dratini? Ich glaube schon.
Sehr cool, dass sich das so immer weiterentwickelt.
Sure, yeah. You did the side Will-O-Wisp.
Yes.
Das Event ist ja auch heute noch nicht vorbei, ne? Morgen sind alle Finalen-Matches. Morgen ist Unite-Finale. Ne, Unite geht heute noch zu Ende. TCG-Finale, Juniors, Masters, Seniors.
Das ist wahrscheinlich erst übermorgen, das TCG-Finale.
Ja, VGC-Finale, Juniors, Masters, Seniors und wir hoffen alle so sehr, dass morgen irgendwas angekündigt wird.
Ja.
Good match for me. This case in particular, he had Terra Water, so that actually helped. In the end, in game 1, when I went for the Will-O-Wisp, I think it was a mistake. I had to take out the Among Us and then possibly focus the Among Us with Flare Blitz plus Dragon Pulse. I think that was when he in game 1.
Ja,
der war noch recht, sieht so aus wie so ein Psychopath. Das sagt Amy schon die ganze Zeit, ich finde, der sieht aus wie, der sieht sympathisch aus.
Das ist ein random Call. Mein Gefühl, actually, ich habe mir eben gedacht, dass der aus einem gewissen...
Ist der nicht so?
Ich fand, dass der ein bisschen aussah wie Daniel Radcliffe.
Nee, der war gestern schon auf der Bühne, Harry Potter. Der hat gestern schon EUIC gespielt.
Okay.
Für den war Envy, weil der aussieht wie Harry Potter.
Finde ich gut. Finde ich, ist ein gutes Kriterium. Also ich weiß, was du meinst.
Sieht doch aus wie Edward.
Was? Absolut gar nicht. Absolut gar nicht. Nee, der sieht eher aus wie ich als wie Edward von Twilight, dieser Homeboy.
War Victor Harry Potter?
Also ich weiß, was du meinst, Envy, der sieht schon aus, als hätte er Bodies im Schrank, aber ich kann noch nicht ganz definieren, aber ich verstehe, was du meinst.
An unbelievable feeling. Thank you to my parents, my girlfriend, Movistar Goitu, Kanekro especially, and yeah, thanks everyone for this moment.
Congratulations to you, Alex. Trainers, our top 8 has only just got started.
Du musst jetzt einfach nur mit einer großen Brille kommen, der ist Harry Potter.
War das Victor? Er sah aus einem gewissen Winkel, sah er wirklich aus wie Harry Potter.
Okay. Ich meine, ich hab...
Guck da! Gestern, als er dort saß.
Man muss auch sagen, es gibt oft Leute, die mehr aussehen wie Harry Potter als Harry Potter sind.
Ja,
weißt du, was ich meine?
Ich weiß, was du meinst.
Ich weiß...
Naja, also gestern sah er mehr aus wie Harry Potter.
In der kleinen Cam sieht er mehr aus wie Harry Potter, aber ja.
Hier mit dem grauen Pullover gestern sah er aus wie Harry Potter.
A way to kick us off in this top 8.
Yeah, you thought we had seen all of the fiery matches.
It's okay.
No, we're just getting started really with this top 8, and of course, just warming up, just a tiny bit. There's a lot of fire types going over in that previous set, but we do have a second top 8 that we will be featuring for the broadcast in very short moments. However, we do have a couple of things that we want to re-emphasize, that being, of course, what these trainers are fighting for. They are fighting for a position in the championship Sunday, which, of course, will be taking place.
Na, nee, Nils hat schon gewonnen gegen Aurelien. Oh,
wir haben es verpasst, aber dein Homie.
Yes.
For all of the action from VGC, TCG, and Pokemon Go. We're going to be able to go through all of the different games, crowning our champions across the board in seniors, juniors, and of course in masters.
Exactly, and what a way to be able to celebrate such a organized and such an entertaining event. You know, every single person that I've been going and seeing when we've been walking on the floor have been so happy. They've been so excited. They've been able to watch such great stellar matches across all of the games, and just being able to see everyone have such a good time really warms my heart, but also further promotes just how great of a time everyone's having, and why, if you haven't already come to one of these sort of events, you may need to consider it if you're loving everything that you've been seeing so far.
Yeah, of course, we have plenty of events left in this season in the run-up to the World Championships later this year in Honolulu in Hawaii. So, if you've got
auf Arcanine sieht man das. Wenn du auf die Seite gehst und dann auf Arcanine Pairings, und da sieht man, Nils hat gegen Aurelien gewonnen und Alex hat gegen Luca gewonnen. Wir bekommen aber noch ein Match dieses Jahr und ich hoffe, ich habe Inside News, ja. Ich hoffe, wir sehen Jordan gegen Diego. Ich will nicht Davide gegen Tim sehen.
Das ist Doso, macht dich
ich will nicht schon wieder Doso. Den hatten wir heute schon einmal und gestern schon einmal und das ist so nervig.
We know that it's coming up, but what we can do, of course, is go ahead and check out the brackets to see the progress of our trainers. We already have our second semi-finalist revealed, being Niels Dunlop, who actually picked up a 2-0 victory over Aurelion in what was such a hype.
Aber das ist gut für Michi, dass Aurelion reingeschissen hat.
Throughout this weekend, just feels very unstoppable. Feels like Nils is on a tear this weekend and determined, so confident as well when he came off that match earlier. When he got a win, it's very convincing.
Sehr strong actually.
Got a little bit fortunate through the game, but I mean, he was so confident afterwards.
He looked very cool.
And I think that plays a huge part in this tournament. So there are two semi-finalists and Niels Dunlop. We've got 2 more matches to decide our next top.
Also die schlechtesten.
Da war Famibs.
Exactly, and that is going to be, at least the one that's going to be streamed is Orion Rainmakers versus Diego Gutierrez. And the one that is likely still in progress at the moment is Tim Edwards from the US versus Davide Caneruccio, so from Italy. And yeah, I think wherever you see, there is just such great quality of plays. However, we have Jorein and Diego, and this is looking mighty spicy.
Aber der war so strong in Berlin, was ist passiert?
Ja.
Aber gut, hat seitdem auch einiges
Es gab da ja noch nicht das zweite DLC, Ogapon und so, die gab es alle noch gar nicht. Ja, und er hat immer so gegen Gigas gespielt. Da ist auch 1-8 gegangen.
Oh, das ist Lona.
Ja, aber Lona wurde ja auch im Markus gespielt.
We'll get into the teams in a minute, but we'll just build up the tension as we wait for our players to get set up on stage before we jump in.
Saltigern feiere ich nicht.
Ich finde, Sneeball sieht so ein bisschen aus wie so, wenn du Sneeball nimmst und das so in Creepypasta-Format versuchst zu machen, weil plötzlich sind alle Sachen so lang.
Der Mike aus Deutschland hat Pachirisu gespielt, leider nicht so erfolgreich. Hier jemand zu Viper gespielt. Mike Sohn.
A lot of the top 12, however, there have been so many niche picks throughout. So I'd like to ask
Montenegro und Schlaraffel und Best Legion, what the fuck?
Aber finde ich cool, ich mag es, wenn die so
aber die sind halt meine Hier haben sie auch gespielt.
Boah, das ist mein Liebling. Wie heißt die Person? Ryan. Ryan ist mein Held.
Ryan Hamalala.
Ich liebe Ryan Hamalala. Wenn jemand von euch Ryan Hamalala kennt, bestellt die bitte schön Grüße von mir. Er ist mein Held.
Ich wünsche, man könnte hier nach Pokémon, also es kommt später, dass man so ein bisschen nach Pokémon filtern kann, aber hier nicht. Hier wurde es arg.
Du solltest ja coming into this tournament.
And then supporting the Urshifu as well, which is, appreciates that dual fake out support, the pivoting action from both of those Pokemon. So that would be probably my one. What about yourself?
You know what? I am in complete agreement. I think that is a really good call out to make there. However, what I do want to highlight is we've got our trainers. They are ready. They are on stage. And we are about to tune in to our second top
Europameisterschaft.
Genau das.
Das Domji ist leider 822 geworden. Richtig scheiße.
Das ist eine schöne Zahl.
Ah ja, das war's.
Aber ich hoffe, es geht dir gut. Ich hoffe, du hast einen wunderschönen Samstag.
Ja.
Finish at the
der hat einfach Mono Water, also wirklich, manche Leute sind crazy, also ich weiß, die wollen wahrscheinlich alle nur Spaß haben,
aber ich will nicht, dass die Spaß
aber die zahlen da hunderte Euronen, um dort mitzumachen, um Spaß zu haben.
Whilst we do, of course, have Florine over on his side of the field in 2023, Bochum Regional Top 32. We have actually become well acquainted with Florine. We know that he plays quite a bit with the local scene, so being able to see him build up to this and come back is really nice to be able to witness.
Yes.
Leute, ist wirklich angenehm.
Safe.
Man merkt, dass der Frühling kommt. Es tut mir nur leid, weil jetzt fängt alles an zu blühen und es ist richtig hübsch. Und es wird hundertprozentig aber die nächsten Wochen nochmal richtig kalt werden. Das heißt, alles wird leider absterben. Es ist doch gerade eine sehr große Diskussion darüber, ob wir es irgendwie schaffen, die blühenden Bäume und sowas zu schützen, weil sonst werden wir echt kalt. Probleme haben.
A couple of
Aber naja.
interesting members would
Kolo war gespielt.
It's the Ogi Dogi.
Of course it is.
Of course it is, right?
Very
Schönes
interesting.
Achso, nee, also dass du schönen Samstag bisher hattest.
Ey, wenn die Blüten absterben, das fragt mich
Was haben wir?
The most interesting thing, the
Ist
Assault
das jetzt
Vest item on there.
Yeah, Assault Vest and actually opting to go for the Water Terror.
Oh ja, Dings, das ist Diego gegen Jorgen.
Okay.
Das ist cool, die wollte ich sehen.
Das ist gut, das freut mich.
Weil die haben beide ein cooles Team. So, warte jetzt hier, nur mal kurz Pause drücken. Okidogi, Jampao mit Terrastella, Landorus, okay. Ogerpon und Wellspring, okay. Ja, der Rest ist normal. Okay, der Rest ist eigentlich normal. Wie willst du eine Chance, so ein Turnier einordnen, beziehungsweise hast du überhaupt Bock auf so ein Turnier teilzunehmen? Ich habe in Bochum 6-3 gegangen und in Dortmund bin ich 4-5 gegangen. Das waren bisher meine einzigen Turniere, die ich, also Offline-Turniere, die ich gespielt habe. Michi ist raus, ja. Also ich sag, ich glaube, ich hätte schon Potenzial mit den anderen aus unserer Truppe auf jeden Fall mitzuhalten. Und ich habe ja auch in Online-Turnieren schon gut performt. Habe ich ja auch schon gute Results hingelegt. Aber ich wäre auf jeden Fall nicht consistent. Da wäre ich noch weiter entfernt. Ich will ja vielleicht TCG spielen.
Ja, ich glaube, es hat einfach
to allow itself to gain an attack boost, whilst the upper hand, it's so great in being able to flinch any offensive priority moves coming out from the opponent too.
Haben wir Köln gewonnen, let's go! Armer Michi!
Hat Köln nicht letztens auch richtig komisch verloren? Ich weiß nicht, weil es tut mir leid, halt vielleicht deine Ohren zu. Der Haushalt, aus dem ich komme, also meine Familie sind sehr große Gladbach-Fans. Und die sind nicht so die Köln-Fans. Oh, jetzt sieht so glücklich aus. Das ist voll das süße Shirt.
Von den Nashville Worlds gewesen. Davon habe ich ja auch die Sleeves.
Ja, es tut mir leid, Köln. Genauso ist es immer umgekehrt bei uns zu Hause, wenn da irgendjemand von Köln redet.
Hinter mir ist Warring Moon mit D-Dance Acrobatics, okay. Sieht ein bisschen wie ein älteres Team aus eigentlich. Das ist crazy.
Yeah, really interesting item choice to boost the damage straight away from that Mega Brain. The trick there is a nice option as well to catch unsuspecting foes off guard as well. And the dazzling gleam to play off.
Aber ich muss sagen, ich fühle Pollen Puff Among Us nicht so. Der ist kein Believer. Terra Poison Pulver und Zweifel auch, weil ich finde Terra viel cooler.
Welchen von den beiden sind
used it. So funny that it is making its first appearance in the broadcast this weekend here in
beide Teams cool.
Could that be a sign? The other thing that I would like to point out
aber ich glaube, ich mag das Warring Moon Team ein bisschen mehr.
Taking advantage of that Terra Blast.
Und in der Theorie ist es so, am ehesten sind wir für europäische Leute und dann am ehesten für deutsche Leute. Naja, andere kommt halt aus Peru. Nee, Peru ist nur nicht in Europa. Also wir hassen vielleicht auch Peru. Ja.
Ja, das stimmt. Da redet mein Bruder auch immer sehr viel drüber. Sehr wild diese Season. Mal gucken, wie es danach wird. Weil das schon mal was Neues wird, ein Statement, sagen wir es mal so.
Lux, what are you thinking both players are going to rely on bringing in the...
Also ich bin für Jorgen.
Give them a bit of a leg up.
Jorin? Das ist auch ein cooler Name, einfach Ragemakers. Das ist ein Maker.
Cool, aber rippern alle Lehrer, die das aussprechen mussten.
Vielleicht ist in Niederlande ja so ein normaler Name, Jorgen Ragemakers.
Die sprechen betrunkenes Deutsch, wie sollen die Jorgen? Das ist einfach nur sorry.
Ragemakers.
Weiß ich nicht.
Available to itself, but Historian Arcanine is looking
ich kann gar nicht
nice
voten. Vor allem mein Punkt von euch, ich auf Michi gesetzt habe, als
it has that immediate pressure of threatening the KOs, and Head Smash is such a great
beim Pokémon-Stream habe ich alle meine Punkte verloren, als ich auf Michi gesetzt habe.
Oh nein, immer das beliebt. Das ist richtig so. Du hast dann das richtig.
Der ganze Chat hat gegen Michi gewotet. Ja, und die haben alle gesagt, ja, wo nur entweder Michi gewinnt oder wir gewinnen Punkte, und die haben alle Punkte gewonnen. Marius, Terracroc, der war auch in Dortmund da.
Ja. Das ist der uns die Karten gegeben hat, glaube ich.
Ah, ja, das kann sein.
Der war unendlich nett. Wenn ich jemals nochmal sehe, der war wirklich sehr, sehr nett. Ich habe seine Anwesenheit so hart appreciated.
Und dann war die Wette und ich habe 20.000 gesetzt.
Ja.
Und ich dachte so, wir hatten hier 250.000 gesetzt und Marius hat 250.000 auf VRE gesetzt. Und dann habe ich gesagt, Marius? Und dann plötzlich im Chat gespawnt.
Das ist gemein, ihr müsst mehr belieben, Leute.
Ja, Chat, ihr seid dran schuld.
Ja.
Waver ist auch belieber. Ich habe auch verloren, Waver.
Das war ich vertraue Waver. Ich glaube, Waver beliebt auch alles Richtige.
Ja, Waver hat hier 250.000 auf mich gesetzt.
Ja, das macht Sinn.
Ich beliebe doch in Michi. Ich beliebe ja in Aurelia.
Ach
Nein,
so,
Sora.
aber so funktioniert das nicht.
Wir sind Michi belieben. Ich vertraue ja gar nichts.
Er braucht doch die Macht der Freundschaft, so schafft er das nicht.
Echt so, Andy, du hast auch nicht beliebt.
Andy, wie kannst du nur?
Kannst du nur.
Kannst du nur.
Yeah, and I think one thing you could really identify here for Urian is the fact that Latlanders has a huge advantage over everything if it can remove the
Deutsch-französische Freundschaft, die existierte noch nie.
Wer in Deutschland mag Frankreich außer dir, weil du Franzose bist und das Problem musst, um deine Familienehe zu verteidigen. Also, wir waren ja auch in Colmar, ein französisches Dorf, wo ich die Brezel mitgebracht habe. Und es war echt eklig, weil die alle mit
Frankreich haben die geredet. Na gut. Hast du denn nicht Frankreich reden?
Weil ich sagen muss, die meisten Touristen da waren deutsch und echt eklig, also haben nur Englisch geredet, weil ich mich geschämt habe, so weil da kamen so Leute rein und haben nur Deutsch mit den Franzosen geredet, so nicht mal Englisch, und die ganze richtig erwartungsvoll angeguckt. Und dann wusste ich, really needs to be careful.
Maybe a substitute here is a good option because then it gives you a nice option going into the next turn where potentially you don't have a way to stop that trick room being set up.
And it's quite an easy play to make if you are Diego. At least you try to fake out onto the Porygon 2. We know it doesn't have Ghost Terror, so it's not going to be
kein Französisch, ne, habe ich mit richtig vielen meiner Verwandten nicht unterhalten.
And substitute at this current point allows you to be able to be immune to a fake out, which may be coming in from this very small, teeny tiny Incineroar.
Typisch Deutsch. Deutschland halt. Okay. Oh, das ist Big Sub von Diego. Danke für den Prime Sub, Diego.
Going into this next turn, it's not going to be affected by that fake out that is an option for Urian on his side of the field with the Incineroar, and not going to be immediately threatened from that Porygon 2 that has access to that Ice Beam.
Yeah, it's going to be able to go ahead and at least either force the Incineroar to terrestrialize or switch out, because Earth Power is relatively safe here if you want to try to pick up an immediate KO, but you've got options. You can try to target down the Porygon 2, perhaps anticipating the Incineroar to be a bit passive.
Drakafoi.
Und
Elektor.
Yeah, and that's a really good option. Like you say, it's a pretty free Earth Power into that slot. I think if you are Urian, you've got to make a decision. Do you want to keep the Incineroar in to potentially take that? Do you want to terrestrialize? Do you want to switch it out into something like that Amoonguss that could maybe soak it up a little bit better while you try and get rid of that substitute or set the Trick Room up with that Porygon 2?
But we do have a forced terrestrialization with the Incineroar opting to go for the Grass type, which places it quite nicely to be able to resist any ground-type moves coming out as the Landorus does indeed focus into it. So really nice defensive play here from Urian, allowing himself to get a very good move off. Even though that was a critical hit, so that was a lot of damage. Woodhammer trying to focus down as well, so perhaps reading into a likely read or a defensive switching, but the most critical point of the situation is Incineroar. Citrusberry looks relatively safe.
Die Frage ist, ob die Citrusberry getriggert hätte ohne den Crit. Aber ich weiß nicht.
and the attack
Ich glaube
on that
nicht,
Landorus incarnate.
Hallo
Gonna be going into the back, saving that for later
Alle
on,
Etondo, mich
giving
aber auch
Joran
on
the
Stream.
opportunity to bring something else more useful out onto the field now. A really nice positional sense with that Incineroar, using the Terastallization to soak up both of those attacks while the Landorus comes onto the field now, and that Trick Room is finally set up.
Ah, geilo. Ich hoffe, das hast du geschrieben, bevor ich gesagt habe, dass Michi verloren hat.
Oha, geilo.
Wo hab ich denn verloren? Übergeil.
Vielleicht hat Etondo auch Punkte gegen mich gesetzt.
Ah, das kann sein, Ein Wettschein im Sportwettgeschäft.
Trained a bit more slower on your own side of the field, but you could easily try to opt to go for a switch out, get the fake out of the Incineroar back onto the field, and get your own substitute set up.
Yeah, that's very true, and the Rillaboom, yeah, has been intimidated. It is going to put a little bit of pressure onto the Landorus here, but yeah, has to be careful, because if the Landorus is able to stick around from your inside the field and fire up a Sludge Bomb,
ist wirklich immer bei Pokémon Go, da gehen die Leute richtig ab.
Diego. That's why we're seeing it switch out. The Okidogi coming back onto the field now. Landorus protecting, not wanting to contend with any damage, that being namely from a Terrablast or an Ice Beam from this Porygon 2, as we are going to see that protection just go up, and the Terrablast coming out.
Coming out, and of course hitting neutral for that Okidogi, dealing good damage in combination with the Sludge Bomb, guaranteeing a rough 2-hit
Wie stehen die anderen? Wir sind schon Top 8 in Tondo.
It may likely actually get out of that
Es ist
range.
nur Top 8. Reim ist 6-3 gegangen. Also ist keiner von uns Day 2 gekommen. Und nur Reim hat dann sonst noch Punkte geholt und hat aber seinen Worlds Invite geholt. Der Rest ist leider alles.
Yeah, and the Porygon 2 is going to be a little bit threatened now with a great switch from Diego, bringing that Okidogi onto the field. It does have access to that Drain Punch. It is going to threaten it
Anfangs
pretty well.
anfangs waren die alle
Be careful
ultra krass.
around that Earth Power from the opposing Landorus, though, so it is checking it in a way, but you do have access to Terastallizing, which is what we're going to see. Maybe give a bit of alleviation from the threat of that Landorus and give you the option to either go for a knockoff, get rid of that EVO Light onto the Porygon 2, make it a lot easier to manage, or go for some big damage with a Drain Punch.
In this scenario, Joran has already gone ahead and utilized their own Terastallization, so the Porygon 2 cannot
Ja, jetzt Reim geht zur WM. Reim war der 19. Deutsche, der sich für die WM qualifiziert hat.
Being able to sub in for itself, it can resist those fine type moves. But Diego, on the other hand, trying to also make that adaptation play and get one step ahead in his board state, brings that Rillaboom, has fake out pressure, is resisting that Earth Power, and all of a sudden, it allows this Landorus to at least get some damage onto this Amoonguss.
Yeah, the Earth Power coming out from Diego's Landorus into the Amoonguss, catching that and doing about 40% damage. Amoonguss able to handle that a lot better than some of the other options like the Incineroar that could have come in here, but Diego playing it very safe to try and stall out these Trick Room turns. The big thing is that he is able to keep a hold of that substitute so deep into this game after getting it set up. You're not seeming to worry about getting rid of that, but you do want to prioritize getting rid of it, because then it opens up options for things like your Amoonguss, things like your Porygon that can come in and immediately threaten the Landorus. As long as that substitute is up, it is pretty much sitting happy behind that doll.
And from Diego's side, you really do want to try to utilize this Okidogi with the rotations of the Intimidate coming into play, maybe trying to get those guard dog boosts with the attack. And that essentially is a very good way to be able to counter Joran's
Ich liebe das, wenn in der Cam hier Incineroar in dem Slot ist, weil das sieht so aus, als würde er so seinen Arm um den legen. Wir schaffen das, Bro.
Ja, das stimmt. Ich finde, das ist der
utilized to support it this time around, topping up that HP as a Woodhammer coming into that slot here, just doing a nice amount of damage, but really resisted here as another Earth Power fight out from this Landorus again into that Amoonguss, not taking it super well, but able to take it better than some options, of course. Now, the Amoonguss in range, probably from another Earth Power this next turn.
Yeah, definitely a battle of attrition right here. It sort of feels like both trainers are building up to the point where once they can try to get rid of that one Pokemon that sort of stops and slows down their strategy, we're going to see full throttle coming out from both of them in terms of offensive prowess. But Amoonguss can easily switch out right here for a Porygon 2 to either go for another setup of a Trick Room or even add on to its
Wie war das Turnier bisher hier sonst? Eigentlich gut. Eigentlich echt gut. Sehr coole Matches gesehen. Jetzt gerade ist es so ein bisschen zäh, weil halt alle so ein bisschen dasselbe spielen und das unterscheidet sich manchmal so zwischen 1, 2 Pokémon. Und das ist halt sehr Balance gegen Balance und Balance gegen Balance ist halt nicht so ultra fun to watch. Aber
coming onto the field for Diego here, going to drop an all-important Intimidate onto that Incineroar, but it may be leaving the field.
Aber trotzdem gute Matches, sehr gute Best of Threes.
But a smart protect here from the Landers on Diego's side, blocking a potential parting shot and keeping that substitute intact.
Aber Diego zieht sehr gute Switches. Ich wäre schon gerne da, ja, natürlich. Ich glaube, jeder wäre gerne da, oder? Bei so einem Event, egal ob als Zuschauer oder Teilnehmer oder so.
Does it outspeed the Landorus? Are you in a relatively safe position? Or do you feel that the terrestrialization is appropriate in order to start removing the pieces that Yorain has available on their board?
Ja, ich glaube auch, so vor Ort zu sein ist so cool bei sowas.
Ich glaube, dann die ganze Stimmung und mit den Leuten zu reden und das mitzubekommen. Ich glaube, egal wie sehr du im Pokémon bist, oder auch wenn du, keine Ahnung, kein Fußballfan bist oder so, wenn du bei einem Turnier bist und diese Stimmung merkst, ist es immer cool.
Aber gerade bei so Pokémon, was ja jeder von uns kennt, ja Pokémon, jeder von uns liebt Pokémon und so, ist es natürlich noch was Cooles, ne? Ja, vor allem schaffen Pokémon Center, genau das. Oh, damn! Aber es geht nicht. Damn, aber es ist crazy. So gesehen, ich glaube, Domji hat auch irgendwie schon 300-400 Euro im Pokémon Center dagelassen oder so. Erstmal Konto vernichten, ja, da musst du wirklich, da musst du dich gut preparen. Sehr stark. Ich hätte auch safe gedacht, dass wir gewonnen. Ich hätte sehr respected.
Und ich gebe schon viel Geld zu Dingen aus,
and it has gotten these special attacks via the download ability. So Okie Dokie is in a spot where it can come back onto the field and at least now
ich bin sehr gespannt. Ich glaube, ich call jetzt hier, dass wir morgen endlich das Worlds Datum bekommen. Und ich sage, die wechseln den Standort. Hawaii ist sowieso die ganze Zeit schon so ein Problem, weil super viele Naturkatastrophen, Waldbrände, Touristen, die hawaiianischen Leute, die sind echt unzufrieden mit dem Touristenübermaß und allem drum und dran. Und ich finde es merkwürdig, also stand sowieso deswegen schon so ein bisschen auf der Kippe, wir haben nur noch 4 Monate, bis die Worlds sind. Die Leute konnten immer noch nicht buchen, das gab es glaube ich noch nie, dass es so rausgezögert wurde. Und es wurde während dem ganzen Event dort noch nicht einmal über die WM in Hawaii gesprochen. Hawaii wurde noch nicht ein einziges Mal erwähnt. Und das finde ich irgendwie...
Ja, dann geht es so. Aber es ist ja auch so ein Fluch, wenn halt die das gerade nicht stützen können, wollen, Pipapo, was auch immer, dann wird das auch wieder das dahin verschieben. Hauptsache es wird nicht irgendwie
Ich auch Singapur. Mein Call ist eigentlich Paris. Aber die meisten Leute sagen, es wird wahrscheinlich eher in Amerika bleiben. Weil wenn es halt schon, also ich glaube, Kontinent zu switchen ist, glaube ich, immer noch ein bisschen was anderes als einfach nur ein Staat oder Land halt. Ja, haben wir schon darüber gewechselt, ich habe auch schon gewitzelt. Ich bin fast in Deutschland. Wäre natürlich nice. Aber ich glaube, wird dies Jahr nicht passieren. Hallo Maya.
It could not get away from that scenario. Maybe Diego trying to rely on a play coming out from that side. Maybe trying to target down the Landorus, but the Ice Beam deals respectable amount of damage onto this assault.
Sieht so aus, können wir uns ein Timeout geklaut werden. Die spielen so defensiv. Die Person, die mehr KP auf ihren Pokémon, entweder mehr Pokémon oder mehr KP auf, also wenn es Fleischl ist, wer mehr KP auf seinen Pokémon.
Aber ist das nicht voll gemein, wenn einer in so einem Tank
Gestern, es ist tatsächlich passiert. Die TCG-Kommentatoren, also, okay, pass auf, das ist ja von der Pokémon Company selber. Und die spielen die ganze Zeit Spiele, entweder so, die malen Pokémon oder die müssen Pokémon an Pokédex-Einträgen erraten. Und gestern gab es ein Spiel auf dem TCG-Stream, bei dem die Kommentatoren Pokémon richtig aussprechen mussten. Und danach wurde von der Pokémon Company selber angezeigt, wie man die richtig ausspricht. Und Arceus heißt Arceus und nicht Arceus.
Nur im Englischen.
Ja, das hätte ich jetzt auch gesagt, das ist so Quatsch.
Das ist nur im Englischen. Im Englischen hast du ja keinen.
Warum sollte das im Deutschen nicht Arceus heißen?
Im Deutschen heißen viele Pokémon anders. Da heißt es Arceus. Da spricht man das neu aus, wenn man EU hat.
Yeah, and you're in a really tricky position here with the
Das
Rillaboom
heißt
now because
Arceus.
I think you're going to need another pollen puff and
Aber die
potentially
zwischen Asien und Amerika,
Terrablast
ja,
or
aber
an
ist
Ice
halt,
Beam into
gehört
that
halt zu
slot to pick up the
Nordamerika.
knockout. You're safer going for the Terrablast, of course, because if the Terrestrialization comes out from the
That's
Rillaboom,
Arceus.
then it's going to
in
take it a
Deutschen.
lot better than
In
anything
Englischen,
else
ja,
would.
in
So,
Englischen ist
and it
Arceus.
makes it difficult for Diego to switch at this point as well, because if you do switch into the Landorus in that slot to potentially
Das ist
take the
Arceus und
pollen
nicht
puff a little
Arceus.
bit better,
Genau
you
so
run the
nämlich.
risk of running into an Ice Beam as well. It's going to be super
Alle
effective
Mythicals heißen gleich im Englischen und Deutschen. Stimmt, Manafi heißt Manafi, Keldeo heißt Keldeo. Die heißen alle gleich.
Die werden ja auch teilweise anders ausgesprochen.
Keldeo heißt Keldeo. Manafi heißt Manafi. Aber das ändert sich fast nichts. Mew heißt Mew. Celebi heißt Celebi. Jirachi heißt Jirachi. Haben wir. Was Ausrufezeichen Arceus? Wir haben immer gesagt Azia gut.
Wo kommt das her?
Azia gut ist ja sowas, was kriegst du in der Apotheke. Ja genau. Ausrufezeichen Arceus, Azia gut. Am besten bringen die einfach ein Video raus, in dem alle Pokémon ausgesprochen werden, damit ich würde es appreciaten, wirklich. Das war damals, als sie akut kam damals, also es kam durch Stormy, weil ich habe mit Stormy hat mich, glaube ich, auch Arceus und wir haben ganz viel diskutiert. Und dann sind wir irgendwie auf Arceus gut gekommen. Ja. Wenn es Arceus ist, warum wird es dann nicht mit Z geschrieben?
Ja, dann kannst du sagen, es ist Arceus oder
Nee. Ich kann gar nicht mehr folgen, es passiert legit nichts, die bringen die ganze Zeit Protect, Fake Out, Grassy Terrain Recovery, Grassy Terrain Recovery, passiert nichts. Nix. Aber steht scheinbar 4-2 für die Origin Rangemakers.
Außerdem, ich meine, Arceus, also C wird auch voll auf die Z ausgesprochen, so wie das Z auch voll auf den S ausgesprochen wird. Das heißt also auch nichts.
Sam Reese von Sky Ride, beide diskutieren wieder darüber, wie Flatutu ausgesprochen wird. Die einen sagen Flatutü, die anderen Flatutu, die anderen Flatutu. Ich kann nicht mehr, ja, sehe ich. Ich glaube, was auch noch sehr schön ist, ist Station, weil der wird offiziell Sachian ausgesprochen. Aber Sachian klingt richtig scheiße. Station klingt übelst cool. Aber warum bringen die überhaupt Pokémon raus, was so weird auszusprechen ist?
Gab es irgendwas auch letztens, wo wir mal darüber geredet haben, weil es gibt ja voll viele random Buchstaben, wo man nicht weiß, spricht das jetzt zusammen aus, spricht die einzelnen Buchstaben, ich meine, hier FM oder sowas. Sagst du EM oder sagst du FM?
The Landorus misses the knockout here. You're going to see a double up into the Amoonguss. It might go down, but that might be enough. And what you're on is
risking to get that trick room set up.
Oh, and it is enough that Amundes does go down, which allows the Okie Dokie to get even more recovery. Who knows? Maybe even a KO as this Eviolite has been knocked off. We're gonna have to see. Oh, it's a huge
das ist schlecht.
such a huge KO because all of a sudden
Okie
now you're
Dokie ist
leading to
jetzt
the
wieder
point where
big
the
voll.
Landorus and the Incineroar over on
Aber
your
Incineroar
side
kann noch
that will
Fake
be
out in den
coming
Okie
in.
Dokie
Sure,
Slot.
they got faked out, but the
Und
most
wenn
important thing is that
Origin,
Landorus
aber es ist
can
halt
be
noch
taken down just with
aber
one
kann halt
attack,
das andere
focusing onto
Landorus
it,
Earth
and it
Power.
is slower than Diego's Landorus.
Yeah, and we know that the parting shot drops from earlier have been reset on Diego's side of the
Der war
field. It's
gestern auch
got
im
the substitute backup now in a prime
Noch 3
position.
Minuten,
Not
da
going to
ist
be threatened by
Battle
that
vorbei.
fake out when the Incineroar comes onto the field. In a great
Ja, das denken voll viele, dass Giratina heißt, aber ohne Sinn. So gehört auch dazu. Das heißt nicht Giratina. Da ist kein, er war noch nie ein N.
Natürlich war das N. Der ist Giratina.
Giratina.
So there are still a couple of mind games, but
Deoxys.
at the moment it feels like Diego has a slight, no pun intended, upper hand.
Definitely has the upper hand. Are we going to see it locked in
Nicht
here
so, aber
to
witzig.
try and maybe counteract a fake out from this Incineroar? It's more likely that we probably don't here.
Aber ich frage
But
mich
like you
wirklich,
say,
also
on
ich
its
weiß, dass
last
da
legs,
kein
the
N ist,
Incineroar
aber
on
es
your
hat
own
so
side of
in
the
mein
field.
Hirn
Players
eingebrannt, weil
taking
wir
their
als
time to lock in
Kinder,
their
was
options.
man
Adela,
alle
viele Leute denken ja, dass er
Ja, aber woher kommt das?
Weiß ich nicht.
Weil das ist ja einfach so ein random N, das hat ja doch keinen Sinn oder
As
so.
the Sludge Bomb will be focusing onto the opposing
Ja, okay,
Landorus,
ist
who does
sauber.
pick up the KO,
Raketo, was
and this
geht?
is
Ja,
looking
was
like it is
Xerneas,
Diego's
Xerenias habe ich noch nie gehört.
Ich habe auch schon oder nee, bei Dings die Welt hat oder Y-Welt hat. Als Kind haben wir alle
Jetzt reicht's. Ich kann ja nicht lesen, daher kommt das. Ja, scheinbar können die auch Y-Welt.
Ja, aber viele meiner Freunde haben Y-Welt und Xerneas gesagt.
Diego taking
game
one in this slugfest.
Yeah, it really was a slugfest, but being able to keep your cool going through this is a virtue of such a great trainer, and that is why both of them are in the position they are with this top 8 at the European International Championships. And there was a lot of back and forth there that we could go over into detail, but the main key moment that we did highlight was that last rationalization option allowed Urine's Incineroar to survive.
Das Match hätte schneller vorbei sein können. Safe, safe.
Yeah, and that was a huge turn here. The Incineroar taking that
Jemand, der es
Earthbound, like we see,
Grusel nennt,
he's
sollte
so
still sein.
comfortably
Hä?
known to get
Jetzt macht
knocked
kein
out
Auge
from
auf
that attack,
Grusel.
which then allowed him to get that
sowas
parting
von
shot
Auge
off the
auf
initial
Grusel.
one into that Landorus
Keiner
opponent,
sagt
which
Grusel.
then
Alle
slowed
sagen
it down
Das
and
steht da ja gar
put it
nicht.
into
Aber
the
ich sag,
position where it had to switch
Dings
out
ist
from
der
Diego. Maybe
weirdeste Bunter, der sagt, das heißt Plusle. Also man spricht das Plus aus. Plusle. Finde ich dumm.
Typisch Deutsch.
Typisch Deutsch.
Also ich sag auch Plus. Jetzt bin ich verwirrt, jetzt will ich gar nichts mehr sagen.
This head smash didn't quite pick up the KO. We did see that the Arcanine did outspeed, being that indication of training with the speed benchmarking that Landorus over on your end side is indeed slower, hence why we've got the trick room available.
Yeah, and I think one thing we can do going into this game too, especially if you're Joran, you've got a better idea of the speed kind of matchups here in this match, so it might make it more comfortable for you to really commit to that trick room as early on as possible and not give room to things like that Landorus incarnate like you did so much in that game. You don't have to worry about the Arcanine so much as well if you get your Landorus onto the field in the position where it can deal with the Okidogi that was so problematic. You can deal with the Landorus because of the threat from the Porygon too, and you can also deal with that Arcanine because you know the speed interaction there, you are slower than it if the trick room's not set.
And it sort of shows why it's so crucial to at least pick up one KO with this sort of matchup between the trainers, as it creates a systematic failure of a team composition, at least when it comes to your side, where they rely on each other, whether through the means of fake out pressure,
ohne Maus.
setup, we've got the redirection available around Moongas. It has that great ability of the regenerability, so you have this really nice synergistic cycling that proves dividends. However, we do have game 2 leads popping out. Urine with the Incineroar
basically
Landorus
dasselbe,
versus Diego's Landorus
bloß dass
and the
Incineroar halt
Hisuian
Fake-Out
Arcanine
hat.
going on the offensive.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a change up from our trainers here. The Incineroar coming out turn 1 from Urine, going to drop an all-important Intimidate onto the Hisuian Arcanine. After, of course, Diego's Hisuian Arcanine returned the favor with an Intimidate onto the Incineroar. Not so important yet. Has to be careful because wasn't intimidated last time with that head smash. We saw survive, so not in the greatest position here to be able to get the knockout. Maybe a double up would be enough, but you've got to commit to a Sludge Bomb in that case, and the head smash. Is it warranted? And you've got to
Arcanine schneller als Landorus.
an option here for Urine on this turn.
Da wird jetzt halt ein Earth Power in Arcanine dort reingebuddert.
A bit of a defensive play from Diego's side, unless they really want to try to capitalize off of going for a Fairy Terrestrialization on the Arcanine. In anticipation of the Earth Power focus there, at least preventing Urine from getting a safe substitute set up.
Yeah, that's the big thing. I think you want to prevent the substitutes from going up on both sides of the field because
okay, Maya, was soll das jetzt? Lass Flaggenquiz gegeneinander machen? Ich gewinne ja an allem gegen dich, was Gemeinwissen, nicht Allgemeinwissen ist.
Wow, that is so detrimental to what we were talking about. The team composition situation of Urine side needs this Incineroar rotation.
Das war leider ein Big Earth Power von Diego. Ja, alles ist auswendig können am Ende des Tages, wenn du so willst, Maya.
Huge turn here for Diego, taking an early advantage, getting rid of the Incineroar. It does limit any fake-out support for the rest of the game, and it's so crucial in certain situations where you want to protect maybe the Porygon 2, if that is the choice of Pokemon Broad, or even the Amoonguss to get a Spore off, a Trick Room set up from that Porygon 2, of course. The Amoonguss option coming onto the field now, going to be a nice Pokemon to bring in
Ja, Maya, aber du hast auch auf meine Intelligenz gemacht.
It's going to be it's quite interesting the fact that we didn't see a Porygon 2 brought in there. Maybe a bit of a hint that perhaps it hasn't been brought in this game too, but the Amoonguss does have the direct threat
Hauptstadt Turkmenistan. Ja, das weiß ich nicht.
to evade a Spore, but
Ich weiß zwar einiges, aber viel weiß ich auch
at least can try to
Alles, was
capitalize
mit
off getting
auswendig
damage
lernt,
dealt, but
bin ich
the
nicht
fact
gut.
that
Und dafür kann ich
Incineroar
alles
is out for the count
Handwerkliche.
enables the Hisuian Arcanine to be such a huge threat mid to end game later on.
Yeah, especially if Urine can't keep and sustain that substitute, because if it hasn't got the substitute that it's taken in health is going to cost it probably getting knocked out now without that Intimidate, like you quite rightly saying. Big Protect coming out from the Amoonguss, not wanting to take any damage this turn, but a Grassy Glide into that substitute. It does fade, so no longer going to be protecting that Landorus Incarnate on your side of the field, and the Landorus going for its own substitute on Diego's side.
Lovely play from the Landorus over on Diego, being able to quite nicely predict a protect or defensive play on the Amoonguss. Damage being dealt from the Lando over on Urine side onto the Rillaboom, nearly picking up a KO. Obviously, a negative direct cause of the Assault Vest not being carried on the Rillaboom.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the big problems here. The Sludge Bomb does so much damage here. It is really threatened this next turn from either a Sludge Bomb or a Pollen Pluff. Of course, you can get some last-ditch damage off with a Grassy Glide into that Landorus Incarnate if you choose to do so, but maybe it's worth keeping for later on in this game. Not choosing to do that. Grassy Glide into the Landorus Incarnate.
Trying to follow up with a Sludge Bomb double up, hoping it's enough to pick up the KO. It is not, and you couldn't further boost that with a Poison Terror due to the Steel Terror availability on the Landorus, but it is going to be a bit of a slug, a battle between them. The substitute, though, does actually break. It allows it to be susceptible to a substitute, to a Spore, which it does connect, so really nice sort of disruption play from Urine there.
Yeah, coming back there, really surprised play, probably catching Diego off there, not expecting a Sludge Bomb to come into that slot with the big target on its back, being the Rillaboom, the more obvious play there, but taking and capitalizing off the opportunity, getting rid of the substitute and utilizing the Amoonguss to its maximum potential, putting it to sleep, rendering it useless for this at least next turn. Now the Rillaboom has to be careful here. It can get taken down by a Pollen Puff here. The Landorus on Urine side could switch out, could protect here. You can't really free because it is a little bit risky.
Most definitely is going to be risky. Maybe that additional damage output could be an indication of a modest nature on that Landorus over on Urine side to allow to break the substitute, but it does switch out.
Muss morgen fit
Well
sein.
deserves a rest from all of that.
Für
We do
Quiz.
have Porygon 2
Ich bin bei der
on the
Quiz schon
field.
eingeladen
It
von
does
13
get
bis 15 Uhr.
yet
Morgen sind die
again
Finalmatches.
another special attack boost by the download. It of course does sponge up that damage quite nicely, but the Amoonguss on its side of the field does have the Pollen Puff available to recover it back up to 100% health.
Yeah, now the Porygon 2 in a really great position where it is going to be able to get that
Damit
trigger
weiter
on this
machen.
next
Also wir
turn.
schauen auf jeden Fall heute noch bis zum Finale. Ich bin bei Snox eingeladen zu einem Pokémon-Quiz. Wir schauen auf jeden Fall zum Finale und dann gucken wir mal, wie spät es ist. Vielleicht machen wir noch ein bisschen Alpha oder machen wir heute Feierabend. Mal gucken. Na klar, also es wird auf jeden Fall alles gehen.
Stops you if you're Urine to get a Trick Room set up and be able to threaten those spores under the Trick Room itself. But we're going to have to see
Ich war erst leicht betrunken.
From either side
Und
of the field. The Landorus does
war es auf irgendeiner Seite, die wo Bunter Level 308 Millionen ist und jeden Tag dort 5 Stunden verbringt.
Yeah, it does make it alleviated slightly from the attacks coming out.
Ja, also wahrscheinlich
Obviously, the Terra Blast not going to be an issue anymore because of its steel typing. It does wake up as well, and it does get that all-important substitute to further protect it against any future spores and attacks from this Porygon 2.
That is such a critical wake up in that scenario because the high threat of the Amoonguss with the spores under Trick Room at least can be negated in the meantime prior to the substitute being broken. But having the pivot action going from the Rillaboom into the Okidogi, most likely from the looks of things, allows yourself to once again have that very free.
Können wir darüber reden, dass auf Drain Punch nicht volle AP hat? Dass allgemein nicht komplett AP Pokéball benutzt, das finde ich auch crazy. Was macht Drain Punch?
Dipping in and out of protecting, attacking, just to wear down everything on your own side of the field. Already lost that Incineroar, so the options are quite limited on that side of the field, even though the Trick Room is set up.
And that's sort of the point of what we've been talking about, Lee. This Amoonguss and Porygon 2 duo just seem to have so much sustainability potential. They can both recover, I would say to an extent, whether through switch out or self-recovery. Porygon 2 does have recover, but Amoonguss does have pollen. So if you don't go for a spore, you can at least go ahead and still opt to go for the recovery onto your partner Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely, and that's the big
play here is the fact that you have that recovery,
you can get rid of any initial damage done by both of these Pokemon. I think if you are Pokemon 2, you've got to be very careful. You don't want to fall into the same trap as you did in that first game where you get the knockoff coming out and alleviating that pressure with a huge spore here from the Amoonguss into the Okidogi.
Yeah, Urine not wanting to play around at all. It does lock down that slot. Terra Blast will be targeting the Landorus. Is it enough to break the
Ich hasse dich gekleckert. Ich esse nicht mal was.
In its special attack, so unless
Ich esse nicht mal was. Hallo.
Yeah, that's a huge turn here and showing the power of that download ability, the Earth power coming into the Amoonguss here. There's a big damage taking just below 50% health, but like you say, the Landorus in a really awkward position now where it will be susceptible to protect here, and then you're Diego likely having to pivot in the Rillaboom, so you've got that fake out going into the next turn, so it does give you the opportunity to potentially go for a fake out and then a substitute the next turn. All being well, if you can take another Terra Blast from the Porygon 2 that's sitting on +1 special attack.
And what Urine needs to try to take into consideration is the next couple of turns. Are you going to be able to get Trick Room set up before Diego has that burst damage available to himself to be able to capitalize off of immediate damage potential?
We are going to see the Amoonguss switch out, activate that regenerator ability as the Porygon 2 goes for a Terra Blast into the Okidogi, doing some good damage here, just above that 50% mark. The Okidogi stays asleep for another turn as an Earth Power comes out and caught so well by Urine as the Landorus switches in on that, unaffected by it. Landorus, the big question is it under speed or outspeed?
That is a really good question, actually, and I think we're going to have a bit of a hint potentially in the turn coming up right now, but the situation is as is. We've got the Porygon 2. It seems like it's the main key player in terms of damage output alongside the Landorus. Landorus is in uncharted territory. I think both of these trainers are most likely
Also ich respekte, dass wir viel reden können, auf, also durchgehend. Obwohl halt legit nichts passiert.
Ey, du hast Benny und mich beim Sneaker-Game kommentieren gesehen.
The big thing is, if the Okodogi wakes up, that is huge, because if it doesn't, it probably goes down to an Earth Power from this Landers and Carnage. We are going to see the Amoonguss switch in place of that Porygon 2 now, fully recovered a little bit more from that regenerative ability. A big protect coming out from the Landers and Carnage. Yeah, the Okodogi stays asleep, giving a huge opening for that Landers. Therian gone for the Earth Power, picking up a big knockout from Urine's side of the field. Diego losing a key piece of the puzzle.
That is huge for Urine, even though that Landorus is barely surviving on the slither of health. Most crucially, picking up that Okidogi does allow the Porygon to more breathing room, which is what it needs. Landorus can easily go for a protect to completely ignore a fake out, and the Moongus could also go and try to get a regenerator proc going. However, it needs to still be somewhat threatening the Landorus before it gets another substitute set up.
Yeah, that's the problem. I think the Grassy Glide's such a threat to the Landorus. It really is pressuring it. Yeah, you could switch it out, bring in the Porygon. The knockout threat has gone. But you've got to worry about that sport threat from the Amoonguss here. It could go into the Landorus and Carnage, or you could see even a Pollen Puff just go for that Rillaboom, remove it from the field, try and get it off the field, so then you force out that Hisuian Arcanine and alleviate the pressure from that Grassy Glide pressure as well going forward in the match.
Oh, it seems like Urine opting to at least play a bit more on the safer side, get that Porygon 2 back in on the field, which once again, of course, does get that special attack boost, which is so crucial. It is able to completely scrub off that damage. Spore does connect onto the Landorus. It doesn't go for another protect if it so wanted to, in order to risk that. Has been put to sleep, has taken its mandatory sleep turn, but we know that it seems like Diego's wanted to prioritize keeping that Hisuian Arcanine completely safe in the back.
Yeah, and you don't want to bring that in until the Trick Room has ended. I think that's the big key here for Diego. It needs to stall out this Trick Room, bring it in at the right time to utilize the tools that it has available to take down the remaining Pokemon on your end side of the field. Everything's slower than it, so it is going to be easy for it to come in. Supported right, of course, to be able to do that, but of course, easier said than done. Here we are in the Porygon 2 back on the field. We are going to see a Terastallization, this time from your side of the field. What is it going to be on to? And it is that Porygon 2.
Oh, it is going to be the Poison Terra, which does threaten a lot of definitely a KO onto the Rillaboom. I think it is a bit risky, knowing that the Landorus could wake up. It does not wake up, however.
Aber der Wutter macht jetzt deutlich weniger Schaden.
The Porygon 2, showing why it's such a good defensive play to try to guarantee a Trick Room setup alongside a very neat Pollen Puff.
Aber jetzt kann er nicht Terra Blast gegen Landorus drücken.
And this is looking really good for Urine right now.
Yeah, the Trick Room then going up now with the Porygon 2, and the dimensions twisted for the 5 turns again. Porygon 2 in a great position. What a great Terastallization here from the Porygon 2. Able to take that Woodhammer so well, utilizing the Amoonguss in a position as well to remove that the Rillaboom from the field. Now that is not a threat. Forcing the Hisuian Arcanine out in a really not great situation, right?
Yeah, it's in a bit of an awkward scenario. The fact that it's just come back on to the field with Trick Room available, the Spore can easily just shut that down at least for one turn. Diego was really hoping to get that one turn wait in order to dispatch of the Porygon 2 with an easy focus down and allow him to run away with this set and clinch his spot in the semifinals. But Urine's like, no, I am not going to let you go ahead and do that. I want to be able to go to the semifinals, and I'm going to show you why I am still in the game.
Yeah, and we got the Spore threat onto that Arcanine here because it is choice banded. It can't protect here. It can't even Terastallize to anything that's going to give it any alleviation from this Spore threat. So a big opportunity here to put it to sleep. But if you do that, you are threatened of a wake up from that Landorus and Carnage. It does threaten that now. Poison Terra type, Porygon 2 with super effective damage from that Earth Power.
It's not over just yet. Terra Blast Poison focusing down onto the Hisuian Arcanine, not dealing any sort of respectable damage, if I do say so myself. Does take his mandatory sleep, but the question is, does Landorus wake up?
Yeah.
It does not wake up. So once again in the spot where it's not able to get that damage dealt. However, we are in an awkward scenario for this Porygon 2 where it's hitting resist left, right, and center, so it's not able to picked up, let's say, a 2-hit KO in order to seal this game straight up for Yoran.
Yeah, and that is the problem. I think you really need to reposition, get your Landorus onto the field. It is going to be difficult though, because if you bring your Landorus onto the field, you risk maybe even a stray sludge bomb coming out into that slot, or whatever the Arcanine decides to do. Of course, you do have the Amoonguss position pretty well in this scenario where it can draw in those attacks. Maybe that's what you do. You try and use that Rage Powder, switch in to your Landorus to get it into a spot where it can deal with the Steel type and the Arcanine.
Oh, Ice Beam is dispatched onto the Landorus, looking like a rough 3 to 4 hit KO onto the remaining HP of the Landorus, but there is also another win condition that Yoran has identified, being the timer. However, Sludge Bomb focusing on the Amoonguss doesn't quite hit that 2-shot KO range that it really wanted to do. But like I just mentioned, there is timer, and we know that Yoran has 3 Pokemon available to himself versus Diego's 2.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. The timer will be a huge player here, and it is ticking down very slowly. We are going to see potentially the Landorus fight by Spore again this turn. So does it force Diego to go for a protect? If it does, it plays into the whole thing of the timer here, where Yoran is really clutching at that advantage that he has with his 3 Pokemon.
Es gibt halt einen Main-Timer und du hast halt deinen eigenen Timer. Und solange du deinen eigenen Timer, wenn du deinen eigenen Timer auswählst, hast du safe verloren. Der Main-Timer ist halt 20 Minuten, deswegen glaube ich, dass es erlaubt ist.
Not quite enough to either pick up a freeze due to the sleep or a KO. Arcanine is asleep.
Es gab damals einen, das hat
again, and we're seeing time
das war ein TCG-Spieler und der hat damals online den Guide geschrieben, wenn man am besten Timestallen kann und richtig dreckig gewinnen kann, und der wurde dann überall gebannt.
Das habe ich ja mit in Dortmund
Ja.
And I think that's the big thing, because once that Arcanine does wake up, the grassy terrain's gone now. Once it wakes up, it is going to be able to, you know, easily pick up a knockout onto the Amoonguss and counter-Rationalize. We've had that committed on the Porygon too, so Flare Blitz into that slot will probably be enough to pick up the knockout there. And if you see a Flare Blitz into that slot, and it even switches out the Landorus that is in the back for Yoran enough to easily take that down, dispatch that. We are seeing the Porygon 2 lock in with a recover here, and the Arcanine finally waking up, locking in with that Flare Blitz now into the protect of the Amoonguss.
Into the Amoonguss, whilst the Porygon 2 completely freely goes ahead, gets
War ein sehr starker Protect von Yoran. Aber die Dimensionen sind wieder normal.
Right here, but Yoran does still have some options available, but doesn't have that direct immediate pressure. Arcanine is looking to be in a good spot to try to get that damage that Diego has been chasing.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You need the damage output just isn't there for Yoran, which is the big problem at the moment. We are going to see a Rage Powder from the Amoonguss pulling in all of those attacks from the Landorus. If it can wake up, it does stay asleep, but the Flare Blitz
immer noch, die was so mad.
Is it going to be enough? You would expect so into the Amoonguss, picking up a huge knockout.
Huge knockout, forcing Yoran to his final 2 Pokemon. The critical hit definitely not mattering in that scenario. We know how bulky this Amoonguss is, but it's facing down the Choice Banded Hisuian. Arcanine Trick Room has been set up yet again. Most crucially, we have the Landorus most likely being able to underspeed both of Diego's Pokemon and allow itself to force focus and overpower into either Pokemon.
Yeah, now you're in a great position if you're Yoran. He set this up perfectly where now the Landorus comes in under the Trick Room. Going to be able to dismember the Arcanine, dispatch of it, get rid of it with that Earth Power here, and then utilize the Porygon 2 that's got access to the Ice Beam, and then that recovery, which is just going to be enough to whittle down the remaining Landorus Incarnate that's going to struggle to deal with that Porygon 2.
And neither of these trainers are backing down. They're really trying to put out all the stops and get that advantageous position into the board state.
Nee, ich glaube, er kann einfach Arcanine killen. Ja, das sollte fein sein.
The Earth Power into Hisuian Arcanine, leaving this Landorus down to its final few HP, whilst being susceptible. Even though it does wake up, it does go for the Sludge Bomb into the
Aber jetzt killt Ice Beam.
It's going to be very tough to try to outlast the
Let's go, Maya, let's go.
Of turns of Trick Room.
Yeah, and I think if you are Diego, you've got to do it. You've got to try and go for those protects here, because if you don't, you are in Ice Beam range, and that's all the Porygon 2 needs to do. Get 1 Ice Beam off and close this matchup. Your best chance is to stall out these turns of Trick Room, put yourself in a position. Not going to see it. The Ice Beam coming out, picking up the knockout, and it is taking us to a Game 3.
Game 3, das wird auch noch so lange dauern. Alert everybody, Yoran has been able to go ahead and bring this set back
anderen sind wahrscheinlich schon lange durch. Ne, ein Match ist immer noch offen.
Ja, die spielen halt alle sowas,
Als ob die auch noch spielen. Als ob Tim und David auch noch spielen.
Maybe he took into consideration he doesn't even have enough time to go and scroll down to the protect button in order to dispatch of this Porygon 2.
Not enough time to even select the protect, just locking in with the move as soon as possible. Absolutely down to the wire in that last one, tying this match up. Both players showing how much they want to move on into that top 4. This is incredible. We've got some replays from that last match. The big turn on turn 1 here, where the Earth Power went into the Incineroar, getting rid of it very early on in this game, making it difficult for EUIC to get any momentum here, but managed to do so. That big sludge bomb into the substitute was enough to get rid of it, and then doubling into that slot with the Spore, putting it to sleep, giving EUIC the room to get the Porygon 2 in, get the Trick Room up, and then slowly start clawing this match back.
It's what we were talking about. You need to be able to remove those pivotal points of pieces on either trainer's side in order to allow more wiggle room to get away with things. Earth Power being able to pick up the KO onto the Okie Dokie that had, of course, been put to sleep. Amoonguss really putting out all of the stops there for EUIC with 2 KOs. Or at least not 2 KOs, but that 1 KO of the Pollen Puff into the Rillaboom, which, you know, can be utilized both for your partner Pokemon, but in this case, on a non-Assault Vest, Rillaboom can actually dispatch and get the job done.
Yeah, of course. And, do you think we'll see any switch-ups going into this next game? Of course, game 3, everything on the line here. I think both players may expect either their opponent to bring what they've brought in the last 2 games. Maybe that's where you can get a little bit of an advantage. You can maybe feel that out, bring something that puts you in a better position against what you are seeing brought. Maybe that Chen Pao could be something that you could see from Diego led off with.
I feel like both trainers feel that it's most appropriate to wage in with the same Pokemon, if I'm completely honest, but it's just more so on their mental stamina at this point. Are they going to be able to push through and force their way into the situation, as we do have a bit of a change
Chance darauf, Maya, nicht garantiert.
EUIC has the Porygon 2 and Landorus over on their end versus Diego's Okie Dokie and Landorus of their own. And this is it. This is game 3. After this, we will find out who our next semi-finalist is.
You've got to say it right here that EUIC has put himself in a great position to pressure everything on Diego's side of the field. The Earth Power coming out, maybe forcing a Terastallization if you want to keep that Okidogi on the field, and also the Ice Beam as well from that Porygon 2, because you are protecting your Porygon 2 from that Okidogi with the Earth Power. And the Ice Beam going to really be a detriment to that Landorus, maybe even forcing a Terastallization here. So Diego in a spot where he does need to readjust or make some big moves to get any sort of momentum swing in this first game of game 3.
And I feel like the Rillaboom should likely be the safe switch if it does opt to go for it. However, we have switch up of the Porygon 2 wanting to at least potentially maintain not only its health, but even its Eviolite item. But no switch out of the Okidogi here. Landorus does set up that substitute over on Diego's side.
Oh, stark.
On 5 hit points.
Aber er stirbt am Rocky Helmet.
Will be knocking out that Rocky Helmet only after getting KO'd by its own self.
Ja, ich meine, er hätte auch für einen Kampfmove da gehen können. Aber er wollte den Immunit natürlich auch Pokémon. Das war schon big, das war schon stark von Jordan.
Coming into that slot, and if it does survive the Earth Power, the Rocky Helmet will be enough to get rid of that Okidogi, give him a huge lead. Diego's done well. Let's get that substitute, prioritize that, because it does mean that your Landorus is in a much safer position. And now the Okidogi going down, but the Hisuian Arcanine coming onto the field, and we've seen how threatening that can be in the face of this Amoonguss.
This is a really advantageous position for himself. He could easily try to go for the Terastallization on the Arcanine to allow itself to no longer be susceptible to a one-hit KO from the Landorus. Opt to go for the Rock Slide.
Als ob wir jetzt schon wieder on Stream sehen, wie jemand 1-0 in Führung geht und dann 2-1 wieder trotzdem dann Return verliert. Das wäre crazy.
Yeah, and that's a big thing. I think if you do see the Intimidate coming onto the field now, which is a lot easier now that Okidogi's left the field, it has been
getting rid of, so the Incineroar free to come on, not have to worry about the Guard Dog. Drop that all-important Intimidate onto that Hisuian Arcanine, freeing up the Landorus on your inside of the field.
Oh, starker Earthpower von Diego.
Scouted out by Diego.
Stark.
Picking up the Incineroar as it switches in for your
And all of a sudden, we've already got 2 KOs. One
that
from
gemeldet.
either side in what has been a grueling stall-like switch-up gameplay from these trainers. Rock Slide, single target, but the question is, does it become a
Oh my god! Oh my god!
critical KO onto the Arcanine?
You've got to say
Oh mein Gott, der hätte wahrscheinlich Arcanine hier getötet.
Catching the Incineroar on the switch in and then fishing for the flinch with the Rock Slide, getting it, putting himself in the driving seat in this matchup. It looked bleak after that turn 1.
However, what we need to try to think about is Diego's Pokemon. Are they capable of picking up a KO or perhaps even another flinch on this Porygon 2? It does threaten that Trick Room yet again, something that Urine at this point will likely have to try to wage in on in order to allow the Amoonguss to get those critical spores up later on in the game.
Yeah, and the one thing that you could say is Diego's still got access to Terastallization. We've seen in games 1 and game 2 where leaning on that Steel Terra type for the Landorus, it does give you a bit of alleviation against the Porygon 2 and the threats on that side of the field, but it does make you weaker to the Landorus. Incarnate's moves, we aren't seeing it. Earth Power straight into the Porygon 2.
Dealing so much damage, but the Arcanine Rock Slide does double connect onto both the Landorus and the Porygon 2.
Oh mein Gott! Aber es ist okay, weil kriegt nicht. Oh mein Gott!
Oh
my god.
Flinch preventing the Landorus from getting any attack damage off, but the key thing is the Porygon 2 wasn't flinch. It was able to get through that turn, set the Trick Room up, flip the dimensions, now everything back in Urine's favor where he can capitalize here, go for that Earth Power into the Arcanine, pick up a knockout into that slot and start dealing damage, more importantly, to that Landorus behind the
Frage ist halt, ob Jordan
field.
vielleicht nicht sogar Sludge-Bomb in den Slot gedrückt hat.
Of the Rillaboom coming in order to sort of circumvent that Earth Power KO onto it, but no switch outs here. Landorus goes.
Geht Jordan jetzt auf Earth Power oder Sludge-Bomb?
Try to play straightforward
bitte
here.
Earth Power, bitte Earth Power, bitte Earth Power.
Targeting slots that
bitte Earth Power, bitte.
Recover being so nice for the longevity of this Porygon 2.
Gönn. Ja, stark, stark, wichtig. Der hätte da bestimmt für den Reset.
Gamble there didn't quite work out for themselves.
Oder was vorbei, let's
Not a big
go.
workout there. Maybe thinking that a Sludge Bomb was coming into that slot so could get some additional damage off, but really backfiring here. Diego down to the last 2 Pokemon. Yes, he has got a substitute up on that Landorus Incarnate, but for how long will that keep it safe? You've still got Terastallization to utilize, but do you want to go for it with your Rillaboom? Not really, because it's the Fire Terra type. Do you want to go for it with your Landorus? Maybe it gives you a bit of alleviation from the Porygon 2, but puts you weaker against those Earth Powers.
Exactly, and it sort of feels like Diego may have to try to take into consideration a further substitute play in order to allow his Landorus to negate those spores that may be coming down further the line. Rillaboom, speed interactions here will be interesting versus this very slow Landorus over on Urine's side, but it will be looking to try to get massive amounts of damage if it so can do so.
Will jetzt mit Ice Beam oder Terra Blast in den Landorus
comes in for the Landorus. The fake out coming out into the Porygon 2, a really good move because it isn't going to be able to move this turn as the Earth Power is fired out from the Landorus to get some additional damage onto that Porygon 2. Really respectable damage here, taking it just below 50% health.
Just below 50, however, this Rillaboom can ignore the Amoonguss redirection. It is susceptible to relative super effective Pollen Pulse coming out its side. But the Landorus, right now, it needs to be able to have breathing room to get those very powerful Earth Powers up, but now has to be very critical over the opposing Landorus switch-ins that could be able to completely immunify those attacks.
Yeah, and you don't only have to worry about the spores coming out if the substitute is broken, but the Pollen Puffs that are going to keep that Porygon 2 topped up, which is what we're going to see here. Keeping that Porygon 2 healthy while it deals the big damage necessary to potentially break that substitute and also take down that Rillaboom.
Oh, Ice Beam nearly picking up the KO there. The Woodhammer self-recoil would have likely been able to do so. So Earth Power now bringing it within the range of potentially a grassy glide KO here, Lee.
Potentially, but the grassy terrain recovery there might have just put it out of range here, depending on the damage roll that we'll see going into this next turn. The big thing is, though, the Rillaboom now in a really awkward position where it takes another Pollen Puff from the Amoonguss or an Ice Beam from this Porygon 2, and it goes down, and then it becomes a big turn. Here we go, it does survive the grassy glide. Another big Pollen Puff into that Porygon 2 to keep it healthy, but what does that Landorus do?
The Landorus will not be able to move just yet. The Terra Blast, though, does pick up the KO onto the Rillaboom. Diego's Landorus is not completely out of this situation. If he can pick up a KO, it can better place itself going into this endgame, but it does not. No critical hits, which would have enabled him to do so. We know that the Trick Room turns are now expired, so
Diego hätte schon so viel früher terran müssen.
Landorus switching over your inside based
Ich weiß nicht, warum er es nicht macht.
slot he thinks Diego's gonna target.
Auch die Grassy Terrain Recovery und
just
alles.
rage powder with your Amoonguss at this point and allow the Porygon 2 to
Aber er darf halt auch nicht
then you've
wegen
got that
Earth Power
situation once
Landorus
again where you
wahrscheinlich.
can go for the Pollen Puff the next turn and then start chipping away at the Landorus on Diego's side of the field.
Really nice safe
Jolba
redirection here. It will still
Diego.
be able to survive most likely. Sludge Bomb, of course we know no Poison Terror is available on the Landorus, dealing very minimal amounts of damage. The Trick Room has been set up. This
Joran
is
spielt sie einfach nur clean
domain.
runter.
At the moment he's looking to try
Das ist
to
Jolba.
run through with picking up his semi-final spot.
And it looks like Diego has resigned himself, that there is no way back after that Trick Room has went up. It might be a forfeit locked in here, but the thing is the Porygon 2 is in that position where the Pollen Puff can just keep topping up that Porygon 2. You can only keep the substitute up for so long, and we do see Joran take this game.
Let's go, Joran!
Moving on into top 4 of the EUIC Championships here in London.
Joran being able to sort of make the impossible possible and find a way to reverse, win this set
Ich will jetzt
out
beide
in the way that
Halbfinalmatches
it
sehen
did.
gleich.
There were so many different interactions to take into considerations. We discovered quite a bit there, Lee. There was a lot of speed mechanics to sort of take note of. There are a lot of different side plays that could have been made. The Pollen Puffs, the Spores. There are so many
das kann man ja
different
nicht.
branches they could have gone
Arian
down
spielt
by.
sowieso nicht
The
gerne
fact
auf der
that we
Bühne.
had the team archetypes and compositions being the way that they were made it for the situation where you need to try to get rid of the 1 or 2 critical KOs to allow no switches to get those rotations going.
That was a true blue top 8 match, wasn't it? Really, the blueprint of a top 8 match. What?
Ja, Joris hat gewonnen.
Backwards and forwards, like you say, identifying the speed
Finale in Utrecht hat er auch nicht auf der
positions
Bühne
throughout
gewonnen.
the game. But that pin at the end, where you're unidentified, he was able to get the Trick Room up, get that Porygon 2 next to the Amoonguss, keep utilizing that Pollen Puff to just keep it healthy enough to get rid of the Rillaboom, and then once that was done, the Landorus stood no chance, and I think that was just an incredible game from start to finish. The turn 1 Earth Power into the Okidogi, the switch into the Amoonguss, they're on the helmet, picking up a huge early lead.
Yeah, that's quite tough because you lost the Okidogi, which could have really paid dividends for yourself towards the mid-game, being able to directly threaten the Porygon 2, get that recovery going. Having the guard dog boost as well is always nice when you're going up against such a tight core of the Incineroar cycling with the Amoonguss, but that flinch there, following through with a double flinch, did seem to be huge going into the Landorus, but I feel like the Trick Room being enabled is the key player there that Joran was able to completely take advantage of.
Yeah, if we saw a flinch there on the Porygon 2, I think that would have been game up and Diego would be moving on and not Joran, but thankfully for Joran, the flinch not happening, and then able to get that Trick Room up, get this board position like we're seeing now with the Amoonguss, with that Pollen Puff, able to keep the Porygon 2 topped up and allow it to get the damage up that it needed. Look how close that was to getting knocked out every time with a combination of Grassy Glide and the Earth Power.
Yeah, you
Let's
can
go,
see
Joran, let's go.
Absolutely ecstatic, saying, wow, this is actually, I was able to get through, and in what fashion as well. But we're going to be hearing from the man himself, Joran. So go ahead, Charlie, and take it away.
Trainers here in the venue, how amazing was that? An absolutely incredible match. Congratulations to you, Joran. You must be feeling ecstatic.
Thank you. I'm feeling very happy. I was very nervous, and well, I'm just happy I won.
Yeah, it was such an intense game. The mind games, you were able to keep your cool, calm and collected. Now, I want to talk about that Porygon 2. It was sticking around on the field for so long. Pollen Puff able to heal it back up. How's Porygon 2 been your most valuable Pokemon?
Yes, it survives everything.
Der braucht wirklich Wasser, ja.
Just keep using Recover. The coverage with ice and poison is good. It did a lot of work for me.
If I could get you to hold your microphone just slightly closer to you.
Danke.
Yes, all the covering, all the Pollen Puff, really, really hard to knock out. But in game 1, of course, the Eviolite was knocked off by the Incineroar. Talk to us about how you felt then.
Honestly, I don't really remember that much anymore.
Fair enough. It was hours ago. Yeah. No problem at all. And then the other 2 games, you were just able to set up Trick Room when you needed it, stall it out when you needed it. How crucial was Trick Room for you in this game?
Yeah, it was very important because both the Arcanine and the Landers for my opponent were faster than
Aber ich fühl's komplett, ich weiß auch nicht, was in Game 1 passiert
I could
ist.
do damage to my opponent. So I had to keep getting Trick Room up again and again.
Yes, and you absolutely succeeded in that. And I also wanted to ask about going into Team Preview, see Okie Dokie.
Es ging auch viel zu lange.
What do you think then?
Yeah, that's a Pokemon I haven't really seen before. So I just had to think about how to deal with the Pokemon, on the go. And well, it has the Jolt Vest, so Landers can't OHKO it, but Landers is still very good against it. I just had to be careful with not bringing in it.
Ich habe jetzt richtig aufgeregt, gerade Englisch zu reden.
Because that boosts its attack.
Thanks to the guard dog ability, absolutely. Well, Urian, we're going to let you get ready for your top 4. Congratulations, thank you for joining us. Trainers, we got top 4 coming up very soon.
Haha, Okidoki leider verloren. Echt, Sefis? Ich finde Aurelions Englisch übertrieben gut.
At the Pokémon Center, EUIC, London.
Ach, scheiße, ist die Schlange lang. Das ist halt so crazy. Das ist halt so crazy. Yeah, und das blind war. Niere versetzen, fühle ich. Oh, so viel TCG ist ab. Die haben wirklich alles dort. Aber das Lapras ist so nice. Strong.
Hey trainers, just chilling amongst the cherry blossom down there. Charlie Merriman. I'm here in the land of Kitakami. Absolutely beautiful surroundings.
Ja, was macht der plötzlich in Kitakami?
Area of the event space, we have various booths where you can try out lots of different Pokemon games. See what's for you. Lovely to see a happy wave there. Everyone is so happy to be here at EUIC. Now, if I just cross over this bridge here, it's a lovely little rock pool. Lovely place to chill out. And coming down
das ist schon sehr cool dort.
We've got other areas where you can have a little picnic with your Pokemon, perhaps. And here in this beautiful Kitakami Arch with my pals LeChonk and Horlucha. There's so much going on here that isn't just a tournament. And if we cast our eyes down that way, look at all those booths we have for people to enjoy. We've got Catch 'em. You can throw a ball at a Pokemon and then claim the winner. Tatsugiri fishing booth, trying to hook Tatsugiri out of the water. Ring toss, and then Perrin's photographic adventure. And I have here little tickets that you can use. These are some of the challenges that you'll have to partake in order to claim a prize at the end. So many fun things to get involved in. Participate in the coloring and drawing contest. Get a Pokemon stencil at the painting station and complete all of those 6 things and you'll be awarded with a prize. So even if you're not competing, do come down and join us at one of these Pokemon events because there's a whole host of friends ready to see you.
Ich liebe den Trailer. Der ist so sweet. Hallo, ist auf Klo. Das war so witzig, eben wurde er interviewt und er hat so gefragt, was hast du dir gedacht, als in Game 1 dein Evolit von Polygon 2 genockt wurde? Und er schaut so und sagt so, ich weiß echt nicht mehr, was in Game 1 passiert ist.
Finde ich gut, finde ich sehr gut.
Das Game ging einfach zu lange.
Oh, fair enough. Bis gleich, Level. Würde er es schaffen oder würde er ins Klo fallen, um die Wetten abzugeben? Ah, so süß. Wie so ein Süßli. Einfach Eisheitsche Pokémon, fair enough.
Hello trainers and welcome back to EUIC. Hope you've been here with us all day long because the action has been electric. But we're not done
normalerweise sind wir mit meiner Family mal einmal im Jahr nach London gefahren. Aber mein Dad ist seit dem Brexit ein großer London-Kritiker. Ja.
That's the thing, Lee and Costa were able to guide you through the amazing top 8 matches, but now we are down to only 4 remaining competitors battling it out to become the European International Champion.
Finale, ding dong.
And we have such a great
variety
of things here, looking at the players and the achievements that they've gotten in the past, or you know, the breakout performance. And I think that's really, really exciting when we're looking at a competition as large as this one.
That's the thing, particularly in the 2023 to the 2024 season, we've seen so many veterans
ja, das stimmt, ja, und ich glaube, die werden auch selber sehr hart merken, was sie da angerichtet haben, ne? Aber ja, hätte man vorher wissen können.
Kind of enthusiasm that they have to be able to go all the way in these competitions.
And while we're getting our players ready, well, there's other reasons to be watching the stream as well, and we do have some giveaways for you. First off, Marco Silva, this Iron Hand. We're maybe not seeing it in this upcoming match, but it has definitely made an appearance out there in the field today and can be putting out the most pressure.
Ich habe Shiny gehört habe, wenn ich weg war. Arbeiten war wundervoll, Arbeiten hat sehr viel Spaß gemacht. Aber es hat meinen Stolz so sehr gekränkt, dass ich es nicht letztes Mal zu Ende gebracht habe, was ich angefangen habe. Ich glaube, die haben das schon gemerkt, vor allem die Verloren. Ja, ist ja so. Daher, eine Freundin von mir hat jetzt wegen Studium ein Auslandsjahr in London bzw. Birmingham, glaube ich, gab. Und sie hat erzählt, dass auch die Stimmung in London selber gegenüber dem Brexit sich etwas verändert hat, sagen wir es mal so.
100%. And of course, it's not just those two, but even just by watching, you could be earning. Pokemon Go, there's a variety of Twitch drops are happening. We have items as well as Pokemon.
Yes, the Pokemon Go is absolutely taking off right now. They're running through their losers bracket, finding out who will also be in their championship Sunday. But we have to determine ours here on the video game side of things. So the first top 4 is fast approaching. Sierra, I'm so excited for this one. The caliber of players has been so incredible.
Ihr müsst wissen, wir sehen richtig oft Katzen, die einfach genau aussehen wie Timo. Aber
everything is on the
Nein, warum spielt er jetzt Nils gegen Jaren? Also okay, ich hätte gerne ein Finale zwischen Nils und Alex.
Okay.
Aurelian Sula, someone we've talked about all weekend, unfortunately taking the loss, but understandably so when you're looking at Nils on the opposing end.
Okay,
yes, this was an absolutely stacked tournament.
Okay, wir haben 3 Europäer und einen, also Tim, USA, der hatte nichts zu suchen. Das ist eine Europameisterschaft.
USA-Leute raus.
USA-Leute raus.
Boah, wer hasst
the
sowas?
reigning NAIC champion. He's been runner-up at EUIC previously in 2018.
Ich will, dass
So he
Ikea
knows
gewinnt.
what it takes to be able to
Ich will auch
get
das, also
to
Nils
that
ist
grand
mein
final to
Main
Championship Sunday,
Favorite.
but is he going to be able to go one
Danach
step better than the
Joran
previous
oder
EUIC record?
Alex.
Well, he definitely has shown he can stand up to the pressure, whereas opponents on the opposing end, Tim Edwards, this is totally uncharted
Hier, genau.
territory.
NAIC hatte Alex gewonnen, genau. Er hat Nordamerika, also NAIC 2023, aber er hat noch irgendwas krass gewonnen. UK National Champion. Lyon hat der Regional damals gewonnen. Und World's Top 8 wurde er 2019.
Honestly, this is a chance to take it one step further.
Aber Tim ist auch krass. Der hat noch nichts geschafft, außer Toronto Top 32 und ist jetzt hier Top 4 bei der Europameisterschaft. Das ist crazy. Das ist halt so ein Michi, weißt du? Und Alex hat halt das World's Top 8, NAIC Champion und so weiter. Das sind krasse Erfolge. Beide, ja.
Sometimes it's your tournament, sometimes it's your day, and everybody has to have that breakout performance at some point before they can start being one of these players that we talk about. So being able to follow Tim Edwards' journey so far has been really, really exciting. Though it definitely hasn't been easy, and it won't proceed to be easy. And taking a look at the teams here, another reason this won't be easy. These are some common teams that we've seen because these are the strongest Pokemon that we have. And we have had the privilege of being able to watch both Tim and Alex through various matches this weekend. And Tim earlier gave us that absolute showdown against the cornerstone Ogerpon, showing that the consistency of these 6 Pokemon that we've seen everywhere in the meta really are tried and tested to withstand even the wildest surprise from an Ivy Country in the cornerstone. And even from both trainers here, we get to see some repeat Pokemon, but I'm specifically looking at the Raging Bolt here in the matchup. Because this is something that there is a couple of different ways it can be built out, and we do see that these Raging Bolt, although quite similar, do have fundamental differences that, hey, it could be paying off huge in this match. That could be the key difference right there. The momentum that Raging Bolt can get up to, particularly if it goes with those calm minds, can be staggering. And if we dive a little bit deeper as well, another Pokemon of interest is the Urshifu Rapid Strike. We've seen a lot of them rocking that Choice Scarf, but Tim has opted for the Focus Sash to give it a little bit more longevity on the field, particularly as the fact that you can protect, can maybe try and position the board to provide a little bit of support with something like an Incineroar or a Rillaboom providing that fake out to allow Urshifu a safer way to go for those surging strikes. And being able to have an Urshifu that can protect itself at this focus sash, so you can survive one hit, especially when there is things like Rillaboom and Raging Bolt that can threaten you so much. Really makes things difficult, because now this is committed to a double hit coming out from Alex. If you want to take care of this Urshifu here, and hey, if you're double targeting into a Pokemon and it protects, it can throw you so far behind. Pokemon is another one I want to talk about. Sometimes we get to see that we do have a follow me, some redirection coming out. Instead,
und Uffe Axelsen ist einfach erster Seed. Der hat kein Game verloren, der ist 11-0-4 gegangen.
Ja, aber das ist halt auch
Uffe Axelsen. Was ist eigentlich mit den Skandinaven los hier? 4 Skandinaven in der Top 8 im PCG. Hier haben wir nur Nils. Skandinaven sind cracked in PCG.
Get to see a lot of the same key pieces here, but a little bit of changes. But instead of the Flutter Mane, it's going to be the Qian Pao. So attacks coming out from something like this Rillaboom and this Urshifu Rapid Strike will be doing more because of the Sword of Ruin, lowering the defense on the opposing end. Raging Bolt as well, instead of that leftovers to try and be gaining that health turn and turn again, is instead going to be the booster energy. Could either be the speed or that special attack here at this point. Incineroar as well. Sure, there is the coverage over on the opposing end to hit into a ground move, but it has the Shuka Berry to make sure it can get through that hit. I think the way Will-O-Wisp on the Incineroar is going to be critical as well. If you look at Alex's one here, there's a lot of targets on Tim's side that you can go for. Pokemon like the Rillaboom, Pokemon like the Urshifu. However, you also have physical attackers, Ogerpon and Incineroar, with those fire types, will not be affected by that. So in contrast, the way Tim has the Will-O-Wisp on his Incineroar, there's a lot more that can be hit on Alex's side. And I said, hey, instead of Flutter Mane, we have Qian Pao. What I really should be talking about is that opposing Ghost type here in the Golden Go here. This one will be the leftover setup with the Nasty Plot, trying to get those special attack boosts so you can take big advantage of the Make It Rain Shadow Ball and hit very, very powerful attacks into the end. I do think it'd be hard pressed in this matchup, but I think it is a key difference to call out that, hey, this is the Pokemon, since it is something we've seen throughout the tournament.
We've seen it run away with matches. If you get that nasty plot set up, and who knows, even if you get 2, then it really can steamroll through opponents. And Tim needs to make sure that he doesn't allow Alex to gain that momentum. It's not like you can even taunt away those nasty plots. Lotus gold ability stops those status boosts from coming into effect, but you do have a lot of offensive pressure with your fire-type Pokemon, the Oakmon, the Incineroar, and even, you know, that cheeky stomping tantrum can come through. The issue is if it does go for that Terra Fairy type.
One thing is, though, is if you are expecting those Pokemon over on Tim's end, that means he is going to be dropping something else, and we do like to see the Rillaboom Incineroar comboed a lot of the time, but it's time to get into our first top 4 match here at EUIC. Raging Bolt.
Ja, wir haben Fake Out und Call My Raging Bolt gegen Call My Raging Bolt.
Alex is going to be going up against the Incineroar on Tim's end. Give it up for our Masters top 4 matches, and no surprises here. There is a Fake Out apiece with Incineroar and Rillaboom paired up with those Raging Bolts. Raging Bolt now in prime position to try and go for something like the Calm Minds. And this Raging Bolt over on Alex's end, it is going to be the special attack. So it does have a way to be dealing a little bit more damage off the get-go. So you can be going for the setup, you get the Calm Mind so you can have that special defense boost, but you're not hard-pressed to, okay, well, if I need to have that attack right now, that you have to go for it. And that's going to be one of the differences to look out here for the Raging Bolt. Fake Out's over on each end as well. Alex does have the upper hand in the fact that Rillaboom's Fake Out will be faster than the Incineroar.
That does give Alex a lot of momentum, like you said, has the respite, doesn't have to worry about necessarily going for the Calm Mind, but we're going to see some sparkling terrestrialization fresh out of the blocks here in top 4. It is going to be that
Raging Bolt gehen, dann wird es ein Timeout.
Of that fairy typing. Don't want to be on the wrong side of a Dragon Pulse coming out from the opposing Raging Bolt, and Fake Out means no setup for Tim's Raging Bolt, but it's just going to be the Fake Out traded onto the Raging Bolt. So you get the terrestrialization out, and that's going to be the
Also, Chat, du hast Pokémon so Waffeln mitgebracht. Da sind so Sticker drin. Einmal der hier und einmal das hier. Und da sind so Sticker drin, deswegen machen wir die jetzt auf. Ich mach zuerst das hier auf. Das ist auf jeden Fall der Anime. Ich habe mitbekommen, dass es irgendwie so random, das ist Kay, glaube ich, erzählt, so eine random Terra Shiny Rayquaza und plötzlich mal Anime gab.
Okay. Also es gab das und es gab eins, da waren die ganzen Protagonisten drauf. Und dieser eine
ja.
Aber fand ich halt nicht so cool wie das.
Get Timeout.
For the Raging Bolt on Alex's end as well. This is so safe because you know that each one of them has the Dragon coverage move, and if you're going for something like a Calm Mind, it can't be Thunderclap. You turn into the Incineroar, critical hit, doesn't necessarily feel like it. We'll see if that damage matters down the line, but a chance now for Alex to pivot.
Yes, the faster Pokemon in the form of Rillaboom leaving the field first, and Alex now able to bring in a Pokemon from the back to apply a little bit more pressure to this opposing Raging Bolt.
Es gab Glurak!
Throwing the Intimidate down, but critically, Fake Out back
Nein,
on
es
the
ist
field to stop it.
Ach so, die ist Metagross.
Even if it
Polo.
utilizes one this turn, it then can't use that extra boost for damage.
Ich glaube, Glurak ist so die Backside.
Guck mal, wir haben Holo Metagross gezogen. Cool, das geht ganz
to get another special attack boost and a special attack and a special defense boost over on his Pokemon, matched by the one on Tim's end. Notably as well, to start things off, it was Alex's that did move first, but it will be a pivot from Tim as well. Parting Shot will bring that now to just that +1.
Exactly, really trying to negate some of the pressure that the opposing Raging Bolt is having, as well as pivoting these Pokemon in and off the field. The thing is, however, if you are dropping down those special attacks, there's not a lot you can do to the special defense, which I think is wise, considering the fact that Tim has a lot of physical attackers. He's not going to worry about that too much.
And now with the Rillaboom coming back in, it is yet again a tale of the Fake Outs, but now the faster one over on Tim's end of the board. And you can see here that there's 2 different paths. You might want to stop the Incineroar so that your Raging Bolt can be setting up and you don't have to worry about the Fake Out. But if you do, well then Alex can just go for the Calm Mind over on his own. And it's going to be a really dangerous game if you can let one Raging Bolt set up more than the other, because that is what's going to cost you in the end.
Ultimately, that Protosynthesis boost could be what gives Alex this advantage, because we've seen
da stehen jetzt beide auf beiden Seiten.
very slow and steady consistency, almost where the trainers are
Furie
hesitant
blitzt
to be the first one to break
und wollen
and
sich
deal
mit
that
Gedankengut
damage. Fake Out,
hochboosten.
yes, it causes flinching, but it's not going to be able to get a lot of damage on the ball, particularly with that grassy terrain. The Raging Bolt on Tim's side, though, is being allowed to go for another Calm Mind here.
Second one stacked up for Tim. No Fake Out on the opposing end. Could be a Parting Shot instead to start dealing it down. So negate it. All right, your special defense.
Jetzt ist der eine von Rillaboom auf Incineroar gegangen. Und der ist von Incineroar auf Rillaboom gegangen. Und jetzt Fake Out die ganze Zeit hin und her. Der den Raging Ball zuerst gewinnt. Ja, und jetzt ist er wieder zurückgewechselt in sein anderes Fake Out Pokémon. Und Fake Out und Raging Ball wieder.
Aber ich will gar, also das ist noch als ausführende Person natürlich ziemlich witzig. Aber diese Nerven, die beiden spielen müssen, man sie glaubt, es ist einer jetzt einen Fehler macht,
Die müssen das perfekt spielen. So, er U-turnt jetzt, damit er jetzt sein anderes Fake Out Pokémon wieder reinholen kann.
Wenn einem Ausführung fehlt oder verpackt, einfach over.
But you still are at a +1 special attack over Tim's Raging Bolt because of that photosynthesis booster energy to be kicking things off. But you have to be so careful with the pivots and fake out onto the Rillaboom to make sure no U-turn out and no
So, jetzt wurde er gefake-outet. Und jetzt meint er dafür. Und jetzt geht Tim für Kehrtwende, also für U-turn, damit er nämlich wieder sein Fake-out-Pokémon reinholen kann.
Raging Bolt, because it's not like your own
Ja,
Raging Bolt can attack it.
Mhm.
It's got Dragon Pulse, that's not going to be affected by the Fairy types, and unless you're going to see lots of Thunderclaps going around, then there really isn't a way to deal damage to it. So you're always going to be relying on that partner Pokémon.
Ah nee,
At the same
er hat
time,
das Rillaboom gefake-outet, damit das Rillaboom das Dings nicht fake-outen kann.
Thank you, Tim, so much for opening up and looking at the menu. So you keeping
Und jetzt gehen die für U-turn und für U-turn, damit sie wieder ihren Fake-out-User reinholen können. Und die anderen kommen meinten weiter.
Necessarily taking too much damage, and since we did drop that dragon type, the wood hammers from the opposing end would be hitting just for a neutral point at that. So now we got
wenn die das andere Halbfinal-Match jetzt dafür streamen, aber da nicht, wenn es jetzt offline gespielt wird und das hier streamen, dann wäre ich so mad. Dann wäre ich so mad, wirklich.
I think it's really going to come down to this face-off of who's going to be able to bring out the Incineroar and get that fake out down again. Both trainers really thinking through these turns. Rillaboom on Tim's side is able to go for that U-turn, does do a significant
So, er geht jetzt hier für U-turn, damit er nämlich wieder sein Fake-out-Pokémon reinholen kann.
Could be where things start to get a little bit dicey. The Ogerpond's also in the back, but Tim still hesitant to bring it in, doesn't want to reveal that information, and is quite complacent here, bringing in the Incineroar, knowing that
das damit nur rechnen können, dass er hier Incineroar reinholt.
Aber der eine hat alle Pokémon in Training, also ist der
So, der geht jetzt für U-turn, damit er tatsächlich sein Fake-out-Pokémon rausholen kann. Wirklich. Mag es kaum glauben. Damit hat niemand gerechnet. Das ist genau dieselbe Waffe.
All these little bit of damage will eventually add up though, and you know, even at the end of the day, if we don't, there is a timer on the board and we might see that.
Okay, jetzt nur die Rückseite. Warte, hol erst noch raus, noch nicht zeigen.
Goes down, however, wake up well, we've got a KO
echt,
on the
ist
board.
das?
The
Ist
Dragon
Pilfer
Pulse
mit in der Collection drin? Warte, ist noch oben.
Achso,
ja, ist ein Pilfer-Sticker.
Oh, der ist ja
Ist ja süß, ja.
Das ist der Pilfer-Sticker.
K.O. Oh, ja, die töten jetzt halt alle nach und nach, die da stehen.
Und die Rückseite von dem Sticker ist auch so süß.
Ja, genau dasselbe.
Ja, und hier ist der andere Sticker up close.
But that is definitely a blow, considering that Alex can't just go back to the pivoting game, and you all of a sudden lost a big piece to that.
Exactly, your flexibility on how you pivot your Pokemon in and out is now dwindled down. Rillaboom has this utility to go for another fake out, maybe try and go down into that Raging Bolt so it cannot attack it with another one of those Dragon Pulses, but at the same time, if you don't go for fake out into the opposing Incineroar, you're enabling it to be able to go for a parting shot and switch out and just keep this steamrolling, revolving door of Pokemon on Alex's side.
When you're looking at Tim, though, that is something that you can try and make those reads for. So you want to make sure that, hey, if I'm predicting we'll see the Rillaboom come back in, can target into the slot. And if you feel that you have enough special attack on your side, then you can also try and target in. If the Incineroar will be swapping out, we see that it was a fake out targeted into the Raging Bolt, and it will be
Raging Bolt ist ja jetzt bei beiden Seiten schon auf plus 3, 4, oh, er geht im Dienst raus.
Rillaboom targets down into that opposing Raging Bolt, not wanting it to go for any of those Dragon Pulses. Even though it has the Assault Vest, it has a little bit of respite. But the Raging Bolt on Tim's side on the full out offensive.
Ich schmeiß jetzt halt nach und nach einfach alles weg und irgendwann werden da Raging Bolt gegen Raging Bolt stehen. Und dann wird einer von denen irgendwann quitten. Und dann gewinnen.
And now you still have your pivoting pieces for Alex, and Incineroar you can bring it back in, get Intimidate onto the Rillaboom, and have your own fake out.
Junge, OBM wenn die jetzt das Match von Nils deswegen nicht streamen und die jetzt offstream spielen, da wäre ich so mad. Das wird ein Struggle-Angle. Das ist jetzt schon ein Struggle-Angle. Ach so, aber ja. Außer jemand crittet halt, ne? Warte, haben die beide nur Thunderclap OBM? Moment. Ach so, ich dachte, die hätten wenigstens T-Bolt. Ja, das ist vorbei. Das ist wirklich ein Struggle-Angle.
It could be a way to get the knockout. And at this point, fake out into the Raging Bolt. Understandable. Fair. You turn into the
so, und jetzt schmeißt er der Ogapon rein und jetzt steht Ogapon am Drachenpuls.
This will force the final Pokemon in over on his end. We know what it is. It's a Heart Flame Ogapon, but first chance for Alex to adjust.
And this is good information for him as well. Being able to force Tim's hand to expose what those cards are in his back pocket shows that he is in control of this match. The
Man muss dazu sagen, Alex hat jetzt noch 3 Mons. Also selbst wenn es ein Struggle-Angle wird, glaube ich sogar schon fast eher, dass Alex es gewinnt.
Raging Bolt almost back up to full, will be back up to full after the grassy terrain and the leftovers recovery. The pieces surrounding getting slowly but surely whittled around.
The thing with the Raging Bolt, however, is if we do get down into this kind of awkward stalemate between the two Pokemon, as I said earlier, they don't really have a way to hit each other except for the Thunderclaps, that priority move, and that can lead to a very interesting endgame where the trainers are just trying to play these mind games and try and get this longevity on the field. Rillaboom has the chance to now go for one final fake out on Tim's side in this game 1.
Stimmt, es gibt ja einen 20-Minuten-Timer, yeah. 3 mal 20 Minuten habe ich jetzt richtig Bock drauf.
Dragon Pulse into that Incineroar, get the KO, and even if you want to switch something in like the Rillaboom, that's still going to have to take that damage.
Especially since the Rillaboom did take a significant chunk. Since it does have the Assault Vest, you'd have to see exactly how much would be dealt in on the switch in, but at the same time, then it would also bring Alex down to 2 pieces. You would have a fake out on the next time around, but that is still tough. And when your Incineroar is also really low, I don't know if you can risk it.
Ja, Richard ist der Erstkampf, steht
A little bit more damage into that Raging Bolt and the flinch on this turn. Is Dragon Pulse into the Incineroar already low, will now settle the score to a piece.
Very easy knockout there, and once again these trainers bringing the Raging Bolt and now the Rillabooms onto the field to close out this endgame. Rillaboom just gaining a little bit more recovery from that grassy terrain, as is the Raging Bolt, and depending on how many more turns this grassy terrain is in play, it's not going to be a
Er ist schon lower, hat aber jetzt noch seinen Fake-Out zur
come back in
Verfügung.
and reset that. So eventually the damage is going to start stacking up.
And the thing too, once that grassy terrain is gone, it will only be the Raging Bolt over on Tim's end that will get that consistent recovery, since it is the booster energy over on Alex's end. And now you do have a little bit more of a health advantage on Tim's end, since both your Pokemon are full at this moment. And if we are looking at those micro little differences that you're going to be chipping away, every part of that matters. If you are worried though, I mean, Alex did have that little bit of advantage with the fact you did get that extra special attack boost because of the booster energy, and that damage will matter as well. Fake out first will be the first move into the Raging Bolt.
Rillaboom first here though, able to go for that Woodhammer. That's big damage onto the opposing Raging Bolt. Is going to have to take a little bit of recoil though, and that could be detrimental as the Dragon Pulse connects down. Not enough to get the knockout
Und das ist jetzt nämlich ein bisschen wild.
The Assault Vest, so critical in this moment, not being able to bring Tim
Weil
down
theoretisch
to just
gesehen
his final
kann
Pokemon,
Alex jetzt
and a
noch
lot of
einen
damage
Woodhammer
dealt into
rausbekommen.
that Raging Bolt. Around a recovery for the house here, a second one for the Raging
Weich,
Bolt
ja?
over on Tim's end, but surely that damage is going to be crucial. Alex does have an
Außer
opportunity
geht
to
halt
try
für
and match that
Thunderclap.
though.
Alex
muss
also
schon
can
fast
now go for
Thunderclap
something
gegen
like the
Rillaboom
Thunderclap
drücken.
into that opposing Rillaboom, try and get the knockout before Rillaboom's able to go for that priority,
Dragon
but the
Pulse
grassy terrain
den.
is still in effect.
Und
Yes, and that's where we can see
er
something
hat
like
noch
the
Grassy
Grassy Glide
Glide.
coming out. Since if you try and Thunderclap into
Muss er
something
nicht auf
that
Grassy
already
Glide
has
gehen?
that priority move,
Theoretisch.
that could be difficult. You did
Ist
bring
jetzt
the
die
Raging
Frage,
Bolt
ob
down low. You do deal a little
was
bit of
Alex da
extra
macht.
damage with the help of that Grassy
Geht er
terrain
für
boost and
Thunder,
that
weil Thunderclap
Grass-type
funktioniert
move.
nicht gegen Grassy
And
Glide
if
nicht.
you're scared for the Thunderclap, well then you just got to go for that one either way.
Yeah, you don't really have a choice at this
Okay,
point.
geht nicht für
Rillaboom going in for
Thunderclap
that
und der
grassy
lebt noch.
glide, not enough to be able to get the knockout as the Thunderclap
Geht
does
für
come through
Thunderclap,
for
aber ein
one
Raging Bolt?
They're really starting to
Wait.
line up their sights against each other as the Woodhammer follows up, but again, not enough
Okay,
to
Moment.
Really hoping with that double up with the thunderclap into the Raging Bolt first that it was going to be doing the damage.
Ich glaube, Alex verliert es.
Get rid of it right on the spot.
Alex hat verloren.
After that survival will take down the Rillaboom on Alex's
hat, glaube ich, gehofft, dass damit Dings killt. Crazy.
And the grassy terrain still in effect here for the moment, making it very easy for this Rillaboom to be able to go through and connect. This makes things very, very dicey for the... Oh, it doesn't. It's gone. It's gone.
Ah, nee, es ist gone. Oh mein Gott.
A bit more difficulty here for Tim.
Wait.
Looking at this though, Alex, it is a 2v1.
Nee.
We have seen the priority on the Raging Bolt. Yes, we do have multiple special defense boosts.
Good, never mind.
Alex tries to target into the Raging Bolt, the
never mind.
Take care of it, and vice versa. You're kind of checkmate in this situation.
Jetzt, nee, also ist schneller.
So it's a tough one. Even if you do just try
Aber
to play
Thunderclap funktioniert nicht gegen Thunderclap.
In the end, you've already just taken so much damage.
Muss hoffen, dass Rillaboom nicht killt mit Thunderclap hier.
It's a tough
Alex
one.
Muss Thunderclap
really well played by both of these
drücken.
trainers, though. And the fact that we got to see so much setup, so much deliberation going on forward in this, I mean, like I said, we're in for the long haul.
I think the 2v1 situation, though, does give Tim a lot of momentum here. You see the Protect come through on Alex's Raging Bolt. That Raging Bolt is, you know, just trying to maybe see a little bit what Tim is doing, maybe try and scout out what exactly Rillaboom wants to do, as well as burning through one of those Thunderclap moves on the opposing side. I mean, Alex also has to start thinking towards the rest of the set. The issue here is you're enabling the Raging Bolt on Tim's side to get a little bit more recovery as well, making it even harder for a Thunderclap on the opposing Raging Bolt from Alex to get that knockout.
I think it's more so thinking about how you're going to be dealing with this in the game too. I don't see an out here at this moment, especially with the health regeneration. It could be
kann Thunderclap nicht abpistolen. Wobei doch.
Something crazy going on from Tim. It is just a safe double up into this.
Das ist actually smart von Alex gerade.
Recovery over on Alex's end here. And when you're looking
Weil muss irgendwann Dragon Pulse drücken gegen Alex. Und dann kann halt Thunderclap.
Because it was both trainers breaking first, and it was Alex to get the upper hand with the KO. But that damage that Tim was able to do earlier on into things like the Rillaboom really just kind of paved that way down the line.
Alex geht gerade Richtung Timeout. Aber hat Alex mehr Leben als Tim?
To get those Carmine set up, and both being so methodical and calculated with the way that they're switching in their Incineroar and their Rillabooms. You can see Alex trying to go for the double protect here, but to no avail. The one thing it does stop is that Thunderclap, but there's no stopping the Rillaboom in its tracks. It's able to go for this Woodhammer and get the knockout, forcing the game 2 situation here. So congratulations to Tim winning game 1. And it really did come down to the fact that Tim went on that offensive very, very quickly.
Both did, but a difference in the Pokemon that were being brought out and how they were pivoting.
Ich glaube, Alex konnte nicht mehr gewinnen wegen dem Timer, ne? Weil Tim mehr Leben hatte.
I think that there was a lot of different factors that went into it. Again, I think one of the biggest one is just the amount of damage that Tim was able to output, whereas Alex wasn't able to have that full recovery going on. And Alex has to be looking to that.
Also ich glaube, Tims Raging Bolt hatte mehr KP. Das heißt, hätte so oder so immer verloren. Aber irgendwann hätte er...
I want to just slow this down a little bit more because the beginning of the match was very slow, then it got very, very quick, and it kind of was hard to keep track of a few different things. But I think the one thing that really stood out to me, as you mentioned, was the last Pokemon that was there. The Urshifu on Alex's side was so underwhelming. I think it really missed having a Focus Sash to be able to take that Dragon Pulse there. And I think going into this next game...
Nein, das kann man ja gar nicht vergleichen. Beim Fußball, wenn ich mir Fußball anschaue, dann weiß ich, dass ich das nicht besser kann. Das hier kann ich auch nicht besser, aber ich verstehe wenigstens was von. Alex hatte Booster. Der hat Booster Energy. Okay. Ja, dann sowieso egal.
I can't imagine though with the swap into the Urshifu that Alex ever thought it was a safe swap. I feel at that point it's preserving different key pieces that you have in the Incineroar and that Rillaboom to still be able to have that pivot and the fake out potential, because that fake out is what was keeping the Raging Bolt in check over in the opposing end. And this is when you're looking at Tim. Because Tim also had that swap into the Heartflame Ogre Bond that just got cleanly cleared off of the board there. But it was then a pivot that allowed something else to be coming in safer. It does feel bad when that's how the Pokemon falls in this battle. So if you can find any other utility from it would definitely feel really, really nice. But I do think that the Rillaboom, Incineroar, Raging Bolt is that 3 that need to be showing up.
Yeah, my eyes are kind of looking at the golden go here, wondering if there is any utility to bring it in, try and go for those nasty plots, gain some momentum, and set up with that Pokemon as opposed to the Raging Bolt. You can then apply pressure with the Make It Rain if the opposing Raging Bolt does want to go for that Terra Fairy. The issue is those Calm Minds boosting up the special defense as well, and you can go for parting shots all you like. That special defense is still going to be in play and detrimental to the pressure the Golden Go wants to inflict. Pressured in the matchup, but it would pressure the Raging Bolt in return since you do have access to something that, hey, if it all of a sudden goes into that Terra Fairy, you have these powerful Make It Rains. If it doesn't,
ich habe nicht gegen ihn gewettet, ich habe für ihn gewettet.
Side is just gonna go absolutely nuts with those Dragon Pulses. So it definitely is a risky investment going on forward, but it is definitely a possible one. It's whether you want to be taking that risk here in top 4, game 2, when you're one match away from potentially ending the run. It's going to be Rillaboom, Raging Bolt yet again, Raging Bolt, and Incineroar for Tim.
I've seen these leads before, Sierra, bringing in the consistency from these trainers, knowing that their leads in the first game were strong. They give that amazing supportive options to the Raging Bolt, and then do allow it to try and get those Calm Minds set up once the Fake Outs have, of course, been burnt.
Of course, yet again, booster energy reminder, special attack boost for Alex. So when you're looking at the damage trading down the line, a little bit of an advantage over on his end. And this is how we saw turn 1 of
Das Ding ist, Alex verliert immer, weil keinen Leftovers auf seinem Raging Bolt hat.
A way to be stopping the Raging Bolt on the opposing.
I really wouldn't be surprised to see the same slow and steady approach from these
Booster
trainers, just
Energy,
trying to wait
Assault
for the
Vest oder Leftovers, aber aktuell spielen eigentlich fast alle
It could be
Leftovers.
that one turn where they maybe don't go for the Fake Out,
Auf dem
call the
Calm
ultimate
Mindset.
bluff, and then go for some big damage just to get it in early doors. But
Der
I
ist
think
halt,
critically,
der
the
ist
setup of these
bulky,
Raging
der
Bolts is
ist
so crucial to being
stark, der ist, hat eine Prio, der kann sich setupen, der kann alles irgendwie
Get a heads up move on this pivoting and make a big call that could be paying off in spades, but it's also what could be putting you that one turn behind and really easily then lose out in this Raging Bolt mirror because you cannot disrespect it. So not surprised. Again, we're gonna see the beloved, the cherished, little heart on top, Raging Bolt coming out.
You've got to, right? When you're facing down against a potential Dragon Pulse, it just makes so much utility. But there is no Terrestrialization on Tim's side. Doesn't have to worry about it, though. You're not going for the Terrestrialization so you're on your side, and you're going for the Fake Out into the other one, so you don't have to worry about the Dragon Pulse. A very, very neutral turn. But critically, very similar to how it was in Game 1, Alex is now kind of already committed to the Terra, whereas Tim does still have options.
It was funny, in game 1, it was actually swapped order around, but now Alex going ahead and committing that on the first turn. We're going to see the second turn submit because...
Why not, right?
Well, you can't not. You will lose if you're not terrestrializing this Raging Bolt and allowing it to potentially be taken down by the opposing end.
Yeah, we're not breaking tradition here or trying to shake up the meta too much. Let's just go for the Terra Fairy on this adorable Raging Bolt. That said, once it starts getting those Calm Minds up, it's going to be a little less to face down on the battlefield. I think one key thing for these trainers is to just stay calm and composed. Go for those parting shots, go for those U-turns, and just keep trying to get your Pokemon in a position where they can start to go for those Dragon Pulses. You need to make sure that at a point, though, where it's going to be doing enough damage. The Assault Vest on these Ridobooms are very real, and they can stop you from getting the knockouts.
I'm curious if we're going to see as much setup from these two trainers as we ought to see in that Game 1, or if someone's going to break a little sooner and trying to do the damage they need. Rillaboom already going for that damage into the Raging Bolt. But that'll be damage that stacks up. First Calm Mind coming out, Alex is end of the board, +1 to the special attack and the special defense, but it will be matched in tune from the one over on Tim's end. We very consistently at this point, I believe, seen Alex's always move first, so even though it is this booster's special attack and not speed, I do think this one might be trained to be just a little bit faster in this parting shot. It will bring down to just that special attack now at this point.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's kind of got the best of both worlds. The booster energy
Tim hat halt Leftovers und der wird auch gewinnen.
Anyway, so it doesn't have to have that investment in this particular matchup. Very useful coming into this top 4 game. Tim now has the position, though, to bring in a Pokemon from the back, and you can see he's brought the exact same Pokemon as he did to Game 1. It was the victorious set for him, but also it does enable him to keep this pivoting, keep this rotation, and constantly apply pressure to stop Alex's Raging Bolt from doing what it wants to do at the same time. He could go in the same way that Alex did, go for that Wood Hammer and try and get damage on the board.
Be so careful because there is the way of getting the damage down on the board, but also you're not going to be dealing enough, and if you get the Calm Mind, you can start falling behind, especially since you do have the extra element of layer added to this. The Rillaboom over on Alex's end, well, can go for another Woodhammer as well. It wouldn't be enough for the KO, but it's still going to be a significant amount of damage in a game that you're supposed to be outlasting and outliving.
I think if you're able to deal with the opposing Raging Bolt early, however, it does give your Raging Bolt a little bit more free reign to start commanding this match. If you're not having to worry about your opponent targeting down that partner slot, going for those Dragon Pulses into your Urshifu or your Incineroar, it will give Alex a little bit more breathing room.
The one thing with Tim, maybe disrespecting the Rillaboom on the opposing end a little bit, is the fact that you will be recovering a lot more health. So you still, if you know you're making it through this turn, you can do that survive here. You turn for a good chunk of damage into that Rillaboom, and notably as well bringing in the Incineroar. So if there is another Woodhammer coming out from the Rillaboom on Alex's end, well, it's now been intimidated twice. It would be doing a lot less damage.
That's the thing, Incineroar isn't just here for the fake outs, it has that ability too to play a role. Rillaboom, I think, maybe seeing the writing on the wall there and going for the U-turn to make sure that those intimidates can be reset.
Hättest du deinen Bauchnabel mal richtig gewaschen, wärst du nicht krank
To be
geworden.
able to get the damage on the board, or even just to be able to have that priority Grassy Glide to play around any Thunderclap shenanigans.
I don't think we'll see the Thunderclaps coming quite out yet. They're only at a +1 special attack.
Just the one, okay.
Not enough for these Raging Bolts. We want to make sure we can go. I will be curious if one breaks a little bit sooner to try and make sure that you can be getting the damage needed. But for now, Alex bringing in his own Incineroar. Another round of Intimidate. Another round of Calm Mind War at it too. Keep that record and repeat. We're going to be saying it all set long. Fake outs, Calm Minds, a little bit of Intimidate. And oh, look at that Calm Mind on Tim's side as well. But even though
Calm Mind wäre damit gerechnet, hä?
the consistency is key to trying to lock up the end game for these trainers. They're both similar teams, they've got similar strategies, so it really will come down to the little intricate ways that they've been trained and who breaks first on the offensive pressure. A critical hit could be devastating in this match.
Yeah, all of the setup, and for what if the critical hit comes on through. Tim, at this point, this Raging Bolt has almost gained back all of its health. About 30 HP, 40 HP away from recovering it. So that's been really, really clutch going on for it. And you can go for another Calm Mind here at this point since you're still not being pressured offensively at this point. So I think we're just going to see the same old, same old.
Alex could start switching it up though. You've got the +2 on there, so you have the potential to be able to just start applying a lot of pressure to the opposing Incineroar. That was one thing that Alex was able to do earlier on in the game 1, was put Tim a Pokemon down before he lost his, and that then did force Tim to have to bring in Pokemon like the Ogerpon from the back and expose them. Alex just wasn't able to get the momentum through to the end, but it was still a good strategy.
Well, right now, neither Raging Bolt going on the offensive as Incineroar's doing all the work. A fake out traded a piece. You can do it, I can do it as well.
We've got to keep an eye on this grassy terrain as well because both Rillabooms are in the back and their critical role as well as all the pivoting is actually to keep that grassy terrain on the field. Yes, it does also benefit your opponents, but it's critical for your strategy too, as well as enabling the grassy glide. If your Incineroar or your Raging Bolt is able to combine and deal with the opposing Rillaboom, then yours has that advantage and can be the only one to benefit from the priority given by the grassy terrain.
Lou, you know what I think we might see this time around? I think we're just going to see a round of Calm Mind and a parting shot.
Are you sure?
I think we might. I think we might. It's too safe to go for otherwise. But you could go for something like this Will-O-Wisp, considering we talked about how important that grassy terrain is for that recovery. But since it is only that one way of recovery on Alex's end, this is actually a way that you can start getting a leg up in the battle because that is going to be negated and the damage is going to be starting to stick. And the Calm Mind from Alex, sure, that special defense, that special attack, it is going up. Those stocks are going up. But if you're going to be burned, that could be so detrimental. It does have to connect, though. That's always the first part with those Will-O-Wisps.
And first of all, we've got to get through these Calm Minds, both of them at 3 apiece on that special attack and special defense here as the Incineroar goes for the parting shot. So we'll be dropping the Raging Bolt on Tim's side back down to +2 special attack.
And that'll be an Incineroar now swapping out. I could only imagine the Rillaboom coming back in over on Alex's end. So you have the fake out yet again going on to the next turn. Or to try and even pressure if you think that you might be falling behind in that damage trade. Since Alex is at that +3 special attack, this is where in that first game that Alex started really going and where we started seeing the Dragon Pulses be fired off. So that would be the time, especially if this Will-O-Wisp does connect, because it does put a timer on Alex's field.
That's the thing, you might kind of think, oh, the Will-O-Wisp going down to a special attacker, that's not necessarily the strategic play we've seen previously, but it's all just about those damage counts. You can always go for the parting shot later, try and just, you know, draw drop the opposing Raging Bolt down to that +2 and make it a little less formidable. But in the end game, all those little bits of damage can count. In game 1, we saw, for example,
so, schauen wir mal, was haben wir hier verpasst, Jet? Sind die schon +6?
And sometimes just those minute little points of HP can be what sways the win in the end. And it's going to be a long one, so you've got to hold on and see how the show's going to close out.
Eyebrow raise coming out from Alex. The burn, of course.
Ja, genau.
The special attack at all, so the Raging Bolt still
Also es ist legit eigentlich unwinnable für Alex.
But now there is that little bit of a timer. You have to have that grassy terrain up, so you're not falling behind in the damage, whereas Tim is only going to be here.
Ja, es ist von Anfang an unwinnable, das Matchup.
It's building for me at the moment, because this is what happened in game 1. Really, really slow, consistent plays, very similar plays, and then one thing changed and it completely threw me off guard. Now the grassy terrain has left the field. This is where Tim could bring his Rillaboom in, set that terrain back up again, have a little bit of the fake out in play. But we're starting to see a divide in strategies. That Will-O-Wisp has come through. Incineroar could go for a Will-O-Wisp into the opposing Rillaboom, just burn it and stop these wood hammers and grassy glides from being something that the Raging Bolt doesn't want to take.
They would only then really punish the Rillaboom then, unless there is the swap out. And if there is the swap out, then you would be doing not much into an Incineroar. It will be sticking around this time. Fake out into the Raging Bolt, Dragon Pulse into the Incineroar. Alex said, hey, I might be burned, and Incineroar, you're going down for that.
Here we go again. Dragon Pulse comes out from Alex. He takes the first knockout of the match, and it is Incineroar that has been felled again. Tim gonna be forced to bring in a Pokemon from the back. It's probably gonna be that Rillaboom just to get back into that momentum of switches, but we know that Ogerpon is waiting in the wings.
There is the opportunity to bring in the Rillaboom to make sure that you're not damaged too much by the Dragon Balls. It could have been a safe swap into that Ogerpon as well if you wanted to be doing the damage and not give that grassy terrain over to your opponent as well.
Anstrengend, weil jeder von denen der Beste ist. Also wirklich jeder von denen, legit, wenn die da wären, die würden da gewinnen.
Natürlich. Das
yes, Rillaboom most likely going to go for the fake out into that opposing Raging Bolt, just going to stop it from going for a Dragon Pulse. But then again, you have the Assault Vest. This could be an opportunity you could take to just go for the Wood Hammer, knowing that you can take one of these Dragon Pulses. It's an opportunity
Die bringen morgen alle Finalmatches von Junior, Senior, Master, im PGC, im TCG. Ich will Krieger und Zeug gewinnen. Warum drückt er nicht Funnel-Clap, wenn die drauf wäre? Jeder von denen ist Professor Eich himself.
You want to keep it in check. Fake out, definitely the safer turn in this. U-turn, a nice chunk of damage into the Rillaboom, and now yet again a pivot. I didn't know if I'd be
also Alex kann es nur gewinnen, indem hofft, dass Tim einen Fehler macht.
Again, here we go. Of course, we still have yet to see an action from this Raging Bolt, so we'll have the opportunity to go on the offensive and start chipping away at the Incineroar.
It's going to start sounding like a made-up word, the word pivot, by the end of this. But Raging Bolt on Tim's side also going to go for that Dragon Pulse, but it is not able to get the KO. It's only at +2 here. So that underwhelming damage
in einer halben Stunde sind die schon drin und steht 1-0.
Still there for Alex.
That is a lot of damage that's been stacking up, though. And when you're looking at it, Tim did, quote-unquote, fall behind in the game 1 with not getting the same big KOs that Alex was getting to be kicking things off, but still finding ways to be dealing back into that, especially, too, with the Incineroar being so low. Sure, you can go for the fake out, but there are still two very powerful Pokemon over on this end.
Und jetzt stell dir vor, Alex gewinnt es, dann gehen wir noch in Game 3, ne?
There's the Assault Vest for the Rillaboom.
Ich gönne Alex wirklich alles von ganzem Herzen, aber bitte mach, dass es aufhört.
I do believe in that game 1 that the U-turn and the
Dragon Pulse hast du schon, scheiß auf die paar tausend.
Befrei uns. To reveal that final Pokemon in the back.
Fake out, Raging Bolt, little bit of damage, no attack this time around. Wood Hammer coming out from Tim to start doing more and more damage into this Raging Bolt that does not have the capability of healing back.
Nee, das ist sein eigener Timer, das ist nicht der allgemeine Timer. Der allgemeine Timer ist hidden.
Bringing now Tim to his
Den sehen wir nicht.
final 2.
Yeah, Rillaboom on Tim's side needed
Erst
to
wenn
get
die
a
letzten
little
3
bit
Minuten
more gas
anbrechen.
back in the tank from that grassy terrain. Now down 2 Pokemon, whereas Alex still has all 4 ready to
Aber Alex
rotate
hat
through
kaum
and
noch
apply
Leben. Der hat
pressure.
halt keine Leftovers. Der hat keine Recovery-Ding-Dings.
With those Carmine boosts up, less parting shots were going down into it. And although the Will-O-Wisp, as you can see, is chipping away, the fact that it can deal that extra punch behind the Dragon Pulse is
Und
meaning
Ogerpon
that
wird
Alex
jetzt
is
wahrscheinlich
gaining
sogar
momentum in
dieses
this
Raging
match.
Bolt killen.
When we're looking
Also
at the
Tim hat das
final
safe
2
gewonnen.
Pokemon for Tim, though, they are at full health, and the Ogerpon getting in safely this time around does have speed on its side and still can be dealing a lot of pressure over onto the opposing end. So sure, there is a heavy Pokemon advantage on Alex's end, but there is a significant difference in how these Pokemon are looking. Incineroar so low, Raging Bolt so low, you do have the potential of firing off a fast attack into that one slot.
Yes, both these Pokemon have the utility. Raging Bolt can also go for something like Thunderclap just to get that priority down on the board. But Ogerpon really is going to be the key to victory here for Tim if he wants to be able to not go into a Game 3.
And looking at the fact that the Raging Bolt from Alex could be firing off a Thunderclap onto Tim's end into that Ogerpon, you then have to worry about the potential of the Spiky Shield. You fall so far behind on that. It will be good to protect, scout things out a little bit, and try and see where your Incineroar can make up a little bit more of that lack. But Woodhammer into that slot, already so low, not very effective. It didn't need to be. Slowly chipping away at the Pokemon count on Alex.
Yeah, Ogerpon not feeling tempted to go down into that Raging Bolt, going for the target slot, and Raging Bolt here just going for the Dragon Pulse, but to no avail. I do like the play by Alex here, going for the Protect, like you said, kind of just trying to identify how Tim wants to play this out, but Tim identifying the Protect was safe, and he was going to punish Alex for it.
And now with that Protect, you didn't get to have that big Dragon Pulse onto that Ogerpon.
Das hier ist der Player-Timer. Also es gibt einen 20-Minuten-Timer, der ist hidden, den sieht man nicht. Dann gibt es einen 7-Minuten-Timer, das ist dein Timer, in dem du Moves klicken darfst. Und einen 60-Sekunden-Timer pro Runde. Aber den 20-Minuten-Timer sehen wir nicht. Oh, solid! Das geht! Aber den sehen wir nicht.
We still get to see the fourth Pokemon on Alex's end, and we will finally get to see it. The Urshifu that didn't get to do much in this first game.
Da steht ja extra Your Time und nicht allgemeine Time oder so.
Exactly how Alex wants to play out these turns and then capitalizing on those reads, as long, of course, as he gets it correctly. This is where things can get a little bit difficult.
Du musst schon einen eigenen Timer haben. Wenn der ausläuft, hast du verloren, egal wie es steht. Der ist schon wichtig.
It does have to protect unlike the choice item, so if you hit a Thunderclap into that, it could not do much. As well, the Aqua Jet having that other priority,
das ist schon wichtig, damit du nicht timestampen kannst.
It's actually not going to be enough with that. Ogerpon now, the Woodhammer, it will be the recoil, but it doesn't matter. It will be enough to take care of Alex's Raging Bolt.
Tim punches the air, and you can see why. He needed that survival on the Ogerpon so it could get that retaliation and now leave the Raging Bolt to try and clean up against this opposing Urshifu. Ogerpon will go down to
Wait, der hat jetzt Fake Out?
In this match, but now Raging Bolt has all of Tim's chances to try and get into these finals. There's one more Pokemon he's got to get through, though. That Rillaboom is still in the back.
You saw the hands come together for Alex, praying that the Urshifu can make it through the turn, but the Raging Bolt, no problem for it. Now just that Rillaboom remaining, does have the Assault Vest, but it's already down quite a bunch of health at this point, and we've gotten to see before that the Woodhammer is just not enough, and with the recoil, it still wouldn't be enough to be quite getting it there. Raging Bolt, protect here, make sure that, hey, you can get a little bit more recovery.
Yes, it also burns through this fake out as well, not just taking any unnecessary damage, but Tim knows how to play this.
Damit du den Timer nicht ausdauerst. Du könntest den Timer ja jede Runde ausrollen, wenn du keinen eigenen Timer hättest. Wenn du du könntest jedes Mal die kompletten 60 Sekunden auslaufen lassen. Aber kannst du nicht, wenn du einen eigenen 7-Minuten-Timer hast. Der ist wirklich wichtig.
There is also the potential of something like a critical hit happening. Grassy Glide instead to not take any recoil. You're going to do this the slow and steady way. But when the Dragon Pulse from the other end is doing significant
Nein, Befreiung.
You can do enough fish for the crit with the Woodhammer on the next turn.
3 minutes left.
We won't need that long. Rillaboom on just a sliver.
Raging Bolt has been front and center in this set for both our trainers, but it is Tim that is still standing at the end of this set. It's in prime position, and none of one of these Dragon Pulses is going to come through.
Aber du hast ja 1 Minute pro Runde. 30 Sekunden ist viel zu wenig für den 2 gegen 2.
And Tim Edwards, who is already breaking through the roof of his past VG accomplishments, now in the grand finals here for EUIC.
Beide strong, ja. Das ist schon wirklich das Beste, was man machen kann hier.
my goodness, my breath is literally taken away.
Echt?
My brain needs a rest after that one as well. I cannot imagine how the players feel.
Okay.
What an intense matchup. Everything going into that and being able to pick off a player like Alex Gomez, NAIC champion. This long list of accomplishments behind him. He had to fight for every moment, and fight he did.
The newer trainer in their first full competitive season taking down a titan such as Alex Gomez. Huge commiserations to him. He battled strong, he fought valiantly, but was fouled at that last hurdle before Championship Sunday. He is still a reigning international champion, but he will not be getting the double here at EUIC.
Still such an impressive run coming out though. Largest Pokemon competition VGC history. Making it top 4 is fantastic. But for Tim Edwards to make it this far, absolutely incredible. I cannot wait to see how he performs
Aber das ist so
tomorrow.
crazy,
Yes, and you can just see on his face almost this kind of,
ist einfach so ein
I've made it,
Newcomer.
I've done it. That
Und
little
Alex ist
cheeky
halt,
smile, like, yeah,
strong.
I did. I'm in the
Aber ich will nicht, dass
finals.
wir
I mean,
sagen.
it's just amazing for these trainers to be able to have that, and nobody can ever take that away from them. Of course, he's got to be able to be here tomorrow. We don't know who his opponent will be yet, but it's going to be already just off this match. It's going to be an epic final tomorrow.
100%. What a stressful match coming out here too. And in both games, I mean, the trainers going for very similar setups, and I mean, very, very similar. We saw the same turn play out way too many times. More times than I can realistically count here. And we got to see some really key differences make a big role in there. Both trainers did start putting that momentum forward around the same time as well. And it was always
Das wäre, als würde man sagen, ich wäre Franzose oder so. Okay, das ist ein bisschen sehr weit hergeholt, aber sobald du halt, der wohnt da, das ist so, also.
Making sure that his Raging Bolt was always just back at that full health. Things like that really helping him in through the end.
I actually almost feel like both trainers only brought 3 Pokemon to this match because the Ogerpon and the Urshifu, they were kind of obsolete. The Urshifu in this match, in game 2, was able to get an Aqua Jet off, but other than that, it literally did nothing in the set. I don't think Alex necessarily had another pawn that he could put in to make the board state a little bit different. Ogerpon was able to go for the Wood Hammer and get the KO,
Wahrscheinlich, weil er das
but I
angegeben
feel
hat
like
als
a lot
Dings,
of other
aber
Pokemon on that side, you know, even something
so,
like Fluttermane
der
would
ist
have been
halt,
able to get a
der
KO,
kommt halt
for
aus Schweden
example. It
so,
wasn't
das ist
about
halt.
the Ogerpon.
I think when we got about midway, halfway through that second game, there is a couple
Japan
of really
runter.
key things coming out from Tim here. Specifically, too, when Alex went and protected that Raging Bolt, making sure that it was staying safe, the double target into the other slot. So all of a sudden, you're a turn behind. And pivotal KOs, trying to KO. Critical survivals here. We got to see a couple double ups from Alex, just barely missing the mark. And those were KOs that surely would have shifted the tides.
And that's the thing, I know I was just kind of saying that Ogerpon didn't really like do a lot, and it didn't.
Nein, OWM, hä? Mann, ihr seid echt anstrengend gerade, Chat.
And enabling the retaliation did just completely swing that into Tim's favor. I mean, should we go hear from our finalist?
I think we should. So let's head over to the main stage to hear what he has to say about his grand finals appearance.
It's the biggest Pokemon VG event we've ever seen, and your first finalist is Tim Edwards!
Okay, dann sehen wir aber das andere Match noch.
Ey, Bunti, es gibt so viele Kinder, die das auf gruselige Art und Weise checken. In Berlin war so ein Kind, das war irgendwie so 8.
I'm exhausted, but I couldn't be any happier.
No, I'm absolutely sure. It was a 2-0 victory. It felt like maybe it went to 3 games, but no, that was just the 2. And as you were saying before we chatted, it was the small differences between your otherwise very similar teams that mattered.
Yeah, the leftovers on my Raging Bolt compared to the booster energy on his in the end game definitely mattered a lot with the health recovery. I would say was the biggest detail that stood out to me.
Right, and then that stacks up with the grassy terrain.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, expand on what you were saying there.
Yeah, I was a little worried about the Goldingo, which is why I had the Ogerpon Hearthflame in the back, where it's considered.
Mann, OWM, ich hab doch gesagt, es reicht jetzt. Ist doch jetzt gut.
Raging Bolt in the back, but the Ogerpon Hearthflame
Nein, ist egal. Ist egal.
Was as clutch as it gets.
Yeah, absolutely. That was such an incredible moment. You were setting up calm minds aplenty, both of you, in that game. How aware were you of the calculations needed? Were you aware, okay, I need to set up 2 in order to get this knockout, 3 to get this one? Talk us through that.
Nein, weil bei ihm stand ja auch die chinesische Flagge dran, so. Und bei ihm steht halt die schwedische Flagge dran, so. Du tust so, als würde jeder wissen, dass auf dieser einen Seite dort steht, dass er aus den USA kommt, aber dort steht halt Schweden. Ich weiß es nicht. So. Und wenn er sich dort angemeldet hat, dann hat er dort auch Schweden ausgewählt, weil du, ne, so, verstehst du? Und der, gegen den ich gespielt habe, der aus, der Chinese, der in United Kingdom wohnt, hat halt eben angegeben, dass er halt aus China kommt, so.
One step away from making the dream come true.
A dream it
absolutely is.
Das ist echt cool, ja.
Well, trainers, we have one of our finalists here. Are there any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, I said it this morning when the venue was a little bit more quiet.
Yeah,
but,
do it again. Let's get that reaction.
All of my friends from New York, New Jersey.
Rauran ist nicht mehr drin, ne.
Everyone back home who's been messaging me. Fede Campo, my coach. Couldn't do it without them.
Absolutely, and this is by far, you were saying, your biggest achievement yet. This is your first full season, you were saying.
Yeah, I started very late last year. I made day 2 of Toronto, but nothing matches up to this.
That's crazy.
I'm surprising myself, to say the least.
Reaching the EUIC finals, absolutely incredible. It could be you trainers at home. You could
Tim ist der Letzte, der Raging Ball jetzt noch hat. Wir sehen jetzt gleich P2 Mirror.
A result that is so coveted by so many around the globe. Don't you dare go anywhere, because we're going to be seeing who's joining Tim in tomorrow's Championship Sunday.
And we have our first finalist being Tim Edwards, of course. But the real question right now on everyone's minds, who is going to be joining Tim for the finals in Championship Sunday going into tomorrow? I myself am Costa, and I'm joined by Lee. We are here to find that answer out.
Yeah, we've got one more top 4 game to go
to get
our next finalist that will be going up against Tim, and it's very exciting because we've already featured one of the players in this bracket already.
Dann sage ich, dann hast du aber auch keine Meinung mit Gen 1 Team, hast ja auch noch nicht Erfolge. Du hast nicht mal teilgenommen.
Yeah, and
genauso wack.
Being both
Ja,
from
siehst
the
du?
EU region is a great representation. Of course, this is European International Championships. We do have a confirmed NA trainer already waiting in the finals, potentially trying to run away and rerun another Paul Chua effort from last season. But, of course, we do have Niels versus
Nils.
both carrying Porygon 2s,
Ich feiere Nils Team auch einfach mehr.
and a lot of experience going into this. It's going to be a bit
Ich feiere
tough because,
Luna.
I think we've mentioned multiple times, Niels is so well known. He's got so much experience by his side.
Ja, ich hab auch Bock auf das Match hier.
Has been in the community for quite some time, but hasn't been able to get those highly coveted placements other than this amazing one this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. That is going to be one to put on the list going forward to future events. But talking about events, Championship Sunday happening tomorrow, 9 AM BST. Tune in, get all the action, see us crown our 2024 European International Champions.
And what hype has it been so far? We have a final bout at
Ja,
least
ich habe das von
for
Phil eben
day
gesehen,
2. It's going to be exciting. There's been a lot of great quality content so far in terms of the value of these battles, you know, the very high competitive levels too, and just being able to run through now, having Niels versus Jorine. We saw Jorine do such a great job.
It's incredible.
It was a pretty much a back and forth affair versus Diego earlier on in top 8, but he was able to bring it back. You know, he was 1-0 down, but he wasn't giving up.
No, definitely not giving up and really eking out those win conditions, especially in that game 3, being able to get that board position set up with the Porygon 2, the Amoonguss next to it, utilizing that recovery you identified in that match with the Pollen Puff, just to keep it out of range from that combination of the Earth Power and the Grassy Glide, dispatching of those big threats, and then taking a step closer to the finals. So going to be wanting to do it. And we have the Piplup in the crowd.
Hello.
To see
guys. I mean, come on. Piplup is such a great choice.
And a Totodile.
Oh, there's the Totodile.
Representing.
Yeah, there it is.
There we
Hello
go.
to you too. Yeah, I mean, it's great to be able to see the turnout from everyone in the crowd, being able to enjoy all of these fascinating matches, all culminating down to this final set for the day.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the one big question is who is the player that's going to be going into the finals representing, like you say, Europe. against Tim from the United States. I'm sure a lot of the European players will not want, like you said, a repeat of last year. Vulture's accomplishment, amazing accomplishment last year, taking the international championship here in Europe, but I think Europe are going to want to reclaim it back for themselves, and there is hope in one of these two players, and they've been phenomenal over the weekend. We're going to have a really great match. Like you say, we've got kind of a Porygon 2 off really in this game. Both players utilizing it to big success over this weekend, and they're going to go head to head. There is slight differences on the Porygon 2s though, so that could come into play quite effectively in this next match. The one thing we would say on Nils' side, get a little bit deeper as we get in closer to the match, but the Porygon 2 on Nils' side has got that flying Terra type, whereas we are seeing the poison Terra type on your own side.
Yeah, great utility with both of them, of course, built around the remainder of their team composition, but the real question is, how do they match up? And what sort of options do each of these trainers really need to rely on in order to push this through and get that place into the finals? There are a couple of we haven't even been able to feature, at least on stream, from your own side, which could even come into play with this particular setup.
Yeah, in particular that roaring moon we didn't see featured in that game earlier. Maybe that is something that Joran feels could do a job for him in this top game. Of course, it was very successful last year. We mentioned it before the top 8 games commenced. Roaring Moon was in the finals and did do extremely well, but we can have a quick overview of the prizes here that are up for grabs for our players that are going into Championship Sunday tomorrow, and there are some big prizes on offer, of course.
There really are, of course, but it's sort of one of those great incentives, as we have mentioned previously. You know, having all of this monetary value with such high placements, we already know quite a few of trainers today have been able to sort of guarantee those slots. You know, first place 15,000 for Master Division, 10,000 for second. Right now in top 4, both Diego at the moment and the loser of the current set will get that 7,000. So such a great reward to be able to reach this certain spot, but there are the points as well, which can lead into their progression towards
Dings hat jetzt einfach 400 Championship Points bekommen, Tim. Der ist jetzt einfach jetzt schon für die Worlds qualifiziert.
Here the championship points up for grabs this weekend for first place. 500 championship points. That is incredible. You can see that this CP needed for Worlds qualification.
Wobei, ja doch, der braucht ja 500, aber das ist ja fein.
Tim here and you are wanting that
Ja, Ozeanien brauchen wir einfach nur 300.
In the tournament, of course, it goes a long way to helping in the other regions as well.
MES aber nur 200.
Invite which gets you out.
Ja, aber der hat Dings, der hat ja Day 2. Der hat ja Day 2 erreicht. In Toronto war das, glaube ich. Also ich denke mal, der wird wahrscheinlich die 500 damit so voll haben.
The North American International Championships, which will be the next period that begins post this championship Sunday, in order to try to go through and see who can try to essentially get a snowball effect going. If you're not quite within the range of points for the qualification, that can lead into a great opportunity in the next couple of months.
Yeah, exactly. The travel awards are really what you probably want to chase, especially if you are winning an event like this, because it's going to really propel you up that championship leaderboard and put you in prime position. With so many events left to play this season, like you say, you've got North America International Championship still yet to come. We've got a couple of regionals left in Europe and a lot left in North America as well. So there is plenty of opportunities for our players to go to attend, to try and just bump those little remaining.
Ja, ist halt die Frage, ob also sie haben ja auch Side-Events und sowas, ne? Das wissen wir ja nicht. Aber er hat ja gesagt auch, dass Federico Campos, also ich glaube schon, ne, sein Coach ist in Charlotte gegeben. Okay, let's go! Also Nils ist auch schon mal Worlds of 8. Und Joran war Bochum Top 32. Das heißt, Joran war in Bochum, als ich auch
the Stuttgart Regional Finalist in 2024 most recently. Richmond
Regional also gegen die Leute, gegen die ich gespielt habe, an die erinnere ich mich. Oh, und Stuttgart Region ist ja sogar Zweiter geworden, Nils.
over on Urine's side, we do have that top 32 at the Bochum
Bei
Regional
EU-Coach.
Championships
Stark.
back in 2023, the previous season. But we do know that Urine has been well acquainted with the meta. He's been able to be a great sort of spokesperson of the community with assisting and helping other trainers.
Holt wieder seine Cola raus, seine Pepsi.
Das sieht richtig räudig aus.
Das ist die Pepsi-Diff. Der hat eben sein Match easy gewonnen, weil so vor der Runde, also vor Game 2 hat er auf einmal seine Pepsi rausgeholt. Und dann hat er vom Gegner das Monetigo gefreezed und hat einfach easy gewonnen dadurch. Der Gegner war so mad. Und dann hat, ich glaube, Grisha meinte dann, ja, Pepsi-Diff, Cola-Diff oder so. Und ich sehe, ich meine, das darf ich. Cola-Diff. Und ich die ganze Zeit übelst gerantet. Wer trinkt denn noch so wie wenn Cola auf der Bühne? Ich die ganze Zeit übelst gerantet und auf einmal.
Du bist aus so der Kanal.
Man,
also ich stimmt ja auch gesagt, es ist bunter.
I see.
Da muss halt das Ding halt abmachen, ne?
Ja.
For Niels to be able to better adapt himself based off of the matchup. You've got the choice scarf, Urshifu. You do have that booster energy.
Bunter würde da auch mit seiner Cola-Flasche sitzen.
Apologies, not Icy Wind, but booster energy, Flutter Main to capitalize off of that immediate burst damage potential. But of course, you've got the other side of the coin, that trick room setup in combination with the flying terror.
Aber nicht so ankommen, dass es swag ist.
Earthquake guts boosted.
Aber ja.
Ja, ne.
Saluna.
Ich habe keine Meinung zu dem.
Saluna to get those big earthquakes off in a right situation where the Porygon 2 isn't taking big damage along the way like it would normally do, then you've got the Amoonguss.
Und ich feiere immer noch Terraflug Porygon 2, das finde ich richtig cool.
As we had seen in previous highlights as well with the matches that Niels had gone through, you know, going up against Oliver at 10 wins and 1 loss in earlier this day. It was quite fascinating because we saw there was just so much pressure coming out from Niels' side. In that game 1, he essentially just ran triumphant of it. Oliver did a really good job in being able to try to counter that as best as possible. However, it wasn't too much prevailed. The golden goat terrestrialization there didn't end up giving as much resource availability to himself to guarantee that game 1. In game 2, we did actually see that very critical ice beam freeze that did actually affect the golden goats.
Ab dem Zeitpunkt ging gar nichts mehr.
Getting nasty plot set up, putting Oliver into a great
Boah,
situation.
ich find's immer so witzig, dass sie ran sind, wenn er Fuck sagt.
Ich wünsche, es wäre Snow, das wäre noch so witziger.
You saw the huge survival there in the Amoonguss, and you thought at that point, if the Goldinger was able to thaw out, maybe Oliver had a chance to claw back. But the combination of that Porygon 2 with that Ursaluna was just too much, really overwhelming. So that's something Urian has to watch out for going into this match.
Yeah, and I think it's just one of those critical things around his playstyle. He does really like forcing certain scenarios onto his opponent as best as possible, but we do have Urian on the other side of the field, looking him down with the Roaring Moon Porygon 2, Golden Go, Choice Specs, Landorus Incarnate, Incineroar, and the
Clay ist mein Lieblingsmusiker.
Yeah, and some really nice interactions and things that we found out about the team when we last featured Urian was that the Landorus Incarnate, which is normally known for its speed, is the fact that it's quite slow, undersped that Hisuian Arcanine, so it can take advantage of those Trick Room environments. It isn't going to be threatened as much as normally you would see against the Flutter with the booster energy because there's no Icy Wind here, so it has a bit of an easier time there. Can threaten.
Aber ich meinte nicht Clay.
Ich meinte Clay.
Also ja, ich verstehe, dass du Clay in ihm siehst, aber ich sehe auch jemand anderen in ihm.
Jemanden mit Locken. Und fusioniert mit Clay, weil das nämlich Clay mit Locken.
Which is something very uncommon. You don't commonly see. I think there was initial sort of experimentation earlier on in previous seasons with this. However, there is something that I would also like to add to that. We do have
Let's Play, sondern Lockenclay.
From the Roaring Moon, Dragon Dance alongside Redirection could be one half of a mode brought to a game, accompanied by a Porygon 2 and Ursaluna Trick Room mode. So you change up the board state immediately midway through in order to upset any sort of strategies from your opponent.
Yeah, and I think that the Roaring Moon could be a tool that Urian leans on a little bit to deal with that Amoonguss on the opposite side of the field, because I think if once the Amoonguss is gone, the Trick Room matchup doesn't get easier, but it gets a little bit better where you're not having to worry so much about those spores and things on your side of the field being put to sleep, because that's one huge detriment that you're going to have to worry about when that happens.
I think there's a lot of different interactions that both trainers are likely going to have to just feel things out of, because it really does come down to the leads. We know that EUIC does have a couple of core modes that allow himself more sustainability potential to get those cycles going with the pivots, with the switch in, switch out, sport onto Amoonguss and Incineroar, but having the immediate burst damage potential from Niels' side is going to pay testament to that, but we will find out as we have game 1 of your second semi-final ready up. Flutter main with the Incineroar over on Niels' side versus the Incineroar and Amoonguss over on EUIC.
Yeah, really nice lead here from both players, attacking it in different ways here. We're going to see that booster energy first off activating on that Flutter main. It is going to boost this special attack on the Flutter main, making it hit a little bit harder, but it does have access to that substitute, which could keep it safe from the spores from the Amoonguss. So will EUIC look into that, but he does have this fake out next to the Flutter main Nils and is able to prevent a fake out or even a spore from that Amoonguss.
It is a really nice touch to be able to be immune to fake out, get substitute. It's quite an opportune Pokemon to be able to bring against this lead, whilst if Niels does really want to, can focus onto a terrestrialization into the grass type to negate any sort of spore immediate impact going into it, which seems like it may indeed be the case. So wanting to completely nullify all of this sort of disruption potential coming out from EUIC.
Yeah, we do see the grass terrestrialization here on Niels' side of the field, but the Amoonguss not wanting to take any damage this turn, just going for a protect here, seeing what
schöner Fake-Out, schön. Ist ja... Oh mein Gott, Niels, du alter Schweinehund. Big Pepsi Dip.
At least going into this next turn. And I think that is what Niels has identified. He wants to at least be able to not allow.
That's crazy. Jetzt kann einfach nicht mehr gespawnt werden.
He wants to get the correct setups going. He needs to make sure that the Ursaluna, if it is in the back, it is brought in before it gets put to sleep and does have that Flame Orb proc in order to completely ignore any sort of disruption impact from the Amoonguss.
Yeah, but now the Flutterman in a position where it can start putting out damage. It does have to be careful, of course, because now if we see the Incineroar on your inside of the field go for a Flare Blitz potentially into that Flutterman, it would open the door then for that Amoonguss to go for the double up into that slot and then utilize the Spore once again. So Niels has to be a little bit careful, but there is the option here for going for it and then maybe parting shot out with the Incineroar reposition, get something in a little bit safer.
Oh, but we have the Water Terror from the Amoonguss not wanting to fall fell from that Flare Blitz focus if it does come out in combination with a Shadow Ball. But Fluttermane on the defensive wants to just make sure it keeps its substitutes safe and perhaps gets another Pokemon brought in. However, Knockoff focusing onto the Incineroar does get rid of that very vital Citrus Berry, which could prove dividends later on in the game. Flare Blitz doesn't target down the now susceptible Grass Terror Incin, and the Spore just trying to catch Niels.
Okay, ich check.
Doesn't have a lot to go on in the subsequent turn.
Yeah, really nice use of Protect there from the Flutterman, like we said. The double
up was big
from you. From your end, that's exactly what we saw, and allowing the Incineroar on Niels' side of the field to get a really crucial knockoff, taking away a little bit of recovery options for the Incineroar on your side of the field. Now, looking a little bit difficult to get around this combination. Again, the double up here is still present. Now, do you keep the Flutterman in, allow it to go to sleep, or do you switch it out to maybe something like your own Amoonguss if you have brought that as an option?
There are the switch out potentials, however, none to be found in this turn. Moonblast focuses onto the Incineroar, hoping to be able to bring it down within certain range for a follow-up KO.
Auch auf -1 wird Flare Blitz halt den Dings brechen, wahrscheinlich den Sub. Also der kommt nicht den Spot rum.
Its potential on breaking that focus, that substitute, and Niels wanting to say,
right,
you can either get the breaking of the substitute or the Spore onto the Ursaluna.
Yeah, we do see that Flare Blitz targeted into
Aber das ist wichtig, weil er kann, also Hauptsache kriegt jetzt sein Dings raus.
Looks like it is fading away. This opens the door for the Amoonguss to go for that Spore. shut down this Fluttermane
Sein
for
Burn.
subsequent turns, and that's exactly what we see. But
Das
the
war schon ein
door open
wichtiger
for
Play
Ursaluna to come onto the
von
field.
Nils.
Like you mentioned before, activate that flame orb.
Nice little trade-off
So, jetzt ist er
from
nämlich
Niels
geburnt,
in
jetzt kann er mich
terms
nicht
of
mehr
his probability and
gesiegt werden.
forcing Urine to pick the slot and maybe even force a read, but it was really nice, safe switching there, Ursaluna. The Fluttermane can try to go ahead and start withering away the additional turns of sleep, but Ursaluna cannot
Er überlegt,
be
glaube ich.
put
Nee, er muss,
at
glaub
all
ich,
to
kann
sleep
einfach.
from this
Ist
point
Halbfinale
onwards.
einfach. Finale ist
Ursaluna
erst
just
morgen.
wanted to go for the critical damage at this point.
Yeah, and now in an awkward position, the Fluttermane switching out, not wanting to take any unnecessary damage, allowing the Incineroar to come onto the field now, dropping another
Das ist das zweite
Intimidate onto the
Halbfinalmatch.
Incineroar on your end of the field, taking it down to -3 attack, not really
Genau,
affecting
zweiter
the Amoonguss,
Finalteilnehmer,
of
ja.
course, but it is retreating in
Nee,
this
Richard,
situation, not
das
wanting to
kann man
take
gar
any
nicht
of those
einschätzen, glaube ich, wie die morgen halt,
the
also wie schnell die halt
onslaught of that
vorankommen.
Ursaluna and Goldengo making its way onto the
Parting
field. There's a
shot,
parting
okay.
shot coming out, taking the Ursaluna down to -1
Ha.
attack, will quell
Ich
those
glaube, das
attacks
ist
for at
stark von
least a
Joran.
little while to allow Urine to get a
Das ist
foothold
kein
in the
Japanese
game.
Finale. Ich weiß gar nicht, ich
However,
glaube, so
there
viele.
is still the potential of a very powerful
Japaner gar
earthquake,
nicht dort.
even though it is still at -1
Wo ist
of
denn
its
der Beste
attack,
hier?
to be able to deal
6-3 war der
really
beste
good amounts
Japaner.
of damage onto this Golden Go, given that now the Grass Terra Incin is by Niels' Ursaluna's side. We're gonna have to find out special attack
Der
increase
zweitbeste
due to the
Japaner
Porygon 2's
ist-
download boost, but no Earthquake Facade, dealing so much damage to hit KO onto an EVLite Porygon 2 whilst that -1 attack. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a big bit of damage coming onto the Porygon 2, and really nice spot there from Nils, utilizing the Ursaluna perfectly there. Not going into the Amoonguss, thinking maybe if the Goldengo does come in there, it's a bit of a wasted turn. Going into that Incineroar instead to make sure you get some good damage, and that's exactly what happened. The Porygon 2 in a little bit of an awkward spot here. Does it outspeed the Ursaluna? Is it able to get
Es waren nur 3 Japaner dort.
You have the
Und der
Goldengo
schlechteste
next to you, but
Japaner
you
ist
are
3-3 Drop gegangen und das ist Shohei, weißt du, wer Shohei ist?
Incineroar on Nils' side of the field,
Hat
that can
gegen
be
Michi
utilized
Worlds
here,
gewonnen.
especially into that Porygon 2.
Er ist 3-3 gedroppt.
Oh, damn. Your Incineroar now is a grass terror type, so you don't really worry about the earthquake so
Also
much coming
Roger
out from
Rage
Ursaluna,
Bomb,
whereas
ja,
everything on your own side of the field really doesn't want to deal with that.
It really doesn't, but we do have that great
Nee,
potential.
der Trailer hat er
from
nicht
the
mehr
Golden
Neolit.
Go, I would have said, but no fake out.
Genau, er muss erst
The
wach werden.
Incineroar actually outspeeds, knocks the choice specs out to hit KO guaranteed and make it rain,
Oh,
not
Knockoff
dealing
auch
anywhere near as much
zubekommen, ja.
damage as it originally
Strong.
would have, which could have been quite detrimental onto this Ursaluna.
Den-
Ice Beam focus does pick up the KO onto the Incineroar, which is of course weak
Aber er hat
to
den
the Ice
Evaluate von
And that
Pokémon
doesn't matter
bekommen,
one
das ist
little
richtig.
bit because the Incineroar going down, it's done its job, it's got the knockout off, and the Ursaluna going for that
Ja, ja,
facade
ich weiß,
now
ob er mich
into the
weiß.
Porygon 2, picking up a
Okay, sehr stark.
huge
Kriegt damit
knockout.
zu
Huge
Knockout.
indeed,
Das ist big.
allowing the board state to immediately
Aber Ursaluna halt schon
for
ein
both of these
bisschen
trainers
low, ne?
in this scenario, allowing them to be able to bring in
muss ja den
a
halt ein bisschen mit
fresh
Rage Powder
Pokémon,
supporten.
but my word,
Aber er kann
Goldengo
halt
losing the choice
alles
specs
Rage powdern,
can
auch
prove
das
to be
andere
quite
Moon ist, was halt
detrimental in
sick
terms
ist.
of its original damage output calculated by Urine
Und Make
situation.
Brain killt halt
Yeah, getting
Ursaluna
the
nicht.
knockoff onto that, removing the choice specs before it was able to go for that Make of Rain was absolutely huge there and allowing the
Ja,
Ursaluna
Amoonguss kommt
to
rein.
eventually get that facade off, which is so important into
Maybe
Porygon
kann er
2.
hier
Now the Amoonguss
Rage
is
Powder
on
EQ
both sides,
drücken.
come back onto the field. We've got the
Ja,
water
Spore
type
actually.
on the Urine side, and then we have
Spore
the
Protect.
regular Amoonguss on Nils.
And the thing is about the Water Terra Amoonguss over on your end side, it can now be redirected for any sort of focus points of spores or general damage,
keine Seed
which you
Class,
would
nee.
like to see, which isn't something you commonly see, but it's great for Neil's positioning.
Yeah, exactly. And that Earthquake as well is hitting for neutral damage on the Amoonguss.
Er kann Impuls spawnen, ja.
Nils decides to go for that. It's a nice, easy turn here. The Make It Rain
Aber
has
Nils
got
überlegt
the
noch, ob
special
das der
attack
Play
on
ist.
that Goldingo already, so it's not going to be doing as much going into this next turn. You've got to expect the Ursaluna going to be able to survive that and then potentially go
weiß
for
ich
an
nicht.
Earthquake, damaging your own Amoonguss, but it could be an option here.
Oh, but staying in, hoping to be enough to pick up the Ursaluna, but
Ist Nils
not
schneller, ist
quite.
die
Now
Frage.
brought down to -2
Ja,
on a
ist er,
special
okay.
attack, but Niels' Amoonguss does move first, does go for the spore, and does put asleep that
Das Ding ist,
pesky little Amoonguss
er lebt
over
auch
on
noch
your
eine
side, whilst we have
Dings.
the Headlong Rush. Guaranteeing
Eine
the
Burn-Runde,
KO, bringing your
aber
own
Fake
down
Out ist
to
halt ein
final
Ding.
two Pokémon.
That's a huge turn here and a further step in the right direction for Nils.
Ich glaube, wir müssen
Picking up a
rauswechseln
big
in
knockout
Flutter
onto that Goldingo, taking the second Make It Rain after that special attack drop.
Und Spore
But
auf
more
Incineroar
importantly,
droppen.
shutting down the Amoonguss on your own side of the field, taking advantage of that terrestrialization there. going to be susceptible to those spores now and taking full advantage, putting it to sleep, not in action going into this next turn.
Whilst Incineroar does come back onto the field, it has fake out.
Hat er für Mungus Pollenpuff oder Sludgebomb? Ich glaube, er kann mit Sludgebomb mit Incineroar einfach killen, ja, und dann rauswechseln. Naja, das ist schon der Play. Das ist es. Die Frage ist jetzt, ob Yoran das riecht. Das ist eigentlich sehr obvious, aber es ist Nils Play, wenn Yoran jetzt hier mit Flareblitz in Fluttermane geht.
Yeah, this match isn't over just yet because that Fluttermane does need to wake up. The Ursaluna in a really precarious position where it probably will go down to another
Das ist jetzt die Frage, oder geht Yoran halt auf Fake out? Der kann eigentlich easy mit Flareblitz in den Ursaluna-Slot gehen. Oh, Pepsi Diff. Der gönnt sich jetzt einen Schluck und dann jetzt kommt die Power. It's over. Sorry, Yoran. Okay. Er muss eigentlich Flareblitz drücken. Ah, okay. Yoran, beiseite. Pepsi Diff. Und er lebt. Krass. Crazy. Ich höre sofort was zum Trinken nach der Runde. Das ist schlecht, dass er das gelebt hat. Dann hätte er doch Spore drücken müssen.
Subsequent damage from the sludge bomb, the Rocky Helmet recall will be enough to pick up the knockout. So you've really got to pick your target right. Do you go after the Fluttermane here? If you see a Rage Powder to maybe give the Fluttermane a little bit more room, it could be really detrimental in losing the one big offensive threat that you've got.
Jetzt kommt halt der Flareblitz. Oh, der lebt! Und er stirbt am Rocky Helmet. Jetzt kommt halt Sludge Bomb auf für Mungus raus. Jetzt ist halt die Frage, wachte Mungus auf? Boah, das wird noch close. Er wacht actually auf. Oh mein Gott.
Aua, das muss so wehtun.
Hä? Was war das für ein Play? Warum hat der Pollenpuff in seinen Slot rein? Nee. Das war ja Quatsch. Der stimmt ja immer, der tötet sich doch immer mit Flareblitz. Pepsi Diff.
Sieht so ernst aus, das ist ja einfach so.
First couple of points would be Niels brought Ursaluna, did not bring Porrid onto it, did not bring a dedicated trip reload, he was just more so relying on having the disruption availability from his side, the support Pokemon being the Amoonguss, being the Incineroar with fake out pressure as well, and we saw how important it was that Yoran did try to focus down, break the structure, which he was able to do it, but at the cost of the Ursaluna being able to be brought in and have the Flame Orb proc.
Ich bin echt gespannt, was das nächste Game sein wird, wo es Competitive gibt und wie dann die Arena aussieht. Ich glaube, alles ist ein Upgrade zu dem.
Im nächsten, wenn ich die Einzelmatches dann auf Eraser VGC hochlade, schreibe ich dann Yoran vs. Pepsi Man. Dachte er seinen Fuegos langsamer? Nee, niemals. Niemals möglich. Der hat gar nichts gedacht. Nichts hat er da gedacht. Feierabend hat er da im Kopf gemacht.
Outspeed the Golden Go. They're giving a bit of an indication of both of those Pokemon, Incineroar likely being faster and Golden Go being slower.
Yeah, and especially going into this next match as well, because both players have that Incineroar. So if you are Nils going into this next turn and the Incineroar comes out matching yours, you know you can go for the fake out into it because you can shut it down pretty easily because you've got the speed information already. You're outspeed.
Aber einer, den fand ich auch so cool, der hat uns gespielt, der hieß Timo. T-E-E-M-U. Timo. So wie Timo, der Champion mit U am Ende. Und der hat gegen Tim gespielt. Und dann, wer hat das mal gesagt? Das hat mir irgendwann gesagt. UDT das auch schon gesichert. Timo reagiert auf Timo vs. Tim.
Dedicated form of being able to completely capitalize off of Niels' immediate offensive pressure, or at least its capability of handling a passive lead such as an Incineroar and
the one thing that you could say is, does Yoran have access to the, you know, it's got the booster energy and the Roaring Moon, but where is that booster energy?
Hölle und es
activate,
wird viel
it is
dramatischer
activating on
werden.
the speed stat, it's activating on the attack
Dann
stat.
war der so,
Because
kommt
if
so
it
ein
is the
Schein
speed
und dann
stat, it
gewinnt er.
could get the jump on something like the Flutterman that was
Bei den
really
Namen Timo, ich
disruptive
finde
in
ihn cool.
that early game, and
Verständlich,
then that gives you the outlet to put all
Ich
the
sag
pressure
Namen
on
mit Uhr
from
am
your
Ende
side of the
klingen
field,
oft
where
sehr
it was kind of the other way round in that match, and then having that outlet
man
there
kennt's, mein
could
Cousin heißt
open the
Uwe.
door to nearly almost give you the advantage that you need. You've also got the immunity to the earthquakes as well, but we'll see how things are approached as we get into this game 2.
Game 2
Ja,
leads
Freundin,
on our
die heißt
screens.
Hannah.
Niels
Die kommt aus
with
Hannover und
Fluttermane
Hannah aus
Incineroar
Hannover.
versus
Hab ich
a bit of a
gegrüßt.
change-up over
Da
on
war
your
ich
own side,
Lucy aus
being
Leipzig.
the
Das
Incineroar
hab ich glücklich
and the
gemacht.
Porygon 2, which does get an attack download boost. Not its critical special attack it would have liked.
No, not the critical attack that it would have liked, but still in a good position because it does have that poison terrestrialization that it can go for, and then put immediate pressure on that Fluttermane as well as resisting those fairy type attacks. The big thing
Poison
is here, the Fluttermane in a
terrestrialization ist doch
position
Quatsch.
where right now
Der
it
ist doch.
can pretty safely
Ah,
set
nee,
up that
stimmt.
substitute.
Ja,
if it
aber
wants.
Poison,
We
true.
know the speed interaction between the Incineroars. You can really do what you want. You can go for the fake out into the Incineroar on your own side of the field, or you can go for the fake out into the Porygon 2. Or you could maybe even protect the Fluttermane here, reposition with a parting shot onto something like the opposing Porygon 2, allow it to get the Trick Room up, and then maybe drop your own Amoonguss onto the field, which is going to be in a really great position if we do see the dimensions flipped.
I do still like the fact that the Fluttermane is brought in order to act like a sort of cushion point of being able to guarantee a substitute setup in case there is that Amoonguss focus with a Trick Room later on down the line, confirming as we do see it arrive on the field.
Nils
Fake
ist
out,
so gut,
focusing
es ist
onto the
unfassbar.
Incineroar or on your own side. No fake out coming out from your own Incineroar itself, but
Er ist so
Moonblast
gut.
being able to bring it down to the point where it has to proc that Citrus Berry.
Yeah, and that's a really nice play there from Nils, identifying that maybe the Porygon 2 isn't in the best of positions. Maybe the Amoonguss comes in from Nils, taking it out of the fray and bringing Yoran's own Amoonguss onto the field. But by doing that, identifying it, going for the fake out into the Incineroar, getting some really valuable damage onto that side of the field, and now in a position where you can almost go for that protect play here and then position out with your own Incineroar, get your own Amoonguss onto the field.
Yeah, I think being able to already push the aggregate onto Urine in terms of that battle of attrition is so key in order to limit the amount of options Urine has available to himself, as we do have the first terrestrialization of Game 2 being that Grass Terra Incineroar yet again wanting to negate any sort of pesky little spores.
Yeah, great terrestrialization for that reason. We are seeing the substitute come out from the Fluttermane here, protecting against any potential spores. The Flare Blitz though from the Incineroar into the Amoonguss, the Intimidate really helping out there, taking it down to 50% health. The Rocky Helmet, a little bit of chip damage as well, but it does leave the Incineroar on your own field. Side of the field open, it predicts it. Over the huge Flare Blitz into that side of the field, taking massive damage here.
Stark von Jorn,
And
stark.
the Amoonguss now left to go for a
Kann man
big
jetzt nicht
attack
sagen.
or a supporting option move if it chooses to.
It could try to target down the Pollen Puff right now if this is a dedicated read for both slots, but no,
Aber gut.
wanting to at least try to cover for
Jorn
both
hat so
scenarios.
beides
The
gecovert.
Grass Terra all remaining on the
Aber
field
zum
and
Glück
still
hat
remaining
das
susceptible
Incineroar gelebt
to
von ihm.
those spores. So a nice little middle ground play from Urine. However, you do really need a hard commit in order to slow down this momentum from Nils' side.
Yeah, and the problem is now the Incineroar is probably in range of a double up from a Flare Blitz and a Moonblast here. Now, does the Amoonguss pull that away and protect the Incineroar and allow it to potentially take down the opposing Incineroar that's now a Terra type
Michi
on
ist
Nils'
nicht
side
mehr
of the
drin,
field?
nein, nicht.
Or do you preserve it for later? And we are seeing it just
Michi ist,
take a break,
ich
get
glaube,
that
38
regenerator
geworden
activated, so
von
come like
900.
later on
Das
in
war
this
schon echt
battle.
krass.
As we have Porygon 2, the Snow Frolicker, on the field.
Und da schon das zweite
Attack
Halbfinale.
boost, however, yet
Aber
again,
gucken kann man
not
was
that
geht.
special attack. Moonblast focus into the Incineroar with the Fluttermane, enough to pick up the KO.
Big.
And all of a sudden, such an integral piece to that 3 Pokemon core is out of this
Patchy.
game 2, putting Urine into a bit of
Dann ist
the
er
back
wieder
foot
over.
place, especially with that accompanying parting shot, pivot, and bringing the damage output of the Porygon even further below.
Yeah, and look, we are seeing the Ursaluna come onto the field now safely again. When the Amoonguss isn't a threat, to activate that Flame Orb, so important now, so it isn't going to be susceptible to the sleep. The nice thing that Nils has done here is got that substitute up. It's safe behind that substitute. The Ursaluna in a great position. Flame Orb activated. And now if the Porygon 2 does want to go for that terrestrialization, you can't do it as easy because you are going to be threatened by this big
Was dieser Pausenhof.
Goldingo entering the fray for
Dreimal derselben Oma.
Golden Go being brought onto the field, it does still have the
Eigentlich sollte
option
man
of
als
going
Opa
for
einfach mal
that
alle diese Leute,
terrestrialization. We know the
die
Flutter
will
will likely try to target it down with a Shadow Ball. It depends if Niels is expecting the Terra or not, because we know Choice Specs does sort of lock it in that spot. We know Amungus is already in the back, so regardless, Shadow Ball feels a bit safe in this situation if you at least want to guarantee some sort of damage.
Yeah, that would be really good if you can lock it in, of course, but we are seeing the Protect come out from the Ursaluna here, not wanting to contend with any damage coming out from potentially a Goldingo this turn, and we do see the Shadow Ball. Is it enough from the Flutterman? It is not enough. The Goldingo hanging on barely by a thread
das wird
here.
Make It Rain,
Gonna get that Make It
Der
Rain
Shepard.
off, but protected by the substitute.
Okay,
The Flutterman not going to take the full brunt of this damage here and break it for certain, but the Porygon 2, what is it going to do? Is it going to set up the Trick Room or go after that Flutterman?
It's a very precarious situation for this Porygon 2, especially when it's having to face down this Ursaluna, not setting up the Trick Room. It does want to still be able to have the speed advantage. However, the fact that we do know the Ursaluna wants to try to gauge the speed interactions is something key here. It is very healthy. It does have that Guts proc at the moment via the Flame Orb, so it's ready for the damage.
Yeah, but the damage has been done to that Goldingo now, not in the greatest position because it's an easy Shadow Ball into that slot now for the Flutterman. There's no Protect there, so it's an easy target. Even something coming in is going to take a good amount of damage, and we are seeing the Amoonguss take its place on the field after proccing that Regenerator earlier on. How much damage will it do? Well, it will be significant, but it's not enough to pick up the knockout, taking it down to about 40%. The Ice Beam coming out into the Ursaluna.
As it will be looking to try to retaliate with a Facade into the Amoonguss, does guarantee the KO, and this is looking very grim for Urine's Pokemon. Niels is taking all of that immediate damage, focus, momentum, straight to Urine's door and wanting to try to barge through to the finals.
Yeah, unfortunate here for Urine. You can
see
when he's trying to reposition with the Amoonguss, but getting punished for that. Nils looking right through it, saying, okay, well, if I target in with the Shadow Ball, yeah, I'll pick up the knockout. I can target in with the Facade. It's not very
Koffein-Overload. Der trinkt zu viel Cola.
Der ist so gar nicht mehr anwesend. Das ist nur so eine Hülle von sich selbst.
Which is exactly what happened. We are seeing the Shadow Ball here. It is going to be the final blow into the Goldingo tick. Nils one step closer into this final.
As Ursaluna is going to look to try and close this one out. Ice Beam just for the additional bit of damage there of retaliation. Facade being the real key player, guaranteeing the 2-hit KO. Moonblast will be more than enough to be able to pick this Porygon 2 up, and so detrimental not having the Trick Room being set up there.
Yeah, so detrimental. You would have went for the last
Aber er hat gerade so
gemacht. Nils is your other finalist.
Oh, er hat Emotionen.
European International Championship.
Big
And in what way he's been able to do it? It's been a long time coming. He knows how important this is. He's been able to accomplish it. He keeps that consistency going throughout the season, year upon year, much to the potential of being able to run through to the title.
Incredible play here from Nils from start to finish of this set. In true convincing form, just had complete control every step of the way, utilizing all the tools, the information that he had on the opposing team, and closing it out in true blue fashion.
Yeah, really, much so. It didn't even need to bring the Trick Room from his side of the field, because Porygon 2 was such a key player for Urine's strategy. We've been able to see the Porygon 2, Amoonguss, and Incineroar being so well synergized with one another, but much to the detriment, hasn't been able to fully capitalize off of it. We see this Incineroar Grass Terror on Niels being the choice in both games for good reason.
Yeah, and that I can't state enough how important that Flutterman was throughout this. It's set up early on in this match and then being in the position where it could just go for these attacks. The Goldingo surviving barely with the Shadow Ball, but not enough at that stage. It really pinned it in where you either left it in, let it go down, or you had to try and reposition. Going down to that Shadow Ball, unfortunately leaving the Porygon 2 against the world.
And yeah, I think who needs Ursaluna under Trick Room when you can just go ahead and not bring that speed control option as long as you have the guts proc. You just go and deal damage. It's such a bulky boy, you know? You're gonna be able to really hone in and focus on being able to dispatch of it. Hence why the Golden Go was sort of deemed necessary from your side as a bring in order to say, right, I need from my side of the field that instantaneous burst damage in order to threaten it to the point where it has to be very careful on how it sort of progresses in the game state.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think we've got second finalist already on the stage
so ready aus und der rechts sieht so aus, als er gerade 6 Stunden Raging Ball gegen Raging Ball kommentiert.
Das stimmt schon ein bisschen.
Everyone, Nils Dunlop is back!
Yeah!
He's done it! He's stamped his ticket through to Championship Sunday tomorrow. Nils, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling ecstatic. It feels super good to just get that win. I faced him in the last round of Swiss, and he managed to win, but it was a really, really close game. And I was super happy that I was able to clutch out this win. And I don't know, my idea from it was that I needed to pin down slots because similar to how my team functions, you need to delete pieces, otherwise you're never gonna break the core.
So excited.
And I just had to sort of force KOs, which I think I managed to do.
You absolutely managed to do. You weren't letting your opponent get away with anything with that Porygon 2 there. You were going all out on the offense. Substitute on Fluttermane. Yes. That was a really cool technique and really pivotal in this game.
Yes, and that was something that me and my brother came up on like the 1 or 2 days before the tournament. And we noticed that we needed to improve Among Us. And we didn't want to expend like a safety goggles on Incineroar. But I think the substitute showed its value there and managed to clutch up.
It well and truly did. Nils, you said back in Stuttgart that the old Nils is back.
Yeah.
And you're paying dividends on that right now.
I would say so, and I feel like
something
that me and my family have been honest and on again, been telling me to just focus and get into the zone and just play a bit how sort of you believe in yourself and just like don't overthink it and just do the best plays. And it's just get into that mindset, and I think I'm starting to get to know how to get into that zone easier.
Yeah, clearly you are. Wise words indeed from you, Nils, a trainer who has such legacy experience, and your opponent tomorrow is someone who's fairly newer to the scene, so it'll be fascinating to see how you both match up into each other. Sorry.
Yeah, we even faced in, I think, the second or third to last round of Swiss. I think I managed to win that one.
Okay.
But it was pretty close, and I think it's going to be a tight game tomorrow, so I'm pretty ecstatic for that.
It's going to be a really
haben schon gegeneinander gespielt.
Okay, we're going to let you get some rest before the big day tomorrow, but finally, shout-outs.
Okay, I have to say, first, the person in the crowd, my big brother, Daniel, for being an amazing brother, and as well amazing coach. And as well, my mom at home, just been supporting every second of her day. And as well, just my whole, like, friends and family in Sweden or just anywhere that's been helping me. And I can't be more happy to have you guys in my life. Thank you.
Both of these trainers have such support behind them. Yeah, let's get a round of applause for that. Such touching words there from Nils. Well, trainers, we have our 2 finalists. You know where you'll need to be tomorrow, but for now, let's wrap up this EUIC Day 2.
So much love, so much passion, and so much triumph from this player, Nils Dunlop. We've said it year upon year. We just know how great the player is. He's just going ahead and keeps proving us right. He's got a spot in championship.
Felix hat auch,
and so well deserved
der hat ein Bühnenmatch
feel the passion throughout that interview, and it was so nice to see.
Video, oder war das in Stuttgart? Ich weiß es nicht
genau.
Und da wurde er vor dem Match gefragt, willst du einen Dolmetscher haben, wenn du gewinnst? Und er hat gesagt, ja. Ich könnte es nicht vor so vielen Leuten, wenn ich wüsste, zu Hause, Stuttgart war es jetzt, tausende Leute sehen es, dort vor Ort sind hunderte Leute, und dann muss ich da anfangen, Englisch zu reden. Ich würd sagen dem Dolmetscher, dass er mir nichts übersetzen muss,
And the fact that we've got
Aber ich will nicht auf Englisch reden.
versus
Ich will mich so blamieren, glaube ich.
the NA region versus EU
Wenn man
region.
nicht Verstand auf
It's going to be
Englisch
a very
spricht und
close
dann
one. You know,
Englisch lernt,
EU has been vying to try to reclaim that title,
ja.
and NA has been doing a very similar way of trying to retain it.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Aber ich
Are they going to
fände es auch
retain it?
witzig,
I
wenn ich
think
da
that's a
einfach
big
stehe und dann
story.
irgendwas auf Deutsch sage.
Claim it back for
Ja.
European glory tomorrow. And looking at the teams as well.
Ich werde mit dir, alle werden so übel mad, weil wenn ich rede, benutze ich ja so 50% englische Wörter schon von der Natur aus. Weil ich sagst, ja nee, sorry, ich kann kein Englisch. Und dann rede ich fast nur Englisch.
Du fängst an, Sachen Deutsch zu übersetzen, weil einfach nur verwirrt.
Ja, sorry, das war relativ free und wir gehen aber wirklich mad.
Things start to drop pretty quickly.
Ich habe das Ogapod vom Gegner getötet, abgeschlachtet habe ich den.
Tim was able to decisively go ahead and win versus Alex Gomez. His team actually been a bit of a mix between the Japan balance as well as that booster energy.
Oh, hat er gerade Japanese Balance gesagt?
Scenario
als
and
ob wir
add a
das
little
offiziell
Overblown Halflame
den
to
Namen
that
gegeben
mix as
haben.
well, and you just got such a destructive team composition that has a lot of answers wherever you go in the current meta.
Yeah, definitely, and I think the icy win can be counteracted quite well with the trick room option on the Porygon too. But then again, you've got to watch out for that burst damage at the start of the game, because if Tim comes in knowing that the trick room might be the best option for Nils, do you then try and overwhelm those trick room set as those supporting options as well to gain an advantage with your faster attackers?
Yeah. And I mean, we're going to have to see. It's going to be a lot of hype going into tomorrow. But
Hier genau, das habe ich mitbekommen. Der hat seinen Nestball gespielt, Juho. Und das ist der Nestball, da steht Champion drauf, den hat er gewonnen, weil er LAIC gewonnen hat. Den hat nur er. Und hier steht Juho using his champion stamp Nestball from the LAIC win has to be the biggest flex in the Pokémon TCG, weil der ist halt ultra viel wert. Und er hat sich einfach gedacht, ja, ich spiele den nicht. Ich spiele den jetzt mal.
Recently, but being able to see him come to the fore and actually say, right, I'm going to give it a real serious go and just.
Ja. Oh, Torchbeat gerade.
Tough to navigate.
Steht 1-1.
Like a really strong turn for
Was spielt Tort? Charizard. Was spielt William? Charizard.
Everything that's available for William's side just by having that Pidgeot EX. As we do see the hard retreat, that Pidgey sent forward with Technical Machine, Devolution activated, and that attack really just putting all of those highest evolution cards back into Tord's hand. Two rare candies gone. What do we have? What are we working with? There's an Arven. Can grab one of those other rare candies that are still in the deck. There's still ways to get back into this game and stay ahead.
Das stresst mich so.
Radiant
Charizard beide gleichzeitig,
great option as an attacker. The barrel can go straight down, but the Arven, important to tutor out any card you need, whether it's an item or a tool. All of them so powerful in this deck, and Tord opting to be barrel.
Ich fühle das Tor. Normalerweise spielt man Charizard mit Bifas oder Charizard mit Taubos. Tord spielt es einfach mit beiden. Aber ich respekte das.
Ja.
So can go straight back into.
Welches Game ist das?
EX. Should he wish to do so. Of course, that previous Pidgeot EX was
Master Top 4.
Ah, okay.
On a previous turn.
Pokémon.
Nur bestimmt Monopoly.
So gerade die Monopoly-Europameisterschaften.
So impactful. What initially was so impactful. Choice Belt and the rare candy is selected. One final rare candy left in deck. Charmeleon, I think, is still hiding in those prizes. Choice Belt, a useful just discard fodder. There's the Pidgeot.
Can attack with the Radiant Charizard here, so keeping that other rare candy potentially, but if they use both rare candies now, that will mean another TM Devolution would completely take out all of the rare candies from play. Looks like that Pidgeot is going to be searching out for the other rare candy, looking to evolve another Charizard, and it will be done just there. As we see all rare candies from Tord being used. One TM Devolution from William being used.
Gewinnt, dann ist er im Finale.
There is another one available, that Radiant Charizard as an option.
Alle anderen Skandinaven haben verloren, außer Tord eben. In jeder Runde war ein Skandinave und nur Tord hat gewonnen.
By taking one additional prize, if there's a world where Tord can navigate that William takes just one prize, force a really awkward scenario where the Defiance Band could stretch for the KO on something like that Pidgeot EX on William's side of the board.
Even that Charizard EX, which has damage on it,
okay, noch 2 Preiskarten.
Of the Radiant Charizard. So
okay,
just setting up this end game. Still no Charmeleon.
William muss noch.
But we'll hopefully be able to take a final.
4 Preiskarten holen. Das
ist so sehr wie beide die ganze Zeit rumfummeln.
Ja, schaut sich jetzt halt die Dings an.
Ja, ich weiß, aber das ist irgendwie. Es wirkt mir, als würde sich gegenseitig was verkaufen. Ich kann es nicht beschreiben.
Aber ich fühle es so, wenn du mit deiner Handkarte. Ja.
Arvin being played now. Is that TM Devolution still in the deck? There it is, right at the bottom.
Die ganzen Leute in meinem Flex, ich würde, glaube ich, kann mir das nicht lange geben.
Has been discarded. So we'll have to try and find a way to get them.
Alle mal die krasse Rarity. Ich würde einfach weil ich fühle, will ich einfach die Lowest Rarity von einem
Retreat from the Charizard, took 2 energy out of it. The Pidgeot in the active spot.
Ein Wasserfunk-Video oder so.
Machine Devolution was knocked out, so 3 energy was taken away last turn. So that Super Rod required
the
Pidgeot EX to be able to get it out the deck if needed.
Es sind noch 30 Sekunden am Timer, aber das müssen die zu Ende spielen.
So it does potentially come down to whether Tor can just draw into something like that boss or a gusting effect card, which is not counter catcher, of course, because it's ahead of prizes right now.
Vor allem, ich habe ja auch eine Zeit lang viel Yu-Gi-Oh! Geschaut und da war es mehr so, eine macht was und der andere sitzt einfach nur da. Oder so beide die ganze Zeit nur random rumfummeln.
Nee, ich mache das nicht. OBM, mich juckt das gar nicht, welche Rarity die Karten haben.
We are here at EUIC in the top 4. This is the first of our semi-finals. We'll be watching the other semi-final in just a moment with Isaiah Bradner and Alessandro. You know his surname. I love the way you pronounce it. Go for it.
Premiscoli.
Oh, yeah, that is a prime Italian name right there. They'll be playing off after this in the other semi-final. Meanwhile, we're having this Charizard mirror here between Tor Reklev and William Azevedo as that second technical machine devolution is used. Infrequently seen in Charizard EX, a double TM devolution. And on this occasion, Tord now left with no rare candies.
There we go.
Tord ist im Finale!
Let's go! Good job,
We'll get confirmation of exactly what's happened between the two players here as time has gone down. We're just going to get confirmation, but it looks like Williams just signed a slip. It's just single prizes on the board.
And ist es, weil es Timeout war?
With a circle on the winner's side.
Oder weil William aufgegeben hat?
Anticlimactic finish there. Time has been called. It's something we haven't really been tracking too much of. But Williams so close with a second TM Devolution
there. Was passiert ist, aber good job, Tord! Yeah!
Just so close once again. Another top 4 finish.
Wow, Tord Reklev with the victory in the final moments, just getting far enough ahead in that last game. Having that Radiant Charizard available towards the end game needed for a knockout, recognizing there wasn't enough turns. That is our result here. I mean, my goodness, we saw the Charizard EX intricacy there. Every game completely unique. And consequently, Tord Reklev showing that class in those final moments. Setting up a very stable board state, recognizing how to use those rare candies. But that is a unique take on the mirror match there. Never seen it quite like it.
No, this is a first for both of us to kind of see. We usually see Charizard EX just swinging into one another. We've seen Charmander swinging in. We've seen Pidgeys devolving the opponent's board state.
Cleffer
drawing cards. Who needs Rotom V in this scenario? But we get a chance to replay and recap this incredible 75 minutes of Charizard mirror match here.
Two of the greatest brains in our game as well, navigating it. And it was wonderful to see how they saw the intricacy of the matchup, recognizing the different cards within both decks that can punish them if they ever make a mistake. So for Tord not using too many rare candies, Williams devolutions, and vice versa. So both of them at this stage were showing the reason why they included those cards. But in the end, it was Tord who came out on top with a slightly stronger start in Game 3.
Yeah, kudos to both players here, making it to the Masters top 4 of this incredible EUIC for 2024 so far. William just falling a little bit short, it feels like once again, but that Game 1 really sort of taking command as we see the boss's orders for some incredible, important prizes and just impacting towards board there.
And throughout the game, whenever we knew a gust effect was coming through, it was very hard to know which thing they were going to gust up from the bench. There was one occasion where the option was seeming like it was going to be Charmander or Charmeleon, and instead it was the Luminion. And just the smart navigation and surprising from both players to recognize which target was the best target. In the end, it did just come down to those small little inefficiencies early on in the setup.
Anders so alt sind die auch nicht.
Nein, nicht vom Alter her, sondern zu beiden Ruckeln. Die sind so ruhig und ständig so Spaß.
Stell dir vor, im Altersheim sitzen sie mit ihren Skakern.
Ja, weil sie sich geguckt hat, als hätte sie sich so Kaffee getrunken. Und jetzt wird gekniffelt. Jetzt sieht jetzt noch Opa Henry zieht seine Brille an.
Die haben dabei so einen Kaffee und so einen Kuchen an der Seite stehen.
Ich bin so gespielt, irgendwelche Bingo oder so.
Was a real struggle to just find those pieces once again, but
Neolin, es gibt immer ein Standardformat, es gibt immer Rotation. Nur aktuelle Karten bis zu einem gewissen Punkt. Nee, ich zieh nicht durch, Kev. Da fange ich gar nicht jetzt an. Ich werde morgen ganz normal streamen und wenn der Timer hochgeht, geht der Timer hoch und wenn nicht, dann nicht. Ich mache mir da wirklich gar keinen Stress. Ich will morgen gar nicht darüber nachdenken, dass der Timer läuft.
Luminion V, frequently used to get the right support at the right time, but also left in play many a time to be an easy time.
Ich bin unendlich ready, dass er ausläuft, aber ich denke da nicht drüber nach.
Having set up a single prize board state, William could only take one additional prize, forcing Charizard EX to be able to deal enough damage to knock out William's own Charizard if he chose to do so. And it was that decision making, whether to take out the Pidgeot EX or the attacker, following that Roxanne, and that's where Tord was able to take Game 2. And Game 3, I mean, I don't think we knew anything of what was to be expected. All of these support Pokemon prize, Forest Stillstone, Charmeleon in the top there.
Sieht halt aus, als würden irgendwie beide so ein eigenes Spiel spielen.
But you know what? Tord's found a way.
Sind hier ihre Karten gerade
used. All 4 rare candies gone in this game.
And early on,
also ich tausche deinen Glurak gegen deinen Tauros und da gibst du mir noch dein Pi oben drauf.
Took a 2 prize with the Luminion V and then was able to take out this Cleffer with the Charizard EX whilst constantly disrupting William. Eventually, William found a way out and was able to attack that Charizard EX using the maximum belt to increase the damage output. Pidgeot EX was taken out, and then at that point, Tord was just trying to go as far ahead and stay ahead.
Yeah, this was 75 minutes of highlights that we're recapping here as well. Incredible matchup between 2 incredible players. I mean, just seeing Pidgey just devolve everything, cause chaos across the board there. It's just incredible to watch how Tord was navigating through the matchup. And having used the final 2 rare candies on this particular turn, maybe you didn't realize there would be 2.
Yeah, I mean, you hear your opponent's got Technical Machine and Devolution. You do not expect it to be in a 2 count. Previously, before the rotation, it was just a 1 count. Now, it's there as a 2 count. Maybe we'll see that happen more often. Maybe we'll see the barrel combining the Pidgeot EX. But ultimately, it was Tord who made it all the way to our EUIC final tomorrow.
Tattoo-Bingo, aber das ist doch vollkommen okay. Ich würde das nie mehr judgen. Es gibt auch Leute, die sich aus Prinzip alles zum Tattoo-Bingo schmecken. Tattoo-Bingo stelle ich mir das nicht respektiert.
It's just fallen that little bit short.
If I recall correctly, we said at the beginning of that match, the last time William made a top 4, it was that same event that Tord went on to win in the final.
Die Preiskarten sind die 6 an der Seite, die unter dem Glastisch sind, und die Bank sind die Pokémon, die hinter deinem aktiven Pokémon liegen.
What more can this man do in this trading card game? He could be looking to try just add to his own collection of those accolades that we already listed off below his name there. I'm just in shock still of just how
that game did not go the way we expected it, as you'd expect with 2 great players. But you guys have been getting involved in the chat and joining us. But one thing we want you to get involved in is getting yourself one of these Raging Bolt EXs. A beautiful artwork using that Burst Raw EUIC 24 code, you'll be able to receive the special.
Aber wir machen jetzt, glaube ich, Feierabend, Chat.
Raging Bolt EX and bling out your deck. Maybe give it a try as well. Not seen it much here at the event, but definitely a powerful card.
Yeah, just.
So.